Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Volume 9, Prologue Jerkniv, Rune Farlord Elnix, the peerless ruler of the Empire, and the young man who was dreaded as the bloody Emperor, reflected on his flawless performance. He was confident that he had won his counterparts over using his charisma, that they were putty in his hands. There should have been no problems. The nobility excelled at such wordless expressions of personality. This was especially true for the Emperor, who had been thoroughly educated in these ways from his youth, to the point where none would be able to see through his facade. To his guests, he should have appeared to be a kindly young man. It was very important to understand one's opponents. It would be difficult to glean information from someone who was robed with suspicion. However, one could use trust and goodwill as strings to manipulate them, slowly peeling away the layers of wariness which they wore, until they were laid bare before oneself. Of course, such deceptions would be hidden behind a gentlemanly smile which said, "We warmly welcome you." And the gentleman Jerkniv's opponents were a pair of dark elves, who had barged into the imperial city on the back of a dragon. This was the first time he had met individuals whose appearances belied their incredible power. The earthquake triggered by the staff-wielding girl had claimed 117 lives. Of these, 40 had been his royal guards, 60 had been knights, 8 had been arcane magic casters, 8 more had been divine magic casters, and then one more a truly jaw-dropping list of casualties. As for the knights, being able to stand guard in the imperial palace meant that they were among the most elite warriors in the empire, but he could close an eye to their losses. If they were to be ranked like adventurers, one might classify them as silver rank. Due to the extensive systems in place for the education and training of new knights, these numbers could be easily replenished in the future. Next were the royal guards, the elites among the elites. It was regrettable that half their number, each the equivalent of a gold-ranked adventurer, had been slain at once. They were equipped with weapons and armor that had been forged and enchanted by the many magic casters of the Empire, a fortune that was worth more than their weight in gold. And then there was the most painful loss, the last man, one of the strongest knights in the Empire, the immovable Nazami Enek. Though he claimed he was just imitating a fighting style he had seen before, his two-shield technique that emphasized defense was enough to earn him the title of the toughest knight, even among the 4 knights who were the strongest knights in the kingdom. In this world, where the fighting prowess of one mighty warrior was more valuable than that of several hundred conscripts, the passing of such a warrior could not be simply described as one man's death. In the worst case, it might even be seen as a weakening of the entire country's military power. In all honesty, Jerkniv would have liked nothing more than to chase them away, but he could not do so against opponents who could kill without blinking an eye. He did not know if this was just a show of strength. Therefore, all he could do was welcome them with a smile. Still, he would not let them walk all over him. Jerkniv's eyes intently studied the 2 children in front of him, not letting a single movement or gesture escape his gaze. One could learn many things from even the most mundane of observations. Jerkniv's senses were very sharp, and he had once discovered that a seemingly loyal noble had actually been scheming secretly with nobles hostile to him, much like one would sniff out spices. Now, he strained those senses to the utmost in order to pick out every clue he could uncover. He studied their clothes. He studied their looks, in any case. The emissaries of Ainz Ooal Gown that had come to the imperial palace, the 2 dark elf children, were exceedingly attractive. He could not help but think that when they grew up, they would break the hearts of many a member of the opposite sex. Those small, slender bodies, with their ever-changing expressions. They seem like simple, ordinary children, no matter how you look at them. Knowing nothing else, it would be laughable to think that they were emissaries for anyone. A country's emissaries, their ambassadors, required certain qualities, one of which was their personal appearance. Making a poor impression due to one's undignified deportment would be a detriment to one's country. Ainz Ooal Gown should have understood that principle. Knowing this, what was the motive behind sending a pair of easily underestimated dark elves? Jerkniv racked his brains as he pondered the mystery. From what I can gather, it must be a demonstration of force. He sends easily underestimated ambassadors and then tries to intimidate me with overwhelming destructive power. The stark contrast between first and second impressions is meant to maximize the psychological impact. But if that were the case, wouldn't riding in on Dragonback ruin the effect? The dragon's formidable presence would overrule their benign appearance. Or is it that these two are the only ones suitable as emissaries? Or was there another? Damn. I can't read their intentions. I don't know enough. He had several theories, but they vanished like foam on the waves. My first priority should be learning more about the opposition. Without this foundation to work on, nothing can be done. Then, I must verify the boundaries beyond which they would be angered. Only a fool would allow negotiations to break down by inadvertently giving offense to the other party. First, Jerkniv had to learn why they had come to this place. The two dark elves had said the Emperor sent a rude bunch to the great underground tomb of Nazarick, and then they had instantly killed over 100 people in the middle of the court. But did they have evidence for that, or was it just a leading question? Jerkniv had to find out at least that much. After taking the timing of their visit into consideration, the rude bunch in question would certainly be the workers. If that was the case, the one giving them orders would definitely be Jerkniv. However, there had been several degrees of separation from him. Jerkniv's name should not even have been mentioned in the same breath as these people. How had he, Ainz Ooal Gown, seen through his schemes? He would need to take a different attitude with them. Since they came as emissaries, there should be a chance to glean some information from them. Even the slightest action might shed some light on their plans. Behind the two of them was a foe who had allowed them to barge into another country and intimidate its leader with sheer force. Even a tiny mistake here could spell death for him. He did not want to trigger another earthquake. Jerkniv turned his attention to the neighboring room. It should have been filled with royal guards, and there should have been more royal guards at his side. But today he had not bothered. That was because even if he had put 50 royal guards in there, they could do nothing but die if they tried to fight against these two. Thus, there were only 5 other people in attendance for this meeting. One of them was a member of the Empire's 4 knights, Lightning Bolt, Bazywood Peshmal. Another was Jerkniv's most trusted advisor, Fluda Paradine. There were also 3 trusted scribes. He had also ordered the royal guards to dig up the cracks in the courtyard. He knew exhuming the corpses was futile, but he told them to do it anyway. The Empire did not have anyone who could use resurrection spells. Even the adamantite-tranked adventurers of the Empire did not have such power. The same applied to their priests. Of the neighboring countries, perhaps only the kingdom of Riestais and the slain theocracy could command such magic. Even so, he still wanted to recover the bodies, because it was a waste to let their gear and magic items be lost with their owners. Also, recovering the bodies and laying them to rest would preserve morale. Honored emissaries, you have traveled far and wide to grace us with your presence. Will you not moisten your parched throats? We have prepared some simple refreshments for you. We hope you will try some, if it pleases you to do so. Jerkniv rang a chime, and the maidservants waiting outside quietly entered the room. There were almost 20 maids, with brightly polished silver trays. After their arduous training, these maids should have moved with crispness and beauty. Yet, even the steps of these maids, who were Jerkniv's pride and joy, were slightly flustered today. It was precisely because their movements had been so immaculate in the past that the flaws now stood out that much more. What's wrong? They've entertained so many dignitaries in the past without a hitch. Why are they having problems now? Are they under the effect of some kind of magic? Jerkniv wanted to reach under his garments and grab his medallion, but he resisted the urge to do so. The medallion was effective precisely because people did not know it was there. If they knew he possessed such an item, it would have the opposite effect instead. When the maids faltered after looking at the 2 dark elves, he finally found the reason for their missteps. Aha, so that's why. It's because they're fascinated by their looks. Well, it's not as though I don't understand. No, damn it. I mustn't make a fool of myself. Perhaps he should be praising the maids instead, or only wavering that much in the face of such beauty. After setting down the drinks and snacks, the maids bowed and filed out. Then, please, do help yourselves. The dark elf boy raised a glass with a bored expression on his face. It was easily a treasure in its own right, its transparent crystal etched with exquisite artistry. Jerkniv was not particularly fond of decorated glasses like these. However, that was not to say that he did not possess such things. Even a simple eating utensil used to welcome a guest could be used to show of the glory of the empire. to let them know exactly how important they were to the Empire. The dark elf boy took a mouthful of the beverage. No hesitation at all. Is he not on guard for poison? Or does he have magic that protects him from such things? Or did he already sense that I had no such intentions? Or is it something else? That girl doesn't seem worried either. This doesn't taste particularly good, and it doesn't have any special effects either. The boy's words filled Jerkniv with a new thrill of terror. Nobody had ever said something like this to him, even when he had been a child himself. When the surprise faded, it was replaced by a mild anger blazing up in his heart. What a rude boy. But of course, Jerkniv was not foolish enough to let that irritation reach his face. Then, I sincerely apologize. Jerkniv smiled at the boy. I pray you might be so kind as to enlighten me as to your favored beverage, that I may prepare some for you on future visits. Did no special effects mean no poison? Did he believe that I would be trying to poison him from the beginning? What did he mean by that? There's no way you could prepare the drinks I want. Oh, Wanetchin, why you're being rude? Oh, am I now? His sister. So he's not a boy, but a girl. They're not brother and sister, but just sisters. When she said that, she did look like a girl after all. Why dressing as a male? No. Perhaps she wanted to dress in clothes that allowed for freedom of movement. Children of their age are kind of androgynous anyway. What if the other one was a male? No, given the way she's dressed, there's no way she could be. Still, the younger sister's quite well behaved. Jerkniv considered how to bring the girl with the staff over to his side, or at least to build a good relationship with her, which might benefit the Empire. However, he lacked information about them, and so he could not come up with anything good. To begin with, he could not forget how this well-behaved girl had massacred so many of his men. Treading recklessly around her would be like sticking one's hand into the maw of a sleeping dragon. As I thought, I just don't know enough about them. I need to find out more as soon as possible. Then, honored emissaries, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am the Emperor of the Baharuth Empire, Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix. I am certainly aware of Fioradono's own noble name, but might I inquire as to yours? Ah, I am Mayor Bello Fior. My deepest thanks, Fiordono. Then, with reference to what Fioradono said, specifically, Ainz Sama is very unhappy and will destroy this country unless he receives an apology. I assume that I, as the presumed offender in question, will be making my way to Nazareth. Isn't that obvious? It was a terse reply, but one that dripped with frostiness. The dark elf called Aura had no warmth in her eyes from the very beginning. She looked at people like she was looking at insects. Then, a question. Indeed, they were on the mark, but the question still remained as to how much he should admit to, as well as the way by which they had come to know about his involvement. Under normal circumstances, he would confuse them with blather and then send them back before learning more about them, but he did not know if he would fall for it. In the end, he still needed to feel out their boundaries, otherwise the situation would be dire for him. Then, am I right to say that Ainz Ooal Gown Dono personally ordered the two of you to come here? Yes, he was. What about it? Nothing. I was just making sure. Jerkniv sank deep into thought. Who was Ainz Ooal Gown? A dark elf, a tomb, a dragon. None of these went together. There had to be some common factor between them. Was he a dark elf who once lived in the great forest of Tarb, then moved into a tomb on the plains? Then the dragon would be the pet monster of the dark elf tribal chief Ainz Ooal Gown. Jerkniv dispersed his wild theories. I should leave the tales to the bards. My job is collecting information and learning the truth. What he knew now was that the other side had a way of gaining information from within the Empire. So did he have a far-reaching web of spies? Or Ainz Ooal Gown is a person who carefully analyzes information? Then I must confirm this. He ordered you to come on a dragon. Why, yes, Lord Ainz told us to do so. I see, so that's what it is. What are you getting at, asking all these weird questions? Are you apologizing, or not coming? If you're not coming, then come out and say it so we can tell Ain't Sama, and then return to destroy your country. It's that simple. There was a saying, one cannot gain a dragon's eggs without entering a dragon's lair. It meant that one could not make great gains without taking great risks. Jerkniv had heard this saying before, and so he steeled himself to take the next step. Naturally, I wish to expiate my wrongdoings before him. Though I have no impression of sending anyone to a place called Nazareth, it is entirely possible that one of my underlings might have acted rashly and independently of my orders. That being the case, The ultimate responsibility lies with their overall superior, namely, myself. From the corner of his field of vision, he saw the three scribes' eyes widening fractionally, while Fluda nodded in approval. All right. Let's go together, then. A moment, please. While I have no issue with leaving presently, I am still the ruler of this country, and I cannot simply vacate the seat of power all of a sudden. Perhaps, if you could allow me to, maybe 3 days. Jerkniv glanced at the twins' faces to make sure it was all right before continuing. In order to get the affairs of state in order before I leave. After adding in the time to settle some other pressing matters and preparing the reparations for Gown Dono. I think 10 days should. 10 days, that's a bit long, don't you think? With 10 days, I will surely be able to prepare an appropriate gift. A thoughtless offering would only be disrespectful to him. Then there is the matter of finding the parties involved. The empire is large, scouring, it will require an appropriate amount of time. A gift, Aura muttered. Beside her, Mare began to look uneasy. I see, they were distracted upon hearing the subject of an appropriate gift for Gown. That means they deeply revere their master. I should be able to buy some time with this. But before Jerkniv could continue, Aura spoke first. She was all smiles, and her tone was one of teasing. Just kidding. Ain't Sama just told me to tell you to come over now, but he didn't say exactly when. So now is however long you think you need. Though he wanted to spit on Ainz Ooal Gown, who had seen through his schemes. At the same time, he also felt that his opponent was both an intelligent and worthy foe. So he wanted to see how I'd react to the demand of now, then. Well, Ainz Ooal Gown, you're a tricky negotiator. You must be quite the sage to have foreseen the path this conversation would take. Say, aren't you going to say anything? It was only after hearing Aura's cold voice that Jerkniv realized that he had been lost in his thoughts. Forgive me. I was merely contemplating what to prepare if I didn't have enough time. Well, it doesn't matter. Then, can you give me an answer? How long before we can expect you to come over to Nazarick? Just so. Jerkniv ignored Aura's provocation. All preparations considered, I think I will be able to pay you a visit in 5 days' time. Got it. Then we'll let Ain't Sama know. That reminds me. Should we help you dig out the guys buried alive out there? Though, Aura clapped her hands together, and her smile was far too malicious to be childlike. They may have ended up like rice crackers, or mincemeat. That might be a bit hard to fix. Jerkniv continued smiling, because the opposition's aim right now was far too transparent. People revealed their true nature during times of great emotion, so they must have been trying to provoke him to see his reaction. Jerkniv had used this technique during negotiations himself, and the best way to deal with this sort of thing was not to allow himself to be baited. Then, I am grateful for your assistance. I shall leave the rest to you. After seeing the disappointment on Aura's face, Jerkniv allowed himself to smile honestly for the first time. Chapter 1, Verbal Warfare 1. 6 luxurious carriages raced over the plains. Their motion was surprisingly stable despite the fact that they were galloping over grass. Firstly, the wheels of each carriage were magic items called comfortable wheels. In addition, the chassis of the carriages had also been treated by a magic item called lightweight cargo. These unbelievably magnificent carriages commanded an eye-popping price. Just as astonishing were the creatures which pulled them. The 8-legged magical beasts looked like horses and were known as Sleipnirs. Calculating the precise cost of fielding 6 of these vehicles was an exercise in foolishness. These vehicles, far out of reach of the merely wealthy, were escorted by a group of riders mounted on powerful horses. There were over 20 of these riders, each clad in chain shirts, armed with longswords at their waists while carrying crossbows and quivers on their backs. Yet, a woman rode at the head of all these men. Alone among all these warriors, she wore a suit of heavy full-plate armor. She did not carry a cavalry lance, but a spear like the kind an infantryman would use. Her helmet's visor was raised, but the right side of her face was covered by some kind of golden cloth, which made her look quite strange. Although this band of horsemen were the very picture of mercenary warriors, their disciplined movements and their clipped, precise words were nothing like that of a common sellsword. Their eyes were keen, and they maintained a high level of alertness. Some might have taken their wariness on wide-open plains to be a form of paranoia or cowardice. But in a world where magic was real and monsters roamed everywhere, even being on guard against everything they could see was not enough to guarantee their safety. There were giant spiders which could survive for months without eating or drinking while lying in wait for their prey. Unclean monsters, which resembled banks of fogs that slid through the air. Venomous lizards with petrifying gazes that one had to flee at all costs if they were encountered on open ground. They were all on edge because they were wary of monsters with such deadly powers. However, normal mercenaries did not go to such lengths for alertness. The thing that set them apart from mere mercenaries were the invisible people in the air. They were a band of riders who were keeping pace with the riders on the ground while under the effects of invisibility magic. There were creatures called hippogriffs in this world. They were born from the mating of a male griffon and a mare, and these magical beasts had the front half of a griffon and the hind quarters of a horse. Perhaps it was because of their mixed blood, but hippogriffs were easier to rear and train than griffons, and they were very popular as flying mounts. And then there were the riders of these beasts to consider. Flying creatures, even if they were monsters, commanded an extremely high price if they were put on the market. They were not something that simple sellswords could afford. Indeed, the entire act of being mercenaries was a facade intended to deceive various people. The true identities of those traveling on the ground were the Emperor's royal guards, while the ones in the air were equipped with extremely expensive magic items and cloaked themselves in veils of invisibility while shadowing the ground forces, the elites of the Royal Air Guard. Of course, that meant the owner of the carriages was none other than the ruler of the Baharuth Empire himself, Emperor Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix. There were several reasons why he had disguised his unit like this, but the biggest one was because the Emperor and his knights, openly riding through kingdom territory in violation of its borders, would cause an international incident, and that could not be allowed to happen. As such, the exterior of the carriages was plainer than the interior, although it was still more luxurious than regular carriages. In this convoy, the security around the third carriage from the rear Jerkniv's carriage was heavier than those around the others. Even the roof of his carriage, originally a cargo-carrying area, had been refitted, and now there were two archers hiding among the luggage. The interior of the carriage was supremely decadent, judging by the furnishings alone. It was more akin to a mobile high-class suite than a simple carriage, from the furred upholstery on the walls and floor to the soft and comfortable seats, which had been designed to not cause even the slightest bit of discomfort over long journeys. Only 3 people were permitted to share this luxurious conveyance with Jerkniv, which meant that a total of 4 people occupied the space of the cabin. Although the idea of 4 people squeezing into a single carriage might seem restrictive and uncomfortable, that was merely the uninformed imagination of those who had never rode in a first-class carriage before. In truth, all 4 of them had adequate space for themselves. Your Majesty, perhaps it is time to wake." The voice stirred Jerkniv from his doze. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, and he yawned, followed by a grunt as he stretched himself out. Relief flowed through him as his stiff body loosened up, and he yawned again. "Your Majesty, it seems like you had a good rest, but are you still tired?" Jerkniv shook his head at the man who had woken him up, the secretary round Vermilion, who had been allowed to ride in the same carriage as the Emperor. "Ah, no, it's nothing like that. I still need some time to clear my head. I'm feeling better now, although I haven't napped like that for a long time. I think I was a child the last time I did that. After all, there's a whole mountain of unfinished business back in the capital, and I never had the time to waste on that sort of thing. But now that I've begun this journey, I find that I no longer have anything to do. This is the first time I feel like thanking Gown." "Ah, indeed, you're always busy, but why's that?" "Your Majesty." The man who spoke as though he was not addressing the Emperor was the leader of the Empire's 4 knights, Baziwood. Normally, those words would have invited censure, but nobody in the carriage said anything. Jerkniv smiled bitterly and replied to his excessively informal, yet excellent subordinate. "The blame for that can be laid at the feet of the bloody Emperor, because his reforms were pushed through too quickly for everyone else to catch up with them. He is truly a foolish man. So much effort could have been saved if only he'd waited and accumulated a corps of competent people before taking action. You lot should scold him when you get the chance. Ah, but remember that when you do, you should suggest an appropriate course of action for him to take as well." Everyone in the cabin smiled like Jerkniv had. Originally, the administration of the empire was left to the nobles in particular, the court nobles. Only those born into money could afford education from birth, and one of the reasons was also a vested interest in the situation. However, due to Jerkniv's purge of the nobles, the number of officials and bureaucrats had been reduced, but the work that they had to do had instead increased thanks to his reforms. While this was a logical consequence of such actions, it meant that the workload of everyone involved had increased explosively, and Jerkniv himself was no exception. In keeping with his name as the Bloody Emperor, he had done away with many useless nobles. However, it was only after the fact that he realized that even such worthless individuals had their uses. Still, he did not regret his decision. He had to carry out his purge when he did. Had he missed his chance, the authority to command the knights would have been stripped from him by the nobles, and his father's death would have been meaningless. And so he carried out his purge, and opened a path to the future for the empire. Women had to endure pain in order to give birth to a child. Similarly, the vast amounts of work he did every day was a necessary pain he had to endure in order to give birth to a radiant and reborn empire. Thus, once he overcame the difficulty that lay before him now, he would obtain the treasure that he sought. That line of thinking brought the topic of his own descendants to Jerkniv's mind. Jerkniv was not married, but he already had children. He had not yet taken an empress consort, although he had some women who were more of mistresses than concubines, with whom he had sired offspring. Unfortunately, he did not love those children, but he hoped one of his children would prove to be suitably talented. That was because in the future, if his empress children were incompetent, he would gladly switch their places in the succession with a capable descendant from his mistresses. Even so, laboring over the tasks of government by myself is hardly the way a nation should be run. If only I could train up a cadre of officials that could take over these tasks soon. It would let me go back to issuing broad pronouncements, like the emperors of old. And I certainly don't want my child, the next emperor, to have to suffer as I did. After all, if my descendants are overworked, they'll curse my name. The present empire had been built by the work of a generation of excellent people, or rather, generations of talented men had laid the stable foundation upon which Jerkniv had built a magnificent structure. However, that did not guarantee that the next emperor or the one after him would be equally talented. Jerkniv did not say so out loud, but he wanted to found a system that could smoothly run the nation by itself so long as the people in it had a certain degree of competence. That would be very difficult. After all, your majesty is an absolute ruler, and you cannot administer the country in the ways the old emperors did. Vermilion, your job is to find a way to achieve my aims. Of course, I possess absolute power. All the emperors of the past labored to concentrate the powers of the nation in their office. However, even if I am such a supreme being, it would be wrong to micromanage the affairs of state. If that happened, then what use would bureaucrats be? Perhaps you've misplaced your head. At the very least, he would not have left it in the Imperial Magic Academy. Your Majesty. Those words were spoken by Fluda Paradine, one of the senior members of the Imperial Magical Academy and also the highest-ranking member of the Ministry of Magic. The implication was that his academy would not have raised such a fool. Ha ha, yes, you're right, Gramps. Jerkniv coughed softly, and with that, the mood inside the carriage turned serious. In my generation, the Empire has returned to its youth, like a newborn child. We will cast out that which is old and rotted and replace it with the new. As Vermilion said, I will have to work hard until the Empire matures, but if it never grows, that would be disastrous. In the future, I will only define general goals for the Empire, and the bureaucrats and generals under me will help make those goals a reality. A country ruled by a single autocrat was weak. Jerkniv knew that much. Round lowered his head, whose hair was graying and thin in contrast to his age, in acknowledgement. The emperor of the next generation, speaking of which, did you have a child with that one, your majesty? Jerkniv instantly knew who Bazzywood meant by that one. After all, Jerkniv knew that Bazzywood thought very highly of one of his mistresses. Jerkniv's mistresses were selected for their looks or their parents' status, but one woman among them ignored those criteria. This woman was the only one who had been chosen for her intellect rather than for her appearance or her breeding. Thus, she was allowed to share her political opinions with Jerkniv, though not in public, and only in bed, and she was the only woman he allowed to do so. At first, he had not intended to take her as a concubine at all. but things had ended up like this at her own insistence. Jerkniv, however, would have been happy if she had become his empress consort. No, that isn't what she desires. She went so far as to say, looks are a treasure you are born with, and to those who occupy the upper echelons of society, they are a very important trait. One can compensate for a lack of intellect with hard work or excellent subordinates, but looks cannot be changed, or something like that. Won't your majesty's bloodline alone will ensure that any child of your union will be pleasant to look upon? Well, it's true that any of your subordinates would be happier to receive orders from a good-looking emperor. Is that how it really is? Jerkniv had no superiors and had no way of relating to this situation. On his part, he would use a capable person regardless of how ugly they were, and even give them a key position if needed. At the very least, it would be better than having to look at some toad. After all, wouldn't your majesty prefer the woman shaking her hips on top of you to be a beautiful one? Well, yes, I sort of understand, but are those two really the same thing? Jerkniv tilted his head. Something seemed off here. Then, has your majesty given any thought as to who he will wed? Fluda's question made Jerkniv furrow his brows. Well, if I had to choose between marrying someone from within the country or outside the country, I would have to go with the latter. Right now, there are no benefits to marrying a native, so who to marry from outside the empire? Well, there's that ridiculous woman that fellow recommended. Fluda stroked his beard. Princess Rena. Is it? Jerkniv nodded bitterly. She was the third princess of the Riesti's kingdom, Rena Thayer Charden Ryle Vaself. She was known as the Golden, a princess whose reputation was founded on her looks, but for several years she had ranked #1 on Jerkniv's list of women he despised the most. In contrast, the kind of woman he most preferred would be someone like Mayor Kabelia, who administered the city of Babad in the city-states. I have no idea what that woman is thinking. After hearing about her actions, it's almost as if she failed because she wanted to fail. It all seems wrong to me. Such people should not exist. That was what he thought, but he recognized that humans were strange and complex enough that he could not rule out the possibility of such cases. Then, if she truly did plan to fail from the start, what was her aim? The more he tried to understand Rena's way of thinking, the more he felt like he was being tangled in a spider's web. It was a thoroughly unpleasant feeling. If only someone could help me kill off that nauseating woman. We will hire Igenia right away, if that is what your majesty desires. Igenia was a group of assassins that took on the name of one of the 13 heroes for themselves. They were based between the northeast corner of the empire and the city-state alliance, and they used unusual techniques. Although he had tried to bring them under his wing as a black ops department, they had not responded to the empire's overtures. Enough of that. It's better to let that woman impart her revolutionary insights to us. Letting her live would be better than killing her. Did that woman take this development into account as well? Could anyone have planned that far ahead? Who knows? Jerkniv said, but even as he gave that answer, he had to admit that it was a possibility. Rena's words had been transmitted to Jerkniv through their spies in the kingdom. The policies she proposed often left Jerkniv dumbfounded in awe. When he adopted them within the empire, the results they achieved were a sign of how admirable Rena's policies were. It would be the empire's loss if anything happened to her. The timing of Rena's suggestions to the kingdom made him wonder if she had anticipated the empire's movements. If that was true, it meant that Rena could predict the empire's plans without eyes or ears on sight, and then cleverly manipulate them. For that reason, even Jerkniv, who coveted the warrior captain Gazev's strength for the empire, could not bring himself to desire her. The kingdom won't be unduly harmed even if the princess dies, but on the contrary, the empire will be finished if your majesty perishes. We, the four knights, might be able to deal with assassins, but other factors are a different matter entirely, so I hope your majesty does not immerse himself too deeply into his work. Of course, no matter the reason, I cannot allow myself to die before a strong government has been formed for the empire. The loss of an autocratic organization's leadership carried the possibility that the organization itself would collapse soon after. The empire might become a great nation in the future. Anyone who realized this would surely pay any price to forestall that rise by killing the emperor. The most likely suspects for this were the nearby countries, like the kingdom and the theocracy. Part of the reason why he wanted Igenia under his wing was so that they could be used as counter-assassins. That's right. If your majesty were to perish, things would be troublesome. We have divine magic casters on standby to ward against poison and injury, but in the end, we still lack sufficient skilled personnel for these duties. I wish my dabbling in that field was more extensive, but my grasp of divine magic is still inadequate to the task. Well, you're already an excellent wizard, so a small weakness like that can't be helped. Oh, yes, we've asked for the theocracy's help, but haven't received any response from them. Why not let the temples of the four gods and the minor faiths compete with each other? Then let the empire back whichever of the faith that produces the best results. Competition was the driving force for the development of new techniques. However, the mention of that made Round shake his head violently, tossing his sparse hair about his forehead. It's too dangerous. The temples in the empire are supported by donations from the populace, and they remain independent by selling various products only they know how to manufacture. If the empire exerts any undue influence on them or interferes with their livelihoods, they would surely be displeased. That's true. If only we could take control of the various temples, the empire would grow stronger. In that respect, the theocracy has done an excellent job. They must have done that several hundred years ago. I wonder how they did it. The practice of divine magic is closely linked to everyone's health, so I think it would be a good idea if we could have more divine magic casters be knights, or at least teach knights how to use divine magic. Hacking and slashing at monsters with swords alone only produces casualties. Basywood was a man who had had to hunt down monsters in the past, and he had spent his fair share of time on the edge of death. He nodded and continued in a low tone. Personally, I would feel safer if I could count on resurrection magic. With that, we wouldn't have to mourn the loss of talented young men. Although, I've heard that resurrection magic drains life energy, and ordinary people will be reduced to ash if one tries to resurrect them. Is that true? Fluter shifted his body forward. Perhaps this old man had been the Emperor's tutor for too long, or perhaps it was because his pet topic of magic had come up. But now he was speaking animatedly, his eyes alight. Jerkniv knew the old man would ramble on, and once he started on this subject, and he revealed a tired look on his face which only Basywood and Round noticed. That is a fact. Among the fifth-tier divine spells, the resurrection magic Raise Dead consumes vast quantities of life force. Perhaps higher-tiered resurrection spells might reduce the amount of life force that is lost, but nobody can use those, so that is merely academic. Then again, I have heard that the Dragon Lords and their ancient magic could return the dead to life without the loss of any life force. Then, could the Queen of the Draconic Kingdom achieve such feats? An excellent question, Vermilion. Indeed, that country's queen has been confirmed to have inherited the ability to use what we call ancient magic, or primal magic, or perhaps the magic of the soul. There are many names for that sort of magic. This is because the blood of the brightness dragon lord flows within her veins, that is known. However, whether or not she can use resurrection magic remains to be seen. Ancient magic and our current style of magic are completely different from each other, and we who can only use modern magic may never be able to understand it. Fluter closed his mouth, and at the same time Jerkniv stared at him. Although irritation and worry was evident on Jerkniv's face, Fluter's next words put him at ease. Ancient magic, how I want to research it. If only those with the bloodline of the brightness dragon lord can use it, then the pedigree is the most important thing. Therefore, I feel that if your majesty is to wed, he would do well to select that queen or one of her relatives. Give me a break. Gramps, I'm not interested in old hags who pretend to be little girls. He did not even want to think about having to marry the woman who ranked second on his list of most hated women. In addition, even if he did not love his offspring, it would be far too cruel to have them become research specimens. Even so, if he had to weigh that act of cruelty against the benefits the Empire would reap from committing it, there was no telling which course of action he would decide on. At this moment, a loud knocking came from the carriage door. This carriage had been designed to defend against divination-type magic, which meant that it was fully enclosed in metal plates and did not even possess windows. Basywood stood and cracked the door open to peek outside, or rather, at the person who had knocked on the door. Although they were surrounded by knights protecting them, and he was sure that this person was a friendly, he could not help but remain on guard just in case. Your Majesty, it's Lena's. Open the door. The fresh air from the plains flowed in as the door opened fully, blowing through the hair of everyone within. During this season, the air coming in from the outside should have been cold, but the breeze that reached the people inside was comfortably warm. Needless to say, this was the result of magic used on this carriage. The rider keeping pace with the carriage was the woman who had been at the head of the formation. "Forgive me, your majesty," it was hard to make out her words over the rushing of the wind between them. "That's no way to talk. Come in, don't stand on ceremony." "Understood. Then permit me this intrusion." With that, she gracefully vaulted off her horse and landed elegantly in the doorway of the moving carriage. Although she made it look simple, given that she was wearing full plate armor and that both her horse and the carriage were moving at a full gallop, it was proof that she had considerable athletic ability. Still, that was only to be expected of one of the four knights that were the pride of the empire. Among them, she had the greatest offensive ability. Her name was Lena's Rockbruise, also known as Heavy Explosion. After transferring to the carriage, Lena's quietly closed the door behind her and took a seat beside Basywood. The last thing they saw as the outside world was shut out were the reins of Lena's horse being taken by one of the knights riding beside her. Since the carriage's magic would only warm the air that entered it, anything cold that came inside would remain that way. Considering Lena's was wearing a suit of full plate armor that had been chilled by the wind sheer outside, she was like a block of ice when she took a seat next to Basywood, who could not help but shiver. "The people we sent ahead have sent a message to us." One of the defenses offered by this carriage was interference against divination-type magic cast from the outside. Although it prevented the enemy from finding them with spells, it also blocked spells like message, so it was her duty to receive messages on Jerkniv's behalf. The outrider element has reached the great underground tomb of Nazarick. There appears to be a log house at that location, and after they informed the waiting maids of your majesty's time of arrival, the maids replied that there would be a welcome waiting for your majesty. Maids. I thought it was an underground tomb, but maids, could it be? I've heard that some countries buried maids with their dead kings to serve them in the afterlife. Is that what happened here? Or does this mean that the dark elves who left the forest made this tomb their new home? Regretfully, the message did not contain any further details, your majesty. I can't figure it out at all. The forest is not a human realm, so there's no history on it either. Well, I'd like to hope that the maids won't be monsters like the ones that came to the capital. Tell our people to be careful. It is, as your majesty says. Judging by the strength of those emissaries, we are most likely heading into a completely unknown situation. We would be best served by caution. In addition, I hope your majesty will swiftly come to my side should anything unexpected come to pass. By which you mean we will teleport away in case of an emergency. Fluter's slight smile was an answer in the affirmative. If that comes to pass, then we will fight a delaying action. No matter how many enemies come at us, at the very least we will be able to buy your majesty some time to escape. Basywood said this with a smile, but his comrade Lena's did not reply at all. Rather than an agreement which needed no words, it was a form of disapproval that was immediately visible on her face. Yet the others around her said nothing. In the end, she had never officially sworn her loyalty to Jerkniv despite her position in the Four Knights. The truth was that serving Jerkniv was the most profitable course of action for her. If someone else appeared who could grant her wishes, she would immediately abandon her current position. In other words, she was the least loyal to Jerkniv among the Four Knights. The Four Knights were selected solely on the basis of their fighting ability and not their personality or loyalty. Even so, there was nobody else whose motives were as mercenary as hers. The only reason she was here was because one of the Four Knights had to be in the imperial capital at all times. The one selected for that duty was Violent Gale, Nimble Arkdale Anarch, which was unavoidable. If the immovable was still around, Nimble would be the one here in her place. Forgive my rudeness. Lena's withdrew a handkerchief from a breast pocket and held it to the right side of her face. As it turned out, the golden cloth was actually her hair. She stuffed the handkerchief under that hair and wiped lightly. After the brief procedure, the handkerchief turned yellow with the amount of pus it had absorbed. Please allow me to make my own life my top priority. I apologize if I get in your way. Ah, that's fine, after all. That's what we agreed to when you became one of the Four Knights, or rather, what you contracted to. I see, so everyone knows what they plan to do. Then, on my part, I will do my best to squat in a corner over there and not get in your way. Round said so with a straight face to change the mood in the carriage, and it was met with strained laughter. Now then, judging by our current speed, how long until we reach Nazareth? Jerkniv's question was addressed to Round, who withdrew a pocket watch from his breast pocket. After he confirmed the time, he turned to Lena's, watched as she nodded, and replied, "If everything goes according to plan, in about an hour." "Is that so? I look forward to it. We'll see what Ainz Ooal Gown is up to." Jerkniv's carriage slowly reduced its speed, until it finally came to a halt. However, he still could not disembark immediately. It was troublesome, but Jerkniv had to attend to his own preparations for the sake of style and security. Normally, preparing the emperor would have been performed by underlings, such as the maids in the other carriages. However, they did not have the luxury of waiting for those carriages to arrive. After all, they had come to apologize, and keeping the wronged party waiting too long was a foolish move. After Jerkniv adjusted his clothes, he fastened his cape over them. This was an extremely valuable item made from a magical beast's skin and further treated with magic. With it on, not even the coldest temperatures outside would inconvenience him. Then, he slid his scepter into his belt, which completed his minimum basic preparations. Jerkniv looked himself over one more time to make sure that his appearance would not shame himself or the Empire. After this, he would be fighting a war of words with Ainz Ooal Gown. In other words, his clothing was like a warrior's battle dress. The consequences of even the slightest crease would not be limited to simple embarrassment. Although it would be good if his opponent was not observant enough to pick those flaws out, he did not want to be underestimated because he looked shabby. Jerkniv nodded in satisfaction, and just at that moment a knock rang out from the door. "Then I shall disembark first, your majesty." "Please do." After that short answer, Baziwood opened the carriage's door. It was a stately, proper exit that befitted the carriage which bore the highest authority in the Baharuth Empire. Just in case, Round interposed himself between the Emperor and the outside as the door opened, serving as a shield for Jerkniv. They could see what lay outside, beyond Baziwood. The first thing that came into view was the grass of the plains. After that were the royal guards lined up to face each other. Beyond them lay a hill that swelled up from the plains, and what looked like a huge latticed door that seemed to have been half buried. Is the great underground tomb of Nazareth behind that door? It seems a little different from what I've been told. Well, errors like this are within acceptable ranges. After disembarking from the carriage, Jerkniv fell in step with Baziwood, who was already in formation with the royal guards, and set forth. Jerkniv took a deep breath. The enchantment on his clothing ensured that the air which entered his lungs would be fresh and clear. Granted, it was still cold, but not uncomfortably so. As he exhaled, he worked his jaw and quickly glanced at the subordinates around him. Fluda was wearing his long robes and holding his staff, and he was trailed by his adept disciples. There were divine magic casters with holy symbols hanging at their chests. They belonged to the Knight Orders. Then there were the motionless royal guards, though he now saw the faces of the outriders from earlier among them. Personally, Jerkniv wanted to ask them what they had seen, but now was not a good time to speak. It seemed the maids, who were in another carriage, had not arrived yet. Well, they were gifts anyway. It's only to be expected. Then, when they said a log house, did they mean that lattice door, or is that it? When he looked to the left, he saw a single-story wooden cabin. It seemed utterly incongruous with both the plains and the cemetery, and he smiled bitterly. After all, where had all this wood come from? The Azerlisian mountain range loomed in the distance, and he thought of the great forest of Tarb. Did they haul it all the way from there? I don't know how many kilometers the wood must have traveled, but they would have needed a lot of labor to bring it all the way here. Although he did not know much about log cabins, Jerkniv did not feel that this structure was particularly eye-catching. Even so, when he took the surroundings into account, he had to admit that the fact that they had managed to build this here was impressive in and of itself. But that's a big door, a double door. And built so high, it's 3 stories tall by itself. Could this place have been built as some kind of storehouse? Jerkniv looked to the cabin, with Baziwood and Lena's on his right, Fluda on his left, and Round behind him. "Your Majesty, should we order the people in the other carriages to disembark as well?" Jerkniv did not turn to Round, who was whispering in his ear as he answered. No, there's no need for that. Rather, we should. Jerkniv's words were cut off mid-sentence. It was not just because the cabin door opened, but because their eyes had been drawn to the two beauties who were now slowly walking out of it. They were dressed in orthodox maids' wear, well-tailored, but otherwise unremarkable. However, the maids themselves carried themselves in an abnormally prim and proper way. Even Jerkniv, who had seen many fair maidens in his time, was visibly surprised, and he stared like they had grasped his very heart. They are too beautiful, but they were beautiful indeed. If they were noble daughters of the Empire, he would have applauded their looks without reserve. He might even have wanted to add them to his harem. However, this was a tomb in the middle of a grass plain. They were utterly out of place here, and as a result, an ominous feeling came over him. Jerkniv could hear the sound of a tongue clicking softly beside him, but he did not have the energy to waste on such matters. Say, Gramps, could this be an illusion? About that, well, I cannot say for sure, but I don't think so. Are they humans? They don't look like dark elves. And about that, I cannot say for sure either, but I doubt they are humans. Those answers somewhat relieved Jerkniv. Since they were not humans, it would not be strange if they appeared in a place like this. It was an answer that he could understand and which he desperately wanted to believe. Both maids bowed simultaneously, and the one with the bund-up hair spoke. Greetings and welcome, Your Imperial Majesty Emperor Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix. My name is Yuri Alpha, and I am tasked with welcoming you. Behind me is my assistant, Lupus Regina Beta. Though our time together may be short, I hope we will get along. Although he delayed in responding because he was overcome by the two of them, Jerkniv managed to reply in the end. Then, I thank you for going to all this trouble for us. Indeed, I must thank Ainz Ooal Gown as well for receiving us with such lovely ladies like yourself. With that in mind, there is no need to trouble yourself by addressing me as Emperor or using other honorifics. I will be glad if you treat me as an ordinary individual and call me Nay, indeed. I hope you will do so. Jerkniv smiled brightly to Yuri. However, even after receiving a smile that would have had any woman swooning for him, Yuri's serious expression remained as it was. Jerkniv could also tell from peering at her eyes that her heart was similarly unmoved. Was he not to her taste, or was she the type that did not mix business with pleasure? Or was she filled with loyalty to the person she served? I can't read her. I wanted to leave a good impression, but it seems like that'll be very difficult. And I was pretty confident that I could handle anyone if they were women. Ah, if Gramps is right, then it must be because they aren't humans. Well, that's non-human women for you still. What species do they belong to? They look like they should be humans, or at least close to human. He had no clue as to their true identities. Judging by those two dark elves and these two maids, Ainz Ooal Gown must be a man who placed great importance on appearances. If that's the case, since their looks don't match up to those two, they're worthless now. Jerkniv considered the ladies-in-waiting he had brought along in the carriages. He was proud of their looks, and he had brought them along as gifts for Ainz Ooal Gown. Depending on the situation, each of them were nobles who had been made fully aware of what would happen to their families if they disobeyed Jerkniv's commands, and they had bid teary-eyed farewells to their kin before they left and come here with determination in their hearts. There's no point. Still, after knowing that the other side already has beauties superior to them, would they rejoice because they were no longer needed? Or would they be jealous of them as fellow women? I guess I should have gotten some elves as presents, shouldn't I? Jerkniv had not been able to bring along slave elves from the Empire with them because there had not been enough time to prepare them, and also because he wanted to hold them in reserve as capital for future dealings. Those dealings would not be with Ainz, but held secretly with Mare. He felt that he could carefully investigate that Mare girl, strip her bare before him, and use her for his purposes. Will bait her with promises of emancipating her enslaved kin. In exchange, she will do some simple favors for us behind Gown's back. After that, we can use those incidents as blackmail material to have her do more things for us. At least, that was the plan. Just as Jerkniv was mulling over his schemes for Mare, Yuri responded to him. Your Majesty is most kind. However, our master Ainz Ooal Gown has explicitly ordered us not to show any rudeness or disrespect to the Emperor, and as such, I regret that we cannot accede to your generous request. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. Jerkniv shrugged in an exaggerated manner, like he was putting on a comedic act. Still, please feel free to address me as intimately as you see fit. How about Gown Dono? Understood. Our master is still making his preparations, and he will need a bit more time. I pray you will be patient and wait for him. I see. Then, where shall we wait? Inside that cabin. No, we hope you will wait here. Jerkniv raised his head to the sky, although it did not look like it would rain soon. It was hard to call the weather good with those dark clouds in the sky. In addition, there must be a chill in the air since it was winter, although Jerkniv could not feel it through his enchanted clothes. What is he thinking? Telling us to wait here? Could it be that he wants us to know our place? Since he had been ordered to come to the offended party's home to apologize, Jerkniv was already at a disadvantage. And then, on top of that, Ainz Ooal Gown wanted to demean him further with this. Clearly, Gown had a bad personality. Is that so? Jerkniv narrowed his eyes. Then, we shall return to our carriages and await him therein. Jerkniv could feel the anger boiling out of his numerous royal guards as he said those words. They might be in a neighboring country, and one which might end up being an enemy to them, but even so, letting the emperor of a great nation wait in a place like this was far too rude. However, nobody could vocalize these feelings. Since their liege lord had clearly accepted these terms, there was no room for them as loyal servants to say anything else. Unless was it because they saw the carnage that Dark Elf could wreak? If that is so, Gown, you're a hard man to deal with. With just one move you've struck fear into all our hearts. Even if that ability could only be used once in a lifetime, who would be brave enough to put that to the test? And then there's the fact that it was a child doing it. You're giving us the impression that even a child can be that powerful. I pray you to wait. Yuri's quiet voice cut through the air before Jerkniv could take a step. Since the delay originated from our side, we would be poor hosts and in defiance of Ain't Sama's commands if we did not extend every courtesy to you in compensation. Jerkniv was somewhat surprised. Ain't, he allows his maids to address him so directly. Maybe they're not maids, no. I see. At the very least they have a close relationship. Has he claimed their bodies yet? No, any man would understand why. Given their looks, the difficulty would be in keeping one's hands off them. A faint feeling of sympathy grew within Jerkniv, and then he replied with exaggerated politeness. Oh, then, we must be grateful to Gown Dono. Well then, what sort of reception can we look forward to, and where can we expect to find it? We are in the process of preparing it. To begin with, the weather does not look very welcoming. Let us change that. What do you? You? Jerkniv was not the only one gasping in surprise. The magic casters, royal guards, Bazywood, laners, even Fluter, all of them could not help but exclaim in wonder. The dark clouds above them began to move slowly. Within moments, they had vanished without a trace, as though some invisible giant had scattered them with his hands. The hippogriff riders in the air were thrown into confusion, which was something those on the ground could empathize with. Why does it feel warmer? You too, you mean I'm not mistaken? As Jerkniv heard the quiet exchanges between his guards, he shucked off his cloak, which dispelled the magic which maintained the temperature of his body. Just then, Your Majesty, Round exclaimed at Jerkniv's sudden disrobing, but the Emperor did not answer his subordinate. Fuha, haha, what is this? What on earth is this? Gramps, what's going on? Jerkniv abandoned his calm and looked to Fluter with a twisted expression on his face. The refreshing, clear air which surrounded him now should only have been found in spring. The chill grasp of winter was nowhere to be found. Jerkniv had never heard of magic like this during Fluter's lessons. In that case, what kind of spell was this? Anyway, this should not be the work of arcane magic. I seem to recall a druidic divine spell that could control the weather. Fluter seemed unable to control the broad smile on his face as he spoke. Weather control should be a 6th-tier spell. However, judging by your Majesty's reaction, this may not be a simple manipulation of the weather. It must be a higher-tier spell. How incredible. And this spell is the work of that dark elf of that emissary, then. That much he could accept. If it was the work of that magic caster who could cause the earth to swallow his men up in its cracks. No, in truth, he hoped that was the case. He did not want to believe that there was another magic caster out there who was stronger than her. That would be a nightmare. Indeed, that might be the case, but I cannot be sure. Fluter seemed to find all this terribly amusing, which made frustration well up in Jerkniv's heart. Although his mentor was an excellent teacher who was worthy of respect, he was hopeless once magic was involved. It was extremely irritating when he got like that. I believe that should have refreshed you somewhat. Then, let us begin the next phase. The maid ignored Jerkniv's rising irritation and tossed out another bombshell at him. The young emperor desperately fought the urge to tell her to stop. Don't shake my heart anymore, he thought, but in the end, his obligations as the emperor of the Baharuth Empire won out, and he managed to control himself. Now then, come here. In response to Yuri's orders, the doors of the log house opened, and something huge stepped out. Jay, a lone cry rang out. It was a strange sound that one might expect of a strangled chicken. When they realized who had cried out, terror filled the hearts of everyone present, not just Jerkniv. Indeed, it felt like they were dreaming. The one who had made that uncharacteristic sound was the High Court Wizard of the Empire, Triards, Fluda Paradine. He was a man who was said to be able to rival the 13 heroes. A man like that now stood with eyes wide with terror, his gaze fixed on the things emerging from the log house. Shortly after that, several screams filled the air, all of them from Fluda's disciples. Impossible, that's unbelievable, this is impossible. Danger, an attack is coming, defensive magic. Please allow us to use defensive magic. Fluda glared at his disciples, all of whom were in full battle readiness. Silence, calm yourselves. All of you, the being emerging from the log house was worthy of their caution and dread. The eyes of everyone from the entire Imperial contingent were focused on the single point. There was no doubt at all that it was a monster. It was a monster sheathed in black plate armor. Its body was excessively large, and its silhouette was utterly evil. It was as though a god had drawn forth the essence of violence and brutality from all humanity, concentrated it, and given it physical form. Its rotted face had no expression, yet they could all sense a brilliant, shining hatred burning in its empty eye sockets, and there were 5 of them. The vast body of the one at their head was carrying a large stone table. The 4 behind it held various utensils and many chairs. None of them had any hostile intent. In contrast, the vigilance and panic of Fluda's disciples seemed almost laughable. There was a sound of something falling to the ground. One of Fluda's acolytes had collapsed to his knees upon the ground, his face pale and his body devoid of strength. Or rather, almost all of the 4 acolytes he had brought along had ended up that way. Their pale faces were frozen in shock as they began hyperventilating. Impossible. How could this? No, no. It can't be. Are those death knights? Are they being controlled? And in those numbers, something flashed through Jerkniv's mind. He forgot himself and shouted angrily. He no longer had the luxury of preserving his calm. Death Knights? What do they mean by Death Knights? Gramps, answer me. I've heard that name before. Does it have anything to do with that undead creature that's rumored to be locked up under the Ministry of Magic? Indeed, it was a Death Knight. That was the name of an undead creature that could plunge the Empire into dire straits just by itself. Nobody answered Jerkniv's query. Fluda was staring with eyes wide open, gazing with mad delight upon the Death Knight. Jerkniv saw that he would not be getting an answer and realized that talking further to him would be fruitless. Instead, Jerkniv quickly stepped forward and seized one of the disciples by his lapels. What are these Death Knights? Answer me. Aerie, your Majesty. As you said, that legendary undead monster sealed within the nether reaches of the Ministry of Magic is indeed a Death Knight. They are creatures that even Master cannot control. All Jerkniv could do was laugh. The dignity that he had clung to as the Emperor of the Baharuth Empire was no more. It had crumbled to ash and blown away on the wind. Foo, 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 phew, foo, foo. What do you mean? Legendary undead. There's 5 of them right there in front of us. Or are you saying that Death Knights come in groups and 5 of them count as one entity? Ha! Are you kidding me? And no, nothing like that. He sensed someone standing beside him. When he glanced over, he saw that it was one of the Empire's strongest warriors, Baziwood. The man's face was pale, and Jerkniv could see it starting to twitch. Your Majesty, please listen to this with a calm heart. The situation now is very bad. Even if all of us went at once, we would not be able to stop even one of them. Perhaps it would be a good idea to sound a retreat. This is bad, really bad. Look at how my hand trembles. As Jerkniv looked over to Baziwood's hand, it began to shake. After looking at his twitching face, it was clear that these were not pre-battle tremors. Is that what they mean by unfathomable? Do you think it could be stronger than Stranovsan? The other member of the four knights was further behind than when she had started out, and she was still continuing her slow retreat. The only reason why she had not broken into an all-out sprint was because she did not want to attract the Death Knight's attention, and thus, its hostility. This whole thing felt like a nightmare come to life. And then, before them, the way the Death Knights were calmly arranging the furniture and utensils on the grassy plains was the very picture of the loyal manservant. There was nothing in their actions which suggested that they were legendary undead which could destroy a country. However, after looking at the reactions of everyone around him, he knew it was a fact that they were undead, which even the most powerful magic caster in Jerkniv's knowledge, Fluda Paradine, could not command. This implied that there might be more than 5 of these monsters, whose fighting ability was far in excess of Fluda's own. The object of comparison, Fluda Paradine, was someone whose fighting power rivaled that of the entire Imperial army. Of course, he did not have infinite mana, and in a straight fight, they might be able to win. However, if Fluda used teleportation or flying spells, then it would be the entire Imperial army that would be slaughtered instead. That would mean that the 5 Death Knights here represented 5 times the fighting strength of the entire Imperial army. Impossible. Something like this should not have happened. This was far too much power for an individual to possess. No, even a country would be hard-pressed to wield such might. This was the sort of power which only a few famous nations or republics of legend could command. And to think, the master of a meager little tomb actually possessed such puissance. The reality which he had been trying his best to flee from ever since those 2 dark elves had come before him now stared him straight in the face. Ainz Ooal Gown. He's a monster we can't stop. No, that we can't even touch. Just like a tiny boat tossed around in a raging storm, so too was Jerkniv's heart tormented by this incredible shock. In the end, however, he wrestled his emotions down and regained his calm with iron will. He had seen his royal guards annihilated and the shadow of the dragon's vast body. Those things allowed Jerkniv to prepare his heart. Without these prior experiences, the impact on him would have been greater. He might have shown a more unsightly side of himself. This tomb is, how powerful is Ainz Ooal Gown? Those 5 Death Knights and those 2. Even with that dragon included, that can't be all. Can it? Why is he hiding in this place? When did he start taking up residence here? Or perhaps his preparations are finally complete. I've heard that, when many undead creatures gather in one place, an even more powerful undead being is born. That's why these Death Knights. No, could it be that he's even more powerful than these Death Knights? Not good. There's no time, but I still have to think of a way. As Jerkniv's rapid thoughts drove him ever further into confusion, Yuri cut in. Please be at ease. All these Death Knights were created by Ain't Sama himself. They are absolutely obedient to his orders, and in his place, I have gained the right to command them. I will not permit any of you to come to harm. Jerkniv had struggled to piece his thoughts together, but Yuri's words had blown them away. He created them. Ainz Ooal Gown could create undead like these through a mere act of will. That was the awful truth. Creating such beings would require expenditures equal to their vast power, and he could either meet that cost or bypass it entirely. No, this must be a bluff. How could anyone make things like that? He must be lying to inflate his own combat power, because if he's not, a smile appeared on Jerkniv's face. For some reason, everything seemed so bothersome now. I'm done with this. I don't know anything anymore. This time, let's just settle for seeing what the other side can do, yes. Phew, phew ha 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 ha. Just as Jerkniv decided to abandon all delusions of control, a laugh of sheerest joy rang out from beside him. It came from Fluda. Be they royal guards, acolytes, or priests, the faces of everyone except Jerkniv were frozen in shock. Fluda Paradine was a magic caster of the highest order, and a hero possessed of incomparable education and knowledge besides. Countless entries in the history books of the Empire told of how he had single-handedly engaged monsters which threatened the safety of the nation, and emerged triumphant. His saintly demeanor also meant he was honored and respected by many people. In truth, many of the people here felt the same way about him. And now, Fluda was laughing in a way that shattered the mental image that everyone had of him. There was power in that laugh. He had the aura of a hero. There was no doubt that Fluda was radiating a fearsome pressure, and not the warmth that Jerkniv sometimes felt from the man who was as close to him as his father. He possessed immense magical might, enough to take on all the 4 knights at once. and his voice took on a demented tone as he appeared to be going insane. It was only natural that the nearby royal guards would break out in goosebumps. Amidst all this, only the people from Nazarick and Jerkniv kept their cool. He controls death knights, and in such numbers. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Fuhahaha. A single tear oozed from the corner of his eye, and he smiled like a madman. No, that was not it. This was the true nature of a man who had abandoned his position as a wizard of the imperial court to glimpse the deepest mysteries of the abyss called magic. Until now, it had been hidden under the mask of a hero, but it had surfaced in the presence of a powerful magic caster. Well then, your majesty, what shall we do now? Should we flee with teleportation magic? I think if we teleported now, we should be able to make it now, assuming the terrain allows for it. Fluder said this to Jerkniv, a mocking smile on his face. I like that face of yours, Gramps. Then, let me ask a question in turn. Do you think I will run? Cracks spread rapidly throughout Fluder's face. That was the smile of a madman, which instilled terror in all who saw it. I expected nothing less of your majesty, no. My darling Jer. My pupils, open your eyes and be grateful for the fact that you can lay your eyes upon the highest, the most exalted of all magic casters on the continent. Now that you have seen the end of your journey, you must work towards it. The faces of Fluder's disciples and the royal guards turned paler and paler as they realized the true nature of the being whose yard they now occupied. They knew their comrades had been massacred. However, the legendary magic caster from their history books had called him the most exalted of all magic casters. The immense stress from that felt like a huge stone which had been lodged in their bellies. Your Majesty, this is bad. Right, do you mind if I run first? Bazzywood seemed confused, and Lena's question was filled with despair. Jerkniv looked at them. Fluder and his disciples aside, the strain on the royal guards was slowly increasing, and they looked like they might break at any moment. This was because the hero Fluder's abnormal behavior and the description of the Death Knight's power had left them at a loss for what to do. What else can we do? And if you want to run, go ahead. However, if you do that, you won't be one of us, which means that to them. You'll be an intruder. I hope you don't end up like those workers who came here earlier. Lena's ground her teeth and her face twisted. Which means it's fine, right? Bazzywood, look at Gramps, no. Fluder, he's the most familiar of all of us with magic, and he's like that now. All we can do is leave everything to our hosts. What about praying to the gods for luck, and then escaping? Do you really think we can escape? Bazzywood glanced at the maids. They had clearly overheard them talking about fleeing, but calmly continued their preparations anyway. What if we took a hostage? I don't like to hear people talking about doing things that are clearly impossible. Lightning bolt. See what happens if you say that again. Forgive me. In truth, I feel that the maid is even more mysterious than the Death Knights. If someone told me they were stronger than them, I'd probably believe that too. I'm talking about such rude things in front of her, and she isn't batting an eye. How frightening. That maid was monstrously strong as well. As he thought about this, Jerkniv shook his head. He desperately wanted to believe that not everyone on the tomb was ridiculously strong. As he thought about it, he tried his best to put the cold smiles of those two dark elves out of his mind. Looks like we are almost. Are we ready then? In that case, everyone, I hope you will relax over here. There were many tables and chairs in place on the grass. The tables were covered in pure white tablecloths, and large parasols gave shade. The Death Knights who had been moving the furniture into place were standing by beside the log house in order not to get in the way. We have also prepared refreshments for you. Decanters beaded with moisture were arrayed on the tables, filled with an orange liquid. Beside them were high-stemmed wine glasses made of clear crystal. Each of them was intricately carved with elaborate designs. Even Jerkniv, an emperor who enjoyed the best things in life, could not help but stare with eyes agape at the display before him. Please let us know if you need anything else. Then, everyone, the log house's door opened once more, and more maids filed out from within. Their incredible beauty was enough to wipe away all the fear and unease they had experienced until now. Each of them was uniquely beautiful in their own way. One of them had hair that was pinned up into a chignon, another had long, straight hair, and a third had drill-shaped hair. Are they having a sale on beauties? Although Jerkniv did not know which of the royal guards said that, he had to agree. After all, what would such bells be doing in a tomb? Does that tomb spawn beautiful women? Do they pop out of the ground one after the other? He heard the sound of a tongue clicking again, but paid it no heed. Then, please enjoy the drinks we have. Ah, before that, could we meet Ainz Ooal Gown Sama first? I would like to expedite matters, and if it's all right, could I speak with him just before he meets with Jur? Fluda, contain yourself. No matter what, none of them could disgrace themselves or the Empire here. Have you missed something, Fluda? We're here as representatives of the Empire, not to satisfy your thirst for magical knowledge. By this time, a calm light had returned to Fluda's eyes. He had, for the most part, managed to subdue his rampant desire. Forgive me, your majesty. I was overcome by excitement. I beg the forgiveness of everyone else present as well. That's right. Gramps, have a drink, calm yourself down. Then, shall we? Understood. Yuri slowly filled the glasses on the table before Jerkniv with that same orange fluid. A fragrant citrus scent wafted through the air. Jerkniv took a mouthful of the fruit juice, and the taste was such that he could not help but smile. It was a smile that seemed to say, "What have I been drinking all my life?" Looks of surprise appeared on the faces of the surrounding royal guards. If even Jerkniv, who lived a life of decadence, could be surprised like this, how much more so these common men? As if to illustrate that point, there were many who had forgotten their manners and gulped the juice down as fast as possible. Shortly after, shocked exclamations rang out from the gathered men. "It's delicious! What kind of drink is this? It's a perfect blend of sweet and sour. It glides down your throat, and there's no cloying aftertaste." Jerkniv took another drink as he heard the praise from all around him. Suddenly, he felt like he was filled with power. "So it tastes so good that my body is getting excited. Huh, does that mean Nazarick has the best drinks? It seems I did insult those two dark elves back then. If they availed themselves of such wondrous drinks every day, then it's no wonder they weren't impressed by what we served." Jerkniv smiled bitterly. To think, even a simple drink could defeat him so thoroughly. Ah, I feel so calm now. This is the first time I've felt this relaxed since I came here. It's like I've come home. How long had they stayed out of the sun in the shade of the umbrellas and heard the wind blow through the grass? Eventually, Yuri said the words which Jerkniv longed to hear. "I apologize for the delay. Ain't Summer is ready to see you now, so please follow me." Three Jerkniv arrived at a hemispherical room. He stood before a pair of vast double doors. Intricate carvings decorated both sides of the doors, a beautiful goddess on the right and a cruel-looking demon on the left. Countless ominous-looking statues were arrayed around them. If one had to give it a name, it would probably be the Gates of Judgment. Jerkniv pondered those doors as he looked over them. The huge room was quiet, so quiet that he imagined he could hear the metaphorical sound of silence. Indeed, nobody from the Imperial contingent had uttered a single word ever since they had been brought here. The only sounds were the metallic noises of armor scraping against armor. They were not silent out of politeness, but rather, they had passed all manner of wondrous sights before coming here, which had stolen their souls away. It would have been too much to expect them to not be entranced by the nigh mythical scenes they had seen. In truth, even Jerkniv found it hard to control the impulse to gawk openly at his surroundings as he walked, given the splendor that surrounded him. He glanced over his shoulder to look at his subordinates who had followed him here. Behind him were Baziwood and 10 specially selected royal guards, Fluda and 4 of his acolytes, Rown, his secretary, and the priests from the night orders. Lanas and the remaining royal guards had been left behind with the carriages for security. Everyone following him, with the exception of Fluda, had drawn in their shoulders. This was the result of walking through this passage, which even the Empire's finest artisans would not be able to replicate, which filled them with a sense of being tiny and insignificant. The great underground tomb of Nazarick was a tomb in name only. In truth, it was a beautiful world that was closer to a citadel of the gods than anything else. Their image of the ruler of this place, the magic caster Ainz Ooal Gown, was overwhelming beyond description. The smile on Jerkniv's face was filled with self-mockery. Humans would naturally bow their heads to those who exceeded them. Anyone that was unimpressed by these architectural and artistic marvels must surely lack the capacity to feel. This is truly troubling. Ainz Ooal Gown waited beyond that door. He was a magic caster whose power surpassed even that of Fluda Paradine. Indeed, there might be nobody to equal him in the past or the future. His magnificent domicile far exceeded the capacity of humans to imagine. and his followers possessed incredible power. He was a being who possessed every possible advantage. Why had someone like that hidden in a place like this until now? Although Jerkniv did not know the answer, he would probably find out soon enough. At least, he hoped to learn that much during the discussions that were to follow. I doubt he'll be satisfied with a simple apology after that spectacular show of force he put on. Initially, Jerkniv's plan was to divine, and then play on Ainz Ooal Gown's desires, thereby turning the situation to the Empire's advantage. This whole pretense of making an apology was merely an excuse for achieving that aim. However, as if I could begin to tempt someone as powerful as this, I couldn't do it, even if I used all the wealth I possessed. Just as a 1 carat gem would not gain Jerkniv's attention, Ainz Ooal Gown could not possibly be interested in anything Jerkniv could offer. To begin with, wealth would be completely out of the question. If he offered military and magical support, well, why would he be interested in things that were far inferior to his own? As for members of the opposite sex, Jerkniv thought of Yuri and the maids they would be useless. Offers of rank and authority meant nothing to someone who lived in a place like this. Then what might he want? Jerkniv had no idea. It might be that no human being could conceive of a desire that could move the heart of Ainz Ooal Gown. It would be very difficult. Jerkniv's mind ran through countless stratagems and ploys to use against Ainz Ooal Gown. The conclusion was that he could do nothing. He came to the answer that the wisest thing he could do was hope Ainz did not regard him as an enemy. The victory conditions for this engagement are the Empire remains intact and that I return alive. As he gave voice to these thoughts, Jerkniv found that they were louder than he imagined. However, nobody around him reacted. They were too mesmerized by their surroundings. The throne room lies beyond. Ain't Sama waits for you within. After that, Yuri announced that her pot was over and bowed deeply to Jerkniv. As though waiting for those words, the vast double doors swung open slowly, without being touched. Several sudden intakes of breath reached Jerkniv's ears. It was not just 1 or 2 instances, but over 10 of them, probably well over half the people who had come to this place. Many among them had not been able to fully muster their resolve against the fear that gripped them and allowed their desire to flee to show on their faces. In other words, many of the Imperial contingent had been hoping that those double doors would not open. It was precisely because of that reason that Jerkniv was grateful that the doors had opened automatically. Who knew how long they would have to wait if they needed to work up the courage to pass through those doors first? A vast room came into view, with a ceiling that was very high and very broad. The walls were predominantly white, with extensive gold decorations and highlights. Luxurious, multicolored chandeliers, made of precious stones from all the colors of the rainbow, depended from the ceiling, radiating a fantastic light. Huge flags hung from poles set into the walls. This room was the epitome of a throne room. There was no better word to describe a place like this. Jerkniv and the others blanched pale as an oppressive air swept over them from inside the room. A crimson carpet ran down the center of the room, and flanking it were a series of immeasurably powerful beings. There were demons, dragons, bizarre humanoids, armored knights, bipedal insects, and elves. Each was different from the other in size and appearance, but the one thing they had in common was the overwhelming might each of them possessed. These beings were arranged in 2 lines on either side of the carpet, and it felt too disheartening to count them. They watched Jerkniv and company in silence. Although it was said that one could sense a certain kind of strength in the eyes of those with power or status, this was the first time Jerkniv had ever felt a physical pressure. The sound of low moans and the shuddering of metal armor plates came from behind Jerkniv. It was proof that his subjects were scared out of their wits. However, he could be honest about this. Jerkniv did not intend to reproach his subordinates for showing their fear. Rather, he wanted to praise them, because every single one of them had conquered that fear and stayed behind him. The fact that they had remained steadfast in the face of these terrifying beings was to be lauded. Jerkniv's threat evaluation of Ainz Ooal Gown rose by several dozen levels at once. His wariness had been revised ever upward since he arrived here, but even that had been far too naive. He had determined that Ainz Ooal Gown was not simply a threat to the Empire, but to the continued survival of the entire species, to humans and demi-humans both. Jerkniv's eyes followed the carpet forward. Far ahead of them was a set of stairs, and around it were assembled people that Jerkniv surmised were Ainz's aides. A beautiful silver-haired girl, a bluish-white monster that looked like an upright insect, a toad-like man in a suit. The twins from before here, Jerkniv felt some relief. If it turned out that the ones who wiped out his royal guards in a few seconds were mere foot soldiers, he would not have been able to keep his calm. Above them, upon those stairs, was a beautiful winged woman, and just behind her, that is, upon a crystal throne sat the physical incarnation of death. It held a strange-looking staff in hand. It was a monster with a bare skull for a head. It was like a being that had been formed from concentrating and condensing the darkness into a single point. It was Ainz Ooal Gown. A magnificent crown sat upon his head, and his body was cloaked in a luxurious sable robe. Rings glittered brightly on his fingers. Even from such a distance, Jerkniv could clearly tell that the exquisite accessories which Ainz wore were beyond the skills of his empire's craftsmen. Blood-red points of light glowed within the empty eye sockets of Ainz Ooal Gown's skull. As they swept over Jerkniv and his contingent, it felt as if they were tasting him. He did not seem shocked by the fact that Ainz was not human. Instead, he was relieved that he was not human. It was because Ainz was not human that Jerkniv could honestly accept that Ainz was a superior being that was far out of his league. Who? Jerkniv exhaled quietly. It was a sign of his resolve. The door had been opened, but it had not been opened for long. It was certainly not long enough for anyone to comment on their inactivity. Still, they could not wait out here forever, and so Jerkniv stepped forward. Let's go. Jerkniv's words were quiet enough that only those behind him could hear them. Anyone who saw him would be surprised by how he could speak without opening his mouth. This was not magic, but pure skill. It was a skill that was particularly useful in this sort of setting. However, Jerkniv could not sense anyone moving in response to his words. Advancing to stand before Ainz Ooal Gown meant that they would have to pass between the flanking lines of monsters, though he knew that they would probably not attack them. Walking in front of these creatures still required a great deal of courage. His judgment that they would not be attacked was not simple optimism. The reasons for using a throne room like this were for ceremonial purposes, as well as displaying the power of one's nation. These were facts that anyone would know. In other words, the reasons for choosing this place were to display the power of Nazarick and to show that he had no intent of killing Jerkniv and his followers. After all, if Ainz wanted to get rid of them, he could simply have brought them to a slaughterhouse instead. Jerkniv's underlings should have clearly understood that fact. However, that was not the reason why they remained immobile. The main reason for that was simply because they did not want to go near those monsters. Beyond the lines of monsters were Ainz Ooal Gown's aides. The power of those beings was clearly beyond the reckoning of sane men. And upon the throne was Ainz Ooal Gown himself. At great length, Jerkniv realized something in the depths of his soul. He realized that they were standing in the presence of what men would call a god. Jerkniv possessed a magic item that defended against mental attacks, but the pressure he was facing was outside the scope of the item's protection. If he lost his focus, but once, even the man known as the Bloody Emperor would be able to do nothing but kneel before Ainz. Still, it was precisely because of that reason that he had to go. Just as Jerkniv was observing Ainz Ooal Gown, Ainz Ooal Gown was also observing Jerkniv. If he disapproved of what he saw, what would happen to the Empire in future? At the very least, he had to let Ainz recognize the value of Jerkniv, and by extension, the continued existence of the Empire. Jerkniv laughed at his own naivete. What had he been thinking by a war of words? So this is what it means to regret something. Nothing else matters anymore. All I can hope for is to minimize the damage to the Empire. Let's go. Jerkniv's stern command was directed at his subordinates, but more importantly at himself, in order to recall himself to life. He could sense his men following him. It was a very soft carpet, but to Jerkniv right now, it seemed far too light and ephemeral. He firmly shunted aside the innumerable glares directed at him and moved forward, keeping his eyes fixed on the person that lay before him, Ainz Ooal Gown. He had a hunch that if he turned his eyes from his objective, his feet would no longer be able to move. Jerkniv was not an excellent warrior or anything like that, but the reason why he could move forward, leading his men where his royal guard feared to tread, was because of the mental fortitude that had been bred into him as an emperor. At last, he reached the base of the steps, in front of Ainz's aides. Ainz Sama, this is the ruler of the Baharuth Empire, Emperor Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix, who seeks an audience with you. The sweet voice came from the winged woman standing beside the throne. Her sweet voice matches her radiant looks, Jerkniv thought. In response, the being that was a veritable god of death spoke to Jerkniv. I am glad you have come, Emperor of the Baharuth Empire. I am the master of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Ainz Ooal Gown. A faint pang of relief ran through Jerkniv. His voice was more normal than he expected, like that of a human being. If that was the case, reading him from his words might yet be possible. I humbly thank you for your most generous welcome, Ainz Ooal Gown donor. One could not read facial expressions from a skull. What sort of opening would best fit the current situation? Jerkniv carefully pondered that question. However, the one who spoke first was neither Jerkniv nor Ain't Sama. It is disrespectful for inferior species such as humans to address you as an equal, a man's voice said. Kneel. Jerkniv heard the sound of metal plates clanking, but he did not need to turn around to know what was going on. His subjects must have knelt in response to the man's voice. At the same time, he could hear the desperate grunting that came from those who wanted to rise, but could not. It must have been some sort of powerful mental domination effect. Had Jerkniv not worn the necklace he never took off, he would be kneeling like his men. Countless gazes affixed themselves on Jerkniv, the only one to remain standing. They were cold, clinical stares, as though Jerkniv were nothing more than a guinea pig. That's enough. Demiurge. Understood. The toad-like monster called Demiurge bowed respectfully to its master, releasing control. He could almost see the pressure around them disappear, and he could hear sighs of relief from behind him. Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix, my subordinate, has done something rude to a noble guest who has come from far away to visit my domain. The sins of the vassal are those of the liege, and as such I beg your forgiveness. I hope this is a matter which can be resolved with a bowing of the head. Commotion and activity rose from the two files of monsters behind them. Countless feelings danced up in Jerkniv's heart. He was cautious, because he realized that Ainz was not the type who handled matters solely with brute force. Similarly, he was relieved, because Ainz was not the type who handled matters solely with brute force. Most importantly, he was afraid. He knew without a doubt that Ainz had the complete loyalty of all the monsters present here. At the same time, Jerkniv had the sickening realization that everything that had happened so far had occurred in accordance with Ainz Ooal Gown's wishes. It was the ominous feeling that everything had taken place just as Ainz had planned. There is no need to apologize for that, Gown Dono. It is not uncommon for subordinates to go wild and do as they please. Citizens from our empire have done the same themselves. Truly, I am disgraced. One of the royal guards who had been released from the domination began moving and placed an urn beside Jerkniv in a worried, nervous manner. Jerkniv should have immediately taken it up, but he was delayed by his thoughts. Were the actions of Gown's minion intended to make me say what I just did? If that's the case, should I go off script? No, that's not an option. This is like a staged fight with real blades. A single misstep will result in severe injuries that would be very bad. This is the head of the foolish noble who took it upon himself to send intruders into your tomb, although I do not know if tomb is the right word to use. I hope you will accept it. The urn contained Earl Femel's head. He was the noble who had been induced by Jerkniv to recruit and dispatch the workers. These nobles, who were neither boon nor bane, were raised to be used at times like these. Dead men told no tales. Although he did not know how much information Ainz Ooal Gown possessed, it would be wiser to cover up his sins as much as possible. It was quite likely that Ainz sent his emissaries to intimidate him because the workers had barged into his domain. Because of that, his best option was to deny all knowledge of the incident. The beautiful woman standing beside Ainz gently nodded her head, and the one called Demiurge brought the urn up the steps. Then he knelt before Ainz and presented the head from within the urn. Ainz lifted the head up. I will accept it, but what shall I do with it now? It would be a waste to simply throw it away. Mockery. Then I see. He's certain that Femel was manipulated. The question now is where the information leaked from. Suddenly, the severed head of Earl Femel twitched in Ainz's skeletal hand. At a glance, one might think that Ainz was shaking it, but a closer look would reveal the truth. A black liquid swallowed the head, and Ainz let it fall from his hand. Jerkniv did not turn his eyes from the horrifying sight of a fountain of sticky black liquid erupting from the ground. After the black fluid finished flowing away, What was left was an enormous suit of black plate armor. It was a death knight. As one, everyone behind Jerkniv inhaled sharply in surprise. I am possible, he created it. The maid's words were true. Jerkniv desperately wanted to bite his lip but forced himself not to. He could not do such a shameful thing in public. Go, get in line. With a deep groan that seemed to come from somewhere far beneath the earth, the Death Knight obediently descended the stairs and vanished from Jerkniv's field of vision. How many more of these Death Knights can Ainz Ooal Gown still make? Don't tell me. An unlimited number, so long as he has corpses. No, that's just ridiculous. Wait, before that, can he make even more powerful undead? If he really could make such creatures. Then, Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnikstono. Ainz's quiet voice brought Jerkniv back to his senses, and he smiled easily to Ainz. Ah, Gowndono, Jerkniv will do. After all, it is a long name. Is it now? Well then, Jerkniv Dono, to begin with, allow me to apologize for that unsightly display just now. Given that my ill-mannered vassal gave offense to you and those under your command, I will consider the matter of that noble's invasion of Nazarick settled. Then, that is all. Although I have made you come a long way, you are now free to leave. Ha! Jerkniv did not understand what he had just heard. Ah, forgive me. I fear I may have misheard your words. Could I trouble you to speak them to me once more? There is no need for you to apologize. It will be fine if you return home. After all, we will be getting quite busy over here shortly. Ainz shrugged, like he was joking. Jerkniv had no idea what was going on any longer. Could it be that the apology was just a pretext to get him to come here in order to fulfill some other objective? Yet, the fact that he had been forgiven so easily was very strange. Something did not add up here. Wait a minute, what did he just say? Forgive me, but what did you mean by getting very busy? Thanks to your majesty, we now know that we will be drawn into troublesome matters, even if we try to keep a low profile. That being the case, I was thinking of moving to the surface and personally dealing with all these troublesome things. That would mean, first, we will have those who plot against us pay the price for their foolishness. After that, we will crush all the troublesome people we encounter until the peace I so cherish is restored. These words were the ranting of a lunatic. No, that would be wrong. He was not mad. When one considered Ainz Ooal Gown's abilities, his military and economic strength, those words were not mad at all. It was only Jerkniv, blinded by his limited experience, who found it hard to accept the facts. Ainz Ooal Gown was a man who could do all that. An uncontrollable feeling of dread welled up from beneath Jerkniv's feet. The great underground tomb of Nazarick. It was a monster which had secluded itself away quietly. Now it had opened its doors, and it was about to take its first steps on the surface world. Could it be that he called me here for this? Is this a declaration of war? What should I do? Ainz Ooal Gown is essentially saying he will declare war on the Empire in the future. I should be kneeling before him now. Right, in truth, he felt that was the wisest thing to do. However, he did not think the people would prosper by accepting a monster's rule. If things went badly, there was a possibility that Ainz might simply kill everyone in the Empire and reanimate them as more Death Knights. That would be a fate worse than death. Jerkniv racked his brains like he had never done before in his life. By right, he should have brought this question back and consulted with dozens of sages over what the proper course of action should be. But by then, it would be too late. With a smile that cut through everything, Jerkniv spoke. I have a proposal. How about forming an alliance? Are you confusing us with your lackeys, Ewa? A clear, bell-like voice rang forth, followed by the sound of something moving swiftly. The silver-haired girl frowned slightly, while Aura, standing beside her, pretended to act dumb. Although Jerkniv's dynamic vision was not good enough to see what had happened, it would seem the dark elf had kicked the silver-haired girl in the leg. Oi, you're making too much noise. Quiet down. With a gesture befitting a demon king, Ainz majestically waved his left hand to motion for silence. Such regal movements could only have been born of long years of rulership. Jerkniv's alertness level went through the roof. I see. He has presided over this land as its ruler for a long time. To think he had such a dignified bearing, the two girls spoke at once, expressing their regret for their foolishness. He could not sense a hint of the arrogance that Aura had given off while in the capital. Right after that, he glanced at Ainz Ooal Gown, hoping that he had his subordinates fully under control. Then he screwed up his courage and prepared to speak. This was the main event. His tongue moistened his dry lips. Jerkniv picked the finest plan he could think of from the numberless plots and stratagems he had come up with in the short time until now. To build a nation here and to rule it as king, I think that is a great idea. It is a position that best suits you. Gaundono, our empire will gladly supply all the aid and resources you need to found this nation. How about that? Ainz's fleshless face did not move. However, Jerkniv sensed that the bright points of red light in Ainz's eye sockets were glowing slightly brighter. Jerkniv Dono, I do not believe that plan holds any merits for you. That was only natural, which was why he could confidently predict Ainz would ask that question. Mustering up all his acting expertise, Jerkniv made his reply. I wish to forge good relations with the country that your esteemed person will eventually establish. This is also a consideration for the future. I see. Then, let it be so. I will leave the details to you. Ainz had agreed so fast that it left Jerkniv dumbfounded. It was almost disappointing. He had not expected things to go so smoothly. To begin with, why didn't he ask me to swear loyalty to him? As an overwhelmingly superior individual in an infinitely advantageous position, why would he accept this proposal? He had prepared dozens of answers for when Ainz demanded fealty from him. But Ainz's answer had exceeded the scope of Jerkniv's predictions. What was he up to? Jerkniv could not understand Ainz's thinking at all. When battling a stronger opponent, a weaker man would fight by thinking of how to trip his opponent up. This was how one exploited the arrogance of the strong. But if the stronger opponent was not an arrogant being, then that tactic was unusable. The weaker man's only way of fighting would have no effect. That was how Ainz was. He would never act in a way that let others feel he was arrogant. No, as I thought. It's possible that everything up till now has been going according to Ainz's plans. After all, the delay in his reply was far too short. Did that mean he already predicted all my possible choices and prepared the appropriate responses? Jerkniv was keenly aware that the frightening thing about the being called Ainz Ooal Gown was not merely his matchless might, but also his unfathomable intellect. Is that so? Then that is wonderful. Could you tell us if there is anything we can do for you? I cannot think of anything right now. However, I would like to establish a venue where I could station emissaries from our end. I would like some way of quickly communicating with yourself. If all was really going as Ainz planned, then there was no way he would not have thought of everything. In that case, had this entire exchange simply been a coincidence? No, that might be a bluff as well. He must have thought that he would be seen through if he stated his demands immediately. What a cunning monster he is. Or rather, perhaps it's because he's a monster that his intellect surpasses that of mankind. Ah, yes. Indeed, how foolish of me for not having thought of that. I expected nothing less of you, Gaundono. Ah, is he not a fan of pleasantries? After hearing that half-hearted response, Jerkniv made a mental note of that data point. Then, I shall return first. I will leave my secretary here. Could you discuss the details with him? Round Vermilion. Understood. I shall offer up my body and soul for the Empire's sake. Although Jerkniv could not see Round's face behind him, he could keenly feel the man's conviction in his voice. In truth, the decisions made here would decide the Empire's future. If he did not have to rush back to the Empire immediately to form the appropriate committees to deal with Ainz Ooal Gown, Jerkniv would have preferred to stay here himself. An excellent answer. I can feel your loyalty to your Emperor in every word. Then we will send out Demiurge. Granted, he was somewhat rude to you earlier, but since you have forgiven him, I will let him handle this task. The frog-like monster bowed silently from the corner of Jerkniv's eye, and he sensed that he was about to lose a valuable subordinate. He struggled to control himself, so he would not let the fires of hate creep into the eyes as he looked at Ainz. He's already making his move. The frog monster, Demiurge, could dominate people with his words. This was clearly declaring his intention to turn Round into his puppet and have him reveal everything he knew about the Empire. These are not the actions an ally would take. The fact that he's so overt about this is proof of his insidious nature. Demiurge. He must be planning to send this stupid-looking monster to do intelligence-intensive work like coordinating both sides, so he can claim it was his subordinate carrying out spy work on his own later on. Ainz Ooal Gown, how many more surprises do you have up your sleeve? You son of a bitch. Although he was cursing Ainz in his heart, Jerkniv had to take his hat off to him. The mistake from just now was calculated so Jerkniv, could not claim they had no idea such a thing would happen. If he had any objections, he had to voice them now, because once he let this chance slip, his silence might be taken as consent. Just as Jerkniv was about to say something, Ainz spoke before him. Demiurge is one of my most trusted followers. I'm sure there will be no further problems if he and Round discuss these matters. That would be wonderful. Jerkniv forced himself to smile. This was the first time he had seen such a masterful exploitation of an opportunity. Since Ainz had already said this much, anything further would be a waste of breath. However, as Jerkniv heard Ainz's next words, he realized how naive he had been. Now then, the present situation is different from before. You are now an ally of Nazarick, Jerkniv Dono. To send you home in such haste seems rude. Since you have come all this way, why not spend the night here? I shall prepare a warm welcome for you. So it's not just Round. He wants to get everyone here as well. Worse, he might be planning an even more wicked scheme. No matter what, it was hard to believe staying the night was an innocent act of charity with no ulterior motives. He cursed the way Demiurge's ugly face twisted in a smile, as if to say, I understand. No, no, no. We could not possibly trouble you. After all, we must return to make preparations. Is that so? That is a shame. Then, if it is convenient now, please allow one of my servants to send you home. The thought of riding a dragon came to mind, and curiosity welled up at Aintz's suggestion. Still, Jerkniv waved that prospect aside. There was no way Ainz would simply transport him home, and he did not wish to owe Ainz a favor. I am deeply appreciative of your most generous offer, and I thank you for it. However, I feel that since I came on a carriage, I should return the same way. An undead headless horse could run day and night without sleep. Please forgive me, but I must respectfully decline. Must you? I see. He could sense that there was some disappointment in those words. Was it an act, or was it the truth? Jerkniv could not tell, although he suspected it might be an act. In any case, as long as they did not fully understand their current circumstances, he wanted to avoid announcing the news of the Empire's alliance with the undead Ainz. To begin with, if he rode a life-hating undead horse back to the Empire, leaving aside the priests that he brought with him, what would the priests of the capital's temples have to say about that? Then we shall take our leave. Very well, Demiurge, escort our guests outside. No, no, there is no need to trouble. Well, since this is a rare opportunity, how about the maids? I have never seen such beautiful women before. Ainz cricked his neck in surprise. It was an incredibly fake movement. Jerkniv fought to keep his anger under control as he smiled to Ainz. He must have known that they were wary of Demiurge, yet he had sent him out anyway, as though to mock them. He had no intention of forming an alliance. This was a roundabout way of telling Jerkniv exactly who was in charge here. I've never seen such evil before. He's a threat to humanity's continued survival. Ah, thank you for your praise. Then please speak with the maids waiting outside. Ah, what a fine day for forging an alliance. How I wish I could make it a festival. You mean, to celebrate the day you made slaves of us. As he screamed internally, Jerkniv smiled to Ainz once more. Indeed, yes, indeed. For after the talks were concluded, Ainz gathered the guardians Albedo, Demiurge, Aura Mare, Carcitus, Scholtier in his room, along with Sebas. He signaled to his kneeling subordinates to rise. He placed both elbows on his table and meshed his hands, covering the lower half of his face. His non-existent belly ached. Now, they would probably start denouncing him. As he held that feeling in his heart, he peeked at Demiurge and Albedo. They did not seem angry, nor did they seem speechless. However, who could tell if that was or was not a poker face? After thinking of that, he looked closely at them again to see if their faces were frozen in anger. I want to get out of here. In the first place, why did I sit here? No, it's too late. No use crying over spilt milk. Grow a damn spine, Ainz Ooal Gown. The phantom pain in his gut seemed to have subsided a little, but he still felt like throwing up. When he learned the Emperor was approaching Nazarick as planned, Ainz indirectly asked Demiurge, what shall we do next? But instead the answer he got was, since all is going as predicted, we shall stick to the plan. But I don't know what the plan is. Of course, he did not actually say that. As the absolute ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Ainz had to adopt an attitude that matched the expectations of the NPCs, the children. Therefore, all he could do was pretend to look determined, smile in a kingly way, and reply, is that so? When it came to following Demiurge's plan, however, Ainz was desperately flailing in the dark. The actual talks with Jerkniv Rune Farlord Elnix had been played entirely off the cuff, trusting that there would be a way through no matter what. As for how confident he was of having said the right thing during the negotiations, well, simply put, he was not. Like a student waiting for his test scores, he peeked at the two of them. This is like a job interview. He had sat for several interviews as he made his foray into the working world, and he felt the same then as he did now. Now then, the Emperor has made his move. Just as predicted. Ainz took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted from beside him. Ainz Sama, I fear to offend, but I have a question. Why did you have to give the human Emperor a position as a collaborator? Couldn't we have just conquered the Empire by force? Ainz's non-existent heart lurched in response to Sholtir's question. The first step of their overall goal of world domination was to apply pressure to the Empire. They would allow the Empire's high command to launch an attack on Nazarick and use that to threaten the Empire and force the Emperor into a direct meeting. Then, they would impress the overwhelming military might of Nazarick upon them. That was how this operation should have gone. Ainz knew nothing else. The exact importance of why they had to impress Nazarick's power onto the Emperor and other such fine details were a mystery to him. Because of that, he had no idea how to properly answer Sholtir's question. Aura continued after her. Sholtir's got a point. We went to their capital, and it's nothing much. Ainz glanced at the other guardians. They all seemed to have the same doubts. While they had no intention of going against the decision made by their master Ainz, while they thought that whichever way he chose was correct, the doubts would still keep welling up. In addition, they wanted to know why Ainz made the decisions that he did, to understand his true intentions, so they could be more useful to him. If they did not know his motives, then the chance that they might accidentally work against his aims would be higher. Two of the Guardians in particular felt uneasy about this lack of knowledge, namely Sholtir and Sebas, who had already committed mistakes in the past. Both of them watched Ainz with serious looks on their faces, paying close attention to his words so they would not miss out on his intentions. Ainz quashed the pressure he felt from being the focus of everyone's attention and searched for a way out of this predicament. First, I need to decide whether or not to affirm or deny Sholtir and Aura's words. If I affirm them, that means conquering the Empire is part of the plan. If I deny them, it means we won't be conquering the Empire for now. Which choice should I pick to sync up with Albedo and Demiurge? Oh no, not good. I took too long, Ainz laughed, in a tone he hoped was confident and fearless. After that, he exhaled deeply. The odds were 1 in 2. If he screwed up here, all he would have to do was correct his course somehow. And besides, Sholtir is always messing up, so I should reject her in this. I feel that would be a foolish course of action. Sholtir. The light in the Guardians' eyes brightened as they heard Ainz's words. That was probably not a trick of the light. They wanted to listen to the words of their great master, the better to harvest the pearls of wisdom which fell from that brilliant mind of his. I'm not what you think I am. Ainz looked over to Demiurge. He did his best not to look like he was crying out for help, and spoke slowly and carefully. Demiurge. A smart man like him should understand even if I just speak his name. That was Ainz's hope. Yes, please forgive these incompetents' inability to fully comprehend your plans. Ah, no, incompetent is a bit too much. Once more, I offer my apologies. I beg for your forgiveness. It's not like that. Why didn't you say something else? This is bad. If I call on Demiurge again, why didn't he just give a straight answer? Albedo. I am moved to tears by the boundless compassion of Ainz Sama. I expected nothing less of our ruler and our king. Umu. He wanted answers more than he wanted praise. However, there was nobody else he could turn to. After gathering his resolve, Ainz began explaining his conclusion. We require just cause. Is such a thing truly necessary? Of course. Indeed, we could conquer the Empire with force alone. However, if we did that, we would raise too many enemies against us. It is different from dealing with primitive opponents like the lizard men. If I had to explain this to someone, I would phrase it like this. While we were living peacefully in our secluded home, we were attacked and robbed by workers from the Empire. In anger, we killed them and demanded an apology from their employer, the Empire, and they in turn said they would help us build a nation in order to make amends. That was the general idea. Thus, making the Emperor a collaborator is part of the plan. Oh, I see, but Ainz Sama. Will they accept an explanation like that? Whether they accept or not is unimportant, Aura. It is the truth. That was what he meant by just cause. And Ainz had not told a single lie to them. Ah, could that mean? It was all for this, to get the Emperor here. What do you mean, Mayor? Why, yes. Talks with the Emperor might leave traces behind, and because of that, you specially brought him here to minimize the number of leaks when you spoke. I think that's it. Ha ha ha. Indeed it was. Well done, Mayor. Mayor blushed shyly and smiled. As he looked at Mayor's adorable smile, Ain't sighed in relief. It was true that negotiating in the Empire might leave a lot of evidence behind. However, by bringing a limited amount of Empire personnel here, they could minimize the number of leaks and ensure it would not go on the record. This would be very useful when conducting investigations. Ainz was impressed by the foresight of Demiurge, who had arranged for events to take place here in the first place, and looked to the other guardians. In addition, building a nation implies that we will be defending more people. Turning countries into graveyards will only damage the name of Ainz Ooal Gown. Now, has anyone noticed anything? The intention behind those words was to ask if anyone else had noticed anything special like Mare did. The eyes of all the guardians were now focused on Demiurge. They must have felt that Demiurge, whom they believed, was the brightest mind in Nazareth, would surely have picked up on something. Ain't strongly hoped that would be the case. Cuckoo. Demiurge's laugh echoed through the room. Did you really think that was the extent of Ain't Sama's plan? Q-hoo-hoo. What do you mean? What did you say? Oh, everyone, you need to think harder. Ain't Sama is our master, who assembled all the supreme beings. Do you think that was the extent of his planning? Ain't swallowed, as though he had been punched in the face. Meanwhile, the guardians were nodding and murmuring, indeed. The hell, why are you making things difficult for me? Fortunately, nobody could hear Aintz's internal screaming. Precisely. Aren't you being too hasty by thinking that you knew the depths of Ain't Sama's intentions just because he supplied you with that easily understood answer? That's why Ain't Sama didn't tell you the deeper meaning behind his plans. A vague hint of regret colored the faces of all the guardians other than Albedo and Demiurge. They were probably worried that their foolish brains were incapable of being useful to Ainz. All this made Ainz even more grateful for his current body. It was easier to maintain a poker face this way. Really, Ain't Sama, should you not inform us of your true objective now? After all, it will inform our future direction. Everyone's attention went to Ainz. Their earnest, pleading expressions seemed to say, please enlighten this foolish one. After looking over everyone, Ainz took a deep breath. No, he took several deep breaths. Then he slowly rose from his chair and turned his back to the guardians. From this position, he offered praise to Demiurge over his shoulder. As expected of Demiurge and the overseer of the guardians. Albedo, to think you had discerned my true aims. No, your schemes are elaborate and far-sighted. Ain't Sama, I cannot hope to compare, and I believe what I understand is only a portion of your plans. Demiurge bowed respectfully in response to Aintz's praise. I have heard that some of the maids speak of you as a wise king. I believe that name is best suited for Ain't Sama. To think, assuming the role of Mammon, the adventurer, was part of your master plan. Now, he has become an effective alternative to leveling a country. Aints nodded in smug self-satisfaction, but his heart was a vortex of doubt. What's he saying? Mammon, what is the name of that adventurer from Yggdrasil doing here? What does this all mean? Sholtier's question carried a hint of jealousy, probably because she could not tread the same ground which those two shared with their beloved master. Aura puffed up her cheeks in displeasure as she saw Demiurge's faint smile and the beaming smile of a victor on Albedo's face. Ain't Sama. Tell us too. We want to be useful as well. Then, please tell me too, please. To begin with, we should not need to have it spelled out for us. Please forgive this foolish one. I pray you will enlighten us in this matter. Ain't Sama. Everyone sounded quite desperate. Aints kept his back face to them and covered his eyes with a hand. The stress made him feel like he was going to faint. There is no greater joy in life for us than to serve you. The guardians behind him were saying something similar, all at the same time. Aints' heart ached with guilt as he heard the sincere pleas from the guardians behind him, and as he realized that he could not answer them. His strong emotions should have been suppressed, but yet this pain he felt continued unabated. Should he come clean and admit his own incompetence? However, there were many reasons which would not allow him to say that. He cast aside his doubts and turned around. forcefully thrusting the staff of Ainz Ooal Gown toward Demiurge as he did. Demiurge, I permit you to explain what you understand to the others. Understood. After Demiurge nodded, he began speaking to his comrades. 5. The structure of the carriage had not changed between the journey to and from Nazareth, but for some reason, every slight bump and jostle along the way seemed magnified. Perhaps it was because of the gloomy atmosphere in the carriage's interior, or perhaps it was because the people occupying the carriage had changed. The troops escorting them to Nazareth were composed of men from the First Legion. The ones escorting them from Nazareth were from the Second Legion. In place of Fluda was one of his disciples. In place of Round was one of his scribes. The two original occupants of the carriage who remained were Jerkniv and Bazywood. Fluda was not here because he wanted to discuss what he had seen with his disciples. In his stead, he had sent one of his acolytes to take his place in Jerkniv's carriage. Though the acolyte was skilled, he was still a far cry from his master. In all likelihood, the discussion in Fluda's carriage was probably at a feverish intensity. The mood in their carriage would probably be the polar opposite of this one. In Jerkniv's carriage, there was only silence. A grim mood filled the carriage. The one who had made it this way was Jerkniv himself. His face was hard and his expression bitter, like he had chewed on a lotus root. The man who was known and feared as the Bloody Emperor was a man who typically wore a thin smile on his face. In truth, that expression was carefully rehearsed. This was because he had to cultivate the impression of a strong emperor among his people. A person who stood above all others has to make a striking impression on everyone, otherwise it would cause unease among those who followed him. However, it seemed that Bazywood, who knew Jerkniv the best among these three people, had never seen this look on Jerkniv's face. Everyone present knew this, which was why they kept quiet and remained in their places. Even if he felt them looking at him, Jerkniv did not plan to say anything. The reason for that was abundantly clear. Or rather, if anyone could think of anything else, Jerkniv would split open that person's head to see what was inside. Chances are, he would find a brain the size of his pinky fingernail. The great underground tomb of Nazareth, in truth. Calling it a tomb was grossly inappropriate. That's a demon king's castle. Those frightening beings, and beyond them the spectre of death, which sat upon a throne. And it was not just fear they felt. They had seen myriad luxuries, glittering architecture, and all manner of decorations. Nobody could remain unawed by that. Jerkniv could easily predict the difficulties his country would have in the face of that being which possessed superlative military and economic power, among other things. If a country's leader was strong, he would give his people a sense of security. However strong a country might be, being led by a sheep would only fill it with unease. Fortunately, the empire was a lion through and through. And then, all of a sudden, a dragon had appeared before them. How would the empire's citizens feel about that? Jerkniv stared down at his hands, which were clenched so tight all the color had gone from them. No, it's not over yet. Our defeat hasn't been decided yet. Jerkniv smiled. It was a smile that fit the name of the Bloody Emperor. Perhaps they were waiting for the return of that mocking smile, but a feeling of relief came over each of his subordinates. As he saw their reaction, his smile grew more and more genuine. Don't stare so hard. Aren't you losing your focus here? Your Majesty, the three voices overlapped. There were hints of joy within them, joy that their emperor had come back to them. As Jerkniv realized what he should be doing, he nodded vigorously. To begin with, I would like to confirm if everyone feels the same way about that place. If anyone has a differing opinion, feel free to give it. Who knows, I might be the one who's gotten things wrong. Well then, I suppose we should start with the most important thing. What does everyone think of the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazareth? Ainz Ooal Gown. Jerkniv deliberately said the name of that incredible monster a beat slower than normal. Ainz Ooal Gown is a monster among monsters who can easily create death knights, and if we make an enemy of him, the Empire will probably be destroyed. However, even if we do not antagonize him, there is a chance he might kill us all anyway, because he is undead and he would take joy in it. Does anyone disagree? No. It is as His Majesty says. Ah, we agree then. To add to that, I don't think we can beat him with the power of mankind. Frankly speaking, I don't think we could even get within striking distance of him, even if we mustered all the armies of the Empire. After receiving 3 similar replies, Jerkniv continued speaking. In addition, I can sense that as an absolute ruler. He possesses a charm that befits a king. Ah, yes. His presence was truly formidable. It felt like he was more charismatic than our emperor. Baziwood Dono. It is fine. That is a fact. The frightening thing is that he said just one sentence, and from that sentence I could feel the immense pressure of a tyrant. You're making too much noise. Quiet down. Was that it? Jerkniv nodded lightly to the scribe. That was without doubt the attitude which Ainz Ooal Gown adopted as the king of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Also, the scariest thing about that monster is the way he thinks. He's a rare breed of schemer whose every move is made with a purpose. Don't look so surprised. You lot, think about it. He's probably predicted the flow of everything we have discussed so far. Otherwise, why would he release us so easily? An opponent with so much power who doesn't use brawn, but brains. He is no mere mindless brute. That was the most troublesome part about him. After that, let us talk about his followers. What do you think of them, this time? He pushed his subordinates for their opinions. The ones near him must have been his close aides, and the black-winged woman beside him, she should be his queen, right? It seemed that way, from her attitude, the jaw-dropping beauty in the white dress. Even if there was no kindness in the thin smile she wore, it still possessed a charm that moved men's hearts. Given her beauty, there would surely be many men who would be consumed by the desire to see that smile directed at them. As for the black wings at her waist, one could tell they were not magic items or items of clothing. The main reason was because they were far too natural. While there were humans with wings and other winged species in this world, she should probably be a demon, an outsider to this world, Jerkniv thought. She might well be. I think it's possible that she's Ainz Ooal Gown's wife. If she's his wife, then, how shall I put this? Is only his face made of bones? Or is he wearing a mask? Who knows? Still, despite Jerkniv's words, none of them felt that it was a mask, and they did not think it was an illusion either. And there's also Demiurge, who can control people with his voice. Is he a bard? Perhaps he's good at singing because he's a frog. Bards could use performances with musical instruments to produce magical effects. The power of Demiurge to control people through words was very similar to that. In addition, he had also heard that the fey creatures called Lorelei had an ability similar to his. However, that man was nothing like the beautiful beings that were the fey. He was absolutely certain of that. Ah, I see. A bard. Then that does sound quite similar. And there was a gigantic insect as well, I believe. What was that? Although I think it could be some sort of insect-type species, I don't know much about Ant-Man, so I think you would be better served asking Master about it. The world was huge. There were many species that were not widely known, and some of them could spontaneously mutate. Also, according to the legends, monster kings were known to be more developed than normal. It was similar to how ant queens were different from worker ants. Jerkniv thought that it was a possibility. In that case, the remaining ones are the silver-haired girl and those two dark elves. Leaving the latter two aside, who's the former? Judging from her huge boobs, could she be a concubine? Laughter filled the carriage at Baziwood's comment. Ah, well, if she was just a concubine, then she wouldn't be brought out like that, no. She's probably as strong as that dark elf. Oi, 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 I think you're getting it wrong. Baziwood's words were infused with seriousness. It's true. In all likelihood, the ones closest to that monster Ainz are probably his aides. However, that doesn't mean they're all strong. Think about it. If the only criterion to be His Majesty's follower was strength, and he surrounded himself with 100 people like me, don't you think the government would crumble in short order? Simply put, she was chosen to be his follower for reasons other than strength. Perhaps she's a very intelligent concubine. Maybe she single-handedly manages the affairs of that fortress, which calls itself a tomb. I see, came the scattered replies. Jerkniv felt that he had a point. Since their attention had been stolen by Ainz Ooal Gown's might, they looked at how she was lined up with the dark elves and automatically concluded that the silver-haired girl was a strong being. Of course, it would be scary if another person had the same power as that dark elf. However, being led into a false conclusion by prior prejudice was also a bad thing. That's probably it, Jerkniv said as he looked at his subordinates. I've considered that myself. Come to think of it, I would be somewhat relieved if all his followers were undead, but it would seem he's gathered all sorts of monsters under him. Well, rather than call it a monster gallery, it feels more like a wealth of talent. Jerkniv could not help but smile at Baziwood's blunt words. Indeed, We should probably try and learn more about these fellows. Apart from that, there's the matter of that fortress grandeur. Surely there must have been something written about such a grand place. Regretfully, I know nothing about it. When we return to the capital, I will immediately begin looking into it, starting with myths and legends. Jerkniv graciously accepted the acolyte's apology. Ah, I'll leave that to you. Is there anything else we've missed? I honestly can't believe such a wicked monster could create such a stately domain. Did you find anything which could be a clue? By which I mean, is it really a tomb built during that region's history? There was no answer, which meant that they were all wondering the same thing. They could not completely discount the possibility that the fortress had teleported from somewhere else, possibly another world known as the Demon Realm, to a place under that tomb. Or rather, that was easier to swallow. We won't get an answer. As I thought, we just don't have enough information. All we can do is squeeze out as much as we can from Vermilion, who's stationed over there, and from the fellow who's coming over to the Empire. Do you understand? Of course, we will try not to make the opposition hostile or suspicious. There is no trying here. The enemy's strength is overwhelmingly superior to our own. You need to move carefully so you don't break the false alliance we have. As the scribe lowered his head, Jerkniv suddenly felt the weight sliding off his shoulders. We've done a bad thing to the people we brought along, haven't we? Perhaps that was why he had brought up the girls, who had not been released ever since they had been packed into the carriages. Originally, the girls were to be offered to Ainz Ooal Gown in order to tie him to the Empire. Sex was a universal weapon in any place or era. Perhaps the Imperial intelligence agencies should have prepared professional honey traps, but since the use of magical investigation could potentially complicate things, they had instead selected pure, innocent girls instead. Although I think this is disrespectful to the courage they gathered up to bid farewell to their families, don't you think they should be happy about this? Do you think so? Being able to gain that monster's love is a pretty impressive thing. Any woman who would gladly make love to such a monster would be very brave. Basywood was hinting that no such people existed, but that was a naive way of thinking. Jerkniv could confidently attest to that, being thoroughly familiar with the secret battles that women fought, with his mother poisoning her own husband as an example. Women are braver than men think, and they act for passion and gain. There should be no shortage of women out there who are willing to offer their bodies to that skeleton king. In that sense, we're the ones who should be happy now. After all, one of them might tell Ainz Ooal Gown that we threatened to kill her and her family. Although the only response to his words were bitter smiles, Jerkniv believed that might actually happen. Jerkniv's reforms, pushed through with autocratic power, had made him a lot of enemies in the nobles he had displaced. Of course, he had his allies, but in truth, the people he could really trust were only a few of his close aides and his mentor. Fluda suddenly, a question struck him like a falling feather. It was about Fluda. Not only was Fluda his mentor, but he was also a pillar of the Empire and its trump card. He was a man that even Jerkniv revered as the highest hero of the Empire. Jerkniv was keenly aware that beneath his sage-like face was a near-fanatical desire to explore the depths of magic. It was because of that desire that he had his doubts. That had been far too unlike Fluda. Ainz Ooal Gown was a great magic caster that far surpassed Fluda. He could effortlessly create the death knights that Fluda could not even control. Then, why had he said nothing and left the tomb with him? If it were Gramps, he would probably beg that wicked monster for magical knowledge. Right, he would genuflect before him and offer everything that sounded like what would have happened. Everyone had knelt before Demiurge back then. However, it might have just been a distraction to focus their attention on that bizarre situation while he used the opportunity to perform some sort of mind control on Fluda. He could not imagine Ainz Ooal Gown wanting to take Fluda as a minion. Although Fluda was the Empire's trump card, when compared to that monster's power, he was little more than a speck of dust. However, Fluda's accumulated knowledge was valuable in and of itself. In addition, if he could take control of Fluda, the Empire's military power would plummet, and they would lose their finest weapon against Ainz Ooal Gown. It would be like putting a collar on a slave. Is that the case? Gramps didn't say anything. Was it because he already knew? Did he know about Ainz Ooal Gown's power beforehand? In that moment, shock ran through him like a lightning strike. He broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, you don't look well. Are you all right? Shall we call a priest? No need. I said. There's no need. That's right, no need. Jerkniv glanced at his panicked subordinates, and he was once more consumed in a maelstrom of contemplation. Am I afraid? Me? His mind was a chaotic mess, and he could not sort his thoughts out. Or rather, it was more like he did not want to think those thoughts and was trying to avoid contemplating them. No, if I run away from this now, it will only invite disaster upon us. Calm down. I have to calm down. I have to calm down and think. Jerkniv continued to ponder the question as he was bathed in curious looks. For starters, let's consider Gramps. Assuming Gramps already knew about Ainz Ooal Gown's power. No, if he did know about his power, then his weird actions could be easily explained. So Gramps has some kind of secret deal going on with that monster. Impossible. Unless Jerkniv did not have the energy to worry about the shocked looks on his subordinates' faces. No, that's not right, Jerkniv. When Gramps saw the Death Knight, that fear on his face was genuine, which is proof that he didn't know about Ainz Ooal Gown's power or not. Maybe. What Graf Fluter did not know was that fellow's ability to control Death Knights. He probably knew about Ainz Ooal Gown, that incredible magic caster, from the beginning. It was like putting the scattered pieces of a jigsaw together to reveal a beautiful or horrifying picture. So Fluter knows that monster. From how long ago were they in cahoots? From the beginning. That's right. Fluter was involved with every step of this mess, from the discovery of the tomb to the dispatch of the workers. He had finally made a connection between all the scattered pieces of the puzzle. When one thought about it that way, most of the mysteries could be brought to light. Treachery. Is it treachery? He sold the empire out. Was it a voice of bitter resentment from the pits of hell, or perhaps of a crying child? His subordinates did not dare ask him questions. They simply remained silent as they studied his face. Jerkniv turned to face them. Fluder Paradine has betrayed us all. That being the case, what damage will this do to the empire? Can we put him in a sinecure and place him under house arrest? Everyone could not help but stare at that unbelievable statement. How? How is that possible? Your Majesty, this is too much for a joke. Uncontrollable anger burned in Jerkniv as the acolyte spoke. He wanted to shout, I don't want to hear such foolishness, but he held his tongue. The reason he did that was because somewhere in a corner of his mind, a young Jerkniv was saying that he could not believe it either. Jerkniv had grown up watching the schemes and treachery of the dark side of noble society. With that, the adult Jerkniv took a deep breath and expelled the blazing heat in his chest and the burning emotions in his heart. I will say this one more time. Fluder Paradine has betrayed us. That being the case, what damage will this do to the Empire? His subordinates looked at each other, and after a few seconds of this, the acolyte spoke. It is difficult to imagine. The amount of damage cannot be estimated with a single glance. With Master around, we could be confident of overcoming any other country. We have been able to remain uninvolved with the petty politics of other nations thus far because of that. He looked at the scribe to see if he agreed with the acolyte's words. The scribe turned pale and nodded. If the neighboring countries know he's been sequestered, they might start making moves. Isn't that what the Imperial Intelligence Agency is for? Ah, I see. Thanks to Fluter, they haven't had the chance to gain much experience. It is as you say, Your Majesty. Master, truly, the possibility is shockingly high, Jerkniv interrupted the scribe. But if that is the case, then we will have an incredible amount of work to do. First, let us decide who Fluter's successor will be. Are there any suitable candidates? The flames of desire burned bright in the acolyte's eyes as he heard those words, and Jerkniv could not help but smile internally. The position of being Fluter's successor as the Imperial Court Wizard was a mouth-watering temptation. After all, it was a position that gave one the right to administer and manage arcane magic casters throughout the Empire. Because the position had always been filled by that great hero, nobody else could claim it. Even if one had the ambition for it, their opponent was far too strong to overcome by wicked means. And now this hitherto sealed-off position had been offered to him. Greed is good. Desire drives progress. I approve of that sort of desire. However, I should probably ask, just in case. However, one must bear in mind that as the Imperial Court Wizard, one may be called upon to do battle with that monster. The flames of the acolyte's ambition went out in that instant. He could not even bring himself to be excited about it. The position he had longed for became one he wished to avoid more than anything else in the world. He would have a better chance of surviving a jump off a 500-meter tall cliff into a shoal of rocks than he would in a spell battle against Ainz Ooal Gown. No, he might be better off dying on the spot. As the acolyte thought about that prospect, a new look came into his eyes. It was the look of a frightened mouse which had been cornered by a predator. The hopes in Jerkniv's heart died. He could tell that this man did not have the courage to take on Ainz Ooal Gown. Or rather, he should never have expected that in the first place. Yes, in that case, I know some people who can use the fourth tier of magic. How about selecting one of them? Granted, I do know some spells of that tier, but I'm not very versed with them. Aren't you the most skilled of the acolytes? How could that be? There are many more excellent than I when we return. I shall furnish their names to you immediately. It was only obvious that a man would want to surrender immediately when asked to fight an incredible monster like that. However, what he needed was a man who would not lose his fighting spirit, even in that event. That won't work. It would be naive to think he's an exception. It would probably be better to consider that anyone who knows of Ainz Ooal Gown won't have the courage to fight him. That means I'll have to hand that task to people who haven't met that being yet. Perhaps these ignorant folk will be driven by desire and struggle even more desperately against him. It was not the best of plans, but he had nothing else to go with. I see. Then gather information on them and then conduct interviews. After that, we'll want to have our intelligence people ready to deal with that fellow. However, we still need to help Ainz Ooal Gown. So for the time being, we'll have to be his obedient dogs in order to build good relations with him. Understood. His obedient dogs. Nobody objected to that turn of phrase. How could anyone who had seen the great underground tomb of Nazarick do so? Then, Your Majesty, how long will we wag for that monster? Will our children have to roll over when he commands it? Our grandchildren? Jerkniv looked around himself, in order to make sure that no spies had made their way into the carriage, and checked that the door was shut tight. With all that done, and with no further problems apparent to him, Jerkniv began explaining his strategy to fight Ainz Ooal Gown. We, and by we, I mean the Empire, the Kingdom, the Theocracy, the Council Alliance, the Holy Kingdom, and other countries will come together in a coalition. It will be a grand coalition, aimed at defeating Ainz Ooal Gown. Six wide eyes turned to Jerkniv. What's there to be surprised about? No single nation can defeat that monster. Then, all we can hope for is to bring all the neighboring countries into a coalition so we can turn the tide. Are we really going to fight him? Yes, Jerkniv's reply was simple and curt. Rather, if we do not fight, we have no chance of survival. Then why are we helping that monster found a country? Because that is the first step in the formation of this grand coalition. Jerkniv looked at everyone. Are you listening? Good. We are currently on the outskirts of Yggdrasil, which is a valuable location at the borders of the Empire, the Kingdom, and the Theocracy. If that monster Gown wants to found a nation there, he will be making enemies of all three of those nations. Jerkniv took a breath and continued. And another thing, Gown is undead. I doubt he will treat humans the living with anything approaching decency. The people will not suffer the rule of an undead king either. There will be rebellion, which will promptly be stamped out by that monster. The kingdom will not be happy about yielding land to him either, and I doubt the Theocracy, the strongest nation in the vicinity, will do nothing. But, Your Majesty, if the Empire helps him in his endeavors, surely we will be seen as taking that monster's side. Right, the nearby nations will be on guard against us. That coalition you speak of will not count the Empire among them. And even if they beat that monster, we'll be next, or worse, they might target us first. HMPH. Jerkniv smirked. We will work behind the scenes. We need to let the other countries know that the Empire is spying on Gown's nation. It'll be difficult, but it's also the only way. Will they really believe us? If it were me, I would think it was a trap. Then we will have to convince them by showing them Ainz Ooal Gown's strength. If only there was a way we could show the other nations his power. Well, we'll have to arrange for such a situation. For example, letting him show his power on the battlefield. Couldn't the Empire just not help Gown build his nation and feign ignorance of everything? Jerkniv glared at the scribe as though he were retarded. We have to flit back and forth like bats just to ensure the minimum degree of safety for ourselves. What do you think the people in the kingdom will do if he gains territory nearby for nothing? In other words, Jerkniv was picking the not quite worst case. For that reason, the Empire has to pretend to be that monster's friend while aiding that coalition. In other words, if we're exposed, we're most likely going to be the first on that monster's chopping block. Or rather, if it were up to me, I would certainly destroy this country first as an example to others. And I'm sure you would go through with that if it were up to you. Your Majesty, I'll take that as praise and accept it. Because of that, we cannot be the ones to propose that grand coalition. We need to let other countries make the first move. What we should do is gather as much information about Nazarick as we can, as well as find someone who can defeat Gown. Do people like that really exist? Given the casual tone with which it was said, nobody would have believed those words came from the acolyte. Gown was an unimaginably powerful opponent, who might be unbeatable even by the mightiest dragons. He was an opponent that made people think that way. And to that, Jerkniv issued a confident reply. Indeed, they do. People like that really exist, don't they? Look within that throne room. When he put it that way, it seemed obvious enough. The monsters arrayed with Ainz, Aura, Mare, the silver-haired girl, the insect, Demiurge, he was referring to them. Do you plan to induce a revolt? Although I don't think that may be possible, we should still prepare for it, just in case. We need to prepare wealth, prestige, members of the opposite sex, and so on to make us seem at least a little bit attractive to them. Won't it be difficult? Ah, indeed, it will be. Ainz Ooal Gown styles himself as a tyrant. Thus, they won't betray him easily, however, even if that is the case. We have to take action. This is not just a conflict between nations anymore. Jerkniv looked at the three of them with a resolute expression on his face. What comes after this will be a battle for the survival of humanity as a species. It will be a fight for the future. Devote your hearts and souls to it. 6. And so, I think the Emperor will try to put a scheme like that into practice. If he were more foolish, his actions might fall outside the predicted range, but I think the chances of that will be low. Reading the movements of a slightly above-average intellect that imagines himself a genius is easier than trying to predict the actions of a complete moron. Demiurge raised a finger as he said that. In other words, the Emperor will try to form an alliance in order to defeat us to defeat Ain't Sama, right? He's surprisingly stupid. Then. Shouldn't we take the initiative and doubly wipe him out first? Mare followed up after Sholtir and Aura, but there was no anger in his voice. It was more like he was deciding whether or not to pick up a rock he found along the side of the road. More important than this problem is, Sebas wanted to speak, but someone else had already anticipated what he was going to say. Is the fact that he actually thinks we would betray Ain't Sama. Is that it? Really, Sebas, it seems the Emperor does not know the meaning of loyalty. Mocking laughter filled the room. Did he really think they would betray Ainz, one of the 41 supreme beings who made them? Although this was nothing more than Demiurge's hypothesis, it was enough to thoroughly displease the Guardians. A cold light gleamed in their eyes. Welp, it's not like I'm trying to speak like Mare, but I'm still pretty mad. Shall we kill them all? Sholtir laughed as she saw Aura in a foul mood for the first time. I'll turn him into a vampire. After all, if he's good enough, there's no reason he can't serve in Nazarick. Although Cocytus had remained silent, his large mandibles made a clacking sound of warning. Ladies and gentlemen, you do remember that we are in the presence of Ain't Sama. As they heard Seba's cold, clear voice, Aura, Sholtir's and Cocytus' anger instantly vanished. Kuhum. That's right, everyone. Please calm down. Please recall what Demiurge just said. All of this has been arranged. What can we enjoy if not the antics of this clown? Instead, we should be grateful because all of this is nothing more than a part of Ain't Sama's master plan. Right, Ain't Sama. Who? Ain't Sama's plan. I see. A special plan concocted by someone with the same name as me. Making the Baharuth Empire ally with and struggle against Nazarick was part of that plan too. I have no idea what that's all about. If only I could ask this Ainz fellow about it. However, running away from reality like this would not change anything. Honestly, Ainz wanted to ask about the details of the plan. And what about Ainz that Demiurge and Albedo were imagining? However, he could not do that. Ainz turned his line of sight toward Albedo. He saw a woman who was sweet as honey, her eyes glazed over with love and fascination, her cheeks a faint rosy pink. She had reacted like this because she believed that everything was proceeding as planned, because she was so overcome by her master's insight. As such, Ainz could no longer deny them. Who could say what when the mood was like this? With regard to Albedo's question, there was only one answer Ainz could give. Aye, indeed, that is so. He wanted to praise his voice for not wavering. Oh, the guardians chorused in respect. Hu Albedo spread her arms, and with them, her wings at her waist opened up as well. Ain't Sama wishes to take over a human city peacefully and rule the region with love and compassion. Yet, the Baharuth Empire has decided to form a vile conspiracy against this paradise on Earth. In the near future, Ain't Sama will show these countries the true meaning of kindness. Is that not the just cause that he seeks? How I look forward to that day. Everything rests in the palm of Ain't Sama's hand. When that moron finds out, I wonder what sort of face will he make. After all, Ain't Sama always thinks several moves ahead. As Demiurge delivered his reverent speech, Albedo continued with a suitably respectful expression on her face. Indeed, Ain't Sama's wisdom is beyond our ability to match. If Ain't Sama had not created the hero Mammon, it would be impossible to rule peacefully. In that case, Irantal could only be controlled by violence and terror. Perhaps we could use the Golden Princess to achieve similar effects, but that would be a waste of a trump card. She is a human being who is just as interesting now, perhaps even more so than what I have determined from analysis of Seba's intelligence reports. She will be an excellent pawn. Ah, after hearing that, I too wish to take a look at her. Then, after we found our nation, shall we have her be an envoy to us? After all, promises must be kept. You, too, have gone off topic. You are wasting Ain't Sama's precious time. Ain't responded with a simple "it's fine" to their hurried apologies. In truth, he had learned a lot from their casual conversation, and he had gained time to think of more excuses. To Ain't, that had been a valuable opportunity. But truth to be told, Ain't Sama is really amazing. Sholtir said, MHM. Yup, Sholtir, after all. Ain't Sama thought up a plan that managed to astound even Albedo and Demiurge. As expected of. Ain't Sama, why you're too cool. I really admire you. My foolish self is ashamed of my lack of intelligence. All I can say is that our inability to keep pace with Ain't Sama's considerations is truly unbecoming. The Guardian's praise stabbed at Aints like swords, although Aints could not help but think of it as mockery. The Guardian's eyes were filled with respect and loyalty, and their worship of him was genuine. Therefore, Aints did not contradict them, but instead used his acting skills to answer. As usual, there is nothing of that sort. It was merely a coincidence, and in the end, Demiurge and Albedo saw through it. No, if Ain't Sama had not responded thusly, I would not have been able to connect the dots. Demiurge is correct. Planning so far ahead without any knowledge of the situation is a feat only possible by the greatest of the supreme beings. I have fallen even deeper in love with you. As expected of Ain't Sama, whose intellect surpasses even that of Demiurge, the wisest mind in Nazareth. Sholtir said, It's true, Ain't Sama is really amazing, Aura exclaimed. Are really amazing. I have long known Ain't Sama possessed excellent abilities, but I could not imagine the extent of his prowess as expected of the greatest treasure of Nazareth. Well put. He is filled with compassion and overflows with wisdom. There is no better master for us than Ain't Sama. Albedo said, Ah, come to think of it, there is a matter that needs to be decided. Although I have no problems addressing Ain't Sama as king, such a simple title might result in his being conflated with the bugs surrounding us. I feel we must consider a more fitting form of address for Ain't Sama. The Guardians unanimously approved Demiurge's suggestion. Do you approve? Ain't Sama? It is fine. Do as you see fit. Being called King Ainz Ooal Gown was bad enough. His emotion override had already kicked in several times when he thought about the implications of naming himself a king. Does anyone have any suggestions? Then, allow me to begin, Sholtir said as she raised her hand. The name we choose should obviously indicate Ain't Sama's surpassing beauty. I feel the beautiful king would be fitting. Oh, the Guardians chorused in approval. Beautiful King Ainz Ooal Gown. Oh, me, Aura piped up as she raised her hand. The name should highlight Ain't Sama's power. How about the Powerful King, or Power King for short? I see. The Guardians murmured. Power King Ainz Ooal Gown. Then, may I try? Because Ain't Sama is very kind, it might be good to let people know that. Then, maybe we could try. The Merciful King, the Guardians nodded. Merciful King Ainz Ooal Gown. As for me, here Demiurge paused for effect. To praise Ain't Sama's exalted intellect, I propose the Wise King. Wise King Ainz Ooal Gown. I'm sorry. but I really have to pass on that. What do you think, Sebas? In response to Albedo's question, Sebas replied, I think a simple king will do. Then it is my turn, because he is the supreme being who stands atop all the other supreme beings. I think the High King would be appropriate. The Guardians once more murmured in approval. High King Ainz Ooal Gown. How should I say this? All these names sound awfully over the top. Everyone's eyes rested on the only Guardian who had not yet spoken. How about you, Carsidas? Although it might be a bit difficult to compete with High King, do you have any titles you feel are fitting of Ain't Sama? Umu, in future, Ain't Sama will rule many people, therefore he will be a magician who rules as a king. I think Sorcerer King will best fit that. The Guardians did not reply immediately. However, all of them looked at Ainz. From the look in their eyes, they all felt there was no better title than that one, although Albedo seemed a little disappointed. Very well, then I shall use Carsitas' suggestion. Ainz slowly rose to his feet. When our nation is founded, I shall name myself the Sorcerer King, Ainz Ooal Gown. Ainz waved his hands in embarrassment to ward of the thunderous applause which followed. In truth, he was feeling so uncomfortable that his whole body was getting itchy. Well then, let us demonstrate the power of Nazarick in the battle between the kingdom and the empire. It is as Ain't Sama says. They wish to investigate the limits of Ain't Sama's power. Little do they know. They have played right into our hands. Demiurge continued, in an excellent mood. Before negotiations can take place, the most important thing is to strike a mighty blow to the other party and let them understand the difference between our might and theirs. Foolish creatures like humans will do foolish things because they do not realize how powerful their opponents are. Indeed, that emperor is a foolish creature for not knowing that bowing his head and licking Ain't Sama's boots is the wisest course of action. I thought about that myself, but is letting humans lick Ain't Sama's boots not too good for them? I see, as expected of Albedo. Ah, but if I had to lick Ain't Sama, I would choose his body. Aints decided to pretend he had not heard Sholtir and Albedo whispering to each other. Then, everyone, begin the task of exalting the name of Nazarick. Understood. The Guardian's shouts of acknowledgement blended into one and filled the room. Chapter 2, Preparations for the Battle. One month later, the meeting was convened within the Valentia Palace of the Riesti's kingdom. Gazef Stranov had been standing motionless beside King Ramposa III, who was seated on his throne. He surveyed the serried ranks of nobles before him, and his eyes widened slightly as he picked out the forms of the 6 great nobles among them. The 6 of them gathered together was a rare occurrence indeed. The heads of these 6 families controlled almost as much land as the king, and between them their military power surpassed that of the king himself. Because of this, they frequently found reasons to excuse themselves from the king's summons. This was especially true for the leader of the anti-royalty faction, the noble faction, Marquis Boulop, who did not even bother to hide his disdain for the king. It was bad enough that for a while, people thought the kingdom might fall apart from within. Next, Gazef's eyes went to the king's 3 children. The most eye-catching of them all was the king's 3rd daughter, the Golden Princess, Rena Thayer Chardelin Ryle Vaself. After that was his 2nd son, the 2nd prince, Zanak Valian Agana Ryle Vaself. During the demonic disturbance, he had earned much praise when he had followed the king in deploying for the sake of the people. Last was the eldest son, the 1st Prince Barbaro Andrian Ield Ryle Vaself. He had a strong body and a neatly trimmed haircut, and he was the man who Marquis Boulop was trying to place on the throne. Presumably, Boulop was in attendance for this court session at Barbaro's own request. Any meeting attended by Marquis Boulop of the noble faction was sure to be an intense one. Gazef averted his eyes from the heavy atmosphere, which seemed to loom overhead like gathering storm clouds, and looked at the rest of the nobles. Of the 3 men present, who belonged to the royal faction, the first to catch Gazef's eye was Marquis Blumrush, the most luxuriously dressed person in the court. This nobleman with handsome features was approaching his 40s. His domain contained gold and mithril mines, whose bounty of precious metals made him the wealthiest man in the kingdom. However, dark whispers circulated that he was extremely greedy, to the point where he would even betray his own family for a gold coin. There were also rumors that he had betrayed the kingdom and was selling information to the empire. However, because of a lack of concrete evidence, nothing could be done about him. After all, Beheading Marquis Blumrush, a prominent supporter of the royal faction, without any proof would cause all the nobles who followed him to switch to the anti-royal faction. If he was aware of this fact and took advantage of it to keep selling off information, then he would truly be the most despicable person present. Next, Gazef's eyes turned to the youngest and most handsome of the great nobles, Marquis Pespia. He was married to the king's eldest daughter and became the head of his household at the same time as his marriage. Although little was known about his abilities and personality, his father possessed an excellent personality and was a competent man, so Gazef felt that the young Pespia might take after his sire. In contrast, the eldest among the 6 nobles was Margrave Uravana. His hair was white, and so little of it remained that there might as well have not been any at all. Though his body and limbs looked like gnarled wood, he still retained the gravitas expected of an elder. Uravana was the most persuasive of the great nobles. Arrayed against them were the 3 members of the noble faction. First was the core of the noble faction, Marquis Boulope, who controlled the most territory among the great nobles. His face was heavily scarred, a lord who looked like a warrior. As he was already in his 50s, his once stout body, which had been perfected through unrelenting training, was little more than a memory of the past. But his voice and predator's gaze made people think that there must have been more than a little bit of his warrior self left in him. Although he, as a warrior, had lost much of his strength to age, as a commander, he was a better commander than even Gazef, which made him just as indispensable to the kingdom as the warrior captain. Beside him was Count Lytton. He was a man whose appearance called to mind the image of a fox, and also one of the lower-ranked members of the 6. As such, he was willing to resort to any means necessary to raise his status. However, his personality of not caring about others' suffering if it meant he could expand his power was not well received by other nobles. Allying himself to Marquis Boulope must have been a strategic move to escape his enemies. The final man of the noble faction had slicked-back blonde hair and narrow blue eyes. His face was pale and unhealthy-looking, with little sign that it had seen much sunlight. He was tall and skinny. Combined with his sallow complexion, he gave off the impression of a snake. He was not yet 40, but looked older because of his unhealthy pallor. With mixed emotions churning in his heart, Gazef looked away from him, from Marquis Revan. The impending succession of the next monarch had only intensified the power struggles. Marquis Boulope and Count Lytton of the noble faction, as well as Margrave Uravana of the royal faction, all backed first Prince Barbaro, while most of the unaffiliated nobles supported Marquis Pespia, who had married the first princess. Revan was on the side of second Prince Zanuck, while Marquis Blumrush did not seem to be concerned with matters of succession. For all these reasons, the king sat on his throne without making a fuss. If he pointed a finger at anyone, there was a danger of civil war breaking out. Until recently, Gazef had no opinion on who should become the next king. But now his heart was leaning toward Zanuck. Either that, or Princess Rena as a dark horse, but the kingdom, in all its long history, had never been ruled by a queen, so that was probably out of the question. Now then, let us begin. The king's tone seemed slightly different than usual. Those with sensitive ears might have guessed the reason for today's gathering and showed it with curious suspicion. Read out the proclamation delivered by the imperial emissary. In accordance with the king's orders, the vassals flanking him on both sides began reading the contents of the parchment. The contents were roughly as followed. The Baharuth Empire acknowledges the sovereignty of the independent kingdom of Nazarick, ruled by the great magic caster known as the sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown, and formally recognizes it as an ally of the empire. Originally, the region near Yggdrasil was the domain of the sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown. The kingdom of Riestais is unlawfully occupying this territory and must now return it to its rightful owner. If the kingdom does not comply with this demand, the Empire will aid the Sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown in an invasion to reclaim the Sorcerer King's territory. This will be a just war, fought to end unjust occupation. After the contents were read out, the room exploded into a hubbub of discussion. These terms were insane, and so was anyone who agreed to them. Just in case, I have also had the scholars examine the kingdom's history. No mention of any individual named Ainz Ooal Gown ruling the surroundings of Yggdrasil was discovered. There is no legitimacy to this claim. In other words, this isn't even a proper demand. It's a madman's ravings. The boisterous cry rang throughout the hall. Marquis Boulop's formidable presence, a testament to his former glory as a warrior, seemed to give the other nobles courage, and they returned his shout with their own approval. Although it's been delayed, isn't this just the same old imperial invasion they announce every year? They always find some stupid reason to declare war, so this time round, they must really be scraping the bottom of the barrel to throw up this magic caster's name. Right, I want to see what kind of clown they've given that ridiculous title of Sorcerer King. Count Lytton's words were followed by the derisive laughter of the massed nobles. However, the Count turned his fox-like eyes, filled with disdain, toward Gazef. I believe we've heard of this Sorcerer King madman before, haven't we, oh warrior Captain Stranov? Indeed, he was the magic caster who lent me a helping hand at the outskirts of Yggdrasil. Count Lytton laughed mockingly before replying. I see. He must have helped because he thought they were his own peasants. The scornful laughter of the nobles could be heard all around, yet nobody stopped it, because Gazef, who was born a commoner, was hated by many members of the noble faction. If it had been a member of the royal faction, the king would have intervened, but since Count Lytton belonged to the opposition, the king could only furrow his brow. Seems like it was the Empire who burnt down the farming villages near Yggdrasil. Don't you think? The warrior Captain Dono seems to think it was the work of the slain theocracy. The person who rescued them was Ooal Gown. Right, isn't that magic caster involved with the Empire? I believe someone previously said that magic caster was a spy trying to infiltrate us. And you couldn't find any trace of the bodies of the people who nearly killed you, did you, warrior Captain Dono? In his mind, Gazef recalled the sight of the powerful members of the six scriptures, as well as the mighty form of Ainz Ooal Gown. Although the bodies vanished, as Count Lytton said, I do not feel the Empire was involved. When I was at Khan village, the knights that attacked us were far stronger than those of the Empire. They used angels, and there's no doubt that they were a unit from the slain theocracy. And why would the theocracy do that? How should I know? Indeed, if Gazef could give an answer like that, it would make him feel a lot better. Just as the court was about to fall into squabbling due to Gazef's silence, a voice of aid rang out from Lytton's side. That mad magic caster is irrelevant. What we need to decide on is how to respond to the false emperor. Isn't that so, Your Majesty? It is as Marquis Boulop says. We need to decide what the kingdom's answer will be. I beg your permission to speak, Marquis Pespia said as he advanced. Accepting the emperor's terms will be very difficult. Our only recourse is war. The mention of war sparked activity amongst the serried ranks of the nobility. Oh, now is the time to crush them once and for all, and then take the fight to the Empire's doorstep. You're absolutely right. I'm tired of the constant imperial invasions. It's time to let the fools in the Empire know how fearsome we can be. Exactly, just as the Marquis says. These words, sandwiched by scattered laughter and repeated throughout the throng of nobles, grated unbearably on Gazef's ears. The last few years, they had regularly met the Empire on the field of battle at Katsi Plains. For the most part, they had simply drawn up battle lines and confronted each other, or skirmished briefly with minor losses to the kingdom. This year would probably be more of the same, and the nobles took on an air of laxity as they imagined the same old events playing out again. However, Gazef spoke out, spurred by the cry of his warrior's instincts. Don't think that this battle will end in a small skirmish like it always has. The nobles looked like they had been splashed with a basin of cold water and turned reproachful looks on him. I see, this is what our warrior captain actually believes. Can you give us a reason for that? Yes, Your Majesty. That is the image of a certain person, set alarm bells ringing through his heart. That is to say, it is because of that magic caster, Ainz Ooal Gown. That being the case, the only one of us who has actually seen him face to face would be you, warrior captain. That means we must give some weight to your words. Can you tell us what makes you say that? Gazef was a loss for words. He could not give a good answer. He did not know how to explain it, but his warrior's instinct was telling him that making a poor decision about this war would be extremely dangerous. My king, could you not hand over the outskirts of Yggdrasil to the Empire? No, to that magic caster. After a moment's silence, angry shouts flew through the air. You craven coward, how shameless can you get? You chicken heart. Those shouts came from the nobles of the royal faction. After his majesty showed you such kindness, you turn around and tell him to surrender his domain to outsiders. When did you start serving the false emperor? Not to mention, you haven't even answered His Majesty's question. In the face of such deserved castigation, Gazef could not answer. Had he been in their position, he would probably have done the same thing. Enough! It was Gazef's king who reached a helping hand out to him in his hour of need. But, Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful that my subjects would be so moved on my behalf. It is because of that reason that I ask you to remember that my warrior captain would never betray me. He has fearlessly thrust himself into danger countless times for me. Someone like that would never do anything which would harm me. The nobles who had shouted at Gazef bowed to the king. While he acknowledged this fact, he continued speaking to Gazef. Warrior captain, whom I trust like my right hand, even if you are the one who puts forth that proposal, I cannot agree to it. Giving up one's domain without a fight is not befitting of a ruler. Such an act cannot be allowed for the sake of those who live upon it. It would ruin their peaceful lives. Handing land over while moving all the residents off without harming them was nothing more than a fairy tale. Even if it was possible, there would be no way to allow the displaced residents to live like they used to, and in the end, their lives would be worse off for it. That is undoubtedly so, Your Majesty, and I hope you will forgive me for my foolish words. Gazef lowered his head as his king, who loved the people so dearly, spoke to him. If he was a foolish noble, a landlord who simply saw his people as a means of making money, the king would not have said what he did. It was because of the king's compassion that Gazef was willing to pledge his life to him. He recalled the words he spoke to his vice-captain half a year ago. When you seek help, the ones who will come are the nobles. The strong will bring aid. Those are the ones who will come to the aid of the weak, regardless of the danger. The Gazef from before he had entered the Grand Martial tournament would never have said such things. Much like his vice-captain, he would have thought that there were no nobles who would risk themselves for the commoners. After he began serving the king, however, Gazef realized for the first time that such nobles existed. Regretfully, said nobles lacked power. There had been many lives that he could not save, and just as many incidents where the noble's pointless pride had led them to throw obstacles in his way. Even so, the man he served had not given up. He had continued working toward building a kingdom where its people would be able to live better lives day by day. Gazef was proud of his king, Ramposa III. If that was not the case, he would have defected to the empire when the emperor himself, Jerkniv, had tried to win him over on the battlefield. But it was precisely because he was such a man that dark clouds loomed heavy over his heart. What the king spoke was the truth, and he had the right view of things. The king had always been full of compassion, but Gazef knew the reason why the king had taken such a harsh tone. After the demonic disturbance, the balance of power between the two factions had shifted greatly. For a long time, the kingdom had been divided into two factions that had been largely even until recently, but now the royal faction had expanded, while the noble faction had shrunk. Because the king had boldly ridden forth and driven Jaldabaoth back, he was seen by the people as a strong ruler, and a fair number of nobles had thrown their support behind the king. Thus, the king could not afford to show weakness here. However, saying that would mean, still, the warrior captain has a point. No, we can avoid a war by handing over a single city. A king also has a duty to prevent undue suffering to his people. Would not a true king be willing to rend his own body for the sake of the people? The one who spoke was from the noble faction. The words were pretty, but they were calculated to reduce the amount of land controlled by the king, and as such, the royal faction instantly rebutted them. That land is the domain of the king. If you would give up land to the enemy, why not surrender yours first? The reply came just as swiftly. What nonsense is that? The empire asked for Yggdrasil and its surroundings. Do you really believe they'd accept my land from the other side of the kingdom? Why don't you think before you speak? The royal faction had grown stronger, while the noble faction had gotten weaker. That simply made the noble faction even more desperate to hamstring the king. The upset balance between the two factions was the source of Gazef's unease. Once the balance between factions crumbled, the noble factions' efforts to weaken the king would only intensify. That might lead to the kingdom splitting down the middle in the near future. That being the case, the king would have to show off his strength to quell any attempts at revolt from the potential rebels. However, was the inability to admit weakness not a dangerous thing in itself? Lost in his thoughts, Gazef only snapped back to reality after several hard stares from members of the royal faction. They must have thought he had secretly gone over to the noble faction because he had suggested handing over the kingdom's territory. At the same time, there were looks of reproach for Gazef, for being a jumped-up peasant who had forgotten the king's largesse. HMPH. Then, why don't you ask the king to exchange of your lands with the region around Yggdrasil, and then hand it over, as though land could be so easily traded? You fools! You are the fools here. The flames of this childish squabbling engulfed the entire meeting hall. In the past, disputes like this would have ended in a stalemate due to the even balance of power. But now the voices of the royal faction were louder than those of the noble faction. Normally, the king would have stopped this. He did not seem inclined to do so now, probably because the royals had the advantage. Just about any human being would find it hard to put an end to circumstances which favored themselves. The king must also have wanted to vent his frustrations with the noble faction. It's like he's drunk a sweet poison slowly. Gazef began to feel a cold, black conviction in the eyes of the noble faction. A chill flowed down his spine. The attack of the archdemon, Jaldabaoth, had been the cause of everything. At that time, the king's decision to lead his men into battle was arguably the best one. Without his help, the battle lines might have broken, and the adventurers would have been overrun. If Blue Rose had gone down with them, the kingdom would have been in a great predicament. However, as Gazef looked at the scene unfolding in front of him, he could not help but wonder if they should have done something else instead. What would this court session have been like if the standings of both factions had been even? I don't know, but that's right. What if we lost this war with the Empire? Would we continue resisting to the end? Would we not? The royal faction would lose a great deal of its strength instantly, while that of the noble faction would go up. Would we return to the days when both sides were evenly matched after such a great realignment? Or would the balance of power crumble completely and plunge the country into civil war? Would that be all right? He disliked this feeling, the feeling that despite making his own choices, he was ultimately still dancing to the tune of someone else. Could it be that all this had been planned from the moment I met Gowndono? No, I don't want to think that might be the case. We only spoke to each other briefly, but he didn't feel like such a person to me. From the way Gazef addressed him with honorifics even in his speech, and his thoughts, it was clear that he bore no ill will toward the magic caster Ainz Ooal Gown, even though he was now an enemy. Maybe he could peacefully take control of, no, if I continue thinking like this, it'll be treason. I think it's about time we stop this petty squabbling. A deep male voice cut through the commotion. Everyone fell silent as they tried to find its source. Gazef bit his lip as someone else usurped the role the king was supposed to play. That victory was like sweet honey. He did not think it was a big deal. However, would the king forget himself in that sweetness? Would the king that Gazef was so proud of disappear? He could not erase such thoughts from his mind. Your Majesty, if the Empire's invasion is a foregone conclusion, then we must prepare ourselves. Marquis Revan, it is his Majesty alone. Marquis Revan interrupted those words from the noble faction. A moment, please. If His Majesty's troops are defeated, who knows where the Empire will attack next? Therefore, I will cooperate fully with His Majesty for the sake of protecting my domain. Silence fell. The kingdom's troops were conscripted civilians. There was no way they were a match for the professional troops of the Empire's knights. The only way to defeat the Empire's advantage in troop quality was with overwhelming numbers. That had been the way things had gone the past few years. If they could not even muster up sufficient troops to match the Empire's, then the outcome of the war was already a foregone conclusion. After hearing Revan's words, the members of the noble faction imagined the Imperial Knights ravaging their lands as well. The first to announce their support for the king were the nobles who held land between the capital and Yggdrasil, followed by the nobles who held close ties to the first group, and in the end, all the nobles pledged their support. All right. Then we shall delay our reply to the Empire and gather our troops at the usual place before we declare war. Naturally, I will be going as well. Please let me join you on the battlefield, Father. The one shouting was Prince Barbaro, who had been waiting silently at the side until now. No, no. There's no need to trouble you, as the first in line to succeed the throne to take the field. I will go this time. Annie you. One first, Prince Barbaro turned to the person who had spoken from beside him. The second, Prince Zanuck. Barbaro's answer was short and to the point. No need. His retort was filled with hostility. Zanak's proposal was a reasonable one. Since the king was already headed to the battlefield, it would be far too dangerous to bring his eldest son along with him. Barbro understood this, but even so, his refusal came from his hatred of Zanak. That too had stemmed from the demonic disturbance. During the demonic disturbance, Zanak had patrolled the capital and earned the praise of many citizens. Barbro, on the other hand, hid inside the palace. As a result, the number of nobles supporting Zanak had sharply increased as well. At a glance, Zanak did not look particularly heroic, and the contrast between his looks and his brave deeds made him stand out. Conversely, Barbro looked impressive, but his inaction made him appear cowardly. In order to erase this shame, Barbro wanted to go to the battlefield to show his martial valor. The first prince, Barbro, was a reasonably talented warrior in keeping with his appearance. That said, he had still led a sheltered lifestyle, and he was not strong enough to beat someone like Princess Rena's bodyguard Climb, who had trained himself until he had thrown up blood. Even so, he could still be said to be the strongest fighter of the royal family. Someone like him could not endure losing to Zanak, whose weight meant that he could barely keep his balance after swinging a sword once. Although Marquis Revan had once said, "What good is a king's swordplay?" Barbro knew that he was Zanak's intellectual inferior, and as such, he was even more determined not to lose out in his chosen specialty. No matter what, one could not keep trailing behind one's opponent in the Game of Thrones. Gazef's gut ached as he considered the potential crises hiding within the kingdom. Although he wanted to resign his commission after the king abdicated and dedicate himself to protecting Ramposa III, realistically speaking, it would probably be very difficult to do that. In addition, he would probably not qualify as a loyal subject if he did not work as the warrior captain to save lives which could be saved. The king might not even allow him to do so in the first place. If there was someone on his level who could replace him as warrior captain, then he would gladly hand his position over. However, he could not think of any such people. There was one person who was as strong as Gazef, but that person would never agree to become the warrior captain in his place. What's Brain planning to do in the future? Does he have something in mind? Although Brain had become Princess Rena's direct subordinate, Gazef had a feeling that he would leave soon. If he did vanish, it would probably be to hone his sword skills. As a man bound to the courts, Gazef could not help but admire that lifestyle. He recalled Brain's polished swordsmanship. After the demonic disturbance, Gazef and Brain had exchanged blows in a friendly spar. Although Gazef had triumphed in that serious match, he could feel the hours Brain had put into his sword work as the wind of his sword's passage blew through his hair. For all he knew, Brain might end up becoming stronger than himself in a few years' time. If Brain agreed to take my place as the next warrior captain, I'd focus my energy into training the next generation, so the kingdom would have its share of skilled warriors in the future. I certainly agree. Marquis Boulop's voice interrupted Gazef's thoughts. Now was not the time to worry about the distant future. If you will permit me, I would gladly contribute my strongest troops to the effort and to the protection of His Majesty's person. How about that, Your Majesty? Umu, warrior captain, what do you think? He could not pretend that he had not heard it. That would be a lie. Gazef put on a show of earnest consideration, while ignoring the twitch of Revan's eyebrow. The suggestion for Barbro to fight at the front had probably come from Boulop, who supported Barbro for the next king. However, Gazef had no proof of this, so there was only one answer he could give. I believe it all depends on His Majesty's opinion. The king nodded deeply, and Gazef suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Is that so? Well, if that's the case, then you shall come along as well. Yes, allow me to present the false emperor's head to you, father. As he listened to Barbro's enthusiastic reply, Gazef could only hope that the impending preparations would blow away the clouds of unease forming over his heart. Marquis Revan's political ability was second to none among the 6 great nobles, so one would expect that the office where he showed his abilities would be an impressive one. Yet, this was not the case. Many would be surprised if they knew the exact number of decisions which affected the future of the kingdom that had been drafted in such a humble, cramped place. The room's interior was filled with bookshelves, and the books and labeled scrolls were neatly arranged in a way that hinted at their owner's personality. However, it was not because of these things that the room was so small, although they were part of the reason for it. The greatest reason could not be seen by the naked eye. Reven's manor home was built of bricks coated in stucco. This was customary when it came to the construction of a noble home, and Reven's office was no exception. However, the interior of those walls was coated with copper sheets that enveloped the entire room. This was done to interfere with spells used to eavesdrop, observe, or detect his location. The windowless room felt a little claustrophobic, but from a cost-effectiveness point of view, it was practical and had to be endured. Upon returning from Valentia Palace, Reven had made a beeline for this office, which was proofed against magic. He crossed to the other side of his sturdy working desk before flopping down onto his chair in a way that suggested that he had completely run out of energy. Then he covered his face with his hands. Anyone who saw him would not think of a great noble who commanded unrivaled power and privilege in the kingdom, only a middle-aged man who had been worn down by the weight of stress and responsibility. He brought up the limp strands of his blonde hair in his fingers, combing them back up and leaning back in his seat as his face twisted. Perhaps it was because he was relaxed now, but the stress accumulated during the court session turned to anger, which filled his heart. Within moments, it had surpassed his ability to contain and exploded into the air with a mighty shout. Idiots, each and every one of them. Nobody understood what was going on. No, if someone had understood and was taking advantage of the situation, they would be masterful schemers indeed. Right now, the kingdom was in great peril. The empire's frequent saber-rattling led to severe problems such as food shortages, and then there were other issues that were starting to precipitate. The only reason why no cracks in the kingdom had appeared so far was because the nobles honestly believed we just need to hold on a bit longer until the other faction collapses first. The empire employed professional warriors known as knights, but the kingdom had no equivalent soldiers among their ranks. To resist the imperial invasions, they needed to conscript peasants in their levies. The result of that was villages everywhere running short of manpower for a period of time. The empire had a firm grasp of the kingdom's practice of conscription, and thus they declared war during the harvest season. During the busiest season of a farming village, the impact of their adult males, the most important source of labor, going missing for 1 month could not be overstated. Of course, the idea of simply not conscripting as many people had come to mind, but in the face of the empire's military, who were far better trained and armed, the kingdom could not muster any resistance without the weight of numbers on their side. There had been one occasion when a lack of conscripts had resulted in tremendous casualties for the kingdom. Fortunately, the counterattack led by Gazef had succeeded, killing 2 of the original 4 knights and putting an end to the war, since both sides had won and lost. However, the truth was that the kingdom had been weakened, and in light of the many citizens lost, the kingdom had come out on the losing side of the equation. And even during these circumstances, that traitorous filth, this foolish power struggle, those idiots, fighting over a stupid seat, Marquis Blumrush, one of the 6 great nobles, had betrayed the kingdom by selling its information to the empire. The nobles had split into 2 factions and were struggling for dominance. Both princes were eyeing the succession like dogs feuding over a bone. Marquis Reven pounded on his desk repeatedly, venting his anger. The king's no better either. He's no fool and he's not drunk on power, but he isn't thinking at all. If he doesn't give up his seat soon, it'll only make the succession crisis worse. Princess Rena gave him a good opportunity by making things favorable for the royal faction, so he should hurry up and transfer power to the next generation already. During the demonic disturbance, the one who had encouraged the king to take the field personally was Princess Rena. Because of that, the royal faction's influence had increased greatly, and they should have been able to put Prince Zanuck on the throne if they had advocated it then and there. However, things ended up like this because he pitied his first son. It's not like I don't understand his feelings, but nobody's thinking about what's important. Nobody at all. Strictly speaking, this was not true. Unfortunately, most of them were in Reven's camp. He should not have concentrated them all under his wing. Instead, he should have carefully disseminated them throughout the other factions and had them influence the leaders from the inside. However, his irritation was not aimed at himself for not doing this earlier, but at the members of the other factions, whose brainlessness was giving him headaches. Idiots, each and every one of them, Reven shouted in frustration as he thought of these goblin-brained simpletons who could only see the bait in front of them. Even so, What should I do? Think, Revan, think. Revan's frustration grew as his breathing calmed. He had to think of how to keep the kingdom going, even in the face of the dangers ahead. To begin with, this war with the Empire is dangerous, especially if that Ainz Ooal Gown commands great power. I should start by assuming he can cause over 10 casualties by himself before I begin strategic planning. Then at the same time, I'll push for the prince to be the next king. Will that be too difficult? Revan spoke the words on his mind out loud while he organized his thoughts. Honestly, he wanted to share this matter with someone and discuss it with them. That was why Revan supported Prince Zanuck. The second prince was his only ally, though there was now another person, Princess Rena, amongst the royals. Both of them understood the danger which the kingdom faced, and he considered her a comrade in arms when it came to planning for the future. If only he could ascend to the throne, it would take a weight off his right shoulder. I don't think he was joking when he promised to make me the prime minister, though I can't relieve the burden on my left shoulder. At the very least, it would improve the kingdom's condition. Revan's current objective was to place Prince Zanuck on the throne. If he failed in that, the country would take another step toward ruin. With Princess Rena's help, my job would be easier at least. Revan sighed heavily as he gave voice to his thoughts and future plans. Even he had days when he wanted to just put everything down and walk away. Sometimes, the excessive worrying had even made him contemplate destroying the kingdom with his own hands, although that particular thought had only come up once or twice. It was like he was trying to build a sandcastle, surrounded by little brats trying to kick it down. At times, he felt like destroying the sandcastle himself, just to deny them the satisfaction. Still, he had a reason for ignoring those destructive impulses and carrying on like he did. There was a knocking on the door. The sound seemed to come from a lower position than usual. For a moment, Revan displayed an expression that was unlike his normal self. Perhaps you could say his expression melted. His eyebrows were drooping, and even the corner of his mouth was uncharacteristically relaxed. Oh, that's not good. I can't make a face like this. Revan lightly smacked his face, since his willpower was insufficient to restore the proper dignity to it. After tidying up his wild hair, he turned to the metal door and spoke so the person on the other side could hear. Though his voice was loud, it contained a surprising gentleness that indicated that he was not angry. "Come in." The speed with which the heavy door opened indicated how much the other party had been looking forward to it. On the other side of the door was a boy. The boy's innocent, adorable face was colored with a slight blush on the pale skin of his cheeks. He looked to be around 5 years old, and he padded across the floor, stopping at Revan's knee. Now, you know you shouldn't be running indoors. It's hardly refined." A female voice followed the boy over to Revan. She was a woman with a pretty face that was shadowed by gloominess. She did not seem like a happy woman. Her clothes were of exquisite make, but their colors were muted. The woman bowed primly to Revan, and then she smiled. With a hint of embarrassment, Revan returned the smile. When had his wife started smiling? Suddenly, the memories of those days came unbidden to Marquis Revan. When Marquis Revan had been a younger man, his heart brimmed with the ambition and drive that was the hallmark of youth, and the target of his ambition was the throne. Aspiring to the throne was a treasonous dream. The young Marquis Revan, filled with confidence in his abilities, probably felt that he had no other goal that was worthy of being his lifelong objective. Toward that end, he had worked quietly, expanded his influence, accumulated wealth, expanded his connections, crushed his political enemies. Taking a wife was nothing more than a part of his plan. As long as he could sell off the position of Marchioness at a high price, he did not care what kind of woman he ended up with. As it turned out, she was a beautiful yet gloomy woman, but Revan did not mind. After all, the important thing was the connections he made with his wife's family. Their home life was ordinary. No, that was just how Revan felt it was. He cared for the woman he married as a tool, but there was no love between them. As fate would have it, it was a tiny thing indeed that changed Revan. He turned his eyes to the boy in front of him. The first thing he thought when he learned he had a son was that he had another tool to use. However, as the newborn boy clutched his finger with his tiny hands, something broke inside Marquis Revan. This was his soft, squishy son, who seemed as much a monkey as a human being. He certainly did not think that he was adorable. Yet, when he felt the warmth that radiated from his finger, everything else suddenly seemed silly. The throne felt like garbage to him. The man driven by ambition had passed away at some point. Then, when Revan smiled in thanks to his wife that had just given birth to his son, he vividly remembered the expression on her face. It was a funny one, even if he would never say that out loud. He remembered that it seemed to ask, "Who is this person?" Of course, his wife had thought that this was just a temporary change caused by learning that he had an heir. However, Revan continued changing after this, and it made his wife wonder if there was something wrong with him. In the end, when his wife considered her husband before and after his change, she came to the conclusion that she preferred the new Revan, and her attitude shifted as well. The two of them were, at long last, a normal married couple. Revan reached down and lifted up his son, who was trying to scale his kneecap. The boy gurgled in delight as he was placed on Revan's thigh. He could feel the heat of his body through his clothes, and the familiar weight felt comfortable. A warm, steady satisfaction filled his chest. Now, Revan had only one objective. I want to leave a well-kept domain to my son. It was a goal that any noble father would have. Revan looked warmly to the boy on his leg and spoke to him. What's the matter, Chu? Ratan, Chachu, only two people in the world would ever see a great noble puckering his lips and going, Chu. One of them, the boy, gurgled in delight. Darling, baby talking to him will spoil his grammar. HMPH. Nonsense, that's nothing more than a baseless rumor. That said, Revan reflected that it would be bad if he raised his son poorly. Since he was his son, that meant that he must have some measure of talent. Or rather, it was fine even if he was not talented, but as his parents, they had an obligation to discover or cultivate their child's abilities. As such, it would be bad if they negatively influenced him. Even so, he refused to give up the loving nicknames for him. Love was the best teacher, after all. Isn't that right? Right, Anne, what's the matter? Do you want to tell Papa something? Revan ignored his wife's perturbed expression and asked again. Eh, well, he looked like he wanted to share a secret of some sort, judging from the way he covered his mouth with his little hands. As he saw that movement, Revan's heart melted, the corners of his eyes drooped, and he made a face one would never expect of the man who had been referred to as a snake. Well, what is it? Can you tell Papa N? Ewa, what is it? Tonight's dinner. It's Papa's favorite. Ewa, Papa N will be very happy. What's for dinner tonight? It's Gabura fish a la Munier. Is that so? What's wrong? Right, Anne. Revan saw the unhappy expression on his son's face and frantically followed up with a question. I wanted to say it. Lightning seemed to flash behind Revan's back. Is that true? I mean, is that true? Well, then it's Papa N's fault. Please forgive me. Ratan, do you want to tell me anything? As Revan looked at her with furrowed brows, his wife, not knowing what to do, covered her face. Ratan, why don't you tell Papa N? With a HMPH of annoyance, the boy jerked his head aside. Revan looked like he had just experienced a tremendous shock, so despondent that he wanted to die. I'm really sorry, Ratan. Papa N is a moron and forgot everything therefore. Could you tell me? His son glanced at him from the corner of his eye. It would seem he was almost there. Not telling Papa N. Papa N's going to cry. That well. It's Papa's favorite fish. Really now, Papa is so happy to hear that. Revan could not help kissing his son's pink cheeks over and over. It tickled, and so the boy laughed innocently. All right, then let's go have dinner. I don't think it's ready yet. Really now. It felt like a basin of cold water had been dumped over his head, and an annoyed expression spread over Revan's face. It would have been an easy matter to order the chefs to hurry up, but they still needed to follow the appropriate steps to do their work, and those steps had to be executed with specific timing. Thus, if he selfishly disrupted their routine, the food would not be as good as it could be. This was why Revan did not give those orders, even if he was not happy about the wait. It was also because he wanted his son to have the best meal possible. All right, your father is in the middle of work. Let's go. Revan could not hide his loneliness he felt as he heard his son's lively reply. Ahem, wait, actually, I'm done with work. Really? I really am done with work. Is that so? Are you just planning to put it off until tomorrow? Even if his wife was rolling her eyes at him, Revan would not let his son down from his knee. He clutched the boy tightly and sighed as he felt the heat from his son's hot body flow into him. Well, I was already at a dead end anyway, he muttered, not like I could finish it in a day. This was not an excuse. The fact was that he did not have anything urgent to take care of. His wife seemed to realize this and nodded several times. I understand. but still it seems really troublesome. That's what I said. I don't need more arms or legs to do my work, just good heads. How about my brother? He's talented, but given that running your family's estate is taxing enough as it is, I don't think I could throw more work at him. Do you know anyone else who can be trusted? Revan had already asked this question several times, and his wife had given him the same answer. There's no noble who can work on the same level as you. The truth was that if someone else was like that, his life would not have been as difficult as it was now. In the end, all that he could do was to look among the commoners. If this was a place like the Empire, where there was a national system of education that trained people up for public service, it would have been fine, but in the kingdom, looking for hidden talents was like finding a needle in a haystack. All he could do was listen to rumors of talented people and recruit them. As he thought of how much time and effort this would need, Revan's heart sank. At this moment, his son had a good idea and spoke up. Papa N, I want to help you to work too. You were right, Anne. Thank you very much. I love Chew most of all. Revan did not stop kissing his son as he continued his baby talk. This was without doubt the happiest moment of his life. He could forget the stress of his daily life and achieve a small measure of peace. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will protect all of this. Revan vowed in his heart. 2. It had been 2 months since the Empire's declaration of war, and now it was the season which turned one's exhaled breath white. In villages all over the kingdom, the bulk of the work had transited from outdoors to indoors. Few people ventured outside now. Not many people were still working. This was true even for the adventurers, who gave the impression of working all year round. Although there were cases where hungry monsters suddenly appeared in villages, and there were emergency requests to fill, there was less to do for the most part. Stepping into uncharted territory was more dangerous during this time, be it to explore ruins or unknown lands during this period. Because of that, adventurers considered this something like a season of rest and channeled their energies into training, recreation, or their side businesses. That said, the fortress city of Yggdrasil was not like that at present. It was filled with life and activity. This commotion, however, was somewhat different from that of the other cities in the kingdom. The activity here was not born of the usual energy of city life. The source of this activity came from the outermost sector of the three walls. The countless people gathered here were shabbily dressed. Most of them were commoners, but their numbers were astonishing. There were around 250, zero of them. Of course, Yggdrasil did not always have so many people in it. It was true that Yggdrasil was the nexus of trade and traffic between three kingdoms, with people, money, goods, and other things flowing freely through it. Because of that, the city was a large one. However, that by itself was not enough reason for just one sector to be packed with 250 zero people. In that case, why were there so many people here? The ones who could best shed light on this was a group of young men. Carrying bladeless spears more like sticks, really many young men stabbed and thrust at dummies made of wood and straw, clad in rusted armor and shields. This was combat training. Yes, the people gathered here today, all 250, zero of them, had been gathered for the battle against the Empire. Loud battle cries rang out everywhere. Of course, few of them were actually shouted in earnest. Most of them were gripped by the fear of the coming battle, and they trained to distract themselves from the nagging worry that they would not be going home after this. Even so, not all of them were practicing in earnest. The wars with the Empire were a yearly occurrence. As a result, many people had been broken down by them. There were those who lay down in unobtrusive niches. There were those who vented their frustrations to those around them. There were those who sat down and hugged their knees. The older they were, the more likely they were to do this. They had no fighting spirit at all and only wanted to return home alive. This was the true face of the royal army, yet it could not be helped. To begin with, they had been rounded up by force. Then they were told that they would have to risk their lives in bloody battle for no gain to themselves. Even if they managed to return alive, they would return to a wasted harvest, and their lives would be very difficult, like a noose slowly strangling them. This was no different from a drawn-out execution. The wagons rode past the soldiers. Their beds bulged with vast quantities of foodstuffs. Logically speaking, it would be difficult to house and feed 3% of the kingdom's population within a single city. However, Yggdrasil was the front line of the wars with the Empire and had been designed to accommodate the kingdom's military might. After several battles with the Empire, the city had been prepared to handle 250 people with ease. Their storehouses were massive and were probably the largest buildings in the city. The supplies kept pouring into those storehouses. The unmotivated people looked fearfully at those wagons. It was as though they were staring at death slowly creeping towards them. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. This was a large-scale transfer of rations. That meant the war with the Empire was going to begin. This was the innermost sector of the Yggdrasil's triple walls. In the center of the city was the mansion of the mayor of Yggdrasil, Panasoli Gruz de Rettenmeier. Although it was a luxurious home worthy of the city's leader, it still paled in comparison to the building beside it. That building was the most impressive in the city, the VIP villa. It was typically sealed up, and only the royal family or those close to them would be permitted to use it. And now, in a room within that villa, several men were gathered around King Ramposa III and the great nobles. Gazef stood silently beside the king, who sat upon a crude throne. A large table dominated the center of the room, surrounded by nobles who were studying the large map that had been rolled out upon it. There were several troop position markers on the map, and around it were countless scattered documents, nominal rolls, reconnaissance reports, combat logs, monster appearance reports, and the like. Although there were water bearers behind them, there was little water left. It was testament to the intensity of the debates that had taken place here. The truth was that fatigue was starting to appear on the distinguished, pedigreed faces of the great nobles. As one's forces grew larger, there were more things which had to be discussed and more decisions that had to be made. While low-level issues could be delegated to subordinates, they had to coordinate the matters of the nobles within their factions personally. As nobles with their pride on the line, they could not afford to embarrass themselves before others, which only added to their workload. However, that was over now. Marquis Revan, who looked the least exhausted of everyone here, opened his mouth to speak. No, it was better to say that he was always the first to speak. He might have been slighted as a bat, but nobody doubted his intelligence. Having him chair these cross-factional meetings was the fastest way to get things done. Thank you all for your hard work. For the most part, I believe we've finished our preparations within the deadline. From now on, we will begin discussing the strategy for the upcoming war against the Empire. Revan's gaze swept across everyone present, and he held up a parchment for all to see. This is a declaration from the Empire that arrived several days ago. It states the proposed site of the battlefield. The concept of proposed battlefield locations stemmed from the fact that battlefields invariably became cursed locations which spawned the undead. Therefore, when battles were to be waged between members of fellow species, they would designate specific locations where they would fight. Assuming both sides agreed, they could do battle there without harming each other's countries. Of course, not all wars were fought like that, or rather, it was rare for such agreements to be made. However, the kingdom and empire had fought on designated battlefields for the past few years. Even if they took new land, it would be more trouble than it was worth if it spawned undead nearby, and there was no point in defending land from invaders if it ended up cursed and uninhabitable anyway. Both sides shared the same point of view, hence the agreements. For that reason, someone sighed in relief as Revan announced the missive. That noble must have thought this war would be the same as any other, given the familiar nature of the declaration. Then, the battlefield will be, isn't it the same old place, Marquis Revan? Where else could it be? Indeed. As Marquis Boulop says, the battlefield is the same place as all these years. That cursed land enveloped by mist, the Katsi Plains, specifically the northwest region. Since it's the same place, does that mean the Empire's invasion will be the same as always? Although the Empire claimed to be helping the magic caster Ainz Ooal Gown reclaim his rightful territory, most of the nobles felt that this was merely a casus belli for them to declare war like they always did. If that was all, Gazef would have agreed, but Revan shook his head. Unfortunately, Marquis Blumrush, that does not seem to be the case. According to my sources, the Empire has mobilized a great deal of military power for this engagement. I sent my subordinates, a team of formerly Orichalcum-ranked adventurers, out to follow up on this, and while they aren't sure of the exact figure, judging by the insignia and badges of the activated units, the Empire has fielded 6 full legions. 6. Consternation rippled through the gathered nobles. The Empire had 8 legions of knights, but up to now, the most they had ever committed 4 to the field at any one time. But this time, they had brought out 1.5 times that amount. Are they serious? The question came from a noble with an uneasy expression on his face. The 6 legions of the Empire contained 60 men. The kingdom had 250 men, but although they had the advantage in numbers, the reverse was true in terms of troop quality. I'm not too sure, but we may need to consider that this may not end in a simple skirmish. In the battles to date, where the Empire's 40 men went up against the kingdom's 200, the Empire would launch an attack, which the kingdom would weather, and that would be the end of it. The Empire's objective was to slowly exhaust the kingdom and waste their stocks of food, so just forcing the kingdom to take the field would accomplish one of their objectives. If they were planning on doing the same thing, there would be no need to mobilize 60 men. That meant they had another motive for doing this. Revan thought, it seems increasing the levy was the right decision to make. However, the increased costs of fielding more soldiers were also a headache. In the past, their battles had been fought during the harvest season of autumn. This war would be fought in winter, requiring expenditures for things like firewood, warm clothing, and so on which had never been needed before. This war was financed by the king. If the royal faction's power had not increased, it would have been hard for the king to gather funds, and the king's own power would have sharply declined. Still, Marquis Revan, don't you think they've mobilized more men than usual in order to impress that magic caster calling himself a king which they allied with, or just putting on a show? After all, not raising a large army against us would result in them losing face in front of their allies. I believe that is very likely. In truth, given that we've received no communication from this Ainz Ooal Gown, I suspect that this incident may have been masterminded by the Empire, and this Ainz Ooal Gown is only a bystander who was drawn into this. He might not even be participating in this of his own free will. Personally, Gazer felt that it would be wonderful if that were really the case. That way they would not truly need to make an enemy of that mighty magic caster, and how many people would that save? However, that might be too optimistic. Gazef opened his hitherto tightly shut mouth. May I speak? Granted. With the king's permission, Gazef began unburdening himself of his doubts. I do not think that is the case. Much like with that document from the slain theocracy, I do not think this declaration of war is a mere sham. Displeasure was clearly evident on the nobles' faces. Yggdrasil and its surroundings was the meeting point of 3 nations. Every time the kingdom and the empire had their little wars, the theocracy would make its opinion known. To begin with, they would say, Yggdrasil and its surroundings originally belonged to the slain theocracy. The kingdom has taken control of it unlawfully, and they are obliged to return it to its rightful owners. It is deeply regretful that such improperly appropriated territory should become the object of a power struggle, and so on. When they heard this, both countries wanted to tell them to stop cutting in from the side, but to date the theocracy had never mobilized their troops, so they believed that their disagreement was purely verbal. This time, however, the tone they had taken was very different. The theocracy has no records of him and cannot make a ruling on the matter. But if this land rightfully belongs to Ainz Ooal Gown, then we will acknowledge the legitimacy of his claim. That was what their communique had said. The nobles of the kingdom were furious at this statement, which sounded like the theocracy was spouting utter rubbish out of nowhere. However, there were those who understood the true meaning behind the document. The slain theocracy was saying, we have no intention of antagonizing Ainz Ooal Gown on a national level. That implied that the slain theocracy, the strongest nation in the region, was not willing to risk a confrontation with a single magic caster. But that was understandable, Gazef thought. He easily wiped out one of the 6 scriptures, and although he said he didn't kill them, the slain theocracy feels that it would be a bad idea to make an enemy of someone with such power. If Ainz Ooal Gown was pulled into this war by the Empire, they wouldn't need to roll over like this. HMPH. So what if they have one more magic caster? Aren't we the ones with 250 people? Count Lytton laughed in the face of Gazef's caution, the mockery evident in his voice. Gazef fought the urge to furrow his brows. Although he understood the shocking power of a great magic caster, he also understood where Lytton was coming from. If he knew nothing else, he would have thought the same way too. For example, there was the famed magic caster of the Empire, Fluda Paradine. His name was known in distant countries. He was rumored to be able to use magic of the 5th or 6th tier, but to be honest, nobody knew how powerful he really was. That was because he had never taken part in the Empire's wars, nor had he used his magic to rout the armies of the kingdom. While the 6th tier of magic was impressive, exactly how impressive it was remained to be seen. Even Gazef, someone who had survived countless battles as the kingdom's warrior captain, felt that way. The nobles were not magic casters, but had probably only been told about magic as part of their education. Many of the kingdom's nobles thought little of Fluda, thinking of him as nothing more than a poster boy for the Empire's propaganda. The nobles who had little contact with magic users like adventurers were even more likely to think that way. Count Lytton was one of them. To him, magic casters were little more than stage magicians. Of course, the priests he turned to when he was sick or injured were a different matter. I don't think that's quite right. They can be quite hard to deal with if they use flying magic and attack with area of effect spells. Long-ranged attacks can be quite damaging. Of course, professional magic casters won't do things which don't benefit them. Still, the Empire's treatment of Ainz Ooal Gown is just too strange. They wouldn't go this far if he was a simple magic caster, so we had better stay on our guard. Those severe words were spoken by Margrave Uravana, whose head of white hair and wrinkled face conveyed the stern dignity of a senior individual. As the oldest of the 6 great nobles, he was a clear contrast with the young Count Lytton. Every word and gesture of his made the Count nod in reluctant agreement. However, there was someone who opposed him, Marquis Bulope. HMPH, who's this Ainz Ooal Gown? Like Lytton said, what can one man do? If he flies through the air, we'll shoot him down with bows. The same if he attacks from far away. What can one magic caster do? Those stories of magic casters who change the battlefield by themselves are just that, stories. I beg your pardon, but isn't it possible that some of the heroic sagas which the bards sing might be true? I believe that the warrior Captain Dono is not in possession of all the facts. Stories are embellished to draw attention. After the facts are exaggerated, the stories are well removed from reality. This only gets worse when bards spread stories heard from other bards. However, if they could gather a lot of magic casters that could use fireball, and how likely is it that they'll be able to gather a whole group of people who can use fireball? Warrior Captain Dono. I don't think it's too likely. Fireball was a 3rd-tier spell. It would be impossible to amass a large number of magic casters who could use that spell, even if one had the magical academies of the Empire. Then, isn't that the answer? Magic is a good weapon, but no matter how powerful he is, one man cannot change the battlefield. You forgive me, the warrior Captain Dono is a perfect example. While nobody can match yourself in a duel, even you can't slay tens of thousands of people in one go. He was right. Gazef could not find anything to rebut Marquis Bulope's argument. Those tales of slaying 10,000 men with a single spell were dubious at best. Even that granny, Rigrit Bur's Koro of the 13 heroes, could not accomplish such a feat. However, the disquiet still lingered in Gazef. Could it be that he had not met a truly amazing magic caster, but was simply clueless? Then, what if it was a dragon, Marquis Blumrush? That magic caster is a human. Why would you even bring up a dragon? No, I meant in terms of one man fighting a brigade. In the first place, there's no point mentioning dragons when we're discussing humans. I don't know what you're all thinking, being so afraid of a measly little magic caster. He turned a sharp glare to Gazef. As nobles of the kingdom, you should be ashamed of yourselves, cowering at the sight of his shadow. Still, it's not like I don't understand the warrior Captain Dono's concern. Then, let us consider Ainz Ooal Gown to be a force capable of equaling 5,000 men. F5,000. Count Lytton's eyes went wide. Don't you think it's a little much? Valuing one man as equal to 5,000. Equating him to half would still be too much. I, for one, consider the warrior Captain Dono to be a match for 1,000 men. And given that our warrior Captain Dono is so wary of this individual, we shall count him as being able to battle 5 times that amount. I have faith in the warrior Captain Dono's appraisal of him. You honor me. Although he still doubted that Ainz Ooal Gown's combat power was only equal to 5,000 men. That much was already difficult enough to believe. It would be better to thank him and try to improve the other man's mood. With that in mind, Gazef lowered his head. At this juncture, the hitherto silent first Prince Barbaro opened his mouth. If I might be allowed a bit of your time, I've been thinking, why don't we draft those adventurers into the army? After all, they work in the kingdom, so aren't they subject to the kingdom's conscription? Why can't we force them to join the military? I don't recall any law in the kingdom forbidding that. The great nobles glanced at each other. As landlords, they clearly understood the value and power of adventurers. Because of that, they did not think as Barbro did. On his part, Gazer felt that the reason why Barbro had such thoughts was because of the king. If the king had granted him a fief to manage, he would not have thought like that. Marquis Reven coughed. My prince, I trust you understand that aside from the copper ranks, every adventurer is stronger than the average soldier. Of course, that's why they'll produce excellent results once they're drafted. They'll be able to defeat the Imperial Knights with ease. I do not dispute that point. However, if we did that, then our enemies, the Empire, for instance, would also conscript adventurers. The result of that would not be a battle between adventurers, but a systematic slaughter of the rank and file by adventurers. The losses would be far greater, and many of the weak would die. This is why both sides don't use adventurers to avoid such an arms race. In addition, the rules of the Adventurers Guild would never allow it. Workers were also not used for similar reasons. In addition, they were usually more expensive than adventurers and less reliable. I see. I understand the idea, even if I don't accept it. Then what if a city they stayed in was attacked? If they still didn't lend their strength then, wouldn't that be unforgivable as citizens of the Empire? I understand the point you're trying to make. However, they feel that they have discretion over whether or not they count as citizens of the kingdom. In addition, they might also be traveling abroad at the time. In any case, the better they are, the more the nation is diminished when they perish in battle. It may lead to a situation where a monster appears, but there's no adventurer around capable of stopping it. As such, we need to handle adventurers carefully. Marquis Reven, didn't you mention earlier that you had conscripted some retired adventurers into your forces? Something about formerly orichalcum ranked. Why is that allowed? That's fine. They're no longer bound by the rules of the Adventurers Guild once they retire and are no longer members. That's why I hired them. How shall I say this? I hear it, but I still can't bring myself to accept it. Soft laughter and sounds of approval came from the noble contingent. Still, that only applies up to adventurers ranked up to orichalcum. Adamantite-ranked adventurers are a different matter entirely. Of the two adamantite-ranked adventurer parties in the kingdom, there was nobody here who did not know of the daring exploits of Blue Rose during the demonic disturbance. Before they took center stage, there was another group of adamantite-ranked adventurers. Although they've all retired, they haven't been hired since then. Right, Warrior Captain Donor. That's correct. There are 4 of them. One opened an exclusive sword school for pupils he chose himself. 2 more went on a journey. The last one was the granny who once belonged to Blue Rose before vanishing. Gazef counted the familiar faces on his fingers as he recalled them while he was strolling through the capital. He had been dragged into a training hall by his future teacher, and he had been subjected to hellish days of sword training and lectures. Because of that encounter, the Gazef, who should have only been a mercenary, had ended up serving the king. But even if that was the case, no, come to think of it, those were good memories too. I see. I've also heard that the adventurer team called Darkness are within this city. If only we could count on the beautiful princess, Nabe, to fight Ainz Ooal Gown, although that seems difficult. While that was fundamentally a good idea, the Adventurers Guild would never allow it. Several nobles began loudly cursing the guild. For instance, they're nothing more than peasants. For instance, who do they think pays them? For instance, if they're citizens of the kingdom, they should be working for the kingdom. It was only natural that those in power would be displeased by the Adventurers Guild, which refused to submit to that power. However, it was also a fact that they were the only ones who could deal with monsters. If the Adventurers Guild left the kingdom, they would have no way of beating back powerful monsters. As a result, the kingdom would be slowly destroyed. Not even Gazef's presence would change that. Monsters had many special abilities, and defeating them would require an equally diverse repertoire of attacks, defenses, and healing methods. Because of this, adventurers were indispensable. It would be a different matter if they could incorporate magic casters and rangers into their forces, like the Empire had. Ah, as expected of your highness, I feel that this is a marvelous idea. The one who spoke was a baron. He was too lowly ranked to be taking part in this meeting, which meant he was someone's vassal. As a magic caster, she might have some insights into this situation. It might be good just to listen to what she has to say. Maybe we should send an emissary over, just in case. The idea met with a small amount of approval. Most of the ones who agreed were low-ranking nobles, and given the way they were praising Barbaro, they were probably running dogs from the noble faction. They did not seem to have noticed the faces which the more keen-eyed people were making. Then go, the king ordered in a tired voice. Marmondono is an adamantite-ranked adventurer. You are not to offend him under any circumstances. Understood, this one Chenika will carry out the royal decree to the letter. Is that so? Well, then take care not to offend Marmondono. The king waved him off again after repeating his orders. The noble in question left the chamber, brimming with pride. He did not seem to have realized that he would be heartlessly cast aside if anything went wrong. Ha, we've come a long way from the original topic. Now, where were we? So for Ainz Ooal Gown's combat power, I don't think anyone objects to him counting for 5,000 men. Marquis Revan looked to Gazef. I have no objections. Personally, Gazef felt that twice that figure would not be enough, but he understood that those who had not seen his power firsthand might not be able to accept that fact. I see. Then, as the Empire has already agreed on the choice of battlefield, I trust we can all begin moving our armies out toward the Katsi Plains. Marquis Revan's line of sight swept through the room, and one by one the nobles answered in the affirmative. When he reached Marquis Boulop at last, the man's reply was loud and clear. There will be no problems, Marquis Revan. My troops are ready to move out at any time. Then, Your Majesty, might I make a suggestion? I wish to entrust something to the prince. There was only one prince present. Everyone's eyes turned to Barbaro. It seems that Ainz Ooal Gown once appeared to save a settlement called Khan Village. If it was purely out of altruism, that would be well and good. However, he might have had a strategic motive in mind. I feel it would be best if we mobilized some troops and tried to question the villagers on the details. I would like to entrust the command of that unit to the prince. Marquis, Barbaro glared at Marquis Boulop. Be quiet. The king said, that is not a bad idea. My son, I command you go to Khan village and learn what you can from the villagers. Gazef tried his best not to furrow his brows. If they went to Khan village now, they would not be likely to learn useful information about that magic caster. In addition, splitting their forces was hardly a wise move, even if it was a comparatively small amount. The king orders and I obey. However, I wish to express that this posting is not of my will. Seeing that the king had no intention of withdrawing his orders, Barbaro lowered his head without bothering to hide the unhappy expression on his face. I will lend you some of my elite troops to accompany you to the village. I will also send noblemen to accompany the prince. The total strength of your unit will be around 5,000 men. I see. You're on guard against a flanking force from the Empire. I expected nothing less of your insights. Marquis Boulop, Gazef could see the logic in Revan's words. However, he still had his doubts that the Imperial army would use such underhanded methods, flanking troops, even after agreeing on the location of the battlefield. While this was a basic combat tactic, conducting a sneak attack like this after the agreement would only disgrace themselves among the surrounding nations. The Empire would be shooting itself in the foot. Although I don't feel I need so many soldiers, since the Marquis has graciously proposed the idea, I am left with little choice but to accept it. Many thanks, Your Highness. Then I have one more question. Marquis Boulop paused for a moment, rather than catching his breath. The delay was to draw attention to what he was going to say next. Who will be the overall commander for this battle? I trust nobody will object to myself. The room's atmosphere changed. This was an indirect declaration. It was phrased as a query, but it carried with it the unspoken weight and power of selecting the man who would wield authority over the entire army. If asked who was the better commander between King Ramposa III and Marquis Boulop, many nobles would point to the latter. This was especially true given that the Marquis forces made up 1/5 of the royal army, 50 men. In addition, Marquis Boulop also commanded elite troops. He had been inspired by Gazef's warrior band and had thus created a unit of professional warriors. They were very good fighters. Although they were still inferior to the warrior band under Gazef, they were still a match for the Empire's knights, perhaps more than a match. Of particular note were their numbers, which were numbered around 5,000. If they clashed with Gazef's warrior band, Bulop's more numerous elites would triumph by a great margin. If the king was not personally present, command authority would undoubtedly fall to Marquis Bulop. But since the king was here, it would only be natural to have King Ramposa III as the supreme commander, though the nobles of the noble faction would probably not accept that. Gazef's face turned stern as Marquis Bulop placed pressure on the king with his question, but Marquis Bulop remained unmoved even as he saw Gazef's expression. To Bulop, Gazef was merely a commoner who was good with a sword, and allowing one knot of noble blood to remain in this room was nearly intolerable. Marquis Revan. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Conduct the army safely to the Katsi Plains. From there, you will also be in charge of the encampment and entrenchment. Understood. Revan nodded in acceptance of the royal decree. Although the spot Bulop wanted had been snatched away from him, he could not complain if it was Revan. He knew the man was talented, and as a result, criticizing him would be very difficult. More importantly, Revan had broad connections, and many of Bulop's men owed him favors. If he tried to criticize Revan too harshly, it would only make them doubt him instead. As such, Bulop had no choice but to grin and bear it. Marquis Revan, my troops will be in your hands. Please let me know if you need anything. Many thanks. Marquis Bulop, I will be counting on you when the time comes. Gazef was as happy over the king's brilliant decision as though it were his own. Is there anything else? The king waited for a while, but nobody replied. Then let us begin the preparations to move out. We shall leave tomorrow. It will take us 2 days to reach the battlefield, so do not grow lax in your preparations. Then you are dismissed. Marquis Revan, carry on. I understand, your majesty. The nobles steadily filed out of the room to begin their marching preparations, leaving only the king and Gazef. Ramposa III slowly turned his head. A cracking sound reached Gazef's ear. He must have been very stiff. After stretching, an expression of relief bloomed on the king's face. Thank you for your hard work, your majesty. Ah, it was hard work indeed. I'm tired. Gazef smiled wryly to his king. Tiring was an understatement of managing the royal and the noble factions. However, there were still people who were more fatigued than Ramposa III. It's about time. Just as Ramposa III was about to continue, several knocks came from the door. Then the door slowly opened, and the waiting guest entered. He was a plain-looking, plump bulldog of a man who seemed otherwise unremarkable. His scalp reflected the light. His hair was sparse to the point of non-existence, and what little remained was snowy white. His body was round, his belly was fat, and his chin and jowls were flabby. Yet, despite his plain appearance, the light of intelligence sparkled within his eyes. Ramposa III smiled amiably to him. I'm glad you came, Panasoli. Your Majesty, said the mayor of Yggdrasil as he bowed to his liege lord. Then he shifted his gaze. It's been a while, Stranoff Dono. Panasoli was a noble, yet he was exceedingly courteous to Gazef. A commoner, it was precisely because he was a man like that which resulted in him being posted to this place. Greetings. Mayor, you took care of me back then. My thanks for arranging to heal my subordinates. I was in a hurry to report to the capital, so I rushed off without properly thanking you. Please accept my apologies. Ah, no. Think nothing of it. I understand how important it was for you to report the ambush, warrior captain. How could I be so inflexible as to hold a grudge against you for that? Seeing that both parties were bowing to each other, the king laughed in joy. Panasole, aren't you going to do that wheezing thing with your nose? Your Majesty, there is no need to do so around people who do not patronize me. Or perhaps His Majesty and Stranoff Dono feel I'm a jester who trades on that particular act. Sorry, it was a joke. Please forgive me, Panasole. Ah, no, your humble servant overstepped his bounds. It is I who must beg your forgiveness, your Majesty. Then shall we begin? No, the king hesitated, and then replied, no. There's still one more person who's yet to arrive. Let's wait for him. Very well. Then may we first discuss the issue of food costs within the city. After that, I shall report the projections on the kingdom's national strength for the next year, based on the data collected by the Marquis. The sooner we get these headaches out of the way, the better. As Panasole began to speak, even Gazef, who was unused to managing domestic affairs of state, ended up frowning. His report concerned the alarming state of the country's present and future expenses. The collection of food throughout the kingdom was making food shortages even worse. Of particular note was the fact that the country would continue declining even after the citizens here returned from their conscription. Panasolai's predictions were on the optimistic side, and they still painted a dire picture of things. As for the king, his face was a blank mask. How did it get like this? If the empire continues its yearly attacks, the chances of the kingdom collapsing from within will be quite high. Keeping taxes as they are will cause a lot of people to starve to death, and if we reduce taxes, we won't have enough to fund our policies. Ramposa III placed his hands on his forehead, covering his face. This was the result of responding to years of saber-rattling with the Empire. By the time they realized the Empire's aim of paring away at the kingdom's strength, it was far too late. Your Majesty, how disturbing. If we'd known earlier, if only we'd dealt with this before the nobles had fully split into their factions, how foolish. Certainly not, Your Majesty. I feel trying to address it would only have caused the kingdom to split into two and triggered civil war, and the Empire would have taken advantage of our weakness to invade and conquer us. Gazef was certain of this, the king. Ramposa II had done a good job. The conditions that had led to this situation were the result of the previous king's inaction. It was impossible for one generation to erase the accumulated sins of all its ancestors. I just want to leave a decent kingdom to the next, to my children. Although the king spoke slowly, every word was laced with powerful purpose. Then, is this not the chance to do so? I have many supporters now due to the disturbance. Should we not strike a telling blow to the Empire, no matter the cost, so we can win a few years of peace for the kingdom? Gazef could see a light in the king's eyes. That light made him worry. He knew he should have opposed this, but he could not make a sound. If the king had spoken to advance his own desires and ambitions, perhaps he might have been able to bring himself to chide him. But as he realized the king was speaking of ensuring the safety of his people and country, the words caught in his throat. As a first-hand witness to the king agonizing over his country, the warrior captain could not speak out against him. While that is certainly possible, I trust you're also aware that this is a very dangerous move. If you act to reduce the power of the nobility, the country may fall into chaos. The king knotted his brows, and Gazef's heart ached. You've hit the nail on the head as usual, Panasolai. Although one might die during surgery, there's also a chance that one might live longer. If we leave things be, the disease will spread through the body and slowly kill us. In that case, shouldn't we step forward and seize the day? My king, surgical operations are not reliable. It would be better to find another solution instead. If there were some magical solution to the kingdom's woes, I would like to entrust my hopes to it. Unfortunately, there is none. The barbaric method of cutting open the body to remove the diseased portion is the only cure for our present predicament. This frightening and crude procedure, surgery, advocated by the Minotaur sage, was the only remedy for the kingdom. A gloomy silence dominated the room, which had seen a king forced to extreme measures to save his country. Then, just as it seemed this oppressive atmosphere would last forever, a knock rang out from the door, as though to shatter the despondence in the air. The man who entered without waiting for a response was Marquis Reven. Gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. Relief spread through the room. Ah, just the man we were looking for. Marquis Reven, I put a great burden on you. Reven looked confused for a moment as he tried to figure out what exactly the king spoke of, but he immediately reacted by replacing it with a tired expression. No, don't take it to heart, Your Majesty. In truth, entrusting command to Marquis Bulo would have been foolish in the extreme. After all, he only knows how to order charges and retreats. It was unclear whether Reven sincerely meant his harsh criticism. Perhaps he might have said so on purpose to lighten the gloominess he had sensed when he entered the room. In addition, if Your Majesty were to assume direct control of the army, a misstep might result in the noble faction retreating on the eve of battle. As such, there is no commander better suited to the role than myself. That being said, I'd like a break from all this work without rest. I wish to announce in advance that after this war is concluded, I would like to rest on my own lands for several months. With that, Reven's expression suddenly turned severe. I apologize for my curtness, but we can't waste time here, so let's get this over with quickly. Although his face remained as cold as that of a snake's, Gazef could sense human emotions within him, as well as qualities that he could bring himself to admire. I was a fool to not have seen his true nature beforehand. Am I really so bad at reading people? With regret in his heart, Gazif recalled the meeting in the king's chambers before they left the capital. There had been 5 people present. King Ramposa III, Gazif himself, 3rd Princess Rena, 2nd Prince Zanak and Marquis Revan. The things which the last 2 had said filled Gazif with surprise and shattered his set-in-stone preconceptions about the court. In particular, there was that man whom Gazif despised, the man who reminded him of a snake and a scorpion in particular. Learning that the man Gazif despised as vermin was actually the man who worked hardest for the king shocked him beyond the capacity of words to describe. I seem to be constantly causing trouble for you, and my daughter, Marquis Revan. Ramposa III lowered his head to the seated Revan, a sincere expression on his face. Your Majesty, please don't do that. I've already acted on my own without consulting yourself. I only regret that I did not take action earlier. Marquis Revan, allow me to apologize to you as well, Gazif said as he bowed deeply. I was deceived by surface impressions and harbored disrespectful thoughts about you without understanding your true intentions. Please forgive this foolish one. Warrior Captain Dono, there is no need to worry about that. Even so, if I am not punished for my foolishness, it will stick like a thorn within my heart. Revan's face seemed to say, really? And then he shook his head several times. After that, he dictated Gazif's punishment. I understand. Then, from now on, I shall not address you as Warrior Captain Dono, but as Gazif Dono. Consider that a token of my respect towards you. It was a punishment that did not even count as a punishment. A thought that he had eyes, but could not see started growing in his heart, and Gazif replied with sincere gratitude. Many thanks, Marquis Revan. Think nothing of it, Gazif Dono. Then, let us begin discussing the direction in which the kingdom will go from this day forth. 3. Gazif passed through the main gate and reached the company stables on the outer ring of the city. He exhaled deeply to relieve the fatigue clouding his mind. He was exhausted. The meeting he'd just attended made him acutely aware that he was a mere commoner. As he stood by the king's side and moved through noble society, he had gradually come to understand the way they thought. Even so, he frequently encountered responses and attitudes that only those born and bred to the nobility would understand. Gazif could not understand why they would think that way, especially the concept of valuing the pride of the nobility over concrete benefits. No, even more inscrutable than that was the idea of prioritizing one's pride over one's citizens. Gazif slowly scanned his surroundings. The soldiers, shouting as they ran back and forth, they were the people. They were the people of the kingdom, who came from villages all over the country to fight this war. They did not look too reliable as soldiers. Their hands were meant to hold hoes and shovels. Protecting them should have been the duty of the ones who ruled over them. If they handed Yggdrasil over, they would be hurting the people who lived within the city, just like the king said. However, Gazif recalled the image of Ainz Ooal Gown wearing his strange mask. He had returned to Khan village just after dusk, with no sign of having fought a hard battle. That was right. The 2 of them had easily defeated the enemies which had utterly decimated Gazif and his troops. Truly, he was a sorcerer king. Those words suited his peerless form that night. Fighting him directly was foolish. Rather, but that would make the people suffer. Damn it, Gazif cursed, unable to think of a solution. What should he do? Confusion on the battlefield was a sign of impending death. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the region could still die if he could not focus. This was especially true if his opponent was Ainz Ooal Gown. It was true that he had not witnessed the battle which had saved Khan village, and he himself did not say he had won, just that he'd chased them off. But anyone could tell that was a blatant lie. Speaking of which, why did he have to lie that they'd run off? After Ainz and Albedo had left, he went to the plains where they had fought, but he found no signs of a slaughter. He had not found a single corpse, but burying dozens of bodies would have been very time-consuming. Without bodies, without physical evidence, the statement of they fled gained credence. However, that was assuming Ainz Ooal Gown had not used magic. Who knew there might be spells which could send bodies away or destroy them? In addition, Gazif had a hunch, although it stemmed purely from his warrior's instinct. But when he saw the uninjured Ainz return to the village, he could smell the faint scent of death rising up from him. It was not so much that they had fled, but he had let them flee. Because of that, Gazef trusted his instincts over what Ainz had said. There was no basis or evidence for this at all. The bodies of the sunlight scripture were nowhere to be found, but they were most certainly dead. I don't get it. He was a magic caster who could annihilate the foes which had defeated Gazef, and he could do so without a scratch. How powerful was he? Certainly, he was several levels above Gazef and his warrior band. What would happen if a being like that appeared on the battlefield and used his magic? Gazef once more looked at the people, filled with excitement, fear, despair, and frustration. When two magic casters using magic of the same tier, the stronger magic caster would naturally be able to bring forth a more powerful spell. Then, what horrors would result if Ainz Ooal Gown were to cast a fireball? The fathers who had to feed their infant children, the sons who had to support their ailing parents, the youths about to be married, all of these people had left their families behind to come here. How likely was it that they could endure an attack like that? It would be impossible. Right, they would expire in one hit with just a single spell from that great magic caster. If it was a fire spell, they would become charred corpses. If it was an ice spell, they would become frozen corpses. If it was a lightning spell, they would be electrocuted corpses. That much was certain. Then what about Gazef? Could he take it? He was fairly certain he could take one hit without dying. However, that sort of thinking might be too naive. Ah, why did it all turn out like this? Fighting against Ainz Ooal Gown was most definitely a mistake. Gazef felt that Ainz Ooal Gown was not a heartless man, given the way he had saved Khan village. Yet, at the same time, he sensed that he was no ordinary good Samaritan. The image he had of Ainz was that of a man who showed no mercy to those that opposed him. They should have avoided conflict with him and treated him with politeness. After that, he might have been amenable to selecting a different location. As Gazef looked out on the people surrounding him, a weighty feeling in his heart, he caught sight of a white-armored youth from the corner of his vision. Along with him was a swordsman who seemed to float lightly on his feet. It was Climb and Brain. There was a third person behind them, and they were eagerly discussing something. Who's that? I feel like I've seen him before. Ah, he's one of the formerly Orichalcum-ranked adventurers under Marquis Reven. Gazef was familiar with the former adventurer team. They were the ones whom the common folk pinned their hopes on, given that they were all of common birth themselves. In some ways, they were his seniors, the ones who had come before him. The paladin of the Fire Guard, whose job class excelled in battling evil-aligned monsters, the Evil Slayer, Boris Axelson, aged 41. The priest of the Wind Guard, a warrior priest that could hold his own in combat with any fighter, Yorlan Dixgort, aged 46. The warrior who incorporated dancing swords into his four-sword style, Franson, aged 39. The wizard praised as a scholar, who had created several spells bearing his name, Lundquist, aged 45. And finally, the thief known as the Unseen, Larkmire, aged 40. Gazef recalled them as he counted them off on his fingers. The one chatting idly with Climb was the thief, Larkmire, speaking of which, he'd apparently worked with Climb and Brain during the demonic disturbance, helping them infiltrate enemy territory to rescue people. They did not seem to have noticed Gazef, but it felt wrong to just barge in. That being said, it would still be rude to not greet them at the very least. Besides, they would all be heading to the battlefield soon. Although the chances of them entering combat were low, given that they would be protecting the king, one never knew what might happen. It might be the last time they ever saw each other again. If possible, he wanted to have a private chat with the two of them. As though the world was granting his wish, Larkmire waved to the two of them and departed. Climb and Brain remained, smiling over something. The bonds between the two of them had grown strong during the demonic disturbance in the capital. Be it as friends or disciples or companions, they had built a complex and mutually beneficial relationship. And it was because of that relationship that Brain was now a comrade of Climb, a fellow soldier under Princess Rena. Gazef could not help regretting the fact that he had allowed a warrior who could have rivaled him to be snatched away. However, he managed to calm down as he watched the two of them. This was how it should have been. Gazef smiled as he approached the pair. Still, that's a really flashy suit of armor. It's still all right in the capital, but on the battlefield he'll be easy to notice. Should I warn Climb about that? There were many soldiers on the battlefield, but Climb stood out among them because almost none of them wore full plate armor. On top of that, his armor was painted an eye-catching white. Bowmen would aim at him, and cavalry would use him as a target. Although Climb's chances were pretty good against the average Imperial knight, there were still warriors who were stronger than him. The four knights of the Empire were one such example. If I'm not wrong, Rena Sama gave him that armor. She must not be very familiar with the battlefield if she ordered it painted in that color. She might be good with tactics, but it would appear she was out of touch with the realities of the battlefield. If Climb dies, the princess will be sad. With magical dyes, they could temporarily change the color of the armor and return it to normal once they return to the capital. He approached the two of them from behind as he thought about this. Brain turned his face, and his hand reached for the hilt of his katana. As expected of Brain, he could sense me from a distance like this. Metal armor made noise when its wearer walked. It would not be strange for people to notice and react to the sound if it drew close to them. However, there were many people here, all busy preparing for battle. It would be hard to notice the sound of him moving forward amidst the clamor here. Of course, it was a different matter for a thief, especially one with specialized training. Brain widened his eyes. Then he glanced at Climb and grinned as if he had pranked him. Although Brain seemed to have gotten the wrong idea, this was fine as well. He grinned in a similar way and took care not to make noise as he carefully advanced on the still unaware Climb. Although he had not been trained in moving silently and was wearing metal armor, Climb still had not noticed him and seemed to be discussing something with Brain. His challenge was to reach the spot directly behind Climb's back, which he succeeded in doing. Gazef brought his hand down in a karate chop, directly onto Climb's unguarded head. "You were!" Climb stumbled back while squeaking in a thoroughly unmanly way. As his eyes recognized Gazef, they goggled open. Isn't this Strono? Quiet." After Climb swallowed his half-formed words, Gazef continued. "Quiet. Revealing my identity here will be very troublesome. Just call me Gazef." Although he was the warrior captain, the strongest man in the kingdom, many villagers from the rural areas of the kingdom did not know what he looked like. In their minds, the warrior captain was probably 2 meters tall, bearing a gigantic sword, and armored in a suit of shining gold. Gazef did not want to dash their expectations, and besides, drawing attention would be annoying. I apologize for my lack of— No, you did nothing wrong," Gazef said as he interrupted Climb's apology with a wry grin. Then the grin took on a new meaning. "Although, I have to say that you need to be more alert. After all, you did miss someone in full plate armor sneaking up on you. Still, there shouldn't be any enemies here." "What are you saying, Gazef? Being relaxed isn't necessarily bad. Being wound too tight is." "Then, Brain, how did you discover me from so far away? Isn't that obvious? There was a strange presence in the air." Gazef noticed that Climb was looking at Brain and himself with eyes full of surprise. "Climb, as Princess Rena's personal guard, you need to be able to sense presences like that. If you miss a hidden assassin, your charge will be hurt." "Ah, so that's what it is. I was wondering what you were up to. Now I see. Climb, if I'm not wrong, you're using a self-invented style, right? Does that include training your senses?" "Ah, no, it doesn't. I focused on combat techniques. My apologies." "I'm not finding fault with you. I just wanted to make sure. To be honest, I used to be like that in the past as well. It's easy to forget about practicing sensory skills when you train by yourself. That's a dangerous habit. After all, a lot of the time you won't have a straight fight against an attacker that you know about." Gazef's face was a little red. The look on his face as he glanced at Brain seemed to say, "You didn't have to tell him that here." In the first place, training this hard-working young warrior was also a duty of the warrior captain. He felt ashamed that he could not accomplish that. Because Climb had been born a commoner like him, it was important not to let the nobles see them falter while in service to the royal family. For example, if Gazef crushed Climb in a spar, the nobles would whisper that Climb was not worthy of protecting the princess. Meanwhile, if Gazef stumbled against Climb, they would turn their malicious gossip on him. There was no need to praise a man like him for doing a little good deed, not when that man had proudly declared that he would serve the king and thus abandoned a young warrior. No, I shouldn't feel ashamed. If I have the time to do that, I should— never mind. I'll leave it at that. Since you've been so kind as to point out Climb's weaknesses in front of me, I'll do my best to train them out of him." "Thank you, Gazef Sama." "No, there's no need to bow to me. You serve the royal family like I do, that makes you my subordinate." Even so, I have not guided you, and have instead passed that job to someone else. You need not thank someone like that. The more Climb thanked him, the guiltier he felt. Isn't that a pain in the ass, being someone with a foot in noble society? People hold you back over pointless things, and you can't even do the things you want. Since you're Climb's comrade, protecting Princess Renna alongside him, doesn't that make you one of those people as well? I'm as free as a bird. Being that Princess Dono's flunky or whatever, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Being the princess subordinate is only a temporary thing. Once I'm tired of it or had my fill, I'll move on. Brain smiled, his expression as cool and clear as the autumn sky. The drenched man Gazef had met in the capital was nowhere to be seen. He was envious of how Brain could live in such a free-spirited way. Come to think of it, is it all right for you to chat idly with us, Gazef-sama? Well, I'm actually kind of busy right now, but I just wanted to take a break, say. Do you two have spare time? Brain and Climb looked at each other in response to Gazef's question. Spare time, huh? Yeah, I guess. Don't have much that needs doing, just prepping my gear. Then I hope you right, Gazef said as he looked to one of the watchtowers on the city walls. Want to head over there? Nobody refused, and Gazef led the way. As the warrior captain, no soldier stopped him. In this way, they made it to the place Gazef had in mind, the place with the best view in the city. Irantel's outermost walls were the highest point in the city, which was to say, they had the best scenery, and one could see furthest from there. And because the air warmed by the heat from the many people below them did not reach this place, the cool, fresh winter wind refreshed their bodies. What a great view, the lad exclaimed in heartfelt delight as he looked toward the southeast. Those are the Katsi Plains, right? Correct. It's a place filled with undead, shrouded by mist all year round. It'll become a battlefield in a few days. After answering, Gazef took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled. The fresh air filled his body, and he hoped it would drive out the uneasy feelings he had about Ainz Ooal Gown. This is a magnificent view. It was worth becoming the princess, subordinate for this. Is this what magicians who can use the fly spell see all the time? No wonder they have so many weirdos among them. I guess seeing the world like this really changes your perspective. Huh, as if. Why don't you bring a few nobles up here and see it if works? If they don't change their tune, we'll chuck them off the side of the wall. Two birds with one stone. Gazef smiled wryly at Brain's joke. If people could be changed that way, he would drag them over in chains if need be. Climb looked like he did not know how to respond, which made Gazef feel better. Ha ha, coming here with you guys was the right thing to do. I feel relieved now. Well, that's good to hear. Then, why did you call us out here? Are you sure nobody's watching us? Don't tell me you gathered three strapping men together just to look at the scenery, or is there someone you want dead? Brain's sudden surge of aggression perturbed Gazef. Well, I guess I won't be able to protect the princess, and it'll be a shame to not be able to train Climbkun anymore. But Gazef, I owe you. I'll do any dirty deed you want with a smile on my face. Brain was not kidding. The look in his eyes was serious. It's nothing like that. Brain, I don't want you to do that sort of thing. You do know I didn't exactly lead a clean and spotless life, right? Indeed, Brain, your sword was quenched in blood. However, so was mine. In your case, it was the blood of the kingdom's enemies, right? Mine's the result of my own desires, and the blood I've shed is nothing like yours. Are you trying to atone for your sins? No, nothing like that. I've done all sorts of things to beat you. I dedicated my life to it. But even after finding out that the goal I've been working toward is nothing special, I don't feel any guilt for what I've done. But you did me a good turn, and I want to return the favor. That's all there is, don't think too much about it. Then, my request is that you not think of doing such things. Besides, what did you mean by kind to you? Was it when we met again in the capital? Brain's answer was a bitter smile. Don't worry about it, I just felt like you helped me out. The more you tell me not to worry, the more I end up worrying about it. In the face of this unyielding refusal, Gazef decided to change the topic. Ah, speaking of which, you do know I had no particular reason for bringing you here, right? Climb spoke, but Brain merely raised an eyebrow. I was just thinking that it would be good for the three of us to have a chat while we had some free time, and that this was the only place where I could take my time to talk without worrying about what others would think of me. If we were in the capital, I know a place where we could have a quiet drink too. What? So we're really just talking? I thought you had some secret orders for me. No, it's not like that. How shall I put it? We could die at any time on the battlefield, and this could be the last time we see each other. Yet, how could he say such inauspicious things? Never mind. Oh, that's right, Climb, that armor is a bit distinctive. Wouldn't it be better to paint it a different color? As it is, you might become a priority target on the battlefield. I'm sorry. Stranov Sama, I'm afraid I can't do that. Climb refused without hesitation. When I wear this distinctive armor and achieve excellence on the battlefield, I will bring credit to Princess Rena. In addition, many of the nobles know I wear white armor. If I change its color because I fear danger, they will mock me, and it will inconvenience Rena Sama as well. Rather than that, I would prefer to meet my fate bravely on the battlefield and win approval for her. As he looked into Climb's eyes, Gazef swallowed the words he wanted to say. Princess Rena doesn't want you to die. Don't confuse bravery and foolhardiness. Endure a little hardship now for a better future. However, nothing he had come up with was persuasive enough to sway Climb from his course. It was as Climb said. His armor was like Princess Rena's flag. His heroic actions would improve her standing, and the reverse was true as well. Climb had been saved by Princess Rena, and in his heart was the notion that my life belongs to the princess. Gazef had no way to shake that kind of conviction. It was the same sort of thing as his loyalty to the king, and therefore I would gladly throw my life away for Princess Rena. Gazef had no idea how to respond to the youth who had already made up his mind. Oi, 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 why are you talking like you're going to die at any time? Don't worry, Gazef. I'll keep an eye on Climcan. I won't let him do anything stupid. No matter what kind of trouble he gets into, I'll pull him out of it. If it were only the 4 knights of the Empire, there's no question you'd win, Brain. However, against that man, Ainz Ooal Gown, I fear even you would lose your life. Is Ainz Ooal Gown really that powerful? Ah, I remember you mentioned him before at your place. After the demonic disturbance, Gazef and Brain had drunk and discussed how their lives had gone ever since the grand tournament. That was how Aintz's name had come up. I can confidently say no Imperial Knight can beat you. The 4 knights, strong as they are, will be no match for you. Even if the Empire's mightiest magic caster, Fluda Paradine, took the field, you could probably escape if luck was with you. But against Ainz Ooal Gown, Brain, I'm sorry, but your life will end there. That strong, huh? How powerful is he really? All I can say, Brain, is that he's beyond your imagination. You can take whatever you imagine after that and multiply that by a few times. Well, if he's that strong, I wonder if he could stand against Sebasama. Sebas, is that the old man Climb was speaking of? Although that old gent does seem to be astonishingly powerful, I still feel Goundona would be stronger than him. I find that hard to believe, personally. I honestly can't imagine anyone could be stronger than Sebasama, but more importantly, why do you address an enemy with such respect? He is a worthy enemy, although saying that would be troublesome for the king, given the person of whom I speak. Brain shrugged. You've done a great deal for us, warrior Captain Sama. Climb Khan, you've done your fair share for the kingdom. As for me, I'm okay with anything. That airheaded Princess Sama is really too kind for her own good. Words like those suited Brain well. However, his disrespectful attitude toward the royal family could not be dismissed just like that. Although the gaze of Stranov, who was a loyal vassal of the king, might have knotted his brows in annoyance, the gaze of Stranov, who was a warrior, would only grin at the man's boldness. If someone else were watching, he would have had to scold Brain, but right now, only the 3 of them were here. That meant that he only needed to be his warrior self now. Although it's true Renner Sama is too carefree, well, enough of that. I'll understand if Climb doesn't want to repaint his armor. Then, please take care of yourselves. I'm extremely grateful for the concern everyone has shown me. However, Princess Renner told me before that I would need to work hard to match this suit of armor. So, although I am very sorry I cannot meet your wishes, I will not be changing my mind. Is that so? Then I guess that'll do. The cool wind blew past the 3 of them. The sky was a brilliant blue, and there was no feeling that a war was about to break out. Against this backdrop, Gazef saw Climb with a serious look on his face. As he thought about not letting too many people die, his heart was filled with joy and sadness. As though to wipe these feelings away, Gazef decided to change the topic. Speaking of which, what were you 2 talking about just now? Brain and Climb looked at each other, and then Brain spoke for them. Well, we had some free time just now, unlike you, so I had Climb follow me around on an errand. There was one more person. Larkmeyer, I had him show us around and take us to the Messiah of the capital, that adamantite-tranked adventurer. We heard he was based in this city, so we decided to visit him. Oh, Marmondono, am I correct? Right, right. That's him. I saw him in passing in the capital. I heard them calling him the mightiest warrior ever. Here Brain's attitude changed. He was more serious now. So I wanted to discuss some things with him. Discuss? Gazef repeated the word like a parrot learning to speak. Brain's expression was hard to read. About that vampire, Sholtir Bloodfallen. Sholtir Bloodfallen, the almighty vampire, who had shattered the spirit of Brain Unglaus, Gazef's rival. She was a monster that humanity could not defeat, and she had appeared in the capital. Brain thought she might have had something to do with Jaldabaoth, but speaking of which, did you know that Marmondono used a very rare magic item to defeat the vampire Haniopnioko? Apparently, a part of the forest was destroyed by a large explosion, and when Marmondono returned, his armor was covered with signs of a great battle. Gazef had heard that much from the mayor. Ah, yes, I've heard of it too. That's why I wanted to speak with him. To begin with, in my opinion, Sholtir Bloodfallen is a being that not even an adamantite-tranked adventurer could beat. And not that I suspect him or anything, but I wanted to ask if he really finished it off, and I was also interested in the vampire Haniopnioko as well. You mean there might be other vampires like that around? That's right, Climbcun. From what I've learned, Marmon is chasing two vampires. I wanted to confirm if they're Haniopnioko and Sholtir. And then what happened? Well, about that, Brain shrugged. Unfortunately, he wasn't around. He was out of the city because of a request. I have no idea when he's coming back. Well, that is a shame. I didn't have any luck either. I didn't have a chance to speak with Marmondono. If I had some time, I'd like to talk to him. If nothing else, I'd like to thank him for saving the capital. Is that so? Then, after this war's over, why don't we go together? If we're lucky, we'll be able to meet him. Climb Khan, want to come with us? I would be glad to go with you. All right, I'll have something to look forward to after this. He's an adamantite-tranked warrior. I'll be able to learn a lot. I'll bet. Indeed, we'll definitely learn something useful. What kind of enemies he's fought with. I look forward to hearing about his exploits. Well, this is a surprise. Gazef, you like this sort of thing? Ah, yes, after all, I am a warrior. It's only natural that I'd be interested, so you'd better come back safe, all right. Gazef turned his eyes toward the Katsi plain. There's a tavern in the capital with great food. Once this war is over, we'll go there to celebrate. It'll be my treat. Savings are meant for things like that. Let's hope we're going there to celebrate victory. Brain walked up to Gazef's side and looked in the same direction as him. Then, could I come too? Climb Khan, do you drink? Although the kingdom's laws did not technically set a legal age for drinking, nobody would sell alcohol to a boy in his teens. No, I've never drunk before, so I'm not sure. Is that so? Then you should drink a little and see how it's like. There may come a time when you need to drink with others. Like now, indeed, it might be good to get drunk and see if you can deal with it. I understand. Then I hope you will let me accompany you. Good, then. The three of us must return safely. Don't throw your life away for nothing. After Gazef finished, Brain and Climb nodded to him. For a crimson expanse spread before the eyes. It was a barren wasteland, devoid of almost all greenery. Those who waxed poetic called this land of death a field of blood. It was the Katsi Plains, a place where the undead and other monsters wandered, feared as a dangerous place by all. The most fearsome thing was the thin mist that shrouded its monsters no matter the time of the day. This fog produced weak undead reactions. By itself, the mist did nothing to living creatures. It did not drain life energy, nor did it inflict damage. However, because the mist registered as an undead creature to spells, it negated attempts to detect undead beings, and as a result, many adventurers had been ambushed by undead while inside it. However, that mist was absent now. Visibility was excellent, and one could see a long way. It was as though the land was welcoming the combatants of the upcoming war onto itself as future undead. The undead had dispersed with the fog, and none of them could be seen. A silent, lifeless stretch of land spread before them. Collapsed towers, built hundreds of years ago, jutted out from the earth like scattered tombstones. Of course, none of them was intact. The towers were originally 6 floors high, but everything above the 3rd floor had collapsed. and the debris was everywhere. Less than half of the thick walls were left. The cause was not so much weathering by time and the wind as battles between monsters. Scenes like these existed right next to normal grass-covered plains, sharply demarcated by an invisible line. This was why the Katsi Plains was called a cursed land. The sun shone on the land which had not seen its light for nearly a year. As though to look down on this unhallowed land, a vast structure loomed high over it from the other side of the boundary, the world of the living. It was built with huge logs that were nowhere to be found on the surrounding plains, with sturdy walls that seemed to deny passage to everything in its vicinity. It was ringed by a shallow ditch that was nevertheless carefully excavated and filled with sharpened stakes. This was to ward against unintelligent undead. On the other side of the ditch flew countless flags. Of these, the most numerous were the Empire's flags, bearing the insignia of the Baharuth Empire. That was only to be expected. After all, this building, this castrum, was the Imperial Army's Katsi Plain garrison base. The Empire had mobilized 60 knights for this operation. The garrison could house all of them, which itself spoke volumes about the base's size. And this formidable castrum, as mighty as a fortress, was built on a piece of easily defended terrain. It was built on top of a hill. This hill was not native to the Katsi Plains, but built up entirely through magical landscaping. Even the Baharuth Empire, which had adopted a national strategy of increasing the number of their magic casters, could not complete work like this in a short time. This structure had been built over a period of several years. Originally, this place was intended to be the starting point of invasions targeting Irantal. That was to say, this massive castrum had been built with the intention of withstanding an extended siege by the kingdom's hundreds of thousands of troops. The kingdom had no answer to the creation of this castrum, simply because they had no spare manpower or resources to attack the garrison. Although they would unite when the empire invaded their own country, when it came to launching an invasion, they had to discuss things with fellow members of their faction. In addition, deciding who would foot the bill for declaring war despite none of their land being at stake was also an issue. In the end, none of the nobles would bother unless they were in the line of fire. 3 hippogriffs flew in the skies above that massive castrum. They began with a wide aerial orbit, followed by a slow descent. Any knight would know that this was the ceremonial descent of the Royal Air Guard troops under the Emperor's direct command, which meant that an emissary of the Empire was about to land. On the surface, there were around 10 mounted knights in a circular formation, each raising the imperial flag. This was a return salute from the ground, the ceremony for welcoming an imperial emissary. The Griffons landed in the center of the circle, and the accuracy of the landing was a test of the riders' skills, but all 3 passed with flying colors, showcasing the excellence of their ability. After landing, the imperial emissaries mounted on the hippogriffs revealed themselves. Although these knights were given the honor of carrying out ceremonial duties, they were so surprised that the flags they were holding wavered. The reason for their brief panic was the man who was dressed in a manner completely unlike the other 2 people accompanying him. Once he removed his helmet and revealed his handsome features, everyone immediately knew who he was. The wind lightly tossed his blonde hair, and his eyes were as blue as the sea. His mouth, which suggested an iron will, was tightly shut. He was the picture of the perfect knight. There was no knight who did not know who this man was. More importantly, there was nobody who did not know about the full plate armor he wore. It was made of the rare metal adamantite, and further enchanted with powerful magic. There were only a few suits of armor like this in the Empire. The wearer of this armor was one of the highest-ranking knights in the Empire. He was one of the Empire's 4 knights, Violent Gale, Nimble Arc Dale Anarch. In a strident voice that matched the image he projected, Nimble addressed one of the knights. "I seek your supreme commander, General Cabine of the 2nd Legion. Do you know where he is?" "Sir, General Cabine is in a meeting now to plan the offensive against the kingdom in a few days' time. I will have you escorted to the General's Praetorium." "Anaxama, I see. Then has Sorcerer King Gowndono arrived here as well?" "Sir, no, sir. The Sorcerer King Dono has not been sighted here." "Understood." Nimble sighed in relief at the fact that the general had been informed ahead of time and that he had arrived before him. "Then, may I ask you to lead the way? I also have another favor to ask of you." Nimble slowly closed his hands around something concealed in a breast pocket. The knights brought Nimble to a luxurious tent, where he waited for almost an hour, until the owner of the tent returned in the company of numerous guards. He was an old man whose hair was pure white, and he had a dignified air about him. Although he was armored like all the other knights, he gave off a completely different impression from them. One could say that he looked like a noble rather than a soldier. "Welcome, Nimble." The broad smile on his face made him seem even more like a noble than a knight. His voice was calm, far too out of place on a grim place like the battlefield. Nimble responded in the approved ceremonial fashion. Natal Inyem Dale Cabin. He was a noble who had been overshadowed by others, but the previous emperor had recognized him for his talents and placed him in command of the Second Legion. Although he was not possessed of martial valor as a person, he was famed for his ability to command, with rumors saying that he had never lost a battle. With him in command, the Second Legion enjoyed very high morale. In fact, the knights accompanying Cabin were unable to hide their respect for him in every move they made. I do not know how to begin thanking the General Kaka, who came all this way to see me, even though he is the supreme commander of this expedition. The imperial army was divided into 8 legions, and every legion's commanding officer was bestowed the title of general. The general of the first legion was known as the field marshal, and he was the commander-in-chief of the entire imperial army. If the field marshal was not present, the general of the next legion would assume his position as the overall commanding officer. That was to say, General Cabin of the second legion was in command of the entire imperial army. No, no, Nimble, dispense with the formalities. You're here on His Imperial Majesty's orders, right? You're not under my command. You need only speak to me as an equal. Even as he said that, Nimble smiled bitterly. The Imperial army was loyal first to the Emperor and then the generals. The Empire's 4 knights, its strongest fighters, would often be tasked with carrying out the Emperor's will. In terms of authority, they would be considered equal to a general. However, in terms of age, experience, and prestige, none of them were equal to Cabin. It was very difficult for him to treat Cabin as merely an equal unless an outsider were present. Cabin smiled, as though he relished the disquiet on Nimble's face. It itches at me that one of the 4 knights, the Empire's mightiest warriors, should be so stiff and formal around an old man like myself. How about just dispensing with the honorifics? Understood, General Cabin. General Cabin nodded, as though to indicate his approval. Although, you picked a good time to come. The mist has dispersed, as though welcoming you. General Cabin, I think the welcome is not for me, but for the tragedy that is about to unfold. I shudder to imagine what will happen. A tragedy, well, then, Nimble, can you tell me what this war is meant to accomplish? Until now, our strategic objective has been to exhaust the kingdom, but this time round, it's different. Our current objective is to take Yggdrasil by diplomatic means, and for that we will need to comprehensively defeat the kingdom in battle. Cabin's eyes hardened as he said this. We face the largest army the kingdom has ever mustered in recorded history. Although our knights are more than a match for any of the conscripts the kingdom can field, quantity is a quality of its own. An open field battle will result in many casualties, and all of this is for the purpose of seizing Yggdrasil, which we will then immediately hand over to this sorcerer king fellow. What is His Imperial Majesty thinking? Before I answer this question, I hope you will send away everyone present. The old general opened his mouth as if to speak, then nodded his head instead. All of you are dismissed. Cabin's advisors bowed as they retreated. Thank you very much. Wasting time would be foolish. Now, can you tell me why? Yes, I was originally dispatched to inform the field marshal of the objective of this war. Nimble shifted himself in his seat. The objective of this war is to build good relations with the sorcerer king, Ainz Ooal Gown. As such, we are to obtain Yggdrasil by any cost in lives, and then relinquish it at no cost to Ainz Ooal Gown, in order to strengthen the ties with both sides. If the knights who maintain order in the Empire are depleted, the Empire will be in danger. Is the Sorcerer King really worth all that? Yes. Cabin folded his arms and closed his eyes. That was only for a brief period. I understand. If this is His Imperial Majesty's desire, then I shall carry it out. You have my utmost gratitude. There is no need for gratitude, though we will have to work hard to meet with the Sorcerer King's approval. About that, I have a request. Nimble said this was his main aim for coming here. We have asked the Sorcerer King to cast a spell to begin the attack. I would ask you delay the knight's charge until after that spell. And what does that mean? Are we not supposed to buy the Sorcerer King's sympathy with our blood? Indeed, that is the idea. However, we also intend to investigate the power of the Sorcerer King. As such, we intend to have the Sorcerer King use the most powerful spell he is capable of. His Imperial Majesty has asked for this in order to see what manner of magic that might be. So, the Sorcerer King, he is an enemy. You seem to understand. The Sorcerer King, Ainz Ooal Gown, is an enemy of the Empire. I see. Then I will have the knights charge the breach created by the Sorcerer King's spell in order to widen it. But what kind of spell will that be? I hope it's not a simple fireball. We do not know, so we must find out what he is capable of. However, we can probably assume it is more powerful than Paradine Sama's attack magic. Cabin's eyes widened, but that was only for a moment. I see, I see. Although I find it hard to believe anyone could be more powerful than that mighty magic caster, I can see why His Imperial Majesty would want to build good relations with him if he really possesses that sort of power. Nimble remained silent. Slaying hundreds in a single stroke would be a mighty blow. It would be a good chance for a penetrating charge. With that kind of power at our side, we would take fewer losses. If only that were all, Nimble thought. After speaking with his fellow members of the Four Knights, heavy explosion and lightning bolt, he realized that Aintz's power surpassed mortal imagination. He might be able to use a spell that slew thousands, perhaps tens of thousands if they were densely packed. Of course, he had his doubts, but there was a high chance that it was true if both of them concurred. Just as Cabin said, the deaths of the knights which policed the Empire would be a huge loss, while it would be a joyous occasion if Ainz, their latent enemy, turned out to be toothless. Just this once, he wanted to believe what his comrades had said. Ah, General, there's another thing I want to ask you. The Sorcerer King will be bringing his troops to the front. I hope you will allow them to accompany you to the battlefield. Ho, and how many thousand men does he have? About that. Forgive me for interrupting your conversation. Cabin Kaka, Nimble Kaka. A great cry rose from the knight outside the tent. Cabin looked apologetically to Nimble, before speaking to the man outside. You may enter. The man who came in was a highly ranked knight. What's going on? Is it an emergency? Sir, a carriage flying the flag of the Sorcerer King has arrived at the main gate. They request entry. Do we have permission to let them in? The knight's eyes turned to Nimble. Cabin looked at him as well. On his part, Nimble nodded. Understood. Let them through. Sir, then, do we need to inspect the carriage? Nobody could enter the castrum without being cleared by the sentries. The normal procedure was to use magic to check the personnel in question, to ensure they were not intruders disguised by illusions. If this were the kingdom, they would not have used magic for inspections. The reason why it was used here was because magic and magical technology was a cornerstone of the Empire's might. They were aware of the terrifying power of magic, and were thus vigilant against its use. This was especially true for a huge military base like this, which employed the latest magical technology. Such technologies were the pillar which shored up their future, and if they were leaked, it might cause great harm to the Empire. Were Emperor Jerkniv to show up in person, he would still be closely scrutinized by the guards. As a result, even if the visitors were from an allied country, no, precisely because they were from an allied country, they would be subject to inspection. However, there were situations where such things would not be allowed. Cabin glanced to Nimble again. Weighed down by the oppressive atmosphere and the power of the item in his breast pocket, Nimble could only smile bitterly in response. General Cabin, I tender my sincerest apologies. They are extremely important guests to the Empire. This is a special accommodation and an exception among exceptions. Please permit them to enter as they are. Cabin's face, which had borne a warm smile until recently, froze into an emotionless mask. That was because he knew that Nimble had given an order to the knight over his own head. However kind a man was, he would not be happy if his own people were given orders by someone else. Nimble understood the reason for Cabin's aggravation, but that was an order he had to give. Otherwise, while Nimble was hesitating about whether to reveal the item he was concealing in his breast pocket, General Cabin spoke up. If it is the Emperor's command, then we must obey. After all, the Empire and all within it are under the command of His Imperial Majesty. I am very glad you understand, General. The object Nimble carried was an imperial decree. It was written on parchment and said that the bearer was empowered to act with the full authority of the emperor. Its remit extended to everyone involved within this war. Within this war, Nimble would outrank Cabin, and he would even be able to relieve him of command if needed. For a moment, Nimble was relieved because he would not have to ruin the relationship between an elder officer that he respected. Then he tensed up again, because now was not the time to relax. Then shall we go meet this sorcerer king? After all, he has received much favor from his imperial majesty, so surely he must be a man who can rival that great hero. Personally, Nimble did not wish to go. After speaking to the other 4 knights there were only 3 now, including himself, and remembering what they had said to him, Nimble's expression turned bitter. However, he had no choice but to follow the general. Of course, General Cabin, do allow me to walk with you. A magnificent carriage advanced outside the castrum, following behind mounted outriders. What made onlookers gasp was the fact that the carriage had no driver, and that the horse which pulled it was bigger than an ordinary horse. It was not a Sleipnir, but a magical beast which looked like a scaled horse. Nimble addressed the surrounding knights and Cabin. Please present arms to our guest. 2. What? Nimble could imagine that was what all the soldiers and Cabin were thinking, given the expressions on their faces. Protocol dictated that one should present arms to the heads of state of allied powers. However, that protocol did not exist in military installations. That was because foreign dignitaries would not normally come to a military base. Even within human nations, there would be squabbles and infighting. Nobody would be that open-minded. Presenting arms to an outsider was something which should be done in a safe, open place, and not in a military installation. That was what the soldiers present must have been thinking. In addition, there was one more thing. One would almost never present arms on the battlefield. This is because soldiers might think that the person to whom their commanding officer was presenting their arms to was superior even to him. That was one of the unspoken rules of the battlefield. As one of the 4 knights, Nimble understood their feelings perfectly. However, gentlemen, please present your arms. Nimble repeated himself in a voice which was underpinned by steel. After that, he heard Cabin sigh. You heard him, didn't you? Present arms as the sorcerer king approaches. Cabin's orders calmed the disquieted soldiers. If it was an order, then all they had to do was follow. There was no need to think too much about it. Nimble shot a thankful look at Cabin, but as he did, he noticed a mocking look on Cabin's face. It seemed to say it might be hard on you, but it's even harder on me. The carriage stopped before them. Nimble and the others gasped, for more than one reason. The first was because the carriage itself was breathtakingly beautiful. Its base color was a black that seemed to have been cut from the night sky itself, and the entire chassis was covered in elaborate ornamentation. Said decorations had the subdued radiance of brass, while the leather was a copper color, giving the whole an air of elegance and classiness. Although the embellishments might have been a little overdone, it did not reach the point of tackiness. Instead, it resembled nothing so much as a giant treasure box. Nimble had ridden the Emperor's personal carriage on occasion, and he was of the firm opinion that the one before him was superior to it. The other reason why he gasped was because of the beast pulling the carriage. It was most definitely not a horse. The creature gurgled softly, a liquid gurururu sound, and its sharp teeth could be seen in the slight opening of its mouth. Its entire body was covered in scales that seemed to belong to a reptile, and underneath those scales were prominent, rippling bands of muscle. It was like a horse-shaped avatar of brutality and violence. Everyone around it was filled with an acute sense of alarm. Nimble himself was starting to hyperventilate, and sweat broke out on his back and palms. The beast was that terrifying. Amidst the storm of panicked breaths, the carriage's door opened. A dark elf girl alighted, all thinking ground to a halt. Nobody could speak. Their eyes were drawn irresistibly to her. The girl holding her twisted black staff was adorable. When she grew up, she would surely break many hearts. Her beauty would be such that men would do anything for her. Even her demure expression was like a flower blossoming under the moonlight. However, the things on her hands were utterly incongruous with the image she projected. They were gauntlets. The left gauntlet was an evil-looking thing that resembled the hand of some demonic lifeform. It seemed to be made out of some sort of ominous black metal which was covered in twisted thorns. Its fingertips were sharpened into points, and the dirty radiance surrounding it seemed vaguely metallic, but resembled some sort of strange secretion. Just a single look filled all who saw it with a distasteful feeling, like their very souls were rejecting it. In contrast, the right gauntlet looked like the pure, immaculate hand of a maiden. It was white in color, and its slender proportions were covered in elaborate gold embroidery, which further emphasized its exquisite beauty. It drew the eye like bees to honey, and just like seeing a world-class beauty, the onlookers felt like they might lose their souls to it. Ain't summer, I think we've arrived. Have we now? Thank you, Mayor. With that, another figure revealed itself. In that moment, the air suddenly turned stagnant. The body of every man present was suddenly covered in goosebumps. This was not killing intent, but a feeling that was harder to describe. Ainz Ooal Gown was dressed in the trappings that one would associate with an arcane magic caster. To begin with, he wore a jet-black robe, and on top of that, another black cloak, which was doubly curious. In addition, he bore a staff which was lavishly decorated, but not to the point of being overly ostentatious. Around his neck was a silver necklace set with a gemstone, and on his face was a strange mask. We bid you and your entourage welcome, your majesty, Sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown. Nimble lowered his head. However, he did not hear anyone else following suit. Despite knowing it was very rude, he had to turn behind to look. The general and knights behind him were frozen in place. They had been overwhelmed by the Sorcerer King's presence and could not move. He could understand that. However, if this went on, it wouldn't turn out well. In the end, it was the general who delivered the solution to Nimble's predicament. Legion, the roar belonged to Cabin. It was a crisp, bracing command that did not seem to suit a noble like himself, but which perfectly fitted his rank as a general. A salute to His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Sir, the knights chorused their reply, and as one they presented their arms to Ainz. I thank you for your welcome, you knights who are the pride of the Empire. It was a thoroughly mundane response, which made it that much more frightening. It felt strangely out of place, like something monstrous was trying its best to act like a human being. Having heard of the face underneath the mask, Nimble experienced that sensation even more acutely than the others. Please raise your heads. The first time he said it, nobody responded. Can you not raise your heads? After the second time, they complied. After all, waiting until the third time was an honor only granted to one's own ruler. Your Majesty, please forgive those who did not immediately raise their heads. A quick glance across the knights revealed that their lips were white and their faces were pale. They were so excited to see your Majesty that they forgot themselves. No, I should be the one to apologize. I was excited because we would be heading to the battlefield. I hope you understand that I hold none of you at fault. Ainz cast off the black cape on his shoulders. The jet-black fabric flapped like a raven's wings as it spread open. In that moment, the cold, oppressive air that surrounded him vanished like it had never been. All that was left was an ordinary human being. With the presence of an ordinary human being, it was frightening. That was the emotion Nimble felt most keenly now. He had heard of Aintz's monstrous nature from his comrades. Even so, the man standing in front of him seemed too ordinary, which only deepened his fear. He felt like a large predator was slowly drawing close to him. The knights, who knew nothing, were probably beginning to sense the oddity of the situation. The air filled with a growing disquiet. Cabin seemed to understand. He did not use his mind, but his heart and soul. Through them, he knew what sort of attitude he should hold toward the person in front of him. Please allow me, Nimble Arkdale Anarch, to lead you to your quarters. Is that so? Then, I am in your care. Do allow me to apologize for any inconvenience I am causing you. Understood. Then this is the commander-in-chief of this expedition, General Cabin. I am Cabin, your majesty, Sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown. If you are inconvenienced by anything in this garrison, please inform me, and we will immediately rectify it. Please, take your pick of the knights here to be your followers. There is no need for that. I have a subordinate here. He gestured to the dark elf girl. And I will provide for myself in case of any insufficiency. Cabin froze. The true intention behind Cabin's offer was to assign minders to Ainz in order to keep him from doing anything strange in the base. Yet, the answer had been a flat denial, an answer only the powerful could give. However, given Cabin's circumstances, he could not allow this sort of thing to happen. At this rate, they would never come to a consensus. Although Nimble obviously understood Cabin's feelings, he could not leave this matter be. Is that so? Then, Sorcerer Kingkaka, please feel free to inform us if you require anything at all. General Cabin, I hope you will allow me to handle things from here. Understood. Ah, there's something I forgot to mention. Is something the matter? Sorcerer Kingkaka, I believe that I am to open this battle with a spell. In that moment, I would like to have my troops participate in the battle as well. I hope you will permit this. We could ask for nothing more. Since it had already been discussed, Cabin promptly acquiesced. Yet, he wrinkled his brow in puzzlement. However, the battle will commence in several days, perhaps as early as tomorrow. From whence shall your forces arrive? Your Majesty, we cannot wait too long. That will not be a problem. They are already nearby. The answer raised doubts in Nimble's heart. Looking at the sky, there did not seem to be any airborne troops approaching. Cabin must have had the same suspicions as him. Naturally, the garrison was surrounded by an extensive security net. The approach of anyone apart from Imperial troops would be immediately reported to general-ranked personnel. Could it be that a report had been lost? Nimble looked around, but it did not seem like anyone present knew anything about it. My apologies. No, saying they're nearby would not be accurate. Well, I just wanted to say they can arrive immediately. I see. Cabin did not seem able to accept that, but he continued to ask, how many troops will be coming? Around 500. 500. Although Cabin hid his reaction masterfully, Nimble could not conceal his own disappointment. In order to demonstrate their loyalty to Ainz, the Empire had to shed oceans of its people's blood. As such, Ainz's unit would probably not be used at all, so putting them into the Imperial Army's formation would be fine. General, will there be a problem integrating the Sorcerer Kingkaka's unit with our formation? If it's just 500, then we won't even have to rearrange our formation. As for the Sorcerer King's honor guard, perhaps we should leave that duty to his subordinate. He was hinting, don't be so eager to rush into the fray. The Imperial Army would have to go in first and take losses in order to prove their sincerity to Ainz, so letting Ainz's unit do too much would be troublesome. Ainz seemed pleased, nodded in acceptance of Nimble's suggestion. A great weight lifted quietly from Nimble's heart, but when he thought about it calmly, it did not seem logical at all. What could a mere 500 troops do? In all likelihood, they were merely a guard of honor. However, what happened next far exceeded Nimble's predictions. Ain't seemed to have cast some sort of spell and was speaking into thin air. Can you hear me, Sholtir? Open a gate to my position and then send the troops over. The eyes under Aintz's mask seemed to move. Now then, General, I have summoned my unit. As he finished saying that, a commotion rippled through the onlookers. A black, hemispherical object appeared behind Aintz's back. Nimble remembered something about a gate being mentioned earlier. The gate opened, and what came forth was the world went silent. A strange absence of sound filled the surroundings. The proverbial sound of silence rang forth. The 500 troops revealed their forms. Compared to the 60-strong Imperial army, they seemed so few as to be sad. However, nobody could look down on these 500 soldiers. The bizarre forces before them made that abundantly clear. These are my troops. Ainz merrily introduced his men to the speechless spectators. 1. Chinese letter, Aniu, a respectful and archaic form of address for elder brother. 2. Present arms is the highest form of military salutation, usually reserved for senior officers and high-ranking dignitaries. Chapter 3. Another battle won. The first Prince Barbro Andrian Yggdrasil Vaself was furious as he led his men north, leaving behind the clamor of Erantil and the troops preparing to march out to the Katsi Plains. Damn it! That damn Marquis Revan! Barbro could not hold back his cursing. During the demonic disturbance, his younger brother had borrowed Revan's men to patrol the city and maintain order, giving the nobles the impression that he was willing and able to step into the fray. As a result, the nobles who had originally supported the first Prince Barbro were beginning to have second thoughts. Now that Marquis Revan had thrown his support behind the second prince, some of those nobles had jumped ship to his side as well. Not moving out during the demonic disturbance had been a fatal mistake. Barbro had not stepped onto the front line and stayed in the royal palace because he had no men of his own. It had been the right thing to do. What good could just one man do by himself on the front line? He would simply get in others' way. Besides, the demons might have attacked the royal palace too. Without Marquis Revan's men, his younger brother would not have been able to maintain order either. Barbro believed that he had made the right choice. However, those fools did not understand it and had been deceived by appearances. In the end, they had all played into Marquis Reven's hands. Could it be that none of them had any idea what he was plotting? Besides, they were just patrolling. They didn't even fight any demons, no. If his younger brother had fought, he would surely have made a fool of himself. When one thought about that, one could tell how smart Marquis Reven was. There was also one more thing that displeased Barbro. That was the fact that he was on his way to the insignificant little settlement of Khan village. He had fallen behind in the struggle for the succession. That was why Barbro had to distinguish himself as the first prince during this battle with the Empire. He had to regain the fame his younger brother had stolen in order to let everyone know that he was the best choice to inherit the kingdom. Thus, this battle was very important to him, yet he had been given orders which had him running around on a useless errand like some lackey. What prestige was there in investigating the link between a frontier village and Ainz Ooal Gown? In that moment, a chill ran down Barbro's spine. Could it be that this had been done to keep Barbro from achieving anything? His father had long since made up his mind to give the throne to his younger brother, and he did not want to let Barbro make any accomplishments to turn the tables, so he sent him on to this tiny little hamlet. Barbro's breathing grew chaotic. His heart burned with hatred for his father, who was looking down on him, the first prince, and wanted to give the throne to his younger brother for showing just a tiny bit of courage. The fact that he noticed a horse drawing up to him as frustration blinkered his eyes was purely coincidence. "My prince, are you unwell? Shall I call over a priest?" The shrill voice at close range echoed loudly and seemed to claw directly at his brain, and it even making him want to throw up. However, he overcame it. It was fortunate that the cool air of winter helped soothe him, and that growing up in the royal household had trained him to keep up appearances. Only a fool would reveal his inner feelings. "No, no, pay it no heed. I was simply thinking about how to handle the task father gave me. Enough of that. Baron Chiniko, didn't you visit the adamantite-tranked adventurer Marmon? What happened?" "Oh, you must hear me. My prince, a deeply upsetting thing happened. Right, Marmon was not in, and I did not meet him." "Well, that was just bad luck. After all, he is an adamantite-tranked adventurer. So why are you so angry? You didn't make an appointment, so it couldn't be helped that he wasn't in." "No, it's not because of that. It was Marmon's companion who displeased me. That Nabe woman." "Nabe? Ah, the beautiful princess." Barbro recalled the ravishing beauty he had seen in the royal capital, so fair that she could compare with his little sister. Barbro desired her, but she was the companion of an adventurer whom his father had favored, so he could not just do whatever he wanted to her like she was a commoner. "And what did that beauty do to you?" She raised her hand against me. "Please look. My prince." Baron Chiniko removed his gauntlet, revealing a large bruise. "What? Even an adamantite-tranked adventurer can't commit violence upon a noble." But that Nabe woman suddenly grabbed my hand and chased me out. There was far too little information to act on, and Barbro did not wish to ask any further. That was because he kept thinking that there was some reason behind it which had been hidden. "My prince, I beseech you to severely punish that foolish woman for harming me." If he used that as leverage, could he not do as he wished to that woman? Barbro considered it. He thought about whether there was a way for him to help the Baron and take Nabe for himself, but he could not think of anything. This Baron was an utter idiot, and he might think that he was doing the prince a favor. What a useless man. Well, I'll guess I can buddy up to him for now, but once I take the throne, he'll be the first one that I'll discard. Before that, I'll make good use of him. Barbro was already plotting how things would go, but at the same time, he was somewhat depressed by the fact that someone like him had his own fief and vassals, the ability to wage war without having to rely on anyone else, while he had no sworn soldiers. As the Baron looked at him with anticipation-filled eyes, Barbro waved him away. "When I become king, I will consider it." "Thank you, my prince." Barbro no longer wished to speak to this bowing buffoon any longer, so he asked a question of one of the knights under Marquis Boulope. He was a commander of the Marquis elite troops. "Oi, I have a question." "What is it, your highness?" In truth, he did not actually have anything to ask, but he could not say he no longer wanted to speak to the Baron, so he was simply looking for an excuse. He paused to think for a moment and come up with a suitable question, whereupon that hateful notion from just now appeared in his mind again. It was Marquis Boulope's idea to send Barbro to this pioneer village, which meant, could it be that the Count's turned on me, Has he switched sides to my brother? He wanted to deny that possibility. Barbaro was wed to the Marquis' daughter, and he had been a good son-in-law all this time. Once Barbaro took the throne, he would become the leader of the 6 great nobles. Choosing to support his younger brother now would only lead to conflict with Marquis Revan. But what other reason could there be? If that's true, then is the fact that I've been sent to this pissant village to tell all the other nobles that I can't contribute much to the war. What's wrong? Do you need a rest? Shut up. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep the malice from escaping him. He saw that the knight was startled, but he still could not bear it. As the murderous intent leaked from between his teeth, Barbaro ordered, I command you to swiftly conclude the matter of Khan village while making ready to proceed to the Katsi Plains at the same time. Once we reach Khan village, we will promptly complete our objective and leave, and I think we will be able to reach Yggdrasil by nightfall. After that, we'll rest for the night and then make haste for the Katsi Plains at sunrise. The knight frowned. With all due respect, I feel that is very difficult. Please have a look. Your Highness. Our formation comprises 35 men from the Marquis and 1,500 men from the various nobles who have lent their support. In order to swiftly complete our mission, we have reduced our composition of supply troops, replacing them with 50 cargo wagons. I know that. What's the problem? Our formation has 45 infantry and 500 cavalry. Even if we complete our business in Khan village within an hour, returning to Yggdrasil by nightfall will be quite a rush. Which is why I was asking. I'll say it again. Is there a problem? If there is none, why can't you do it? My prince, the infantry may end up being exhausted to the point of collapse. It seems you've gotten the wrong idea, haven't you? Ultimately, there's no value in going to a pitiful little village like that. What we need to do is proceed to the Katsi Plains and defeat the Empire. Aren't you the Marquis man? In that case, let me ask you this. Is this battle easy enough that they can afford to have 5,000 men gallivanting around the countryside? Do you think so? The knight's mouth tightened into a straight line. Get your priorities straight. The men will be tired. You say, then lash them to make them run. After all, we're all gathered here to do battle on the Katsi Plains, and to build my reputation. It is as your Highness says, I understand. The knight bowed his head in acknowledgement. You should have answered like that from the beginning. Go plan when we can arrive at Yggdrasil, and when we can set forth, I'll leave the details to you. Yes, I shall quickly discuss the matter and return with the answer you seek. Your Highness. By the time the knight spurred his horse toward his comrades, Barbaro had long since put him out of his mind. Does my father hate me? Or has he gone senile and can't think straight anymore, so that's why he wanted to give the throne to my younger brother? It's only proper that the eldest sibling should inherit, otherwise won't that offend the nobles? He swore to recover from the dire straits he was in, and make them regret giving him 5,000 men to command. It was this determination that drove Barbaro. Baron. Yes, my lord. Don't disappoint me. The Baron seemed to have replied in a shrill voice, but it went in one ear and out the other for Barbaro. Damn you, Zanuck. Go gaze at your navel in the royal capital. While they were related by blood, he was also an adversary in the race for the succession, and thus had to be bumped off. He would not insist on killing him, but if he got in the way, he would not mind giving the order to do so. Once I ascend to the throne, what can I do with him? Should I kill him so those stupid nobles can't rally around him in revolt? Or would that be a waste? If he were a woman, he'd have many uses. My sister Renna might be stupid, but she has a pretty face. I'll sell her off to the highest bidder. It'll be troublesome to have a branch family bearing royal blood, so ideally I'd marry her off to the royalty of some distant kingdom. Although, if she could be useful and serve as the foundation for my power, well, I could consider that. As he imagined the ideal future of the Riesti's kingdom he would found, Barbaro absent-mindedly narrowed his eyes. He saw himself seated on the throne, with the massed nobles bowing respectfully to him. He saw his vassals scurrying to carry out the orders which he gave. Wouldn't it be wonderful? He smiled thinly, then quickly covered it up. After promptly finishing their mission in Khan village, could they rush over to the Katsi Plains quickly? Barbaro felt that was what would determine if his dream would become reality or remain a fantasy. Assuming the soldiers can be forced to march, the most important thing would be whether or not we made it in time for the battle, right? Or rather, should we quietly observe the battle and act as ambushers? He felt that it was a clever plan, but he was not confident that he could skillfully use his troops to attack the enemy in the flank or rear while they were unaware of him. He very much wanted to let the knights handle this, but this battle was a chance to demonstrate his worthiness of the throne, so letting others arrange things was not a good idea. What should he do to get the most impressive results and secure the throne for himself? As Barbro thought, an idea suddenly came to him. Would it be possible to use the people of Khan village to negotiate with Ainz Ooal Gown? It was as though a shaft of blinding light had fallen from the heavens to illuminate him. Truly, that was a masterful move. Whatever reason Ainz Ooal Gown had for saving Khan village, their existence ought to be collateral for negotiation. If this magic caster Ainz Ooal Gown that nobody had heard of before backed out of the war, the Baharuth Empire would lose their justification and would probably withdraw their troops to avoid being labeled as invaders. And if it turned out that it was Barbro's actions which made the Empire withdraw, would that not be an amazing thing? Father will no longer be able to take me lightly, and my accession would be guaranteed. Good, very good. If it turned out that Ainz Ooal Gown had simply helped them in passing, then he might not withdraw his forces. In that case, all he would have to do was force the people of Khan village to take up arms. People from all over the country were being mobilized for this. The peasants of Khan village had no right to refuse. Father seemed to have exempted the people of Khan village from conscription, but now the situation was different. It was up to the commander, Barbro, under these circumstances, to deal things as they came up. If Ainz Ooal Gown killed the farmers of Khan village, then it could be used as a form of propaganda too. They could lambast him as a petty villain. Propaganda like that ought to be effective against his backers, the Empire as well. Barbro shivered at the sheer perfection of his plan. In all honesty, he had thought that he was dumber than his younger siblings, but now that was hard to say. The fact that such wisdom slept within his mind thrilled Barbro. Winter was hell for small villages. All they could do was pray for the coming of the warmer seasons while weathering the cold days in their homes. If spring was late, or if the harvest in autumn was meager, they might be forced to eat their seed stock, and people would still starve to death even if they did so. While there was nearly no field work to be done in winter, village life was still closely associated with the words activity. There were many tasks to be done indoors, like tending the livestock, maintaining the farming tools, repairing their homes, livestock coops, and so on. There was simply no time to rest. This was especially true in Khan village, where they raised pigs to feed the carnivorous monsters known as ogres. They had bought those pigs after selling their herb harvest, and said pigs supplemented what the rangers brought in. The goblins led those pigs into the great forest of Tarb to graze on roots and stems. Since the plan was still at an experimental stage, there were only a small number of pigs right now, but if they managed to raise them successfully, and if they could make it through the winter, they would steadily increase their number in the future. Normally, they would need to pay taxes to the landlord of the land they were grazing on, but fortunately, Khan village did not need to do that. The reason was because the great forest of Tarb was the dwelling place of monsters and was not ruled by humans. Khan village's future seemed very bright indeed. All of this was thanks to Ainz Ooal Gown, who had saved the village and helped it in many ways. In addition, the dark warrior Mammon had subdued the wise king of the forest. Many people in the village gave thanks to the two of them, and some even prayed to them over breakfast, revering them in the same breath as they did the gods. It was precisely this overflowing of hope that gave the new chief, Henry Emmart, so much work. Today, Henry headed to a small hut to do her work, followed by Enfira. In a frontier village like Khan, everyone in the village worked together like they were family. If they did not do this, there would be no way for them to survive. They shared their farming implements and their food, and even took turns to use their cows to till the fields. Because of this, the care and feeding of the livestock was everyone's responsibility. The hay for the cows in winter was stored in small huts just like this one. Henry opened the wooden door and entered, followed closely by Enfira. Henry went straight in after opening the door and sat herself down onto a pile of hay, sinking her rear into the dried grass with a soft pump. After closing the door, Enfira sat by her side, his magic light illuminating the surroundings. Chief, you should save the playing around for after you finish this. We still need to see if we have enough hay and then make several decisions afterwards. You're calling me chief again. Enfira could not help giggling at Henry's depressed reply. Well, that's fine, isn't it? I am the chief, after all. That's right, Argu thinks I can squish all the goblins into paste if I felt like it. Compared to that, all these problems are nothing. Ever since she had won every single arm wrestling match with Argu and company, there seemed to be an air of it might be true, hovering around the village people, which pricked at her heart. Incidentally, she had not challenged the ogres. If she lost, it would not prove anything, and if she won, or at least lost narrowly, it would get even worse. Does this mean I'll never be able to get married if I let Enfi get away? Sweat slowly beaded on Henry's hands. Ah, right. Aren't you going to open the window? It's dry now, so opening it should be fine. No need. We don't need to, right? And look, we've got a magic light here. Really? Well, if you don't mind, then neither do I. Enfi. Magic illumination was brighter than sunlight. She knew this, but Henri's suggestion was based purely on the logic that, since the sun's out, isn't it kind of wasteful to use mana for a magical light? In addition, she wanted to change the current mood in the room. There was no particular reason for it, and it was no problem if he refused. However, Enfira seemed to be having some kind of strange reaction to sitting next to her, what with his ears being bright red and all. Is he really using so much of his mana? But I heard that making magic lights wasn't that tiring. Did he use some other spell before coming here? Come to think of it, he doesn't smell of herbs. In fact, he smells kind of nice. What's wrong, Henry? Enfira's words came out in a panicked squeak as Henry pressed her nose close to him. Ah, it's nothing. I just thought I smelled something nice. Why, you did? Well, that's good to hear. That must be the cologne I made. Really, why don't you try selling it in town next time? I'm sure it'll fetch a good price. No, this isn't meant for sale. Well, forget it. Anyway, there should be enough hay in this hut. Shall we move on? Yeah, then before we move on, let me check on something first. It's cold outside after all. Well, this place isn't that warm either. Ah, forget it. About that, I wanted to discuss several things with you. Enfira, who was sitting beside her, seemed a little tense. What was going on with him? As Henry bathed the side of his face in a suspicious stare, Enfira took out a handful of papers. They were covered in tiny letters. Henry had learned quite a few words by now, but her quick glimpse revealed more words she did not understand compared to those that she did. The first thing is how to feed the surviving goblins from Argu's tribe and the ogres. Hey, aren't we fine as we are? They helped with the harvest in the autumn, and we managed to buy the ogres food from the city. And the herbs sold for a good price, so we can say we've got ample food reserves. It should be enough to deal with this winter. Even if we add a few extras, our food stocks should still hold out. But if our numbers keep increasing, life's going to be quite harsh. Maybe we should acquire our food by other means. There were 14 people in Argu's tribe now. They were not born, but instead they managed to escape from the territory of the giant of the west and the serpent of the east. Although I don't see a problem, we should probably buy more food from Erantle. However, I was planning to save some money to commission some metal farming tools for the ogres. If we could make some farming tools for the ogres, the spring seeding should go a lot faster. But the problem is that if we order tools for the ogres, they'll be big enough that no human could use them, and that'll make them suspicious. And if word about the ogres working in the village gets out, it'll cause a lot of problems, right? When the tax collectors came in autumn, Jujum and the other demi-humans had to hide in order to evade detection. Incidentally, it was due to their efforts that the grain harvest was so bountiful. Since Khan village had been attacked by Imperial Knights, they only needed to pay a nominal tribute, which was a stroke of luck for them. In addition, they were excused from the draft for several years. Most of that was a form of apology for not protecting Khan village properly, but it looked like they felt genuine guilt about that as well. They thought that the high walls would arouse suspicious, but the tax collectors had simply commented, "So that's the kindness of that magic caster at work," and left matters at that. That being the case, Henry believed that they ought to be able to accept the presence of the ogres as well, but Enfira shook his head. There's no doubt about that, yup. If it goes bad, the kingdom might even send a punitive force out. That's terrible. You might be angry, but the truth is that ogres usually eat people. The only reason why they can live with us in this village is because of Jujum-san, who is stronger than the ogres. Don't forget that. I haven't. Another thing is that we have far too few people in this village. We need to think about how to get more residents. It would be great if the newcomers arrived with the spring planting season. That might be hard. Also, it'll be troublesome if the newcomers get scared off by the goblins and ogres. What is it? That question came from Henry. Enfira had been acting strange since just now. It was as though his mind was not fully there or something like that. No, nothing's wrong. It certainly did not look that way. Was he running low on sleep? After all, her lover had a bad habit of dropping everything to obsess about his potions. As he saw Henry's eyebrows furrowing, Enfira took a deep breath and shifted his body over. So he really is tired. After all, he does do a lot of experiments every day, but it'll be cold if he sleeps here. Although it's kind of warm in the hay, while Henry was thinking about this. Enfira slowly leaned more and more of his weight on her. What's wrong? Though come to think about it, it would be better if Enfira were a bit stronger. I guess he needs more meat. He hasn't been eating and sleeping enough. A playful impulse came over Henry, and she pushed back on Enfira. She had originally intended to use just a bit of force, but because she used too much strength, she ended up pinning him below herself instead. Yue, below Henry. Enfira's surprised and confused face slowly turned bright red. It must be embarrassing for a man to lose to a woman in strength. That's why I said you need to eat more. Just as Henry rolled herself off him, Enfira lay down in the hay and closed his eyes. They stayed like this for several seconds, letting the air flow around them. What's wrong, Enfi? Do you want to sleep? Enfira sat back up, his face uncharacteristically red. Nothing. Ainsan. The door flew open without a knock as the shout reached her ears. So forceful was the entry that the door crashed loudly against the nearby wall. Huey, the curious squeak came from Enfira. What happened? Sorry for disturbing you two, but this is an emergency. What happened? This was the first time she had seen Jujum this worried ever since that troll attacked. A strange, terrible premonition seemed to run through her body. It's an army. There's an army headed this way. What? What did you say? Whose troops are they? We don't know about heraldry, so we couldn't tell. But there's a lot of different coats of arms, so you should come and look. In any case, we should shut the gate first. What should we do? Well, can you tell us which coats of arms make up the most among them? If you can describe or sketch them for me, I can help. After listening to Jujum's explanation, a puzzled expression spread over Enfira's face. How strange. Those are flags from the kingdom. If we knew which nobles' crests they were, we could identify who was coming here. Khan village was a frontier village, and before it had been founded, there had only been forest here. It was obvious that their objective was Khan village, but why they were coming here was still a mystery. What on earth's going on? Do you know why? Enfira. Why would the royal army come to the village? If they wanted to go to the great forest of Tarb, it's strange that they're sending so many troops. They could have just sent adventurers instead. If that's the case, maybe there's a revolt or something. Did such a thing really happen? It's just hearsay, but I've heard that the king's power in the kingdom isn't actually very strong. Currently, it seems like the nobles are in conflict with the king. If that's the case, are they coming to Khan village to attack the king's territory? The blood drained from Inri's face. Could it be that the village would be subject to a dreadful assault like last time? However, the circumstances now were different from then. Henry decided to face it head on. We should flee into the forest before the troops reach this place. Ainsan, I'm sorry. We spotted them too late, so if we ran now, we'd have to leave all our things here. In addition, since it's winter, the chances of monsters appearing in the forest are also very high. If we run from one problem, we end up running right into another instead. Jujum's pained expression made Henry feel dizzy. They would not be able to survive if the troops burned the village down in winter. If that's the case, that's right. If we can't flee with our possessions, then we should prepare for battle and hide food and the other necessities at the same time. Yes, that's a good plan. Henry, the cellars where Jujum and the ogres hid from the tax collectors shouldn't have been buried yet. We'll move everything in there. Just as Henry was about to move into action, she remembered a question she hadn't asked yet. What were their numbers? The villagers could estimate how much people to mobilize if they knew how many there were. How many are there? It should be about 100, right? No. Jujum's hesitant answer made Henry want to stuff her fingers in her ears. That's not all, they number in the thousands. Henry's eyes went wide, so did Enfira beside her. They have about 4,000 people at the very least, I think, but why would they send so many? I have no idea. Why would they send so many troops to a village like this? Henry, could it be that word got out about the goblins in the village? No way, it's impossible. Henry answered immediately. No matter how she thought, she could not think of a reason for a leak. There had been immigrants to the village, but they all felt that the goblins were more trustworthy than humans. Ever since the troll attack, the barriers between the original and new residents of the village had all but disappeared. It might have been because of adventurers who had come to the village. They were all dead, with the exception of Mammon and Nabe, but Enfira insisted that could not be the case. Then, while we prepare to flee, we should ask them why they came. Fighting is a last resort. Challenging an army of 4,000 men was nothing short of suicide. Like Anisan said, that's all we can do, I guess, against these numbers. There's no other way. Umu, that's why we should get ready to flee at any moment while trying to buy time for our escape. Then, let's go. They sent the villagers and the ogres by the village gates to go hide the food. The only ones left were Henry, Jujum, and some of the goblins, along with Britta and several members of the defense force. The first thing Henry did was to question Britta about the situation, asking about the identity of the interlopers and whose crests they bore. But sadly, Britta could not give her any answers. According to her, someone else had always handled that sort of thing. In that moment, Henry realized how important it was to be well informed. Because of that, all they could do was to wait for Enfira to make his report after coming back from the watchtower. The sound of hooves came from the other side of the wall, and then a loud voice. This one is the envoy of the first prince of the Riesti's kingdom, Barbro Andrian Yggdrasil Veself. Open the gate and let us in. Henry doubted her ears again. Although she had heard many surprising things in a short period of time, this one took the cake. The first prince? What on earth was someone like that doing here? Henry had no idea what was going on. All this was starting to feel like a dream. However, judging by the way Enfira was scurrying back from the watchtower, she was certain that the envoy's words were true. The king's flag is among them. Only the royal family or those related to them would be allowed to bear that flag. What does that mean? It means that the royal family has brought troops to our village. Henry raised her voice, unable to understand what was going on. Why? Why do you need to send so many troops to a frontier village like this? Villagers like you don't need to know about that. This land belongs to the king, and obeying the prince is the proper thing to do. Or could it be that you're defying the king, rising up in revolt? Henry's body shuddered. As subjects of the king, they should open their doors. However, Jujum exchanged a glance with Henry from the side. Even if they went to open the gate right away, they could not do it instantly. Before that, they had to hide the goblins and the ogres. Ah, Ainsan, we'll hide ourselves as quickly as we can. Until then, please buy us some time. Henry nodded. Why did I order them to hide the food there, she thought, but it was too late for regrets now. I repeat, open the gate. My apologies. Right now, we're preparing to welcome His Majesty the Prince. Please, hold on a bit. Repeat yourself. Woman, are you in charge of this village? This delay is unacceptable. Do not waste even a single second in opening the gate. Why are you so desperate to get in? Henry was already uneasy, and she responded with an angry shout. While she knew it was very rude, she could not rule out the possibility that they were soldiers from another country masquerading as kingdom troops. Khan village's defenses were extremely solid. They had shocked the tax collectors who had seen them. It would not be a surprise if another country wanted to use it as a fortress. After all, the trolls had attacked for precisely that reason. The other side fell silent for once, and both sides hesitated uneasily. Why aren't you answering? You're imposters pretending to be kingdom troops, aren't you? After that panicked shout, she finally got an answer. The magic caster called Ainz Ooal Gown came to this village once, did he not? The image of the village's savior appeared in Henry's head. That magic caster is now an enemy of the kingdom. As such, we wish to ask you, who are related to Ainz Ooal Gown, about him. Overcome by surprise, Henry was unable to speak. However, the whispers of one of the defense force members worked its way into her ear. If Gown Sama is opposed to the kingdom, then isn't it the kingdom that's wrong? The eyes of the villagers reflected their agreement. Of particular note were those villagers who moved to Khan village after their original homes had been burned down. Their hatred of the kingdom for not being able to defend them swiftly turned into respect for the magic caster who saved this village. Be it the gift of the horn that had summoned the goblins, or the provision of the golems that built the sturdy walls that now protected them, or the maid, Lupus Regina, who had saved the village when they were attacked by the troll. All these had only deepened their trust in Ainz. Should we really open the gate? But there's a lot of them. If we don't open the gate, if we betray him like this after receiving his kindness. Wait, they said they just want to ask us something. It doesn't mean we're betraying him. You think so. It just sounds ungrateful to me. Everyone's eyes were on Henri. She understood well the hearts of both sides. Because of that, Henri was unable to choose and hesitated. Just at this moment, an angry shout came from outside the gate. Do you understand? If you do, then open the gates right now. If not, you will be treated as traitors to the kingdom. Pushed to the limit, Henry shouted back something to try and buy time. There is cow dung everywhere. We can't let the prince walk into a place like this. After a brief silence, a calmer voice pierced the air. Oh, understood. Then how about this? We will enter instead of His Majesty the Prince. We'll think about what happens later. There were no more excuses she could give. Henry's mind had gone completely blank, not caring what it was. She shouted the first thing she could think of in response. Sorry, the dung's on my hands. I can't rub it off. Let me wash my hands and I'll be back. Oh, oi. Henry watched the retreating backs of Jujum and the others. She was worried about how much more time she could buy for them. Barbro's frustration had reached its limit. He glared at the reporting knight with a look usually reserved for an enemy and not an ally. Say it one more time. What foolery is this? Barbro's anger overflowed with every word he spoke from between the gaps of his grinding teeth, and the knight repeated himself. Sir, Khan village still has not opened their gates. As he listened to the knight's calm reply, Barbro was filled with the sudden desire to punch him. However, that would have been foolish. Barbro struggled to control the anger welling up in his fist. This knight included, nobody here was actually sworn to Barbro. In the first place, Barbro commanded no troops. Every man here was under orders from their liege lord or in the company of their lord. Because of that, he could not strike this knight while his comrades were watching. Why is that? Why are those peasants in Khan village not opening the gate? The land is directly ruled by the royal family. They have a duty to obey me. I order them to open the gate right now. As his frustration built, so did his agitation, and Barbro no longer picked his words carefully. I don't get it. Do they take me for a fool? What the hell are they thinking? The villagers were beings far inferior to the first prince. These beings were now insulting him. As that thought came to mind, his aggravation over the past few months, all the niggling little things that had frustrated Barbro ever since the demonic disturbance, seemed to have found an outlet, and it exploded forth. The dam burst in an instant. Traitors, traitors, all of them. I declare that everyone in Khan village is a traitor. The shout sparked a surprised commotion from the men who had heard it. A moment, please. If you do that, the furious Barbro glared at the panicked knight who had replied. If they designated the village as traitors, they would need to exterminate each and every last one of them, then burn the village down until no trace of its existence remained. But so what? Prince Barbro had given his orders, and he could not understand why his subordinates were not following them. Could it be that these men of the Marquis were looked down on him and thus refused to obey his orders? So what if I do? Allowing them to live after disobeying a royal command is a sin. The royals would be looked down upon if they spared commoners who rebelled against them. Not killing them would eventually result in a loss of their authority, even on the nobles' own territory. Once any of their serfs rose up in revolt, they would undoubtedly be destroyed. These knights of the Marquis should have known that much. Please wait, my prince. The war with the Empire is coming soon. If we kill citizens of the king's domain, it will negatively affect the morale of the entire army. I also pray you will look at the fortifications ranged against us. There is no way this is an ordinary village. Although the villagers are not numerous, trying to break down the gate with brute force will be difficult in the extreme. If that is the case, we should handle the situation peacefully and ask them their reasons for not opening the gate after things settle down here. Ask them nicely then, but I want a few of them to swing for this. It can't be helped. After all, they did keep the gate shut in defiance of your orders, Barbro-sama. I'll see them hang from the gates. They shall be made into examples for the others. It is as you say. Prince Barbro gazed at Khan village. As the knight said, the sturdy gate was set into thick curtain walls. Given that the village was right next to the great forest of Tarb, this might even have been intentional. However, from the way the watchtowers were placed, it resembled a fortress more than a frontier village. Bringing it down would take a long time. Over 1,000 soldiers were lined up in front of the gate, shouting at them to open up. If one listened carefully, one could hear the same sounds in the distance, from the rear gate. These shouts were like sparks from a flint, which relit the dark, sticky flames in Barbro's heart. He was no longer acting rationally. Oi, fire the flame arrows. Flame arrows. That's right. Who knows how long this is going to take if this keeps up. You listen, and you listen well. We don't have time to waste on this village any further. It would be one thing if you could open that gate in a few minutes, that would be fine, but you can't. Can you? The knight bit his lip and nodded. Threaten them with flame arrows. The time for playing childish games like standing outside the wall and shouting is over. Now we show them how adults do things. As the knight stared, open-mouthed and dumbfounded, a man stormed up from his side. To think you would disobey His Highness. I can't believe you're one of the Marquis men. Your Highness, will you permit my men to carry out that attack? It was Baron Chinico. Behind him were several of his fellow brown-nosers. Prince Barbro was glad that such foolish men could be useful at times like these. No, he was a noble as well, and if a village in his fief had dared rise up in revolt, he would probably have done the same thing as well. He might even understand Prince Barbro's position. Really now? Then I order you to make it so. Baron, fire flame arrows at the village. No, this way is better. Target the watchtower. That ought to avoid casualties, right? Oh, such a merciful decision, as expected of your highness. Then, you have but to watch us. Black Circle, Ainz. We're ready. Everyone's taken cover. We're the only ones left. What's that? Jujum seemed to sense an oddity in the air around them, and swallowed his words. The defense force members who had remained here were completely opposed to each other. Half of them were reluctantly in favor of opening the gates for the army outside, while the other half were fiercely opposed to it. The root of the dispute was whether or not they would be betraying the village's hero, Ainz Ooal Gown. As a result, it was hard to make a decision. Actually, Henry was about to say something to Jujum when a loud voice came from outside the walls. Citizens of Khan village, because you did not immediately open the gate when ordered, the fact of whether you are loyal subjects of the kingdom has been called into question. As such, we will take representatives from among you onto the battlefield, where you will convince Ainz Ooal Gown to surrender. You must prove that your loyalty remains with the kingdom, and that you are loyal subjects. The atmosphere started to change. The hatred in their hearts burned so fiercely that it seemed to shake the very air. Henry was no exception. It was true that the villagers were citizens of the kingdom, and loyal. However, that loyalty paled in comparison to the gratitude they felt to the man who had saved their village for no charge or obligation. After all, when their families, friends, and lovers had been murdered, the only one who had reached out a hand to help them was that great magic caster. There's no way I'll let myself be dragged onto the battlefield to get in Ain't Sama's way. Can't we just hide in the forest and see how things go before making a decision? Loud arguments like these echoed from all around. However, the one thing they had in common was that nobody wanted to do anything which might inconvenience their hero. It was at this moment that cracking sounds reached their ears from the outside, followed by the sound of several objects whistling through the air. As the sound came closer, streaks of brilliant red light appeared before their eyes, and arrows fell like rain onto the watchtower. The crisp sound of arrows piercing into wood filled everyone's ears. No way! Henry drew a sudden breath as she realized that the kingdom was using lethal force on them. Fortunately, nobody was in the watchtower at the time. They must have known that before they attacked, or maybe they would have fired anyway, even if there was someone inside. Hey, Ainsan, they don't seem to be targeting us yet, but you shouldn't be standing in their bow range. Over here, quickly. Jujum grabbed Henry's hand as she looked at the watchtower in a daze. He led the unresisting Henry away. She ran with him, but her eyes remained glued to the watchtower. Just as the defense force fell back, the watchtower began to burn. The thatched roof caught alight in an instant and turned into a fire which got fiercer by the second, and the roof collapsed. Everyone in the village could see the destruction of the tower, no matter where they were. Wails of sorrow rose from all around her. One in particular was especially loud. As Henry's breathing turned chaotic from this revisited trauma, she saw the man who had screamed the loudest, whose voice carried the most anguish. He was a man who had moved into the village. His face was a mix of equal parts hatred and despair. She looked around herself, and many of the immigrants had similar expressions on their faces. Henry remembered. She remembered that their villages had been burned down in a similar way. "They're the enemy," the man screamed. "They're the enemy. If they weren't the enemy, they wouldn't be doing this. I want to fight them. To hell with the kingdom. They're scum who didn't even help us, and now they want to burn this place down too." That shout came from a plump woman. "I won't forgive them for this. If they want to kill me, go right ahead. I'll take as many of the bastards down with me as I can. I'll take revenge for him." A young man followed up with a cry of his own. Madness and hatred were saturating the air, thanks in no small part to the flame arrows. "Ainz, it's time to make a decision." Jujum's eyes were as hard as steel as he quietly delivered his ultimatum. "Hey, but they're all so mad they can't think straight. Shouldn't we wait before making a decision? There's no time, and nobody can guarantee they won't go berserk. It's best if you decide what the village is going to do right now." That was a reasonable suggestion. The army had already destroyed the watchtower with flame arrows. The next time round, they would probably do something worse. They could not hesitate for a moment. As Henry screwed up her determination, she took a deep breath. She glanced briefly to Enfiera, who was holding Nemu's hand, and they nodded to her, as though in encouragement. Her chest felt a little warmer. That was the final dose of courage Henry needed. "Everyone, I want to have everyone here decide what we, as a village, are going to do. Whatever the decision, I hope you will abide by it." A great chorus of approval was her answer. "Hands up, everyone who wishes the village to do as the kingdom says." Not a single hand was raised. As her heart pounded mightily in her chest, Henry shouted once more. "Then, everyone who wants to fight the kingdom to their last breath, hands up." With a thunderous roar, countless hands rose in unison. They did not just raise their hands, their fists were tightly clenched. The looks on their faces showed their determination to resist to the end. Of course, they were afraid, but that was only to be expected. Everyone here had chosen a path that would end in their deaths. Even so, was something which motivated everyone here that outweighed the fear of death. It was the desire to not repay the kindness and succor they had received with treachery. "Then we'll fight. We'll all fight. We'll repay the debt we owe. Jujum-san, I'll leave the battle plan to you." Jujum swiftly strode forth to stand by Henry's side. "I've seen your resolve. You're all going to die here. Are you all right with that?" The veteran's words were met with unanimous approval. "You're able to shout so loudly despite your pale faces. Magnificent. However, I'm sorry to rain on your parade after you all loudly proclaimed your willingness to fight to the end. Shouldn't you let the young ones run away first? After all, if anyone's going to die, it should be us and the old-timers." An older man spoke up. "He's got a point, but isn't that impossible? They've got men outside both gates. Even if we climbed over the walls, they'd spot us right away." "Well, that's true if we were just running away normally like you said." Jujum grinned evilly as he continued. "We can't hide and then run, so what we'll do is, we'll open the main gate and bait the enemy inside. When they get cocky and come in, we'll hit them hard. If we can do enough damage, the enemy will gather their dispersed troops and focus on us." Jujum looked around. "That said, the enemy may know it's a feint. Even so, as long as we have enough attack power, the enemy will have no choice but to gather their troops up. Any questions?" "Doesn't look like it, but Jujum-san, where should they flee?" "Isn't that obvious? Ainz, into the great forest of Tarb. I'll assign Argu and Britta, who both know the forest, to the escape party. I'm sure we can manage for a while without them around." The villagers had already prepared themselves for death, but it was only natural that they would not want their children to perish with them. Knowing that their children had a chance to survive tempered their fighting spirit. As Jujum saw address them with a grim expression on his face. "Listen up. The first strike is a battle to make the enemy consolidate their troops. The second strike will be a battle to deplete their fighting strength, so they don't have any left over. The fiercer that battle is, the better the chances for the escapees." "Ha ha ha, is that all? Ah, well, that's a relief." Those words were joined by several laughs. That laughter was not born of desperation or madness. It was just a simple, relaxed laugh. "As long as my wife and children can be saved, I have no regrets. Now's the time to repay the kindness Ainz Ooal Gown Sama showed us." "Ah, That's right, I'm not going to grow old as a useless excuse for a father. Then, who's going to be in the escape team? Jujum looked carefully at everyone as he answered Enfira's question. You and Anisan will be responsible for protecting the women and children. Then, like I said earlier, we'll need Britta, Argu, and the other goblins to help guide them through the woods. Eh, Henry exclaimed in surprise. As the village chief, she had an obligation to stand with the others. Since she had ordered the villagers to die, then she could do nothing less than stand by their side as they fought. Even so, the villagers spoke before Henry could. Everyone agreed with Jujum. Just as Henry was thinking of how to refuse, they had already reached a decision without consulting her. Enrei-chan, I'll leave it to you. Please take care of my children. My wife died back then, but at least the kids. The villagers' hands were filled with their thoughts and feelings as they squeezed Henry's hands. Henry's eyes grew hot and moist, and then Enfira stepped up to her side. Henry, let's go. A battle begins after we survive, and that's a battle we're not allowed to lose. Besides, Ainz Ooal Gown Sama might come to save us again. When the time comes, it'll be better if we're around, as the ones who set foot inside his domain. He's right, you know. Jujum-san, that horn you used to summon us, I think you should use it afterwards, don't you think? If you used it now, it would be like trying to put out a burning house with a glass of water. It would be better if you blew it after all this was over and summoned more of our comrades to help you. Henry wiped her eyes, which were full of tears. I got it. I'll protect everyone's wives and children. Let's go, Enfi. One side of the gate opened slowly. As I thought, we should have used the flame arrows from the beginning. Well, the follow-up flame arrows were wasted. Prince Barbro's face twisted in displeasure. They had wasted too much time. In order to make up for the delay, the men would need to be force-marched. But that was unavoidable. This was all the fault of the Marquis men. If he had not given the order to use flame arrows himself, who knew how much more time would have been wasted? Barbro looked to the sky, cursing his misfortune for being saddled with incompetent underlings. He considered the time that would be needed later, the first thing being how long it would take to hang the villagers. He would hang them on the village's walls, to show everyone the final fate of anyone foolish enough to defy the royal family. Next, he had to find anyone who had close ties with Ainz Ooal Gown. That might take longer than stringing the villagers up. Damn, I should have brought an interrogator along. We'll offer to spare the lives of anyone who cooperates. The problem is the children. There was no point in letting them live. To begin with, children could not live without their parents, so hanging children with their parents was a form of mercy. Is there enough rope for all of them? If we could get some from the village, that would be good. The soldiers slowly advanced to the gate. Pride filled Prince Barbro's chest as he saw the royal flag advancing at the head of the column. When he ascended to the throne, he would make sure he had ceremonial guards like that. The soldier holding the flag entered the gate and was then flung back out. The royal flag which he was holding fluttered to the ground. Shortly after, the gigantic creatures that had sent them flying loomed in the opening of the gate. Oh, ogres! What are ogres doing here? The completely unexpected development took Prince Barbro by surprise, and he had forgotten the dignity of the royal family as he cried out. Yes, those were the demi-humans known as ogres. The soldiers were just as shocked by their sudden appearance as Barbro was. Their mighty clubs sent several people flying with every swing. Amidst a spray of blood and gore, the stricken soldiers flew into the distance and impacted on the ground, which woke their fellow troops from their stupor. They panicked, turned tail, and desperately began fleeing. Several more ogres appeared from behind the gate, as if to pursue them. As the soldiers fell back in a disgraceful rout, they were struck by the ogres' clubs and sent flying. It looked like children kicking their dolls into the distance. The reason for their flight, because there was no way this was any kind of withdrawal, was because these soldiers were all the Baron's levied troops. They had loosed the flame arrows in order to make them open up faster, and Barbro had granted them the honor of being the first into the village. Who could have thought that it would have backfired so badly? Just as Prince Barbro was about to frown at the Baron, who had abandoned the very men he led and come scampering back to him, the sound of a horn rang through the air. The Marquis knights had raised their lances in unison. It was a textbook motion that showed that they were professional soldiers. However, the men were fleeing, and the ogres were in hot pursuit, and it seemed difficult for them to plunge into the chaotic battlefield. Lances were weapons which showed their power during a charge. They could not shine in a pitched melee. "Why aren't you shooting yet?" Barbro shouted. Allowing the ogres to get closer would only increase the losses they would take. It would be better to abandon these soldiers and kill their fellow comrades along with the villagers. Just as Barbro's aggravation began to mount, the ogres suddenly began to retreat. They used the fleeing soldiers as meat shields, preventing the cavalry from pursuing, and in the end, they fell back into the gate. Barbro's men received the survivors and then began reorganizing into a proper battle formation. He gripped his reins rightly. He had originally planned to finish this boring mission swiftly and then rush back to the battlefield to gain glory in battle against the Empire. Now, this unsightly mess was all that was left of his dream. While they had not expected the ogres to show up, if they simply retreated to Yggdrasil with nothing to show for it, his reputation would plunge even further. There would be no catching up with Zanak, the second prince and the backup successor, in the race for the throne. Or could it be had all this been planned out beforehand? He could not help clicking his tongue in annoyance, knowing the surrounding nobles' eyes were on him. However, he had no time to pretend to be calm. Barbro turned a keen eye on the knight running toward him. He was the commander of the Marquis elite troops. What the hell was that? Has that village been taken over by ogres? What's going on? I don't know, sir. Nobody expected there would be monsters there. This village should have been visited by tax collectors recently. But we received no word that this village was taken over by ogres. If they went and didn't return, that would be abnormal. What on earth happened in that village? He could feel the confusion in the knight's words. If there was a scheme to make Barbro lose his dignity and fall into a trap, he probably was not aware of it either. That being the case, he was on the prince's side in a sense. In any case, we don't know enough about the enemy. Well, that's only to be expected. Only 5 ogres showed up. If they had more, they would have continued attacking us. So in all likelihood, they probably don't have more than 10 in total. You should be able to take down 5 ogres. No, of course, every one of us is as strong as a member of the kingdom's warrior band. A mere 5 ogres are nothing to us. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying you need to be on the lookout. Ogres are stupid monsters, and their actions just now were too intelligent. They opened the door to lure us in, and then counterattacked with perfect timing. It looks like the other side has a commander, if one of the villagers was leading them. Forgive my rudeness. No mere peasant could control an ogre. I believe there must be some other force at work here. If we could just learn more about their enemy, Barbro could no longer control his impatience. What are you babbling about? Look there. Barbro pointed at the gate, at the tattered rags that used to be a royal flag. The country's flag is now in that sad state. You will destroy that village no matter the cost. Gather your troops, loose flame arrows, and burn the village down. Now's the chance to put your siege experience to good use. It looks like we won't be able to finish this without any losses. So you will attack with the intention of razing that village to the ground. Please wait. It might be that some ogre sorcerer or some other intelligent demi-human might be the mastermind here, and not the villagers. And if that were the case, so what? Barbro looked at the knight's surprised face and began explaining slowly to him, like an adult lecturing a child. Are you listening? Good. It doesn't matter if the villagers have control of the ogres or if they're controlled by some intelligent demi-human. Those villagers have rebelled against the rightful ruler of their land, the royal family. That being the case, we must display the consequences of such foolishness to the world. But there might be some villagers being held as hostages. Aren't they innocent? Were you listening to what I said earlier? Who cares if they are? Barbro shrugged at the knight, who seemed to have trouble accepting what he had just heard. I get it. I get it. I understand how you feel. Then I will show them the greatest amount of leniency possible. Capture those villagers who don't resist, and then we will put them on trial later. Is that better? Understood. Sir, the knight bowed deeply to Barbro. After hearing his forceful response, Barbro nodded in approval. However, I have one condition. I want an overwhelming victory. If we take losses here, all sorts of gossip will spread. The same goes for you. People will talk about how the Marquis trump card was sent out to a pissant village to be bloodied. But that was because of the ogres. You can't use that as an excuse. That's just how the world works. Understood. If you understand, then get to work. Get the troops from the rear gate. At the same time, cut down trees from the forest and start making battering rams. I'll leave the details to you. minimize casualties while ensuring victory, kill anyone who flees. A steady stream of oil-filled pots impacted on the sides of the wall, followed by flame arrows. The explosive impacts were comparable to the bursting of a fireball, creating bright red flames which gave off endless plumes of black smoke. Jujum could feel the uneasiness radiating off the nearby members of the defense force. The goblin leader raised his magic greatsword and roared, "Hold fast! Flames like these can't breach the wall." As for the defense of the gate, the sound of a heavy impact doom came from the outside of the gate. The walls were much thicker and bigger than the watchtower, which now lay in ashes. Even when struck by flaming arrows, they did not catch fire easily. As such, they concluded that this was just a feint to draw attention from their real objective, which was breaching the gate. It seemed that this was the right decision. Once more, a great doom came from the gate. It was a deeper, more powerful sound than the impacts of the ogre's clubs. It was the sound of siege weapons, most likely battering rams. "Loose!" In time with Jujum's shout, the villagers fired their arrows with practiced ease. Cries of pain rose from the other side of the wall. However, the battering rams did not stop. They must have been using multiple rams in a sequential attack. "Loose!" Once more, the arrows flew aloft on Jujum's command. However, this time, they were answered by arrows from the enemy. Several times the number of arrows they let loose fell upon the village like rain. Yet, not a single one struck the defenders. The enemy attack had been a series of ranging shots, so they had all missed, impacting harmlessly on walls and buildings. However, the enemy had more archers than they had on their side, and their accuracy was slowly increasing. If they could not reset their accuracy to 0 once more, the consequences did not bear thinking. Fall back, we're changing location." The villagers obeyed Jujum, who could still make himself heard despite his lowered volume. They hurriedly shifted their location. To date, the villagers had only learned to shoot from fixed positions. Their aim was to accurately target the area just outside the main gate. As such, when they could do both, their accuracy was quite high, but conversely, once they had to move to an unfamiliar location, their arrows would no longer hit their marks well. Fighting a ranged battle now would be very difficult. "Spears up, we're moving into close combat." A loud ping came from the other side of the wall. It sounded like something metallic striking the wall, completely different from the dooms of the battering rams. In all likelihood, it was the sound of axes, and they were coming from everywhere. Quantity was a quality of its own. They could use the door or wall attacks as feints in order to attack from a completely unexpected direction. If Jujum were the commander for the other side, he would do that too. Just as planned, it looks like the situation's going well and the enemy is dispersing. Most conventional attack strategies would be useless in the face of the opposition's numerical superiority. For the villagers of Khan, their best bet would be to steadily erode their enemy's fighting strength. As long as the enemy formation weakened, they could attack from the village at any time. Ideally, they would charge the enemy commander in a fish-scale formation. That way, the panicked enemy would immediately consolidate their troops. Bringing the ogres back halfway was part of the preparations for that event. Even if the ogres pressed their attack by themselves, it would be difficult for them to make the enemy panic and achieve their objective of drawing the troops at the back gate out to the front. Once they pull their people back, we'll be encircled with no way out. I guess this is what it means to walk into the dragon's gullet. In other words, this was a suicidal tactic. Even so, well, we've achieved half of our objectives already. Jujum muttered cheerfully to himself as his line of sight moved to the obstructed rear gate. He had already prepared an escape route for his master with the highest probability of survival. There was nothing more to worry about. It might be cruel to say so, but as long as all the villagers here died, the enemy would know how many had survived, and Henry would remain cloaked in a shroud of mystery. Protecting Henry was Jujum's first and highest priority. He would pay any price for that and not regret it in the slightest. Therefore, everyone, wait for the door to go down. We're going to charge. Our target is the enemy headquarters. Our only chance of survival is to kill their boss. "Oh," a series of determined howls answered him. There was a slight wavering in some of the voices, but nobody looked like they were going to back out. All that remained was the raw courage of men who were fighting to protect their children and their loved ones. Henry and Enfira ran down from the rear watchtower, herding the women and children toward the area in front of the rear gate. Enfira's grandmother Lizzie was not there because she was currently hiding all the alchemical wares she had borrowed from Ainz. She would have no time to escape, but she had already accepted her fate. "Don't worry, there's nobody around. We'll open the gate now and head for the forest." The gathered children, faces pale from fright, nodded desperately. Meanwhile, Enfira and Britta turned the handle, slowly opening one side of the gate. At the moment they opened the gate, Henry stuck her head out to look around. There was nobody around, just as she saw from the watchtower. There were no troops in sight. Jujum's plan had succeeded. "Then, let's go." The first to exit were Argu and his goblin tribesmen. If they were ambushed in the forest, they would carve a bloody path through their enemies. Next was Britta. Her job was to spot soldiers which Argu missed. The pioneer team took the children, following them into consideration, and slowed down as they ran to the forest. Behind them, the children followed them two by two. The mothers would accompany the children as they ran. Children without parents would be led by older children. At the end were Henry and Enfira, who looked at each other and ran. Even after getting out of the gate, the forest was still far away. The distance felt several times longer than it actually was. They frantically pumped their legs and ran. It was still far away. There was still a distance to go. Just then, they heard horses from behind them. Recently, Henry's cardiovascular endurance had been so well developed that even she found it strange. Still, her heart was pounding and her breathing was in disarray. Fear drove her to look behind, and there she glimpsed something she could not believe was their despair. No way! Over 100 mounted knights had appeared from behind them. They must have been hiding in the blind spots of the watchtower, sticking close to the walls. They had only emerged because they were sure nobody else was going to come out. It was a long distance from the village to the forest. However, there was a huge difference between the speeds of horses and humans. Maybe Argu and Britta could flee, but it was impossible for the children. They would be overrun. The knights held gleaming objects in their hands. There was no doubt they were planning to cut them down from behind. The fearful memories from back then made her shudder. Although Nemu was running at the head of the column, it was doubtful if she would be able to escape. "Henry, keep running," Enfira had stopped. "Enfi, I'll buy us some time." "Are you crazy? Don't think this will be like last time when Lupus Reginacen saved you at the last moment. Just run." Enfira's angry shout was directed at Henry, who had stopped as well. "If you want to buy time, I have a better way." Henry withdrew the battered old horn from her pocket. It could only summon 19 goblins. Although they were not numerous, each of them was still quite strong. It should be enough to buy some time. "Idiot! There's so many of them. What can you do with less than 20 people?" She could not argue against Enfira's reasoning. The enemy would surely circle around the goblins and attack. However, not blowing the horn would be even more stupid. "Isn't it the same with you?" Henry no longer had time to waste on talking. She placed the horn to her lips. "Goblin Sans, please help me." What rang out was a basso profundo note that made the very land tremble. Henry's eyes went wide at what she had done. In the past, when she had summoned Jujum and the others, all she had gotten was a soft poot. All she should have gotten was the noise a shabby child's toy would have made. "And Henry." Henry realized that the panicked Enfira was not looking at her, but beyond and behind her. She followed Enfira's line of sight and turned her face. The knights were charging right at them, and Henry and Enfira should not have had the luxury of spacing out. However, for some reason, the knights were pulling on their reins to halt their horses. Due to the sudden stop, some had even fallen off their mounts. Henry looked behind her, and black circle, many items in Yggdrasil could be freely named by the players. However, a very few were exceptions to the rule. Among them were artifacts, finished products that dropped from monsters. One such artifact was the horn of the Goblin General. The horn was a small and plain item, but there was a curious quirk about it. It could only summon 19 goblins. However, the goblins it summoned were so weak that they did not even qualify as credible opposition for a Yggdrasil player. So why would such an item be given the grandiose name of General? It would not have been unusual to just call it a goblin horn. The truth was that many players in Yggdrasil thought that way. However, none of them could think of a convincing reason, and in the end, they simply wrote it off as just a name. However, there was a reason for that name, and that reason was Black Circle Jujum swung the magic greatsword he had taken from the giant of the east. The soldier blocked the strike he had made with all his might. However, he could not fully neutralize the force of the blow, and he lost his balance for a moment. Normally, Jujum would have immediately followed up, but the other soldiers harrying him would not let him do so. They flanked Jujum from both sides in order to cover the soldier who had left himself open. Clicking his tongue, Jujum weaved the sword through the air, like an extension of his own body, neatly parrying the two sword strokes that came at him. This goblin's pretty good. He's actually forcing the three of us back at once. What an unbelievable fellow. I didn't know goblins could be this strong. Jujum could sense that his opponents were not at their limit yet, which made him worry. If he fought these soldiers one-on-one, he could win. If he fought two at once, it would be a matter of luck. Three at once meant he would most likely lose, and now there was still another soldier circling behind him. Jujum took a small step back. Against four people at once, Jujum had no hope of victory. His first few opponents had been some weak soldiers, which he broke through easily. The brave warriors of Khan village broke through the kingdom's battle lines in a fish-scale formation. But then, strong opponents had started appearing as though the terrain had changed. Their equipment was of a high standard. They must have been the elite troops of the enemy army. Although they were close to the enemy headquarters now, their formation did not seem very dense. However, it was still hard. He turned his attention away from the four of them and surreptitiously observed his surroundings. The goblins under him had slowly been overwhelmed by superior numbers. He was stronger and tougher than his opponents, but on the flip side, those were his only two advantages, much like the ogres. All he could do was watch his opponents kite him around. Several people from Khan village had already died, even though the goblins had taken the brunt of the attacks on the leading edges of the formation. The enemies were far too numerous, and it was impossible to block all their attacks. Invariably, the enemy would make it in, and when that happened, somebody would fall. It was a reckless strategy to begin with, and this outcome was only to be expected. However, Jujum wanted to believe that this might not be the case, and in this moment he could not fully block the sword swung at him, and it left a scratch. Che, Jujum swung his greatsword, forcing his opponents to back off. You guys, who are you? Not ordinary farmers, I'll bet. Jujum was level 12. With that in mind, his current opponent was roughly level 10, or maybe 11. The other three might be level 9. An ordinary villager was level 1. Maybe some of the trained members of Khan village were level 2. The troops accompanying the tax collectors from Yggdrasil felt like they were below level 3. This meant the soldiers he was fighting now were very strong. As an aside, it was difficult to accurately judge Ainz and Enfira's strength because they were not warriors, but they were strong in their own way. This goblin, no. Is it a hobgoblin, or is it only natural to meet strong opponents like this? But they say hobgoblins are bigger. Is it a goblin king? Maybe those guys took control of the village by force. But if that was the case, why would the villagers fight so hard? Ha, humans have such dull minds. It's because we have hostages, don't you get it? He must be lying. They wouldn't fight for such a lousy reason. Rather, they'd stab you in the back. I can sense there's something like a camaraderie between you guys that goes beyond racial barriers. Why? Why would humans and goblins fight side by side? As if I'd know. Dumbass, it would seem I was right about them being comrades after all. Otherwise, shut the hell up. Busybodies like you piss me off. Jujum swung the greatsword once more, but the outcome was the same as before. The soldier could take the hit, but he could not completely bleed off the transmitted force. The soldier's balance broke, but when Jujum wanted to follow up, he was interrupted by the attacks targeting his vitals coming from both sides. With that in mind, Jujum decided to forego avoiding the blows. The attacks were aimed at the unarmored parts of his body, and they cut him open. Rather than pain, all Jujum felt was heat oozing out of 2 points on his body. Jujum grit his teeth and activated his special skill. His sword changed direction, striking at the soldier that slashed at him from the side. Goblin blow. The mighty stroke cleaved through the weak spots of the soldier's chainmail and dealt a grievous wound to the flesh beneath. In this moment, the soldier started twitching. This was the magic power of the greatsword poison. However, it would seem his opponent had partially resisted it, and it had not taken him out of the fight. Jujum was not distracted, but he still failed to avoid the sword blow that came from behind him. Although his breastplate meant that his wound was not serious, his body groaned from the sword thrust. Shit. That's our line. You got bike. Bike. Fall back. Get behind him. During the wild melee, there were more opponents than just these four. Some had tried to attack Jujum and had been cut apart the moment they entered his range. Judging by their poor equipment, they were probably conscripted farmers. Even so, there were a lot of them. Being outnumbered was truly unfair. Get back. This goblin is strong. Fall back. We'll take care of him. You lot go deal with the villagers behind him. You think I'll let you? Jujum snarled at the conscripts and swung his sword. Intimidated by him, they backed away. The heat he was feeling in his body was slowly turning to pain. There was one lesson in a warrior's training which was more important than swordplay, and that was to endure pain. Another secret was to tell how much damage he had taken, which was how he would know when to flee. He sensed that he could still fight, but he knew that he was pushing his limits. It was anyone's guess how long he could hold out. Another brave warrior of Khan village met his end in the corner of Jujum's eye, the earth drinking up his blood. They had never had a chance to begin with, but now their defeat was inevitable. Even so, he still had to buy time for Henry and the others to flee. He could not allow himself to die until then. My objective is the enemy camp. I'll head there by myself. Perhaps he had seen Jujum's resolve, but the soldier in front of him stiffened up. In that moment, Jujum gripped his sword, preparing himself for a charge. A great clamor washed over the battlefield. Jujum looked where his opponent's eyes were pointing, and he could not look away. That was because from the side of Khan village, the reason was simple. Its true power was not simply a matter of summoning 19 goblins. In Yggdrasil, this item had been unable to reveal its true value and was discarded as a trash drop. However, in this new world, this item was about to unleash its true power. Let us go over the name of the item once more. Horn of the Goblin General. Its true power, revealed only when three conditions were met, was three. The powerful, rhythmic sound of drums came from the side of the village, filling the entire battlefield. All the eyes which went to the source of the sound went wide in the next instant. That was because an army of over 5,000 people was moving in lockstep formation, advancing in time with the beat of the drums. At first, both Prince Barbro's forces and the defenders of Khan village thought that they were reinforcements from Barbro's side, the sole difference being whether or not they had expected such backup. However, the forms of the new troops immediately told them that it was not the case. The members of that army were all goblins. The demi-humans known as goblins were smaller than human beings, only about the size of a child. However, their presence made them seem twice as large as they actually were. In addition, they were sheathed in gleaming steel. They bore potent, brightly polished weapons and armor, the equipment a warrior ought to have. These were not peasant levies. This was an army of true warriors. Now, anyone who's still alive, run like hell. They're reinforcements have come, run to them, Jujum shouted at the top of his voice. Their identities were a mystery. He did not know if they were friend, foe, or a completely unrelated third party. Telling the surviving defenders to flee in their direction because they were of the same species was not the right thing to do. He should have told them to run back into the village. However, Jujum had a feeling which one might call sympathy. He had the feeling that he shared the same master as those people. He had the feeling that they would take him and his friends in and protect everyone. The surviving citizens of Khan village fled toward the goblin army without hesitation. The encirclement was beginning to crumble. The royal army knew that they ought to pursue, but their movements were slow. That was only to be expected. There was a highly regimented army out there. Approaching it carelessly was dangerous. There were two reasons why they let them flee. The first was because they felt that it would be better to consolidate and form up rather than mount a pursuit. Their drums were pounding a signal to fall back. The second was because they were afraid that they would suffer a terrible revenge for killing members of the same species as that army. The goblins happily accepted Jujum and the others as they ran over to them. Jujum and the rest entered through gaps in their relaxed formation. After everyone had entered, they immediately closed ranks once more, like a door shutting. Jujum looked around at his exhausted comrades who were collapsed on the ground. Nobody had made it out unscathed, and many people had promptly passed out upon reaching safety. He looked around, and it was tragic. The number of goblins, ogres, and villagers had decreased. Still, more than half of them survived. We're lucky. Kana, he called the name of the only person among the goblins who could use healing magic, the priest Kana. However, Kana shook his head, indicating that he had exhausted his healing magic in that battle. Then, let's do whatever first aid we can. Just as Jujum was about to shout, he saw a goblin in a turban, carrying a scarf, and stroking his whiskers. Given his attitude, he was most likely a central figure in the goblin army. Ho, 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 ho. You must be General Enri's retinue. I am the goblin strategist, responsible for commanding the goblin army. Now that we have arrived, nobody will harm you gentlemen any further. Please be at ease. Our medical corps will attend to you forthwith. The goblin strategist waved his fan, and a squad of brawny goblins ran up with boards in hand. Come, come, everyone, please lie on these boards, and we will ferry you off. Now that we have come, it would be a shame if any more of you were to lose your lives. The casualties were carried off one after the other. You have been hurt too. Come, we shall take you to our chirurgeons for treatment. No, I'm sorry. I feel bad about declining your kindness, but can you please tell me what's going on? I'm still all right. Jujum's attitude did not look like he was acting tough. After verifying that, the goblin strategist nodded and began speaking. I expected nothing less of the leader of General Enri's retinue. What do you wish to ho ho ho? No, I already know. General Enri is in a command tent in the rear. She will surely be glad to see that you are fine. Is that so? Then that's good. Jujum let out a soul-deep sigh of relief. In fact, he was so relieved that the strength fled his body as well, and his knees nearly buckled under him. However, as a predecessor, he could not let his successors see that unsightly side of himself. Right, I'll go see her then. Besides, I doubt there'll be anything left for us to do in the upcoming battle. Ho, 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 ho. Thank you for yielding the field to us newcomers. As if it's nothing much. It's the job of the seniors to pass the torch on to their juniors. Thank you. Ho, ho, ho. Then, we must display our prowess to our seniors. That being the case, all that remains for us is to achieve victory. Order the heavy infantry forward. What the hell is that? Damn it. We were so close. Barbro's eyes went wide as he surveyed the interlopers who had ruined everything. Nothing had gone as he had planned. Why was he deadlocked with a goblin army at a tiny village like this? He was so frustrated that he wanted to claw at his hair. If this were an imperial army detachment, he would gladly order his men to fight. However, these were goblins. Even if he won, who would praise him? My prince, please allow the men to fall back. He glared angrily at the knight addressing him. Rationally speaking, they ought to fall back now. While he did not know what such a large goblin host was doing here, as long as he brought the information back, it ought to count as achieving something. However, running away with his tail between his legs, without so much as fighting them, would surely lead to him earning the hateful moniker of the prince who fled from goblins. And if he lost, then he would be the prince who was beaten by goblins. The topic-starved nobles would surely spread it all around and make it public knowledge. The people who had not seen the battle with their own eyes would not care how strong the goblins before him were. They would only be concerned by how amusing it sounded. Within his heart, Barbro cursed those nobles who mocked him from safety. Denied. Keep fighting. Your Highness, please observe their equipment and their regimented formation. They must surely be elite troops who are the equal or superior of the goblins from just now. Our side is largely composed of peasant levies. Our chances of victory are slim. I beg you to order a retreat. Barbro knew that as well, even if the other party did not say anything. However, there was no other way to protect his good name than by fighting. All he could do now was pray that those goblins were just for show. You fool, do I have to tell you how dangerous it is to let those troops be? Right now, the royal army is making their way to the Katsi Plains. What do you plan to do if that army attacks Yggdrasil while they're undermanned? Ununderstood. They would cross blades with the enemy once. If they were as tough as their appearances suggested, he would fall back immediately. The battle with the Empire was the truly important thing, and Barbro did not want to be defeated here. He was at least calm enough to think of that. The soldiers formed up into ranks before Barbro. As though matching their movements, the goblins began their advance. The enemy had taken a long snake formation, which was 3 layers deep. Barbro's forces had adopted a crane wing formation instead. They had not used the fish scale formation because they wanted to make effective use of their powerful cavalry, and the enemy formation was poor at handling flanking attacks. The leading edge of the goblin formation was composed of their heavy infantry, carrying great shields that were tall enough to cover themselves. Their immaculate battle line was like a wall bearing down on them, and it placed great pressure on Barbro. The hand holding the reins of his horse was slippery with sweat under his gauntlets, and it felt disgusting. When the spear-wielding levies made contact with the shield-bearing heavy infantry, his troops would block the enemy advance, effectively treading on the serpent's head, and then the cavalry would charge from the flanks. The levies clashed with the heavy infantry, and then the loud voices of the goblins reached Barbro's ears. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the goblin heavy infantry. Do not insult us by thinking we will be halted by this much." Rather than harboring doubts about this General Enry person, Barbro was focused on how his force's formation was buckling under the contact. The levies were being pushed back by the enemy's shields. Naturally, when they were pushed back, they collided with their comrades behind them, and their formation began to collapse. The cavalry on both flanks hurriedly sprang into action. The right wing was slightly quicker to move, and they aimed to attack from the side. However, cavalry in gleaming silver emerged from the enemy flank, riding white wolves in place of horses, 17 riders in all, sprinting forth to intercept them. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the Goblin Paladin Corps. We pledge our loyalty to Her Excellency." From the left flank came a horde of magical beasts that looked like wolves, who raced across the land. There were goblins mounted on them. Leading the way was a winged wolf, and the goblin mounted on its back shouted loud enough to drown out the wails of the levies and reach Barbro's ears. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the Goblin Beast Rider Corps. Here we come." As the cavalry were bogged down in melee, Barbro heard the sound of strings twanging, one after the other. He saw dozens of arrows falling from the sky like rain, peppering the chaotic battlefield. Barbro wanted to see who was shooting and surveyed the enemy formation. They were in the enemy's second rank. There he saw a group of goblin dressed in bright red, wielding huge bows. There was a clear difference between the sizes of the left and right sides of their bodies, and their bodies tilted noticeably with every step they took. One of them was particularly eye-catching and carried an extra-large bow. He opened his mouth. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the Goblin Longbowmen Corps. Know that there is no escape for you." That was not the end of the enemy's long-ranged attacks. The enemy's third rank discharged several spells, which detonated within the Royal Army's formation, some distance ahead of Barbro. Great flashes of light accompanied the blossoming of crimson flowers, and the petals of scorching flame drove a shockwave before them, the repeated explosions flinging the peasant levies away. The spellcasters were a group of whose faces were veiled by their lowered hoods. Each of them carried a long staff, which gleamed with a mysterious radiance. The person at their head pulled back his hood, revealing a face covered in wrinkles. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the Goblin Magic Support Corps. Be it strengthening, weakening, or attack magic, we wield them all with the same proficiency." They were not the only unit casting spells. Barbro shifted his eyes to the side of the Magic Support Corps, and he saw a similar-looking unit there. Although they were only a team of 5 people, each of their faces was filled with an absolute confidence. Before them stood the one with the boldest smile of all, and he shouted with all his might. "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Enry, the Goblin Arcane Artillery Squad. We who specialize in area of effect spells are the most potent attackers of the Goblin Army." "Your Highness," the knight returned to Barbro's side. He knew what the man was going to say with just a look at the shocked expression on his face. With magic casters in their ranks, the enemy was even more dangerous now. "We've had it. We can't hold them. It's only a matter of time before the enemy reaches us. We need to retreat." He could not deny him now. Even if Barbro ordered everyone to stay and fight, the nobles who came with him would climb over each other to flee. Even if he somehow compelled them all to fight, they would resent him and become future enemies. "Do it. Also, order the Baron to run first." Barbro wanted to be the first to flee, but if he did that, it was not hard to imagine how he would be labeled as a coward who was number 1 at running from goblins. That being the case, he would let the Baron bear that shame instead. "Understood." Just as the knight began barking orders to his subordinates beside him, "There's no escape." An unfamiliar voice came from right beside him, and for the first time, Barbro felt that his life was actually in danger. His retinue drew their swords and surveyed their surroundings, and they saw a group of black-clothed people emerge from the shadows. Their faces were covered with cloth, but their eyes gleamed with a keen light. We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Henry, the Goblin Assassin Squad. We lurk in the shadows, and this is the last time you will see us. There was one more person. He emerged like he had been drawn out. He wore a red cap and steel boots. The way he carried a long scythe made him look like the Grim Reaper. I am a subordinate of Her Excellency, General Henry, one of the 13 redcaps who serve as her bodyguard. Well, I guess there's nothing left for me to do. Protect His Highness, sound the retreat. Pathetic, to Barbro's eyes. It seemed as though the shadows were moving. Everything above the knight's neck disappeared in an instant, and his blood spurted like a geyser. Barbro realized what he was looking at, and he immediately spurred his horse into a gallop. There was no longer any time to worry about the order in which to run. Right now, he was treading the edge of life and death. Behind him, he heard, "We are the subordinates of Her Excellency, General Henry, the Goblin Musician Squad," accompanied by the sound of pounding drums, and it grated on his ears. Is it really all right to let him run? The strategist Dono ordered it. If the prince's head is taken, they'll scour the land to find where it fell. HMPH. But of course, if General Henry fell to the enemy, I wouldn't stop killing until they were all dead either. Well, that's the strategist Dono for you. He sees the big picture. Is that why he didn't order us to wipe them all out? Precisely. We need to let them take their prince back to their city. I'm not happy about it either. I want to make them pay for attacking General Henry's village. I guess that's how it is. Redcap Dono. We'll begin cleaning up the corpses then. Indeed, we need to recover the bodies of the brave warriors who fought by our senior side too, for the plains were brightly lit by the moon, and in their midst was a military field camp. No, there were no tents here or a wooden palisade, so it was doubtful whether it actually qualified as a camp. It would be more accurate to say that there was a military unit on the grass. Just about everyone was lying on the ground, immobile from fatigue. The winter air was cold enough to dye their exhaled breath white, but the fact that they could sleep in conditions like these without bedrolls or the like was a sign of how tired they really were. Amidst all these people, who had collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut, one man was walking. He was the general of the defeated army, Barbro. Should he feel lucky that he had survived, or should he complain because he had met such a powerful foe? The goblin army that had appeared at Khan village had been a powerful foe. No, his forces had been no match for them at all. With just a single contact with the enemy, Barbro's forces had been crushed in an instant, and he had no choice but to flee in defeat. His soldiers had been killed so fast it was as though they had melted away. What exactly were those goblins? Barbro wanted to figure that out too. The possibilities which came to mind were that they were the army of a huge nation of goblins within the great forest of Tarb. That was the easiest explanation to accept when one considered that they had encountered them south of the forest. The other nobles who had survived with him seemed to have reached the same conclusion too, and they had said so several times to console themselves during their flight here. Some said that their luck had been bad. Some said that the army they encountered was composed of their elite troops. Some said that just bringing back news on those goblins would be a great effort. Are they idiots? Barbro clenched his fists tightly. Defeat was defeat. It was true that the goblins had been strong. Anyone who fought them would have understood why there had been no hope for Barbro. However, those who knew nothing would simply think that Barbro was the prince who had been beaten by goblins. He would surely become the butt of many jokes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A fire burned in his belly. That was the reason why Barbro could not sleep, despite being as tired as the soldiers. Once he closed his eyes, he could hear the insults and mocking laughter that would surely await him after he returned to the royal palace. For Barbro, the war was over. In his present state, there was no way he could hustle to the Katsi Plains and take part in the battle against the Empire. Just then, he felt a presence. It did not come from the men lying on the ground, but from the direction they had fled from. Were they fleeing soldiers who had caught up with them, or a goblin pursuit force? His heart filled with terror, Barbro shifted his line of sight, and in the next moment, his face filled with puzzlement. That person had probably noticed Barbro. They raised a hand in a casual greeting. Hi, he had no idea when they had appeared in the middle of these plains. Not far away, 20 meters at the most, stood a ravishing beauty, with a smile on her face that could only be described as innocent. If this were a city, Barbro would surely stare at her. However, this was the middle of a plain. There were no villages around. The strangest thing was the clothes she wore. They looked like a maid's outfit. If she were an armed and armored woman, he might have guessed that she was an adventurer. However, this was not possible. Is she a monster? That thought rose through his mind. Certain monsters were very beautiful, fairies, for example. However, he could not make sense of the maid uniform. "Hello, Sue. I came to play with you, Sue. Can I bother you for a bit?" Judging by her question, she was clearly taking him for a fool. "Hooray, you!" He reached for the sword at his waist as he questioned her. That question was utterly meaningless. However, he had nothing else to say. Her existence was so ridiculous that he did not even know where to start asking. "I'm Lupus Regina, Sue, one of the maids who work for Ainz Ooal, Sue." The peculiar woman waved again as she greeted him. The meaning of what she, Lupus Regina, said gradually began to filter through his mind. What did you say?" Barbaro was so shocked that he forgot to wake the nearby soldiers. "No, no, don't worry about that for now. That must have been really hard on you, Sue. Still, that really was unfair, Sue. A huge army of goblins like that's on the level of cheating, Sue. I saw them from behind the humans and Enchan, and it made me cry out in surprise, Sue. I didn't expect so many goblins would come out, ha ha ha." Lupus Regina laughed in an incredibly fake way. She was clearly trying to pick a fight, but Barbaro could no longer hold his feelings back. "So why are you here?" He could hear several people behind him reacting to his shout. Still, if this woman wanted to attack him, then her actions were far too bizarre. There was no need for her to appear before them, or was this part of a plan to draw away their attention? Perhaps she intended to launch an ambush while everyone was listening to her. No, as the first prince, he knew he was very valuable. If he was lucky, he could negotiate. If he was unlucky, he would be a hostage. However, negotiating with them might be too much to ask for. He might end up becoming a prisoner of war. Barbaro felt the throne draw further and further away from him. That said, the people who should have been punished were the higher-ups in the kingdom, who did not know that there were so many goblins within that village before sending him there. If he became a prisoner of war, he ought to have a chance to meet Ainz Ooal Gown. Perhaps he could trade him a quarter of the kingdom in exchange for his help to make himself king. Perhaps this was actually a blessing in disguise. Barbaro pondered that possibility. "Well, well, there's only one reason I came here, Sue." Lupus Regina paused for a single breath and then announced, "I came to kill all of you, Sue." Barbaro blinked several times, and then he shouted, "Ha! What the hell are you saying? Do you know who I am? I'm the first prince of the Riesti's kingdom, Barbaro Andrian Ield Ryle Vaself." "Oh, so you're a human then, Sue. What's the difference, Sue, to us? You humans are equally worthless, Sue." "Ah, but you're a prince, Sue." "In that case, I see. You mean to say you'll kill everyone except me. Right, I don't think that's a good idea. You need to take us prisoner and let someone live to bring the news back to father, otherwise things will be difficult in the upcoming negotiations." Lupus Regina tilted her head in surprise. "No, no, what are you saying, Sue? Shall I repeat myself again, Sue? I came to kill all of you, Sue. Since I came to kill all of you, I'll kill each and every one of you, Sue. Are you particularly stupid, Sue? Ah, well, that does make you a rarity, but it's not like I want that, Sue. What are you babbling about? Don't you know how valuable I am? I'm the first prince. Why are you thinking of killing me? Normally, you take me hostage and demand a ransom. No, using me as a negotiation tool holds more merit than killing me, right? My, what a troublesome person you are." Lupus Regina grinned in a discomforting manner. Then, she spoke gently and kindly, like she was explaining things to a child. "You are not necessary to the plans of the matchless one, Ainz Ooal Gown Sama, and so I will kill you. Do you understand?" Barbaro was speechless. He understood that Lupus Regina was not joking or trying to probe his reaction with a threat. He swallowed unconsciously. "You're serious? You're seriously going to kill me?" "Ah, that's a nice expression on your face, Sue. You've jumped a great deal in my internal ranking, Sue." Then, Barbara was trying to smile with a twitching face, but Lupus Regina's face went blank in the next moment as she said, "Ain't Sama ordered me to exterminate all of you, therefore I will not let any of you return alive." She immediately resumed her half-joking expression. "So's anyway, I was thinking for a long time about what opponents you'd have fun with. In the end, I found the best playmates for a bunch of people who got their asses kicked by Goblin Sue." With a jajajajan, she raised a hand. A horde of shadowy shapes emerged from behind her, out of what seemed to be thin air. "These are the red caps that I had summoned for me, Sue." There were 30 of them. The goblins which revealed themselves resembled the army from back then, their bodies twisted and evil, All of them wore bright red caps and steel boots upon their feet. They carried hatchets which glowed blue in the moonlight. "Enemy attack! What the hell are you doing? Wake up! Take up your arms! The enemy is upon us!" Barbro's bellowing woke the soldiers from their slumber. They bolted upright, and then stared at the enemy under the blinding moonlight. "They're level 43, so really, they're kind of overkill for you. But the library didn't have any weaker goblins, Sue." Screams filled the air. The survivors of that hellish battle with the goblin army could not possibly muster up the fighting spirit to stand against more goblinoids. They did not draw their swords, but scattered in all directions, running for dear life. "Don't run! Fight, fight, fight! Hurry up and protect me!" Not a single soldier listened to Barbro's orders. The nobles ran for their horses as well. "Ahaha, this is wonderful. You actually think you can escape on a plane like this? Ah, this is fun. This is the best. I love it." Lupus Regina's mocking laughter mirrored what Barbro was thinking. There was only one way to survive. He had to defeat his enemies. "So there's people who think mounting up is going to help. Would you kindly chop off their legs for me, Sue?" With a shrill cry of delight at the impending slaughter, the redcaps sprang into action. They were like wild beasts. They ran amidst the fleeing masses. And then there was a scream. It came from one of the nobles who was trying to escape on horseback. It was followed by several more screams. "There's fewer people now, so playtime's been shortened too. Well, that can't be helped, Sue. On my part, I'm going to have all kinds of fun, Sue. I might not have the abilities Salchan has, but I can show you a trick or two, Sue." Lupus Regina walked toward Barbro, who had his sword drawn. It was as though she was taking a walk through a field. The smile which split her beautiful face like a fissure chilled Barbro's heart with fear. It was only after 30 minutes that Barbro received Lupus Regina's permission to die. Chapter 4, Massacre 1. The two armies formed their battle lines along the gentle slopes of the Crimson Plains, staring each other down. The awe-inspiring army of the kingdom was 245, 0 men strong, divided into a left wing of 70, 0 men, a right wing of 70, 0 men, and a central column of 105, 0 men, skillfully encamped throughout 3 hills. However, this encampment was not ringed by wooden fences, but formed of a gigantic mass of troops. The foremost 5 ranks of infantry carried 2-handed pikes, each one easily over 6 meters long, and they were formed up into a spear line into a spear line. Their job was to substitute for an anti-cavalry fence in order to counter the heavy cavalry that comprised the core of the Empire's fighting strength. They did not use actual anti-cavalry palisades for a simple reason. Protecting that many people would require a ridiculous amount of wood. For a large army, it was better to make good use of a spear line. Although this formation was quite solid and presented many problems for any attackers, it had its weaknesses as well. Since the formation was dense and the weapons carried were very heavy, it was all they could do just to stay in place and prevent enemy charges. As such, they lacked the ability to react quickly to enemy maneuvers, and if the Empire used bowmen or magic, their losses would be heavy. Then again, not much more was expected from mere peasants. All that was required was that they deflect the first charge of the enemy. On the other side, the Empire had 60, 0 men. Their numbers were vastly inferior to those of the kingdom. However, the Imperial Knights were relaxed, without so much as a hint of fear. They did not feel they would lose at all. This confidence came from knowing their own personal strength. Even so, it was a simple fact that there was a vast disparity in the military power of both sides. Although it would not be a problem if they could fight forever without fatigue, they were only human. Once they got tired, even the difference in their individual abilities would eventually be caught up too. The kingdom also had one more advantage, a large one. That was the value of each individual. Most of the kingdom's troops were composed of peasant levies. In contrast, the empire fielded professional soldiers called knights. A peasant was simply expected to hold a weapon, while each imperial knight was carefully trained. Every loss by the empire was more keenly felt than a similar loss by the kingdom. The empire simply could not afford to squander their knights in foolish offensives or wars of attrition. Therefore, a pitched battle on open terrain like this was to the kingdom's advantage. Because of this, the battles fought between the empire and the kingdom were typically minor skirmishes. The empire's objective would be accomplished simply by pulling the kingdom's serfs onto the battlefield. There was no need to waste valuable human resources, and the kingdom knew this as well. This scripted pageantry was what passed for war between the Empire and the kingdom. Even if that magic caster called Ainz Ooal Gown took part, it would still end in a minor skirmish. That was what most of the kingdom's nobles thought. After all, the Empire's knights were not just a military force, but a police force as well. They were the people who protected the safety of the Empire. Needless losses to them would threaten the Empire's stability, and so the nobles awaited the Empire's next move. By tradition, the imperial forces would parade before the kingdom's troops and then fall back. The kingdom would then sound a victory cry. This was how it had always been. However, the imperial army did not move. There had remained still ever since they had deployed from the fortress-like castrum and arrayed themselves before the kingdom's forces. It was as though they were waiting for the kingdom to make the first move, or for something else. They're not moving. What's going on? This was at the headquarters where the king was. It was located behind a host of 105 men. Marquis Revan stood beside Gazef, speaking quietly as he surveyed the motionless Imperial Knights from the safest place he could find, an observation point atop a hill that was slightly higher than the others. If the Empire did not move, then neither could the kingdom. An attack by the kingdom now would be extremely foolish, given that they had already formed their spear line. Once the nobles had tried a preemptive attack on the Empire. However, the attackers had been slaughtered in short order, and the kingdom had suffered significant losses as a result. Ever since, the kingdom's preferred tactic against the Empire had been to form a spear line and prepare to receive a charge. Since the enemy was willing to retreat, there was no need for risky forays. All right, then, looks like they're waiting for us. The final declarations have been made, so they should be joining battle soon, warrior Captain Gazef Dono. Do you have an idea on what the Empire might be waiting for? 30 minutes ago, representatives from both armies had begun negotiations in the central area between them. Granted, that was simply a statement of unacceptable conditions from both sides that was more of a stage play than actual arbitration. Its true purpose was to show that each side was compassionate and willing to avert war until the last moment. Of course, negotiations would break down, and that would be the signal for the fighting to begin. If they were following the example of previous years, the Imperial army should have begun moving out immediately. However, this was not the case. They remained stationary. I have no idea. Do you know anything about this? As if I'm not too familiar with military matters, I usually let my subordinates handle those. Somehow, the idea that the wise Marquis would know nothing about his enemy sounds like a lie. A lie. I did not expect you to be that direct, Gazef Dono. Did I give you offense? I apologize if I did. Ha ha ha, no. None was taken. You're much friendlier now than you were back then. Gazef's brow furrowed, as he sensed the barbs in those words. Ha ha ha, take it for what it is. It's a fact that I'm no general, and that's not a lie. It just so happens that one of my subordinates is a good leader of men, so I left military matters to him. Could it be one of the former adventurers working for you, the ones who became famous during the demonic disturbance in the capital? Ah, no, they're over there. Raven pointed to a group of 5 men standing together, although they were all well into their middle age, and their strength was not what it used to be. They had been orichalcum-ranked adventurers in their prime, and there was something about the way they carried themselves that made Gazef feel that he could not take them lightly. They will be my bodyguards during the battle. With men like these protecting you, Marquis Revan, I'm sure you will have no problems returning safely to the royal capital. Well, as long as they don't confront that great magic caster. Oops, I almost forgot. What about your strategist? I don't think you'll know him, since he's a commoner from my domain, Gazef Dono. When a goblin horde attacked his village, he beat them off with a group of villagers half their size, and thus he came to my attention. Ever since, I've entrusted him with the command of my house troops and various other tasks. The big surprise is that he's never once lost a battle. I also gave him a high-ranking position as my aide. I'd like to see this commander that you praise so highly, Marquis Revan. If he's really everything you say he is, we might do well to give him command of the kingdom's armed forces. If you gave him complete command of the military, and the royal army moved together under his command, we might be able to fight a battle which makes our neighbors sit up and say, the army of the Riesti's kingdom is not to be underestimated. Gazef exchanged a look with Revan, sighed, and then smiled tiredly. The nobles would never allow a commoner to rise to such a station. It's nothing more than idle fantasy at the moment. Certainly not while the nobles are divided into their factions. The empire organized its legions by appointing a general over each one, under whom served division commanders, brigade commanders, and other officers, all in strict regimentation. In contrast, the kingdom's armies were composed of the house troops and levies each of the kingdom's nobles could muster. The king was the overall commander, but each host would act as they or their faction saw fit. Simply put, it was a ragtag bunch of misfits. Although Gazef had the title of warrior captain, in the end, he was only the commander of the warrior band, which was directly loyal to the king, and he had no authority to give orders to the nobles. While it was possible for the king to order the nobles to listen to Gazef, the nobles had always disdained Gazef the commoner, and doing so would sow the seeds of future grudges. The king was aware of this, and so he ordered that Gazef would do no such thing. The two of them considered their places in the kingdom and sighed heavily. Then they exchanged looks and laughed. This conversation should have been had elsewhere, not on the eve of the clash of swords and the spilling of blood. Even if we return home alive, there'll still be a battlefield waiting there. Isn't that what being a noble's all about? After this is over, I'll petition the king to raise you to nobility. It angers me that someone who calls himself the king's sword doesn't engage with noble society as eagerly as he should. Although Revan looked like he was joking, Gazef could tell from the light in his eyes that his anger was sincere. When someone skilled at hiding their feelings revealed them to oneself, it would be a cause for celebration. However, it was a different matter if it was not a positive emotion. Gazef quickly changed the subject. Let's leave that aside for now. Why don't we bring that strategist Dono of yours over and hear his opinion? Calling him over will be difficult. After all, I entrusted him with my base camp. I don't dare move him unnecessarily while we don't know what the Empire's up to. Although the nobles had all pledged to work together for the kingdom, in the end, Revan's holdings were still his top priority. It was only natural that he would refuse. It's the same thing as always, but I dislike the tension in the air. While I don't actually want the Empire to attack us, they should hurry up and do it if they're going to, and spare us the anxiety of waiting. Gazef could sense the unease from the kingdom's army. As he tried to see where it was coming from, he furrowed his eyebrows. I see. When you think about it, this might be an imperial strategy to get us anxious before they make their move. It's difficult to coordinate and control so many soldiers, so even the slightest flinch in any unit could be magnified into a great disruption at the end. A large group is difficult to attack, but once the individuals break from the pack and run, they'll be easily hunted down and killed. It's the same principle animals use for hunting. A surprised Revan followed Gazef's line of sight to the worried-looking troops on the left flank, and then realization dawned on his face. That looks like they're rotating the troops on the inside to the front line. We wouldn't have to worry if they were just reorganizing their formation. That's Marquis Boulop's flag. Looks like the left wing's commander is moving himself to the front. The kingdom placed the noble faction on both wings, while those of the royal faction were concentrated in the middle. King Ramposa III was the overall commander of the central column, while Marquis Boulop commanded the left wing. Moving one's command to the head of the formation is quite strange. Do you see? Gazef Dono. The Marquis is moving those elite troops who are directly loyal to himself. His plan is to distinguish himself in combat against the individually powerful imperial knights, under the eyes and ears of the gathered nobles. That way he'll make a reputation for himself as the lord of the strongest unit in the kingdom. Revan cast a challenging look to Gazef. Will you let someone else gain greater glory than your beloved warrior band? It seemed to say. Gazef did not take the bait. The warrior band's duty is to protect the king. We won't move without the king's direct command. Even if the Empire sounds the charge, there is no greater duty for us than ensuring the safe return of the king to the capital. Gazef tapped the sword at his waist. Still, it's possible that I might deploy by myself to blunt the enemy's attack. That's one of the 4 treasures of the kingdom, Razor Edge. I see. Marquis Revan stepped back and studied Gazef from top to bottom. The gauntlets of vitality, which negated fatigue. The amulet of immortality, which let him regenerate his wounds. The guardian armor, crafted of the hardest metal known to man, adamantite, and enchanted with magic that deflected lethal blows. And finally, Razor Edge, a magic sword crafted in pursuit of absolute sharpness, which could carve through enchanted armor like the proverbial hot knife through butter. Now that you're fully equipped with all these treasures, you are the kingdom's greatest treasure. I heard once that the kingdom actually had 5 treasures, but it seems they had all been gathered from the start. Gazef blushed as he was compared to those treasures, even though he knew it was just flattery. Ah, give me a break, Marquis Revan. The king is far greater than I am. His Majesty knew what it would mean to entrust these things to a commoner like me, but he did it anyway. That's a reasonable opinion, honestly speaking. I once thought that it was foolish to announce that he'd be handing them over to a commoner, you. All that would accomplish was to make more people leave the royal faction. However, now that I'm standing beside you on the battlefield, I can't help but think that it was a masterful move. You really are too selfish. If only I could live up to your expectations. Gazef looked out at the serried ranks of the Imperial Knights. He did not think there were any strong opponents in the Empire besides Triarchs, Fluda Paradine. Now that he was equipped like this, he even dared harbor the faint hope that he might be able to defeat Fluda. On the other hand, he did not feel like he had any chance of defeating Ainz Ooal Gown. He could not even imagine the possibility. No matter how hard he tried to think positive and consider how things might go in his favor, the only thought that came to mind was of himself being instantly slain by the mysterious magic caster. What's wrong? No, nothing. He knew he was the greatest warrior in the kingdom. Allowing himself to appear weak would only lower the army's morale. Ah, no, I was just feeling sorry for Prince Barbaro. Feeling sorry. Could it be, I see. Is that so? Gazef Dono, you also feel, I see. What are you trying to say? I mean, don't tell me you feel that the king sent the prince to Khan village so he could not distinguish himself. Is that not the case? Revan smiled thinly. Far from it. I feel that his majesty has truly placed his trust in you. Gazef Dono. Marquis Revan decided to explain when he saw that Gazef did not understand at all. Given that the king's most trusted warrior captain was supremely wary of the opponent called Ainz Ooal Gown, it was only to be expected that the king would be on guard against him as well. The king did not want to risk his beloved son in battle with an unknown quantity like that, so he wanted to send him to a safe place, even if he would only be able to make some minor accomplishments there. Although, to be honest, the old me would have been upset by the way the king was only concerned with his son when so many other people had sent their children to the battlefield. Revan smiled in a fatherly manner. Of course, I understand why he did such a thing now. I'd have done the same to ensure my son's well-being. Ah, Marquis, that's a very fatherly thing to say. Revan smiled. Gazer felt that it was quite unlike him, which was itself a fairly rude thought, yet his smile was equal parts kind, happy, and proud. Well, I'm a father after all. I promised my son that, after this battle's over, I'm going to play with him as much as he wants, like a normal father. Ah, we've gone off topic. Let's leave things at that. Although, it seems Prince Barbaro doesn't quite understand the king's point of view. It feels a little sad how the father can't get his feelings across to his son. Gazef agonized about how to answer him. It was hard for him, who had no children of his own, to put himself into that mindset. Right, right. By the way, is it possible that they might launch a sneak attack on Yggdrasil with a separate force? Although it would be frowned upon, they might do anything to win. Gazef thought that the topic change was incredibly forced, but to his surprise, Revan ran with it. It's not an easy matter to attack Yggdrasil, defended as it is by its 3 layers of curtain walls. Even if the remaining 2 legions of the Empire mobilized in full, it would be a difficult task for them. My strategist also says the enemy wouldn't do such a thing. Is it? What if they had flying beasts or a secret legion of some kind? It's still not possible. Ultimately, it's very difficult to take control of a city with a small number of men. Speaking of which, Gazef Dono, do you know the conditions required to completely dominate Yggdrasil? Gazef shook his head. One needs to face the kingdom in open battle and gain an overwhelming victory. If the aggressors barely manage to triumph, governing the conquered populace will be extremely difficult. The citizens won't respond well to the invaders, and there'll definitely be a resistance movement. So even if the Empire used a separate force to attack Yggdrasil, as long as our soldiers are untouched, they'll immediately to take back the city. As such, the Empire needs a total victory. With that, the citizens will be frightened to the point they can't even think of resisting. and they won't be able to mobilize troops. The important thing was that the Empire had to win here. In addition, they had to achieve a victory so complete and absolute that none of the surrounding nations, in particular the kingdom, which could instantly deploy its troops to take the city back, would dare think of making a move. Suddenly, Gazef had the feeling that he had put all the pieces of the puzzle together. However, the picture they formed was beyond his comprehension. A vaguely distasteful feeling tormented Gazef. What's wrong? Gazef don't know. No. Gazef wanted to tell Revan about the scattered pieces of the puzzle that he had managed to sweep together in his head. He believed that Revan, with his superior intellect, could extract insights from them that he could not. However, at that moment, the Marquis eye turned back to the Imperial formation. Gazef Dono. It seems they're making their move. The Imperial army parted in two, to make a path. As Gazef was wondering if they were planning to attack the left and right wings of the kingdom's army, he saw an unfamiliar flag rising into the air. It was a flag that Gazef had never seen before, adorned with a bizarre crest that belonged to neither the kingdom nor the empire. The group nearing the flag advanced. All eyes were on that company. And then Gazef's heart ran cold with terror. Revan, who was standing beside him and saw the same thing he did, swallowed loudly. Knowing that he was not alone in his feelings, bitterness began rising at the back of his mouth, and his heart pounded madly. It was a bizarre army. What appeared was a group of roughly 500 riders. It seemed entirely insignificant compared to the two armies facing each other down. However, those troops were highly abnormal. They seemed to radiate an oppressive air that he could feel even from so far away. It stirred up Gazef's memories from his time in Khan village. There had been a knight-shaped monster back then, which Ainz said he had created. There were roughly 200 of them now, warriors bearing massive shields and clad in spiked armor. The rest were similarly inhuman soldiers, but they wore leather armor, and they were armed with axes, pikes, crossbows, or similar weapons. If the former were knights, then the latter could be called warriors. But whatever they were not humans. They were monsters down to the marrow of their bones. And then, those monsters rode monsters of their own. Said creatures were beasts of bone, with flickering mist in place of their flesh and blood. The fog sparkled everywhere, pus yellow and emerald green. Goosebumps sprouted all over his body. This was bad. This was very bad. It was a vague statement, but Gazef simply did not have the words to describe the situation more clearly than this. So the Empire has enlisted monsters into their ranks, it seems. This is quite surprising. It's made me break out in goosebumps. No, no, Marquis Revan, that's not the case. What the Marquis feels now, what fills your body with said goosebumps, is definitely not surprise. Then what would that be? Seeing that Revan was completely baffled, Gazef answered curtly, "It's the fear of death. It's triggered your basic survival instinct." Turning his eyes from the visibly shaken Revan, Gazef looked at the Imperial army. The horses are shying. Even these trained, hardened war horses are so frightened they can't move. What are they? A secret division of the Empire? Impossible. Those monsters are not things that humans can control or use. Gazef knew nothing about the true identity of these monsters, but his warrior's instinct supplied enough information for him to speak conclusively. There's no doubt about it. They must be the knights of Ainz Ooal Gown. Is that the army of the magic caster you feared? Marquis Revan, please gather the former adventurers immediately. Ask them what's our best move. They've fought many monsters in the past and survived. Please ask them to share their wisdom with us. He probably wanted to reply that he understood, but his bodyguards were faster than that and had already moved up to protect him. However, that was only expected. They had sensed the power of this threat before Gazef had. Marquis Revan, the formerly Orichalcum-ranked adventurers, rode over on horseback. Did you see it? Do you feel it? At the head of the adventurers was their leader, the paladin of the Fire Guard, Boris Axelson. Within his voice was a thrill of fear he could not hide. Revan could not speak. Gazef understood why. There was a note of fright in the voice of a formerly Orichalcum-ranked adventurer in a place defended by such a vast army. Gazef felt that this was no longer time for etiquette and asked, "Tell me, what is that? No need to greet me. Please tell me everything you know. All of you." Boris clutched the holy symbol that dangled around his neck. It was a gesture of warding. "We can't be sure, but we believe the creatures they ride are legendary monsters known as soul eaters." They're said to be undead creatures that hunger for the souls of the living. According to legend, they once appeared in the middle of the continent, in a city of the Beastmen kingdoms. Then, how many casualties were there? The words Boris spoke sounded unnaturally quiet. 100, zero. The breath caught in Gazev's throat. They say 3 soul-eaters appeared, and they destroyed the city. 95% of the populace, over 100, zero people, died as a result. The city was abandoned, and it was called the Silent City. A heavy silence fell on the group. And there's 500 of them out there. Nobody could muster up the strength to answer Revan. Gazer forced his words out to break the silence. Like I said earlier, I find it hard to believe the Empire could subdue monsters of that level with their own power. Even that mighty magic caster, Fluda Paradine, shouldn't be able to do it. That means he did not need to finish his sentence. Marquis Revan understood. Is that the power of Ainz Ooal Gown? Then, what manner of creatures are riding on those monsters' backs? That, the adventurers looked nervously to each other. We don't know. The only thing we're certain of is that they must be very dangerous. No, I apologize. I shouldn't be using such vague terms as dangerous. However, I can think of no other words to describe what we are facing now. Then what should we do? Gazef Dono. In response to Revan's panicked question, Gazef replied tersely and clearly. Retreat. They already knew that the enemy had prepared an awe-inspiring force. With that in mind, what else could they do but run? Advise the king to order a retreat. Gazef could not finish his sentence. That was because a masked magic caster stood at the head of the enemy. At his right was a short person in a hooded robe. At his left stood one of the Empire's 4 knights. Even at this distance, Gazef could not have mistaken that man for anyone else. Gown Dono. Is that the mighty magic caster, Ainz Ooal Gown? Is he the one who summoned the Soul Eaters? Him, Marquis Revan. We, the fearless warrior of countless battles, swallowed heavily and continued in a lowered voice. What the hell are we fighting here? Ainz waved his arm. In response, a magic circle sprang into existence, roughly 10 meters in radius and shaped like a dome. It was centered on him. The people on his left and right were engulfed by it, but they seemed fine. It would seem the magic circle did not harm allies. This fantastic sight drew everyone's attention, even if they knew this was an emergency situation. The magic circle glowed bluish-white, and translucent symbols appeared across its length and breadth. The sigils changed with kaleidoscopic speed, shifting between runes and letters that nobody had ever seen before. The kingdom's troops gasped out in surprise. There was no fear or tension in their voices, like they were watching a beautiful show. However, the ones with keener instincts started looking around themselves in obvious discomfort. I'm returning to my unit. There's no more time to waste. Ainz Ooal Gown's power is immeasurable. Doing battle with him was a mistake from the start. What we need to do now is minimize the number of casualties, and at the same time we need to get back to Yggdrasil as fast as we can. Gazef Dono, please protect His Majesty. After that, retreat without delay. The calm which Revan had managed to cling to until recently was all gone now. Although I don't trust my abilities that much, but I will definitely protect His Majesty's person. Also, don't think about an orderly retreat. Of course, we'll retreat as fast as we can. No, we'll flee like rabbits. Then I wish you well, Marquis Revan. The same. Gazef Dono. The 2 men who stood at the pinnacle of the kingdom's military might and strategic thought hurriedly flew into action. However, it was all too late. Nobody's there. After Ainz deployed his magic circle, that was what he had thought. There were no players in the kingdom. Yggdrasil's super-tier magic was incredibly powerful. Because of that, during a large-scale battle, bringing down a person who could cast super-tier spells first was a basic tactic. One could hamper one's opponents in many ways. Teleportation assaults, for instance, bombardment from atop a magic carpet, pinpoint shooting from extreme range. There were countless methods to accomplish that aim. However, no attacks like these came toward Ainz. In turn, that proved that there were no Yggdrasil players present. Under his mask, Ainz smiled, a fact which went unseen by anyone. Of course, his skeletal face could not form a smile. The bitter smile, laced with faint traces of joy, highlighted the feelings in Ainz's heart. So I don't need to serve as bait. Then, his joy came from the fact that he had not met any players from Yggdrasil. Ainz could not be counted as the greatest among the players of Yggdrasil. There were others who were better than he was, and his odds of survival against stronger players were not good. While playing, Ainz's strength had stemmed from his knowledge. Although he won often in PvP combat, those were consecutive victories after forfeiting the first round of a match. Ainz was surprisingly skilled at using the information he had gathered. Conversely, his chances of defeat were also very high if he fought an opponent he had never encountered before. Ainz was fully aware of his abilities and was deeply grateful that he had not encountered a powerful enemy that he knew nothing about. But at the same time, he also felt a hint of regret. He regretted the fact that he could not find the one who had brainwashed Sholtir among his enemies, people who were related to a possessor of a world-class item. Hatred, thick and cloying, pooled at the bottom of Ainz's heart. Although his strong emotions were suppressed, the weaker ones persisted within him. Ainz opened his hand, and within it was a miniature hourglass. If he used a cash item, he could immediately cast the super tier spell. The reason why he had not done this was because he was serving as bait to verify the existence of any possible players from Yggdrasil. However, if there were none, then there was no need to wait out the long casting time for the spell. Having to stand immobile in the middle of a magic circle was quite uncool. During the battle with Sholtir, he did not have that luxury. Against the lizard men, he had not used an attack spell. Then, this will be fun. Ah, it's going to be fun. What exactly would a super-tier attack spell do against the armies of the kingdom? Although it was not a particularly strong spell in Yggdrasil, what effects would it have in this world? Suddenly, Ainz knotted his non-existent brows. Many people were about to die, but he did not feel any pity for them, and it somewhat frightened him. He did not even feel cruel, like someone trampling ants to death. In truth, he felt nothing at all. There was only the desire to see the results of his actions, and of course, the benefits he would reap for himself for the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Ainz clenched his fist. The particles of sand leaking from the shattered hourglass moved against the wind and flowed into the magic circle surrounding Ainz. And then the super-tier spell activated instantly. Tribute to the black bounty Eir Shub-Niggurath, a black wind blew, racing past the kingdom's army, which had just finished changing its formation. No, there was no physical wind blowing. Neither the scattered weeds growing on the plains or the hairs on the heads of the kingdom's soldiers had been touched. There were 70 men in the left wing of the kingdom's army. Every single one of them was slain in an instant. What on earth happened? Nobody could answer immediately. Every living creature that comprised the left wing of the kingdom's army, not just humans, but their horses too, had suddenly collapsed to the ground like puppets whose strings had been cut. The ones who realized the answer first were the Imperial troops, ranged against them. It took a while for the human mind to properly parse the events that had just transpired before their eyes. So after a short delay, shouts of panic rose into the air, becoming a great wave that engulfed the entire Imperial army. Certainly, they knew Ainz Ooal Gown was going to cast a spell after he had deployed his magic circle. However, who could have possibly anticipated this? Who could have guessed that he would cast such a horrific spell? Who could have imagined that he had cast a spell which could slaughter 70 people, a number greater than the entire Imperial army, in an instant? The Imperial Knights doubted their eyes, even as they prayed to whatever gods they believed in. They prayed that the people of the kingdom were not dead. They prayed that such terrible magic did not exist in this world. Of course, as they took in the truth before their eyes, that not a single person had stood back up from where they fell, they were fully aware that it was nothing but wishful thinking. Even so, there was no way they could accept it. There was no way they could accept this as reality. The man hailed as one of the strongest in the Empire, one of the four knights, nimble, could only grind his teeth in naked terror and stare dumbly at the suddenly depopulated left wing of the kingdom's army. Nobody stood back up. That was a reality which was far, far too horrible to accept. No, the awful truth could not be described with just these simple words. Ainz Ooal Gown, this magic caster, all by himself, was a monster who could take the nations forged by men and obliterate them in the way that a child would kick down a sandcastle. That was a reality which was beyond the ability of any words to describe. The panic enveloping the Imperial army gradually vanished like draining water. In the end, everyone simply fell silent, unable to speak. Yet, a strange noise rose up among the silence of the Imperial army's formation. The noise was born of many sounds blending together into a great clamor. It was the sound of every single knight gnashing their teeth. This was the terror born of realizing that the empire, where they and their families lived, now stood on the edge of extinction, just like the kingdom. This was an understanding that if they dared to raise their hands against Ainz Ooal Gown, that same awful magic might end up being turned on themselves. Under these circumstances, Nimble suddenly thought of something. What kind of expression did a magic caster like this, who could work a sorcery that could slaughter the living in quantities that beggared mortal comprehension, what kind of expression did he have? Without moving his face, he spied on the monster standing beside him, Ainz Ooal Gown, but all he saw was indifference. How can this be? How can this be possible? How can someone like him, like this, be so calm? Even after taking 0 lives. Granted, the battlefield is a place of death. The weak losing their lives is only to be expected. But even so, shouldn't he feel something in his heart after killing so many people? Regret or guilt would be the natural response. If he felt joy or excitement, that might even be understandable, abnormal as such a reaction might be. However, is this indifference some sort of defensive reaction to protect his heart? No, this must be familiar scenery for a monster like him. There's no sadistic joy or pity in his heart like when a human being crushes ants. What is this? Why is this happening? Why does someone like this exist in the world? Is something the matter? Eh? The words sounded like a spike of cold steel driven into him. Nimble's response to the question was a stupid-sounding cry. No, nothing's wrong. That spell just now. It was magnificent. Nimble gave silent thanks that he was still able to speak. More than that, the fact that he could praise Ainz under such circumstances was nothing short of laudable. Ha ha ha! Nimble's desperate compliment was answered by faint laughter. Have I given offense? No, none at all. You said that spell just now was magnificent, right? Why, yes. Was that worth laughing at? Sweat flowed down Nimble's forehead like a river. After seeing the dreadful consequences of angering this person, he had no intention of incurring his ire. Please, be at ease. Although, I must say, my spell is not complete yet. Now is when the real show begins. After all, when one makes an offering to the black goddess of the bountiful harvest, she will reciprocate with a gift of her offspring. Those cute, adorable children, that was right. And just as ripened fruit would fall to the earth in the fullness of time, the imperial knights were the first to see it. It was expected that the knights, watching from afar, from a safe distance, would see it first. Because they felt safe, they dared to peer outside from the narrow slits in their helmets. After the storm of death had claimed the lives of the kingdom's soldiers, something appeared in the sky, a repulsive black sphere which seemed to pollute the world with its very presence. Then, who on the kingdom's side saw it? It was most likely the troops of the right wing, who had no direct line of sight to what had happened on the other side. They sensed that something abnormal was going on, but they did not know what exactly had happened, and as they looked around to find out what was going on, they saw it. As though their eyes were being guided there, the soldiers beside them noticed it. In this way, everyone on the Katsi Plains, who had gathered to wage war, ended up staring silently at the sphere floating in the sky. The sphere, which resembled nothing so much as a hole in the heavens, was like an opened spider web. Once one caught sight of it, one could not pull away. The black sphere slowly grew larger, be it fighting or fleeing. No human could engage in any meaningful thought or activity. All they could do was stare dumbly. And eventually, the ripened fruit fell. In a thoroughly natural fashion, the falling sphere broke apart when it touched the earth. It burst like a water balloon striking the ground, or perhaps like an overripe fruit doing the same. It was full of something that spread out from the point of impact. It was something like coal tar. It absorbed the light, like a wave of infinitely expanding black stickiness, and it swallowed the corpses of the dead kingdom soldiers. Informed by a strange instinct, nobody thought it would end there. They had a premonition this was only the beginning. Indeed, this was the beginning of their despair. Suddenly, a vast tree grew from the black tar that covered the earth. No, that was nothing as pleasant as a tree. At first, there was only one of them, but then it multiplied. 2, 3, 5, 10, these objects waved in the absence of the wind. What grew there were tentacles. M-E-H-H-H-H. Suddenly, they heard the adorable bleating of a goat. It was not just one goat. It was as though a herd of goats had appeared out of nowhere. As though drawn by the sound, the coal tar writhed up, and it seemed to vomit forth something. It was something that was far too strange, too unnatural. It was 10 meters in height. If one added the length of the tentacles, that figure became unclear. At a glance, it resembled some sort of turnip. In place of leaves, it had numberless black tentacles, and its thick root portion was a slab of meat covered in frightening lumps. Below that were 5 legs, like those of a goat's, tipped with black hooves. Fissures appeared on the root-like portion of its anatomy, a thick slab of meat covered in lumps, as it peeled and split open in multiple places at once. And then, Ch-ch-ch-ch, epilogue, the cold night wind whistled past him. It stirred up Brain Unglouse hair and set his clothes fluttering as well. It's freezing out here. The wind scattered his pale white breath and his mumbling, carrying them into the distance. Even the deepest parts of his body felt like they were frozen. Brain was alone atop the walls of Yggdrasil, where the 3 of them had been before they had moved out. There was nothing here except darkness. Many of the kingdom's people had lost their lives during the battle now, the massacre of the Katsi Plains. He remembered what he saw when he crawled off that battlefield. The defeated people dragged their feet lifelessly, their clothes were tattered, and they looked utterly wretched. Even though Brain was a warrior who trod the edge of life and death on a regular basis, the image of that hellscape created by a single magic caster remained seared into his eyes. Even Yggdrasil, protected by its city walls, could not be considered a safe place by any means. However, the soldiers who had fled here were utterly exhausted, and they collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut. Upon this unmanned tower, Brain slowly exhaled again. Then he looked silently to the sky. I just keep thinking nothing really matters anymore. Brain looked at his hands. Even now, the weight from when he had carried the lifeless lump of meat that was that man's body remained in them. Try as he might, he could not forget it. He was a great man, and a rival who had always been a step ahead. The death of that man, Gazef Stranov, filled him with a profound sense of loss. What Gazef meant to Brain could not simply be summed up by the word rival. Brain had become the man he was now because Gazef had fought him during the martial tournament, because he had soundly defeated Brain and his ever-growing pride, because he had ignited Brain's burning desire to defeat Gazef. Brain Unglouse had lived, grown and refined himself because of Gazef. The strength of the man called Gazef was enough for Brain to invest his life into surpassing it. It was just like how a son had to surpass the barrier he called his father. However, the person he should have surpassed no longer existed. Right until the end, Gazef had loomed tall before him until he passed into death. Brain had once seen the true meaning of power in the form of Sholtir Bloodfallen. So for a time, he had fallen and could not rise. He had relied on his strength as the basis of his confidence, so when his strength had been broken, the rest of him proved unexpectedly fragile. The Brain who stood here now could admit that. However, Gazef had been different. Ainz Ooal Gown must surely be a monster of the same caliber as Sholtir Bloodfallen, and yet Gazef stepped forward to confront him anyway. At that time, Gazef did not request the duel for a worthless reason like his own survival. He must have had a completely different motivation than Brain, who had flailed his sword at Sholtir while on the verge of tears. What on earth had made him do that? I don't understand. Why didn't you run? Forcing the words out was like coughing up blood. Why did you choose to die? That monster said he'd have let you go. No, shouldn't you have conserved your strength to challenge him later? Why did you do it? If you had to die, I wanted to go with you. If he could not surpass Gazef, then Brain wanted to die with him. Brain turned his vision to the weapon at his waist. It was Razor Edge, which he had been temporarily allowed to carry. Brain drew Razor Edge and activated the martial art, Fourfold Slash of Light. This was the technique Gazef used to defeat Brain in the martial tournament. 4 arcs of light cleaved the nearby railing to pieces. There was virtually no resistance, and the blade flowed through the metal like it was water. I learned this because of you. I admired you. I wanted to die with you. Why wouldn't you let me fight by your side? Why didn't you tell me that I could die with you? Brain covered his face. His eyes were hot, but the tears did not flow. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached Brain's ears. Only one person would come here. I hear men cry more easily when they get older. I guess that's true. I think the pain of losing someone precious to you has nothing to do with age. It was the hoarse voice he expected. Forgive me. Climbcun, in the end I left everything to you. Brain rubbed his eyes and sheathed his sword. He turned and saw Climb wearing his armor with a puzzled expression on his face. However, well, even if I was there, it would have been useless. Right, under these circumstances, nobody's going to try and kill the king. Tell me what happened after that. Yes, Prince Barbaro hasn't returned yet, so they decided to send out a search party for him tomorrow. And because they could not spare enough soldiers for this duty, they were planning to use adventurers instead. After that, there was the matter of seating Irantil. It was a unanimous decision. All the nobles approved. Even the king agreed. Even the nobles of the royal faction had approved. During the demonic disturbance, the power of the royal faction had grown. Although this increase in power meant that they could mobilize the vast army they had sent to the Katsi Plains, it also meant that the grievous losses they suffered there would have massive repercussions. And if they gave away Irantil, which was directly administered by the crown, then only the royal family would lose out. They probably, though, that since this was the case, they might as well do it, since it was the only way for them to survive. This time round, the royal faction had been severely weakened, while the noble faction had grown stronger. What would all of this mean for the future? Suddenly, he realized that Climb's body was trembling. He was not shaking anger from anger, but fear. Remembering the horrific sights from back then must have set his broken soul screaming. That absolute despair was probably drawing close to him. Even now, I get frightened when I think about them. Perhaps it was something like a strength born of desperation. In his memories, he recalled how Climb stood with him in preparation to battle the Sorcerer King. Maybe he knows the answer. He thought, hey, tell me something. Why did Gazef ask for the duel? Climb's face was a picture of surprise. Just as Brain wondered if he had not been clear enough and prepared to clarify his question, Climb answered him, this is just my personal opinion, is that all right? It's fine, it's all good, go ahead. Could it be that he wanted to show it to us? Show what to us? The power of the Sorcerer King, Ainz Ooal Gown. And then he must have wanted to give us a future. A future? Yes, it was so that we'll have some tactics and information in case we have to do battle with him in future. It hit him like a bolt from the blue. There could be no other answer. Climb was right. That man had bet his life in order to squeeze out what little information he could for them. Although he did not think that the Sorcerer King, as a magic caster, would willingly enter melee combat again without bodyguards by his side. Even so, he had staked his life on the miraculous chance that it might happen again. Then, who would he entrust with that possibility? Brain laughed at himself. I never even thought that might be the case. In that case, how would he live on now that he knew what Gazef's thoughts were? As Brain lost himself in thought, Climb asked a question as though he were unable to bear the silence. If I'm not wrong, Stranov Sama won't allow himself to be resurrected. Gazef was that kind of man. Even if they used resurrection magic, it did not necessarily mean the dead would come back to life. The legends said that people who were happy with their lives would refuse resurrection. The king does not seem to have accepted that yet. That's only to be expected. However, that guy won't be back, still, it's quite a surprise. Yes, I don't understand what Gazef Sama was thinking. Shouldn't he come back to life and continue pledging his loyalty? It's what I would do. Is that so? As for you, Climb, I think you would do that. As for me, don't bring me back after I die. I don't think I've lived a life that I regret. For my part, I would still choose to return. I want to grind this body to dust in service to Renner Sama, if I can afford to. Only one person in the kingdom could use resurrection magic. There was no doubt the price she would ask would be staggering, but that was the rightful price of defying the grave. During the demonic disturbance, all the adventurers technically belonged to the same team, so there was an exception. But under normal circumstances, resurrection would cost a sizable amount. It was a sum that would make one's eyes pop out, and normal civilians or soldiers could work their whole lives and never be able to afford it. The same went for Climb. Your Princess Sama would gladly pay up, Brain did not say. Instead, he replied, is that so? The silence descended on them again. This time, Brain broke it. I really wanted to defeat that guy. Climb did not answer. Brain did not expect him to either. No, if he thought about it rationally, these words meant nothing to Climb. However, he felt that he had to say the things piled up in his heart. I lost to him in the past, so I thought I wanted to beat him, but now that's impossible. Ah, I let him get away, Brain said as he looked to the night sky. Damn it, Brain-san. What should I do? What should I do about Gazef's will? No, it should be like this. What am I confused about? There are only two choices. Carry it on, or don't carry it on. I want to win. Ah, is it like that? In the end, isn't there only one answer for me? A savage smile bloomed on Brain's face, and he raised Razor's edge to the sky. HMPH, who the hell wants to carry on your will? Brain shouted loudly, from the bottom of his heart. You chose to die. How dare you take the easy way out? Go regret it in the afterlife. I will. I will surpass you in my own way. Climb, let's go drink. Let's get some wine and have some fun. He did not know what to do. However, he knew that he did not want to simply inherit Gazif's will. If he did that, then no matter what he did, he would never be able to beat him. Besides, he would probably end up thinking about Gazif over and over again in the future. Therefore, he ought to forget him for a short while. Brain reached out to grab Climb by the shoulder and pushed him forward. The weight on his hands lightened a little. Intermission, a young girl sat on the only chair, a throne, in a small yet luxurious room. Her voice was adorable and innocent, perfectly matching her age. Okay, I'll let you handle it. Yes, leave it to me, your majesty. The man who was kneeling to the girl resembled a knight. He rose, then strode stylishly from the room. The door closed, and after several seconds, the girl turned to the minister standing beside her. Is it okay now? Yes, he was the last one, so it should be fine. After hearing the man's cool voice, the innocent expression the girl was making collapsed. It was like she was throwing a tantrum. Perhaps it was fatigue, but her eyes were half-lidded with cloudiness. Her lips were formed into a Japanese letter shape, and her shoulders were rounded. So tired. Her attitude did not resemble a child so much as a beleaguered woman in her 40s. However, the pitch of her voice still sounded very young. It was as though she had retained the same external appearance, but she had completely changed inside. Thank you for your hard work. I'm seriously tired here. I've had enough of meeting people while looking like this. She lifted the hem of her skirt. Who the hell thought up these clothes which bear the entire leg? Anyway, once more, I must repeat that you cannot, your majesty. This girl was the queen of the Draconic Kingdom, the black-scaled Dragon Lord, Draudelin Auriculus. She had the title of Dragon Lord, but her combat power was only that of a regular person. While the theocracy classified her as a true Dragon Lord, that was simply due to her inborn talents, and so some people used the very rare title of true false Dragon Lord to describe her. That was because the quality which determined her truth or falsehood was whether or not she could use wild magic. It is precisely because your majesty evokes the urge to protect yourself in others that they work so hard for you. Is everyone in this world a larrikin? I think being bigger would be better in various ways. Draudelin raised her hands to her flat chest and wiggled them around like she was carrying something in them. Indeed, that form is. It is not a form, that's my original shape. Forgive me, your majesty. Oi, you don't sound sorry at all. Certainly not. Draudelin stared at the minister's cold smile. She could not see the emotions lurking beneath it and turned away unhappily. Now that your majesty understands, let us return to our original topic. That form might be able to win the hearts of men, but women will not favor it. In contrast, your present form is well received by men and women, young and old. You ought to understand that. Now, if you insist on taking that form, then you must solve the problems which face this country. Have you any suggestions? Don't call it a form. That said, if the present situation continues, you may take any form you wish, because nobody will be there to witness it. A heavy silence descended upon the room as she contemplated the state which the Draconic Kingdom was in. The Beastmen invasion this time is different, isn't it? Indeed. Given the size of their forces, their aims cannot possibly be as petty as before. I am certain that they aim to conquer our nation. They must have finally made up their minds to build a livestock pen. There was a Beastman nation near the Draconic Kingdom. Beastmen were bipedal demi-humans who resembled carnivorous animals like lions or tigers. The fact that they ate meat and thought nothing of eating humans was immediately evident by looking at their heads. Man-eating species were not rare. Of the 6 great nations struggling in the center of the continent, 3 of them viewed humans as food. For instance, the troll kingdoms that were close to the center of the continent considered 6-month-old infants served in the belly of their mothers to be a delicacy which they served to guests. To these people, this nation was a hunting preserve. In the past, they seemed to consider this place a self-replenishing feeding ground, and they had never launched an all-out invasion. However, for some reason, They had done so this time round, and 3 cities had already fallen to them. The feasts held there made even someone like her want to throw up. Faced with an external invader who could not be negotiated with, the entire country had rallied to give desperate resistance, but beastmen were far stronger than human beings. The Beastman nation was one of the powerful nations on the continent, which spoke of how much greater their physical attributes were than those of human beings. For instance, the performance parameters of an adult beastman were 10 times those of a similarly adult human. Adventurers used values called difficulty ratings to quantify the strength of monsters. If an adult human was a 3, then a beastman would be 30. The sole saving grace was that there were few exceptional individuals among them, probably because their base statistics were already so high to begin with. Currently, adventurers led by adamantite-tranked adventurers have barely managed to push back the enemy, but they are simply too numerous. They cannot stop the invaders if they split up into several tribe-sized elements. Perhaps we must gather all the people to the capital and starve the enemy out of food, but we will probably run out first. What a headache! The future's nothing but darkness. Alternatively, we could dispatch a hand-picked force to launch a decapitation strike at the enemy. However, if it is handled poorly, we might simply agitate them for nothing, but if we cannot stop the invasion, we might be forced to resort to it. And he's going to be the leader. Indeed, the he in question, could only be one man. He was Fierce Flash, Cerebrate of Crystal Tier, the sole adamantite-tranked adventurer team in this country. His nickname derived from his proficiency with the sword technique known as the Shining Blade, and he possessed the vocation of Holy Lord. He's definitely a larrikin whenever he talks to me. His eyes roam all over my body. Does looking at a washboard like this make him happy? Why doesn't he just go stare at a wall? It is his fetish. Ah, yes, your Majesty is correct. He is a larrikin. Drawdalin's face twitched. I honestly don't want to hear you agreeing so readily. The adamantite-trank people in my country, if only they were a more decent lot. What are you saying? All you need do is pretend to be cute and play the role of a pure, innocent girl, and people will fight to the death for you. Is that not very useful to us? I'm going to have to satisfy his desires one day, or don't look at me like I'm a pig who's going to be served up as tomorrow's breakfast. Ha! The man sighed with deliberate exaggeration. That caused her veins to pop out. But that is all that will happen. Your Majesty, please bear with it. It is a better fate than your people who have already been physically eaten. She had no reply to give. If we had the money, we could hire optics. Speaking of which, what's the theocracy doing? That. Nobody knows. Don't we donate large sums to them every year? Usually, they ought to have come to help us by now, right? It's not like I want them to send out the Black Scripture, but they haven't even sent out the Sunlight Scripture. The theocracy had always sent their troops to aid the Draconic Kingdom in secret. The reason why it was a secret was probably because she was its leader. So this is our retribution for entrusting our national defense to another country. What a tragedy. It's not like I like relying on others. It couldn't be helped. Don't say you don't know that our military budget's always been very tight. If we spent more, the country would have gone bankrupt. Besides, it's not like the troops will immediately get stronger if we spend the money on the military. The Draconic Kingdom had poured a lot of funds into dealing with the Beastmen over the years, but the outcome was every bit as tragic. She wanted to think that they had kept casualties this low because of the money they had spent. If the theocracies abandoned us, ah yes, why not ask the Empire for help? If our country is wiped out, the Empire will be next, right? There is still the Katsi Plains between them, so it will not be the Empire's turn right away. They might also detour around the lake to attack the theocracy. True, I doubt they're brave enough to charge into a place where the undead appear en masse. Incidentally, both of them had skipped over the wyvern-controlling tribes along the way. It's not that they're not brave, but that the undead are inedible, so there's no point conquering that place. Only fellow undead would be happy to take a place like that. Besides, the Empire ought to be busy too, right? Their yearly war is about to take place. Seems a little late this year. Yes, by about half a year. Some ridiculous magic caster made a declaration. Do you wish to read it? Ah, who cares about other countries? Enough of that, saving our country's the important thing. Well, you did bring it up. Your Majesty, how about your Majesty's magic? The minister waved his finger. To him, that was probably all he thought of magic. Drawdalin smiled bitterly. Wild magic. That kind of power isn't the sort of thing a human can control, not even with an eighth of draconic ancestry. If things go badly, it might hasten our country's demise, so it's a last resort. A last resort. I hope that day never comes. Then I shall attempt to request aid from the theocracy. Oh, please do. The minister turned a cold stare at Drawdalin as she gave her childish reply. That's the spirit. Your Majesty. Since you have the strength for it, then I trust you can write 30 letters of encouragement to our troops on the front line, letters of trust from a young child. Naturally, I hope you will write like a child as well. Gay, I can't do that sober. Bring me wine. Understood. While you may intoxicate yourself as much as you please, I hope you will complete this task by today. The minister bowed and left the room. Drawdalin watched his back as he departed, and then looked at her own hands. The magic of the soul. Wild magic was different from normal magic. It was magic that used souls. Therefore, if she sacrificed many of her people and then destroyed the souls which were produced, she could cast a powerful spell. Her great-grandfather, the Dragon Lord, had told her about the great explosion which was the Platinum Dragon Lord's ultimate attack. In all likelihood, she could imitate it easily. However, since she was much weaker than a Dragon Lord, she would have to sacrifice over 1 million people to cast a spell like that. Drawdalin covered her face with her hands. She trembled, because she had the feeling that no matter what she did, hell was her destiny, afterward thanks to everybody who bought Volume 9. For some reason, it became another big and heavy volume. When I first started writing this, I asked the editor, since there's not much to write for this volume, I should be able to wrap it up in around 200 pages, right? But when I received the printed volume, I wondered, why is it so thick? It is a mystery. It's really strange. Where did the extra 200 pages come from? Still, I want to try finishing a volume that's around 300 pages long, and not 300 pages each for just part 1 and part 2. Either way, I don't know what happened, but the developments in the next volume will be completely different from the web novel, which makes me kind of nervous. Still, I hope everyone will enjoy it. I'm going to say up front that Volume 10 will be 300 pages long. Speaking of which, last week, the Overlord manga drawn by Miyama Fujin Sense went on sale. This week, Volume 9 of the light novel came out, and next week will be the start of the Overlord animation broadcast. These 3 weeks will be full of Overlord. We produced something great thanks to the help of everyone working on it. Especially Sobin-sama. He has so much work to do. It makes me tear up every time I think about it. It's like, well, sometimes I feel like I'm giving myself a hard time. I hope you all can enjoy the manga, the novel, and the anime. And now for the usual acknowledgements. Thank you very much to Sobin-sama for his amazing illustrations and working on the animation and manga with all his soul. The designer, Cord Design Studio, not only worked on the light novel, but on the Overlord Animations logo as well. The anime logo is cool and amazing. Murata-sama, who worked hard for drawing out the map. Asako-sama and Aitu-sama edited and performed detailed checks, so thank you as well. I'm grateful to everybody who worked hard to help me make this thick volume, but to F. Dar-sama, who doesn't think Overlord is very thick compared to other books he's in charge of, thank you as well. And to Honey, who, as a father, said children are amazing at the scene with Marquis Reven, thank you very much, as always. Although I can't fit everyone in here, I thank everyone who took part in not just the novel, but in manga and Overlord animation as well. And of course, my greatest thanks goes to those readers who have followed all of the volumes. Kyugen Marayama, June 2015, a brand new chapter, a brand new chapter. Everyone looked forward to the coming of spring. This was more so on the part of the peasants, who could feel the earth coming back to life under their feet. However, city residents welcomed spring as well. Granted, they did so because they would not need to spend extra on heating their homes. The first day of spring in Yggdrasil was silent, however. The main streets were empty, as though everyone on them had all died. Still, one could sense people from the houses that faced the streets through the small gaps in the shutters and doors. Those people were holding their breath and peeking at the world outside. Today was the day when Yggdrasil would be officially ceded to Ainz Ooal Gown and become a city in the sorcerer kingdom of Nazareth. The first city gate opened, and bells of welcome pealed forth. After much time had passed, the second gate opened, and the bells echoed through the city once more. Between the second and the third doors was the residential zone of the city. The residents of Yggdrasil were afraid, but they had not fled was because they knew that even if they ran, all that awaited them was a life of despair. Even if they were masters or expert tradesmen in Yggdrasil in other cities, they would have to start over as apprentices. Cities with long histories had a seniority system. Outsiders who were new to the city would naturally need to start from the lowest, most junior positions. That was to say, even if they fled to another city, most of them would not be able to find a proper job, and they would live and die as paupers in the slums. Without anywhere to run to, most of the residents remained in Yggdrasil. However, if their lives were in danger, they would choose to flee. That was only to be expected. After all, the gossip about the new ruler, no, their new king, was that he was a fearsome being. They said he was a magic caster who massacred the royal army. They said he was a cold-blooded being who looked like one of the undead. They said he was a monster that enjoyed bathing in the fresh blood of children. The rumors circulating were all of this nature, with hardly a single positive word about him. And so, everyone hid behind their doors, planning to spy on Ainz Ooal Gown from between the gaps in their windows. Eventually, Ainz Ooal Gown's procession arrived on the main street. All who saw him lost the power of speech. He was a being who matched the rumors circulating about him. The first person they saw could still be considered all right. At the head of the contingent was a beautiful woman who was as radiant as the full moon. She wore a figure-hugging white dress, with silky black hair and alabaster skin. Her body, adorned with a constellation of jewelry, could not inspire lust or envy. However, the fact that she sprouted horns from her head and long black wings from her waist, in addition to her supernatural beauty, were all signs that she was not human. Behind this beautiful goddess were the warriors. As they looked at them, the residents shuddered uncontrollably. The warriors were divided into two groups, differentiated by the styles of armor they wore. The first group could be called a corps of death knights. In their left hands, they carried tower shields which covered 3/4 of their bodies, and in their right they carried flamberges. Their tattered black capes shrouded massive frames that were over 2 meters tall. Their black metal, full-plate armor was covered in wavy crimson patterns, reminiscent of blood vessels. It was also covered in sharp spikes. They looked like physical incarnations of brutality. Their demonically horned helmets exposed their rotted faces. Their empty eye sockets blazed with a crimson fire, filled with hatred for the living and a longing for slaughter. The second group could best be described as a band of death warriors. They carried long-bladed swords, while various weapons hung on their waists: hand axes, maces, crossbows, whips, short spears, and many other weapons. All of them bore countless dents and scratches, proof that they had been heavily used. They were roughly 2 meters tall, and the armor they wore was comparatively light. Their bodies were clad in leather armor made from the hide of some unknown beast. Their tattered armor, both arms, and parts of their faces were covered in spell strips of cloth covered in arcane runes. Below those strips were visages similar to those of the previous group, ruined faces that could not possibly belong to human beings. Everyone could feel an overwhelming power radiating from these groups, but as the palanquin carried by several of these beings came into view, the shock they had already experienced was blown away by an even greater one. An undead being sat on the palanquin. An overwhelming aura of death floated around him, a black mist that roiled like a maelstrom. Obsidian radiance shone from behind his back. Everyone's instincts immediately told them who this was. It was Ainz Ooal Gown. We cannot possibly survive under the rule of this monster. Dangerous does not even begin to describe how our lives will be. Just as everyone started to think this, the sound of a door opening carried through the air. The citizens of Yggdrasil pressed their eyes to their gaps and slits to peek outside in order to see what was going on. What they saw was the form of a running child. He held something in his hand, and he was sprinting towards Ainz Ooal Gown's parade of inhuman beings. Behind him, his pale-faced mother was chasing him. "Give me back my daddy," the boy's young voice echoed through the streets. "Give me back my daddy, you monster." The boy threw something. It was a rock. The rock flew toward the parade. Its target was probably Ainz Ooal Gown. Perhaps it was due to nervousness, but the rock fell short of its mark and rolled across the cobbled road. Behind him, his mother looked like her soul had left her body. She knew what would happen to them now. The mother embraced her son from behind as her body shuddered. She desperately tried to protect and conceal his body in her arms. He's just a boy. Please, I beg you to forgive him. The beautiful woman smiled in response to the mother's frantic plea. They were saved. That was a warm, motherly smile that would put anyone's heart at ease. Rudeness to Ainz deserves nothing short of death. The beautiful woman produced a gigantic bardage out of nowhere. The fact that she could wield it so easily spoke of her inhuman arm strength. The residents could easily imagine the uses for that axe, and their guesses were most likely on the mark. I must say, this is quite a low grade of livestock you've raised. Don't you think it's shameful when the price per kilogram of their flesh goes down? As she watched the slowly approaching woman, the mother realized what was going to happen to them and hugged her child tightly. Please, spare my son, even if it's just my son. Take my life. Do anything you want to me, please. What are you saying? There is no reason to kill you. Is there? Ain't does not enjoy meaningless slaughter. The innocent will not be killed. Please rest at ease and await the mincemeat that will be made for you in your arms. Although if it were up to me, I would prefer to turn him into a croquette. The boy in his mother's arms did not seem to realize that he would soon be slain. However, anyone watching knew that the child's short life would end in a scant few seconds. Yet, nobody was willing to step forward to save him. Although they wanted to turn from the impending tragedy, nobody could pull their eyes away. Both mother and child were transfixed by the murderous aura that the beauty emitted. Regret your crime of rudeness against the most exalted one as you die. In the moment that the woman swung down her massive weapon, the earth shuddered as the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The source of that sound was a thrown greatsword protruding from the ground, separating mother and son from the beautiful woman. That sword and its wielder was known to every person on the street. He was a living legend. He was an invincible warrior. He was a gentle hero. As they beheld the entrance of the only being who could save the pitiful pair, the people cried the name of the swordsman in their hearts. The name of the dark warrior, Marmon. A man clad in jet-black armor slowly emerged from one end of the alley and wrenched out the greatsword stuck into the ground. With a mighty flick of his wrist, he shook the dirt off of it. His other hand was already holding a sword, and the battle-ready Marmon faced the beautiful woman down. Is there a need to use so much force on a boy throwing a stone? Nobody'll want to marry you. Even if you lecture me, I won't be hap. Ahum, the sin of rudeness against Ain't knows no age. All who commit it must perish. And what happens if I don't allow it? Then you will be a traitor to the Lord of the land, and will be exterminated. Is that so? Well, that's not a bad thing. However, don't think you can take this head so easily, If you want it, you better prepare to risk yours as well. Marmon deftly spun the swords in his hands and took a fighting stance. That bold and dominating posture was surely the stuff heroes were made of. You lot, protect Ain't. After giving an order to the black-armored warriors behind her, the beauty readied her bardage in turn. The spectators originally believed that the winner of this confrontation would be Marmon, but the battle aura radiating from the two of them denied it. They could feel that the beautiful woman was a warrior who was Marmon's equal. The two of them closed the distance to each other in terms of millimeters. The one who disrupted the impending conflict between the two was Ainz Ooal Gown himself. By the power of magic, he soundlessly flew up from the palanquin and landed upon the earth, before putting a hand on the beauty's shoulder. Ain't. He leaned in and placed his mouth to the beauty's ear before whispering into it, her face lit up with a bewitching, gentle smile. I understand. Ain't. It shall be as you say. She bowed to Ainz and then pointed her bardage at Marmon. However, her murderous intent from just now was absent. I have not yet heard your name. Speak it. I am Marmon. I see, Marmon. Then I ask you, do you think you can defeat us? No, I cannot. Even if I fought to the death, I could only defeat either you or the one beside you. Despair filled the hearts of all who heard these words. It was because they knew that even the great hero could only kill one of those monsters. And besides, if I fought with all my strength, many innocents would be caught up in our battle. I cannot do such a thing. How foolish. Despite your impressive skills, you would go so far for these weaklings. I've spoken too much. Ain't has a proposal for you. Listen to it with gratitude. Surrender and swear fealty to us as a warrior of Nazareth. Are you kidding me? How rude. Ain't does not wish to rule this city with despair and bloodshed. Besides, Slaying humans does not hold any merits to Ain't Sama, but even if we said this, the people here would not believe it, so we will have you work at Ain't Sama's side. What sort of work is that? In the future, there may be more fools who would throw stones at Ain't Sama. At that point, we will have you remove their heads. In exchange, you may see how Ain't Sama does not mistreat the innocents of this city. I see. So, I will be a watchman who will stand by his side. Not quite. As I said, you will be responsible for eliminating traitors. Thus, you will be a representative of the people cum enforcer. I have no intention of swearing myself to the service of evil. Neither do we have any plans of perpetrating that sort of evil. Then, what will you do? If you will not pledge your sword to Ain't Sama, then you shall be slain here and now as a dangerous individual, no matter how many people we have to kill to get to you. Marmon looked around. I intend to travel, and I had no intention of being anyone's subordinate. That is also an acceptable answer. Then, shall we begin the collateral damage to the surrounding people now? Wait, don't jump to conclusions. I haven't made my decision yet. I have a partner. What will happen to her? Then she must pledge herself to Ain't Sama as well. There can be no other answer. The old me might have put traveling as a higher priority, but it seems I've gotten attached to this city. Will it be all right if I don't kneel? Ainz once more whispered into the ear of the beauty. That is permissible, and so it is decided. Marmon, work hard for Ain't Sama. I understand, but remember that if you harm the people of the city for no reason, this sword will be aimed at you and your master. In that case, when the people of this city rise up in revolt against Ain't Sama, I hope that sword will also be pointed at those who rebel. It doesn't matter if they are children or not. I look forward to the time when this city will rise up against us, and to your agonized face as you execute its people. Then, we shall be going ahead first. Do join up with us afterwards. Ainz Ooal Gown's entourage continued steadily forward. After the monstrous procession finally faded out of sight, the people streamed out of their homes. It was amazing how so many people had managed to keep themselves so well hidden. Everyone was praising Marmon. Just as Marmon started to shyly wave away the tide of adoration, a crisp sound rang out clearly over the crowd. It was the sound of the mother slapping her son. Why did you do that? Again and again, she slapped her son. Both mother and child were crying, but even so, she did not stop hitting him. Marmon grasped the mother's hand. Don't you think that's enough for now? There's something I'd like to ask him. This boy has caused so much trouble for you. Marmon Sama, we sincerely apologize from the bottoms of our hearts. No, please, pay it no heed. There's no need to apologize, There's no need to cry either. I have some questions for you. As Marmon tried to hush the boy's crying, he asked the boy why he had done it. Everyone thought the boy must have wanted to avenge his father, but the boy said that after a strange man lectured him, he felt that throwing the rock was the right thing to do. I see, ma'am, there's no need to punish your child. This was probably the result of magical control. In all likelihood, it's a plot by the theocracy trying to force me into a confrontation with Ainz Ooal Gown. No, the theocracy wouldn't do that. Wasn't this Ainz Ooal Gown's plot to make you into his vassal? Marmon Sama. Marmon nodded deeply to the shopkeeper who spoke. He had opened his shop here just a couple of years ago. That is certainly a possibility, but on the other hand, it is also a good opportunity. Since I have an excuse to be by his side, I can monitor his movements. If he plans to harm you, I will take his head. But in exchange, you must not revolt against Ainz Ooal Gown. Why shouldn't we? As you're around, Marmon Sama, please do not continue that line of conversation. They're waiting for someone to speak those words. If you rebel, he will order me to kill you for his amusement. Marmon spread his arms and continued speaking to everyone openly. I cannot be the one who breaks the agreement made just now. Because of that, I hope everyone will cooperate with them so long as they do not make any unreasonable demands. However, if you feel you have not been treated fairly, then please come to me. The faces of the people took on pained looks as they realized that they were hostages for Marmon. Marmon smiled gently to them. However, I hope you will not worry too much. To begin with, that fellow might end up being an unexpectedly good ruler. Let's wait and see. Also, if the theocracy makes a move, they might try to incite you to revolt. I hope you will all keep your eyes open. Nobody could accept this, but at the same time, nobody could oppose it. Ainz Ooal Gown was undead. Nobody could trust a dangerous being like that which bore a hatred for the living. However, everybody trusted Marmon. In fact, Marmon had even given up on his goals for the sake of the city folk. It was only natural that they would give their allegiance to Marmon in turn. Everyone present agreed with Marmon's proposal, and after promising to spread these words to the people around them, they dispersed. As a result, the rule of Yggdrasil was a peaceful one without any bloodshed, something which the surrounding nations could hardly believe. Overlord Character profiles the 41 Supreme Beings compilation, inserts the adorable bleating of goats rang forth from those fissures. They were gaping maws that oozed sticky drool. There were 5 of them. They displayed their hideous bodies to everyone on the Katsi Plains. The dark young of the black goat. These monsters appeared in proportion to the number of deaths caused by the super-tier spell tribute to the black bounty Eir Shub-Niggurath. Though they did not possess any powerful special abilities, they were outstandingly resilient. Moreover, they were all over level 90. In other words, this would become a storm of carnage. Besides the adorable bleating of goats, so sickeningly sweet and cute that it made people want to vomit, there were no other sounds. That was because nobody could speak, unwilling to believe or accept that the events unfolding in front of their eyes were truly happening. Over 300, or if you counted only the living, 235, people were gathered here, and none of them could say anything. Amidst all this, Ainz laughed heartily. Marvelous. This is a new record in all of history. I might be the only one who ever managed to call forth 5 at once. Remarkable. I must give my thanks to everyone who died here today. Under normal circumstances, being able to call forth one of the dark young was not bad. Being able to bring out 2 was a rarity. And now there were 5. Just like a player who was celebrating over beating his own high score, Ainz was overjoyed by the fact that he had set this new record. So what if tens of thousands of people had died for it? Although, it would be better if there were more. Is 5 the upper limit? Wouldn't it be quite amazing if I managed to max it out? Congratulations. As expected of Ainz-sama. Ainz smiled under his mask as Mare praised him. Thank you, Mare. After that, Ainz turned to look at Nimble, which startled the poor man. His face was somewhere between tears and laughter as he praised Ainz as well. Congratulations. You're welcome. Ainz was in a good mood as he made his reply. The sincere emotion on Nimble's face moved Aintz's heart. Then, he remembered his days as a player in Yggdrasil, of how he had been similarly moved when he had first seen the casting of tribute to the black bounty Eir Shub-Niggurath. Flashy or powerful spells can shake the hearts of the masses. Well, that was only to be expected of one of Yggdrasil's most popular spells. When I said I was going to cast it, Albedo and Demiurge couldn't stop lavishing praise on me. A gachi-gachi sound rose from the ranks of the Imperial Army. It was the sound of armor clattering against itself. The soldiers were trembling, but who could laugh at them? The Sorcerer King had laughed cheerfully after casting such a horrific summoning spell, and nobody could hear it and not break out in goosebumps. Every Imperial knight present was thinking the same thing. They wished that the wrath of Ainz Ooal Gown would not fall upon them. It looked more like a prayer to the gods. As the soldiers pleaded sincerely behind his back, Ainz began the next phase. He felt that he had already done enough, but he was in high spirits and felt that it might be better to kill a little more to be sure. This time round, his goal was to proclaim the might of Ainz Ooal Gown, a practitioner of super-tier magic, to the gathered nations. That objective had been achieved. However, letting these minions fade away would be a shame. Indeed, it would be too much of a waste. Ainz snorted. If he had a tongue, he would be licking his lips in anticipation. This was a joy he could not feel in Yggdrasil, the joy of being able to simultaneously direct 5 dark young. Ah, let's give it a try. Overrun them, my darling lambs. As they received the command of their summoner Ainz, the dark young began to move slowly. Their 5 goat legs moved in a bizarre gait as they segued into swift motion. It was not so much graceful as energetic, and perhaps one might smile to see it, as long as they did not come for you. Their vast bodies moved lightly, and the 5 dark young broke into a run as they hurtled towards the kingdom's army. Ah, right. There's 3, no, 4 people you can't kill. I absolutely forbid you to harm them. As he recalled the 3 people that Demiurge wished to be spared, Ainz sent out a mental command to the dark young. Is this a dream? A soldier from the royal army muttered to himself, far from the inhuman monsters. Of course, he received no answer. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene unfolding before them, and they had lost the power of speech. It was as if their souls had been snatched away. Hey, this is a dream, right? I must be dreaming, right? Ah, this is a fucking nightmare. The second time the question was asked, someone managed to answer, but their voices sounded like they wanted to run away from reality. Impossible. I don't want to believe this. Thoughts like these spread through the infantry, even as the lumbering shapes grew steadily larger, even as the inhuman beings approached them. They still did not want to accept that this was reality. If they were simple monsters, perhaps they might have been able to gather up the courage to raise their weapons. However, the monsters which had appeared after an entire wing of the army, a full 70 people, had been slaughtered in an instant, could not possibly be simple monsters. It was like watching an advancing hurricane, and nobody could muster up the courage to brave the storm. The gigantic, bizarre beings galloped nimbly on their thick, stubby legs, charging at incredible speeds. "Get your spears up," a voice rang out. That shrill, high-pitched scream came from the mouth of a noble. His eyes were bloodshot, and foam flecked the corners of his mouth. "Spears up! Get your spears up! Get your spears up if you want to live." Although he had already gone mad from fear, and it was hard to understand what he was saying, the soldiers still managed to make out the order, "Spears up," and they knew it was probably the best command he could have given. Acting on reflex, the soldiers raised and set their spears, forming a braced spear line. They planted the butts firmly on the ground, so their opponent's speed would only harm themselves when they charged into the hedge of points. Although this formation was nigh unbreakable by imperial knights, the kingdom's soldiers wondered, in some small, detached corner of their minds which still held onto calmness, what good they could possibly do with the tiny spears they were grasping. Even so, they knew it was their only chance of salvation. Given the speed at which those bizarre creatures approached, escape would probably be impossible. Even if they ran with all their strength, they would still be squashed flat from behind. They prayed that the monsters would not come for them, even as they braced for their charge. The monsters, which should have been very small in the distance, closed the gap with frightening speed. As they grew larger and the earth began shaking under their thunderous hoofbeats, the soldiers' hearts began pounding madly. Then, as their hearts felt like they would burst in their chests, the enormous silhouettes were upon them. It was like a dump truck smashing into a swarm of rats. The soldiers of the royal army raised countless spears in trembling hands. But what use were they against the massive, solid bodies of the dark young? The spears snapped like toothpicks without so much as scratching the dark young. The massive bodies of the dark young trampled the royal army underfoot. Splinters from countless shattered spears flew through the air. Although they crushed the meaningless resistance that did not even count as resistance, dark young of the black goat were merciful in their own way. There was no pain. There was no time for their victims to feel pain before they were squashed flat under the titanic weight of the dark young's charge. The spear-wielding soldiers did not even have time to realize that the pikes they were holding had been pulverized by those massive bodies. All they saw were black shadows falling over them. They screamed, and they screamed, and they screamed. Gobbets of meat flew through the air. They had not come from just one or two people, but tens, hundreds of victims. They were stamped flat by the enormous hooves and thrown, no, flung away by the waving tentacles. Be they patricians or plebeians, now they were all the same chunks of bloody flesh. Some of them had families in their villages. Some had friends left behind. Some had people waiting for them. Once they were ground into the mud, none of that mattered anymore. The dark young treated everyone the same way, bestowing death upon them all. Surely they must have been satisfied after crushing countless humans underfoot, but they showed no signs of stopping. The dark young began to run. They ran on. They did not stop while in the midst of the kingdom's forces, simply running on. Jairara, Abarara, Stu-woo-woo-whoop, save me, Nu-woo-woo-woo, You-were-ara. The screams rose up every time those gigantic hooves came down. It blended with the sound of humans pulping under the dark young's mighty legs, and the sound as they playfully batted humans away with their tentacles. A sound which men had never heard before went on and on without end. Trampled. What better word was there to describe this scene? Several people desperately thrust their pikes forward. The dark young, whose bodies were massive and who had no intention to evade the attacks, were hit solidly by the points. However, the pikes could not pierce deeply enough to cause harm to their slab-like bodies. They were masses of iron-hard muscle, sheathed by thick, rubbery skin. The dark young did not mock their futile resistance, but simply charged forward. Before the soldiers realized that their fatal resolve was meaningless, the dark young had already reached the centermost portion of the kingdom's army. "Run away! Run away!" they heard the shouts from the distance. In response, all the soldiers began to flee. It was exactly like a swarm of spiders scattering in all directions. But of course, the dark young were much faster than human beings. Splat, 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 splat. Splat, 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 splat. The sounds of humans being crushed to death and turned into chunks of meat went on and on. As though they had arrived in a barren wasteland, three of the monsters crossed the center column of the army, drawing near the right wing amidst sprays of blood and gore. In moments, they would be upon Revan's troops. "Retreat! Retreat!" The way Revan shouted these orders was closer to a wail. They could not fight those monsters. They should not throw their lives away for no reason. As they heard Revan's words, the surrounding soldiers threw down their arms and fled in a panic. Of course, since there were just too many people, it was impossible for them to move freely. At first, he had signaled an orderly retreat. His was because he was wary of an attack from behind, but now he realized that the time he had wasted in doing that was a big mistake. "Ainz Ooal Gown, what kind of creature, what kind of magic caster are you?" He had underestimated him. No, he had not done so on purpose. After taking Gazef Stranov's words into consideration, he had viewed him as an enemy of the highest caliber imaginable. However, all he could say now was that he had still underestimated the man's abilities. His imagination simply had not been enough. Who on earth could have predicted that Ainz Ooal Gown was so powerful? Who could have known that such power existed in this world? Seeing the ever-approaching, ever-expanding silhouettes of the monsters, Marquis Revan shouted orders at the troops surrounding him. "This isn't a battlefield anymore. It's a killing floor, just run." "My lord," a knight said as he removed his helmet. "The king? What about the king?" "You idiot, there's no time for that. My lord, it's coming right for us." As they looked in the direction of the shouts, the monsters had already begun trampling the fleeing men, and the crushing of the right wing had begun. Although it seemed as though they were charging toward them in a straight line, they were not aiming for even so much as trampling wherever they wanted. In truth, the other dark young were far away from where Revan was. "Where's the king?" "He's there." He saw the royal flag in the direction where the soldier was pointing, but a dark young was already bearing down on it. Revan hesitated. What could he do if he went to help? However, if King Ramposa III was lost here, the entire country might come apart. However, leave it to Gazef Dono. Revan had faith in Gazef. He was a warrior worthy of praise from the king, although even he would still be unable to defeat those black goat monsters. At the very least, he could bring the king safely out of this hellscape. "Marquis Revan, the situation is bad. Please retreat with all haste." The voice of the formerly orichalcum-ranked adventurers, the subordinates he most trusted, wiped away Revan's hesitation. "My lord." It was less of a shout than a scream. Revan bellowed a reply. "I know, let's run." Things being what they were, with the monsters at such close range, there was no point disguising it with fancy words like retreat. "Please leave the task of rallying the men to me. My lord, you need to get out of here now and head for Yggdrasil." The shout came from a sleepy-eyed man. Although he looked unremarkable, Revan could not have entrusted his command to a better person. "I'll leave it to you. Use my name as you see fit. I'll bear the consequences." The sound of hooves was very near. Marquis Revan was so afraid that he did not dare turn around to see how close they were, and his fear led him to stick his spurs into his horse's flanks with all his might. However, the horse did not move. Even when he kicked it with more force, it still did not move. It flattened its ears against its head and stayed still. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a group of horses kicked their way through a horde of fleeing people. The men on their backs clung tightly to their horses' bodies. seemingly ignoring the reins that dangled loosely. Ironically enough, the trained warhorses were frozen in panic, while the untrained horses were running wild in terror. To think training would have the reverse effect. In the first place, horses were timid animals. It was only after training that they could be considered fearless war horses. However, it was precisely because of this training that they could not move. Their minds were already overloaded, but they had not forgotten their training. Forgive me, Lion's Heart, the priest of the Wind God, Yorlan Dixcourt, cast a spell of fear resistance on the horse. The calmed horse whinnied loudly. Marquis Revan will lead the way. Please do. With the voices of his subordinates wishing him well echoing at his back, Revan spurred his horse into wild motion, escorted by the former adventurers. Riding a horse through a violent mob that had lost their discipline in the chaos was very difficult. However, it was possible, because they had once been orichalcum-ranked adventurers who stood close to the pinnacle of humanity. The group skillfully threaded between the flow of humanity. That magic caster's a monster. How can someone like him be allowed to exist in the world? Revan cursed Ainz as his horse jerked up and down in its top-speed gallop. Damn it. We have to do something. I need to think of some way to protect our world, our future. Fear was probably the reason why he was subconsciously mumbling to himself. If he did not say anything, if he did not distract his mind, that intelligent brain of his would probably sketch horrific nightmares of the danger approaching him. When he returned, he would need to sit down with the Prince Zanuck and the Princess Rena and draw up some form of countermeasure against that incomparable magic caster. If this went on, all of humanity would be conquered. No, that was still all right. In the worst case, all of humanity might become toys for Ainz Ooal Gown to be tormented until the ends of their lives. The sound of a tongue clicking carried over the sounds of the horse's hooves. Not good, my lord. Please guide your horse to the right. It's caught up with us. How did it find us without eyes? Larkmire the thief shouted. Lund, do you have any magic for this? Of course not. Do you think any spells would work against that monster? Lark, even so. How will we know if we don't try? Stop. Don't do anything until you have to. It might just be advancing in the same direction as us. Marquis Revan, move in front of us. We'll form up single file. Their voices were trembling. In accordance with the instructions, Revan moved his horse to the pole position. Then he turned his horse toward the direction where less people were fleeing. The cry of a dark young came from nearby, and it felt like it was going to squash his pounding heart in his chest. M-E-H-H-H-H. It was close. The sweat poured off Marquis Revan's head like a waterfall. He was so afraid that he did not dare turn around, but he could sense the air behind him getting warmer and warmer. And then he heard it again. M-E-H-H-H-H. Son of a bitch, no good. It was coming this way all along. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The magic casters responded to the shouts of the leader Boris with their spells. Reinforce armor, lesser strength. Good, then. My lord, let us receive the enemy's attack. Do not look back under any circumstances, and continue riding. There was only one thing he could say to the adventurers, who had conquered their fear. I'm counting on you. Understood. Let's go. Oh, he could hear the horses of the former adventurers drawing away from him. Revan lowered his head, doing his best to minimize wind resistance. Although he did not know how much time they could buy, he knew he had to run as hard as he could without looking back. Returning alive would be the only way to repay their loyalty. I'll blow you away. Fireball. Invulnerable fortress. As he rode away on the back of the wildly galloping horse, Revan thought he could hear the sound of the former adventurers joining battle, even through the wind whipping past his face. And then, within 2 seconds, he could not hear the former adventurers anymore. What he did hear was the sound of an enormous hoof falling. His heart lurched in his chest. As he saw the shadow from his lowered field of vision, Revan did his best to hold back a scream. He realized there was a massive shadow beneath his feet, his body carried by the speeding horse, and that a long and thick tentacle was reaching out for him. No! The horse ran like it had gone mad. It was faster than Revan had ever ridden it. It might have been the fastest it had ever gone. Even so, the mighty shadow still stretched out across the earth. I don't want this, he screamed. He had not expected himself to scream, and so loudly. Warmth spread through his crotch. Revan forced his eyes open, and without looking back, he forced the horse forward. He could not die yet. It did not matter what happened to the country. If it was to fall, then let it fall. If taking up arms against Ainz Ooal Gown meant death, Then he was willing to abandon this country and flee. He had been an idiot. Truly, he had been an idiot. Coming to this battlefield was truly foolish. Since he knew how powerful Ainz Ooal Gown was, he should have stayed in the royal capital no matter the cost. He would not think of the kingdom's future anymore. I don't want this. He could not die yet. He could not die while his son was still so young, and he could not leave his beloved wife alone by dying. I darn. Revan imagined the form of his son before him. My lovely boy. A tiny little life had been born. It slowly grew up. It got sick. Back then, he had made a huge fuss because of that. The image of himself running around half-mad, bellowing orders, while his wife sat there in silence was deeply embarrassing. His hands were soft and his cheeks were rosy. When he grew into a youth, he would be the talk of the kingdom. He believed his son's abilities would surpass his own. He could already see traces of that from time to time. His wife kept saying that any parent would think the best of their child, but he did not think that was the case. Revan was deeply grateful to his wife, who had bore his beloved son. However, he rarely said so because it embarrassed him. It was time for a second child. If he had not come to this battlefield, he might have been able to hold their hands. Hey! The sound of the hooves had stopped. Driven more by curiosity than courage, Revan turned around. All he saw was the dark young standing motionless, as though frozen in place. He had no idea where he was. It was like he had been hurled into a nightmare. The title of the Four Knights, the title belonging to the mightiest warriors of the Baharuth Empire, now seemed so shockingly superficial. How pathetic a creature was he, to be so proud of such an insignificant little thing. That was how great of a shock he had received. Nimble could hear the sound of subdued weeping. It was the sobbing of people who had been pushed past their limits by fear and unease. It was no, it was the agonized wailing of men who had been reduced to children. The ones who wept were the Imperial Knights. He heard people beg, just run away. That was the prayer of the knights who had, with eyes full of pity, watched that hideous carnage swallow up their fellow human beings. So wretched was this tragedy that even the enemies of the royal army, the Imperial Knights, offered up prayers for them. They prayed that at least some would survive. The more, the better. They had come here to kill the enemy. However, no human being could remain unmoved and not feel pity when they witnessed the massacre taking place in front of them. Anyone who could remain unmoved would be a fiend with a man's face, an inhuman being. In addition, Nimble and the knights realized that this could not be dismissed as a matter of us versus them. Certainly, from the point of view of the kingdom against the empire, this disaster was happening to them. But when you looked at it from the perspective of men against monsters, this brutal slaughter was happening to us. Well then, I think it's time. All eyes went to Ainz as he spoke quietly. There were 0 people present, and his voice was not loud enough to reach all of them. However, they could tell when the people beside them turned their heads, and once they knew that the faces of their neighbors were turned to Ainz Ooal Gown, they too followed suit. After all, every move and gesture made by the man who had orchestrated this nightmare, Ainz Ooal Gown, filled all present with uncontrollable terror. Ainz slowly removed his mask. He exposed his skinless, fleshless, polished white skull to the world. If the circumstances had been different, perhaps they might have thought he was wearing a mask under his mask. However, as they saw this, the hearts of Nimble and all the knights of the Empire sank. They understood that this was his true face, that Ainz Ooal Gown was a monster. That was because they had a premonition. Anyone who could wield such power could not be human. Ainz slowly spread his arms. He looked like he was embracing a friend, or was it a demon spreading its wings? In the eyes of all who were watching, he seemed to double in size. In the silence, interrupted only by the anguished screams of the kingdom's soldiers in the distance, Ainz's still, small voice rang out with exceptional clarity. Applause. Then, what is he saying? Nimble wondered as he stared at Ainz with his mouth open. Everyone who could hear him thought the same thing, and as Ainz's words were whispered throughout the army, more and more people turned their eyes to him. Then, when everyone's attention was on him, he spoke again. A round of applause in celebration of my supreme power. The first to applaud was Mare, who stood by Ainz's side, opposite Nimble, as though sparked by it. The scattered sounds of clapping began rising up from the soldiers, until it became a thunderous ovation. Of course, they were not truly cheering for him. Nobody wanted to applaud a person who brought this kind of cruel butchery with him. This was not war, it was slaughter, a massacre. Only, nobody present could speak these words. Nobody dared. Their earth-shaking applause was the sum of all the knight's fears. And then the intensity of the riotous applause, which all present thought could not get any greater, rose several more notches. That was because one of the dark young had slowly changed its course. It would soon reach the imperial army. Shouts of praise rang out. To match the applause, the imperial knights cried out in praise of Ainz Ooal Gown. They screamed until their throats bled. Yet the dark young did not slow its pace. And so, the knights cried out even louder. They thought the beast was approaching because he was not pleased with their volume. But still, it did not stop. And thus, their tightly wound nerves snapped. Nobody knew who started it. It might have just been the wavering of a single knight. However, that was enough for the terror which filled them beyond their limits to burst forth. Hey! The soul-wrenching scream echoed throughout the ranks and shook the imperial army. One of the monsters which had trampled the royal army underfoot was bearing down on them. This abnormal situation so terrified some of the imperial knights that they abandoned their unmoving horses and fled for their lives. After seeing the hellish sight from just now, even those who lacked vivid imaginations knew exactly what would happen when it was their turn under that beast's hooves. And of course, fear was contagious. While less than 100 people fled at first, that number swelled within moments, until it was a flight of 60,000. Yes, the imperial army had fallen into panic, their regimentation in tatters. It was a disgraceful rout. The knights had obviously been taught how to fall back in good order. However, they no longer had the luxury of adhering to such discipline. If it would let them leave this place 1 second faster, if they could move one step more in flight toward a safe place, they would push down their comrades in front of them with all their might and flee. When shoved from behind, it was unavoidable that people would lose their balance and fall. And once they fell down, the panic-driven throng behind them would not give them the chance to rise. The ones who fell would be trampled by the ones behind them. Even if they wore metal armor, everyone else wore metal armor as well. They would be stamped into a single fused mass of metal and meat. Scenes like this were happening everywhere. The imperial army's casualties were not caused by the enemy, but by themselves. Nimble did not know what to do next, and he hesitated. He wanted to run as well. However, he could not do so, and not all the knights had escaped in any event. As he looked back across the formation, he saw a scant few people remaining, stuck still atop their horses. They had not remained because of their fear. Rather, it was because they were mesmerized by the sight of overwhelming power and had forgotten themselves in their excitement. For instance, normal people would flee when they saw a huge tornado sweeping in toward them. However, there were certain beings who admired the beauty of the tornado and stood still, even though they realized it would claim their lives. Those that remained could be considered deviants. The dark young arrived before Ainz, bent its knees, and lowered its tentacles. It was probably displaying its submission. Nimble smiled, his face twitching as the monster acted in a decidedly non-monstrous way. The dark young's body should have been splattered in fresh blood, but it was nowhere to be seen because it had already been absorbed by its skin. It wrapped its tentacles around Ainz's waist, then extended several more to firmly grip his body before raising him up. Then, it placed him on its head. I believe the original plan was that I would cast a spell upon the enemy, and then the Imperial army would follow up with a charge. But it would seem you have no intention to act. Nimble had nothing to say. Ainz was right. The Empire had broken the terms of the agreement which they themselves had made with the king of their allied country. However, one could not blame the knights for losing their nerve. Nimble would defend them even in front of Jerkniv, because he knew the overwhelming terror which had gripped them. Ah, I have no intention of rebuking you. I understand you're concerned that if you launch an assault, there is a chance you may be trampled along with the enemy. Truthfully speaking, if that happened, I would be hard-pressed to explain those deaths to your emperor. Well, in that case, I guess I'll handle your part of the job as well. Nimble looked to the company of the undead, which had remained still all this time. Will those undead troops make an assault then? Oh no, I will let these lambs handle it since it's such a rare chance for them to do so. I simply perform some light cleaning up. Meh, do not lower your guard. Yes, please leave it to me, ain't Sama. Nimble was speechless. He said he would press the attack, him in person, the one who had cast a spell like that. His tone suggested that he did not intend to let anyone return alive from this battlefield. It was clear that his hunger for carnage was insatiable. To think it's not enough. Is he a devil? Although he was muttering to himself, Nimble's words were louder than he thought, and Ainz turned his terrible visage on him from where he was seated atop the dark young. He shook his head at the quivering Nimble. Do not be mistaken. I am undead. What Ainz must have been trying to say was that he was not a demon that exalted the idea of evil, but an undead being that hated the living. As such, he would not permit a single soldier of the kingdom to escape. He would take even more lives. That was the most likely answer, and also the most disastrous one. If Ainz wanted to slay everything that lived because he was undead, then it was possible that his sights might someday be set on the empire, which was filled with the living. No, that was sure to happen in the future. What should I do? Assaulted by confusion and fear, Nimble lacked the ability to focus, and he did not hear Aintz's last whispered words. And it seems I have found my target. The headquarters of King Ramposa III was located in the center of the royal army. It was surrounded by countless banners belonging to numerous nobles of the kingdom of Riestais. Although there had been many nobles gathered here before, only a few remained here. Most of them had already fled, and only a scant few remained in this camp. Of course, the king had no intention of blaming the court nobles for running away. You lot, leave me behind and run. This is no time for jokes. Your Majesty, please flee with all haste. Once it has its eye on us, we'll have no chance to survive. The speaker was Gazef's subordinate, the vice-captain of the warrior band. How can I run away as the king? Even if your Majesty stays, there is nothing you can do. Should you not return to Yggdrasil and plan the counterattack? Ramposa III smiled bitterly. It hurt to listen to those words. That's right. Even if I stay here, there is nothing left for me to do. It was impossible to rally his broken, rooted army under these circumstances. It was not just Ramposa III who could not do it. Even the famed generals of old would have found this unreasonable task to be impossible. Your Majesty, there's no time. Listen up. You lot, you must bring his Majesty home, even if you have to tie him up. Gazef's subordinates leapt into action. Wasting more time would endanger not only himself, but the people around him. With that in mind, Ramposa III made his decision and rose to his feet. All right, let's go. But what will change if we flee now? The footfalls shook the ground like an earthquake as they drew closer. But even under these extreme circumstances, Ramposa III remained calm. It was a far cry from the chaotic noises the nobles had made. First of all, it's impossible. If we try to flee on horseback, it'll come after us. It seems to target large groups of fleeing soldiers first. Therefore, there's only one way for us to be saved. It was only now that Ramposa III realized why they had urged the nobles to mount up and flee in groups just now. So all we can do is run on foot. Some of the warriors began removing and discarding their armor. These men will carry your Majesty and flee. And what about you? Not everyone had removed their armor. For instance, the vice-captain was still wearing his. I'll act as a mounted distraction and flee in the opposite direction. Ramposa III saw the bright smiles on the warriors' faces and realized that they had made their peace with death. Impossible. You are the treasures of our kingdom. No matter what, you must survive. I still need you to serve my descendants. Of course. Although we intend to be bait, we do not intend to die. That was a lie. They were planning to die. Or rather, they had accepted that death was their destiny. Ramposa III tried to think of something to convince them, but he could not speak. In the face of the warrior's smiles, everything he came up with sounded insincere and shallow. The warriors around him helped remove Ramposa III's armor. A warrior in pure white armor stepped forward. He was Clyme, his daughter Renna's sole subordinate, who had given everything he had in her service. Allow me to assist in the diversion. Although we don't know if these monsters have eyes, but if we wave our flags non-stop, we should be able to draw their attention, and this armor should be quite eye-catching. Clyme held the kingdom's flag in his hand. It had been dirtied by the footprints of fleeing soldiers, and it seemed to summarize their current situation. Aye, then I'll go too. Beside Clyme was Brain Unglaus. Apparently he was a first-rate warrior who was the equal of his trusted vassal, Gazef Stranov. Brain had entered this war as Renna's subordinate. In other words, he was in the same position as Clyme. Are you sure? Strictly speaking, you are not exactly the princess subordinate. Ah, well, don't worry about that. During the demonic disturbance, we were on the front lines, and somehow we still made it back alive. This time, we'll just hope that luck is with us, and we hope that luck is with you too. The guards will not watch in silence. During that disturbance, a hero came to save us. I trust they will change our fate too. Before Ramposa I. Brain and the vice-captain touched their knuckles together to bid him farewell. How did it end up like this? Where had it all gone wrong? Ramposa I moaned softly. In all likelihood, none of the men in front of him would survive. The vice-captain and Climb would die as bait, and he did not know what had happened to Gazef, who had vanished into the chaos after saying he intended to stop the Dark Young. His eyes burned. Forgive me, he wanted to say. They were going to act as decoys for an old man, throwing their lives and futures away for him. But he could not say that. They probably knew they were going to die, but they were going to cling to life as hard as they could. In that case, return safely to Yggdrasil, and I shall grant you any reward you desire. Climb and Brain paused mid-step and turned around. There's no need for a reward, Your Majesty. I exist to aid Rena-sama. How could I dare ask for a reward? As for what I want, well, I'd like this kid I'm interested in here to marry the prettiest princess in the country. Ha ha ha, well that is a lavish reward. Brain-san, what are you saying? Well, we'll have to start by giving the kid a lordship. Work hard. Then you must return alive no matter what Climb can. Climb's frightened eyes and open mouth no longer had the warrior's spirit they had possessed just now. The king, however, had forgotten everything and allowed a bright smile onto his face. Then we'll be off, Your Majesty. I'll leave it to you. The now unarmored Ramposa III was borne aloft by a soldier. Your Majesty, even now, our flight is still a matter of luck. If the worst happens, I pray you will forgive us. That's fine. It was my decision to use your idea. If it fails due to misfortune, then I will have no complaints. Then, Your Majesty, may we meet again in Yggdrasil. The vice-captain galloped off on his horse, as though it was waiting for him. One of the Dark Young changed its direction. All right, let's go while everyone's drawing it off. For amidst the chaos caused by men desperately fleeing for their lives, Gazer fixed his eyes ahead of him, and then slowly drew the national treasure of the kingdom, Razor Edge. Every time he had drawn this coldly gleaming blade, he had achieved victory. In other words, this sword was the proof of Gazef's triumph. However, the sword seemed terribly weak and fragile today. He was tiny and insignificant compared to the Dark Young which was charging right at him. If I let it pass me, the king's main camp is next. I need to stop it here. As he said that, Gazef faces softened, as though he were mocking himself. There was no way for Gazef to beat that monster. Just delaying it for a second was worthy of praise. Even a man hailed as the warrior captain of the kingdom, a warrior renowned throughout the surrounding nations, could only do so much. Take his majesty and flee. Pave his way home with your lives. Gazef whispered these orders, almost like a prayer, to his subordinates who were not here. The strongest soldiers in the kingdom had stayed behind to protect their king. However, even if they stayed behind, they were not worthy of protecting the king from the savagery of those monsters. Even if they put their lives on the line, all they could do was serve as meat shields that would crumble after one hit. However, that was enough. They would die if the enemy hit them, but as long as they could make sure that hit was wasted on them, the king's life could be extended just a little more. Maybe it would work if 80 men were there to be shields. He thought optimistically. I'm sorry. Gazef apologized to his subordinates even as the monster approached with uncanny speed, churning up sprays of flesh and gore in its wake. He knew that an apology to absent comrades was nothing more than comforting himself. Even so, he did not want to die without having spoken those words. As he felt the earth trembling under his feet, Gazef exhaled forcefully. He gripped the sword in his hands tightly and raised it. Compared to that vast body that crushed humans into red paste, his sword seemed utterly useless. If it were a runaway horse cart, he could easily get control of it. Even if a ferocious tiger pounced him, he could evade its first blow and strike off its head. Yet in front of the Dark Young, his chances of survival seemed very low indeed. Hoo-woo, as Gazef breathed out, a dramatic change appeared in the flow of people around him. Until now, they had gone in all directions, but now it seemed like they were moving to avoid Gazef. It looked as though they were creating a clear path between Gazef and the Dark Young. The Dark Young continued splattering humans under its feet as it closed in. As Gazef raised his sword, he studied its body. Where could he attack for the best results? He activated a martial art, Sense Weakness. However, it has no weaknesses. Gazef did not know if that was because it truly had no weaknesses, or because it was so much more powerful than him that he could not read them. Still, he did not despair. He had expected that much. After all, he activated another martial art. This was a secret move that was truly worthy of being called a secret move, a technique that strengthened his extrasensory perceptions, possibility sense. The difference in their physical abilities was so vast that it made no difference if he shrunk a gap of miles by an inch or two through augmenting his own physical attributes. In that case, he decided to rely on something else. Perhaps his sixth sense might be more effective. Come, beast. The dark young seemed to have heard the challenge and set a course straight for Gazef. The distance between the two shrank dramatically. This was the truth. Gazef was afraid, if it was at all possible. He would have liked to flee with the surrounding soldiers. Even after activating possibility sense, he could not feel anything. It was like he was enveloped by an impenetrable wall of night. As the dark young closed in, he studied its form in greater detail. Judging by the way its hooves remained undamaged, it was likely that normal swords would not be able to deal any harm to it. From the deep prints it left in the ground where it stepped, its weight would instantly kill anyone it was applied to. The more he learned about it, the more his fear of it grew. Right now, Gazef was exposed to a terror far more intense than those of the soldiers fleeing willy-nilly around him. But he could not turn back. The kingdom's strongest warrior could not flee. He cancelled possibility sense and calmed his breathing. The dark young closed in. It was close enough that the clods of dirt kicked up by its hooves could reach Gazef. It ignored the soldiers around it, like they were nothing but crawling worms, and headed straight for Gazef. No, he was wrong. The dark young swerved to the side, like it had hit a wall. Because it had turned so quickly, the dark young's footsteps were messed up, and even with so many legs, it lost its balance. Of course, Gazef did not think it had run away from him. It had simply considered where it could find more prey and felt that it could trample more people if it turned to the side. The dark young charged past Gazef, making the world quake in its passing. Because there was only a meter or so of separation between them, the ground under his feet shook like an earthquake. Anyone but Gazef would have fallen down. He aimed at the dark young's gigantic hoof as it ran past. Yeeart! Gazef swung his sword. At this speed, the enemy's own velocity would become a weapon that would tear itself apart on the edge of his blade. In the instant, the hoof touched the sword. A massive impact traveled up the weapon and into Gazef's arms. It made him feel as though his arms had been torn off. His feet, planted firmly in the ground, left 2 trenches in the dirt as he was dragged backward. Gwaug! Somehow, he had kept his grip on his sword, but pain spread through his entire body. Be it his muscles or his tendons, every part of him hurt from the stress it had to bear. Gazef panted heavily and stared at the giant body that passed him. Not far from Gazef, one of the dark young had finally stood still as opposed to running madly. One of its tentacles became a blur. Fear shot through his body. Gazef hurriedly raised his sword. In that instant, an extraordinary impact struck him, and his body floated into the sky. Gazef could not see anything, but he guessed that he must have been slapped away by the tentacle. His body flew through the sky. After hanging in the air for a surprisingly long time, Gazef's body finally struck the earth. He rolled several times. This rolling was not the tumbling of a flung corpse, but the deliberate action of a human that was trying to bleed off the energy of his rotation. Gazef slowly stood up, spurring his ungainly body into motion. He stared at the distant dark young. It had been just one hit. The arm that took the strike had broken. It was probably sheer good luck that his sword had not snapped as well. All emotion vanished from Gazef's face. Why had he been spared? Why had it not pursued him? It was probably because it had no need to finish him off. Gazef felt that was the most appropriate answer. This was not a defeat. He had not even come anywhere close to the arena. Fresh blood flowed from his bitten lip. Following that, Gazef suppressed the intense pain which filled him and ran forth with all his might. Even if he could not beat his opponent, even if his limit was one more hit, even so, he still had to protect his king. However, his footsteps, filled with conviction and determination, faltered after several paces. He looked at the dark young that had changed direction toward him. There was no mistake here, and he realized why he had managed to survive. Upon the dark young, there was a king seated upon what looked like a throne made of tentacles. However, he had a bizarre face. It was skeletal, and there was no doubt that he was an undead monster. He was not nearly foolish enough not to recognize who that king was. Ainz Ooal Gown, Dono. So you weren't human after all. The Theocracy's special forces. Gazef had no hope of defeating them, yet they had been easily wiped out. No human could have done that, which made this realization simple to accept. Yes, why had he even thought someone that powerful could have been human to begin with? Stranov Sama. Even before he looked back, he knew who it was by the hoarseness of the voice. The familiar pair came running toward him. Are you two all right? Climb and Brain were unhurt, and Climb's pure white armor had not been so much as stained. Considering the two of them had not tried to escape at once, that was a considerable stroke of good luck. I'm glad you're safe. I didn't think you would die, and turns out you didn't. However, it's not over yet, right? The two of them joined their lines of sight to where Gazef had been looking just now. That is, it can only be one person. Climb, the monster who rules over other monsters, that is Ainz Ooal Gown. That is, how shall I say this? I am sorry. At a glance, Climb's body was shuddering. His stiff, frozen expression betrayed the fact that he was not quaking in excitement or anticipation. Don't worry, Climb. This is nothing to be ashamed of. Or rather, it can't be helped. A third person whose strength surpasses all rational sense. What has my life become ever since that day? Brain radiated a powerful fighting spirit. He took a stance. Gazef was surprised at his facial expression, which was casual and easy and did not suit the circumstances. I mustn't run away either. Climb and Brain stood at Gazef's side. Amidst flying chunks of meat, the dark young halted in front of Gazef. Distant screams echoed over, and only this place was silent. It was as though this area was no longer part of the world. Aintz's line of sight turned from Gazef, passed uninterestedly over Brain, and then halted on Climb. He shrugged and looked back to Gazef. You're looking quite lively, Stranov Dono. I could say the same to you, Gown Dono Hoo. Would that be a problem? To say you're lively? After all, if you stopped being a human after we parted ways back then, it would be terribly rude. Ha ha ha. No, I have not changed since that time. Ainz floated down from the top of the dark young as he chuckled. He must have been using some sort of magical effect, given how he slowly floated down in defiance of gravity. Although he thought it might be that famous spell Fly, after considering the fact the Ainz Ooal Gown was a mighty magic caster, he concluded that it must be a superior version of that spell, though how superior it was, or what kind of spell it was, Gazef did not know. Truly, it has been a long time, Stranov Dono, ever since Khan village. Indeed it has. Gown Dono. Then permit me to ask, why have you sought me out? Could it be that you found a familiar face on the battlefield and decided to meet me? Well, yes, I don't like fancy talk, and beating around the bush is not appropriate for this place, so I'll get right to it. Ain't slowly raised a skeletal hand. There was no enmity there, but instead it was a gesture of friendship. Become my subordinate. In that instant, Gazef's eyes widened into circles. At the same time, one could hear Brain and Climb on both sides of him gulping audibly. Who could have imagined that such a mighty magic caster could say such a thing to him? If you do, Ain't snapped his fingers. How exactly he had done it with skeletal fingers remained a mystery. Gazef's body shuddered, as though something had been done to him. However, there had been no changes in his mind or body. He felt nothing. Look around you. Gazef turned his eyes to his surroundings. Everything was, I see, they've stopped. The dark young had all stopped in the middle of whatever they were doing. The way they hung motionless in the air, halfway through stomping down, made them look like statues. This is only temporary. What happens after this will depend on your decision. If you refuse, I will give orders to these lambs once more. I trust I don't need to tell you what those orders are. Gazef stared dumbly at Ainz. Even if he forced Gazef to swear allegiance to him by using hostages, the band would lack loyalty, and it would be courting betrayal from within. Surely Ainz must have considered all of this before making his offer. Then it meant there must have been some other reason behind his words. But what it was, Gazef did not know. Still, there had to be some reason why he, a being who could command an army like this, was interested in Gazef alone. How about it, Gazef Stranov? Enter my service. Ainz extended his bony hand. If he took that hand, he would save many lives. Gazef's heart wavered mightily. He had been granted the chance to save the lives of the kingdom's people. However, Gazef could not take that hand. It was a poor decision. That choice would only satisfy his ego. 100 out of 100 people would curse Gazef for a fool. Even so, Gazef could not do anything that would betray the kingdom. Gazef firmly shook his head in refusal. I refuse. I am the sword of the king. He has shown me his kindness, and I cannot compromise on this. Even if, in the end, your choice costs more lives, you risked your life to challenge a mighty foe at Khan village. Will you now throw others' lives away that you could have saved? Gazef's heart felt like it was being carved by a knife. But even then, Gazef Stranov still could not take Ainz Ooal Gown's hand. The kingdom's warrior captain could not betray the king. That was the extent of Gazef's loyalty. His irritation building in the face of the silent Gazef. Ainz shrugged. Such a foolish man. Then, Gazef did not allow him to complete the sentence, but turned his blade on Ainz. What? His injuries from facing the dark young just now had not fully recovered, even with the power of the amulet. Even so, it was not his wounds which made the tip of his sword tremble. Gazef's entire body radiated fighting spirit. Gowndono, as one who has benefited from your kindness, I wish to apologize for this disrespectful act. I wish to request a one-on-one duel with you. Aintz's face was a fleshless skull. Because of this, one could not tell what kind of expression he had, or discern what he was thinking. However, for some reason, Gazef thought he was speechless. It was the same for the two behind him. They were silent, but he could sense their consternation. Are you serious? Naturally, you will die. There is no doubt of that. If you knew, then why do so? I had no intention of killing you at first. Are you suicidal? I did not think so at first, no. What are you thinking? I cannot understand your logic. If you believed you could win and challenge me, I could understand it. If you thought there was a chance of victory under the circumstances, that would be reasonable as well. However, you firmly believe that you will lose. Have you lost the ability to make proper decisions? The enemy king stands before me, and he is within the reach of my sword. Is it not natural to see if I can take the head that presents itself? It is true that the physical distance between us is very small. However, it seems to me that there is an overwhelming gulf between us. Am I wrong? With a whoosh, the sagging tentacles of the dark young behind Ainz snapped forth, gouging a crater into the earth beside Gazef. Even Gazef's motion-tracking vision could not follow the tentacle striking the ground beside him. That may be so. Gowndono, are you pushing your luck because I said I did not want to kill you? Gazef laughed from the bottom of his heart. Certainly not. I simply wish to do what I, as the warrior captain of the kingdom, should do. That is all I was thinking. If I accept your challenge, you do realize I will slay you without mercy. It is only to be expected. Indeed it is. So that's how it will be, even after I've said all this. You refuse to change your mind. What a shame. Speaking as a collector, it is a poor thing to have to destroy a rare specimen. Gazef had no intention of backing down. This was an unbelievable stroke of luck. To begin with, Ainz, who surrounded himself with incredible subordinates, was now standing alone in front of him without any bodyguards. On top of that, his pride as a mighty individual meant that he would not order the dark young behind him into action. He would never get a chance like this again. His enemy stood at a height that he could not reach with both hands. However, right now, he had a chance to bridge the gap between them. The next time they met, he would probably surround himself with a multitude of guards, as befitted a magic caster who was poor in close combat. Gazef would never get within sword range of Ainz again. Having considered that, he had challenged Ainz to a duel, and there was another reason for the duel. While it was a very slim chance, even so, Gazef issued his formal challenge. Sorcerer King Ainz Ooal Gown, my name is Gazef Stranov, warrior captain of the kingdom of Riestais. I formally request a duel with you. Gazef, warrior captain. The other two could not bear it any longer, and Brain cried out while Climb murmured. However, Gazef did not heed them and continued speaking. If you find it acceptable, Sorcerer King Dono, I pray you will find these two suitable witnesses for our combat. Ainz shrugged. Go ahead, it seemed to say. When Gazef realized this, he nodded. Wait a minute. Hang on, Gazef. I can always die alongside you. Don't go alone. My lord Sorcerer King, please, I beg you. I know this is shameless beyond belief, but this is a heartfelt request. Please allow us both to face you. I know it won't inconvenience you in the slightest. As he heard Brain's strangled plea, Gazef thought, as I expected, the carefree expression he had seen on Brain's face then was that of a warrior that had embraced his fate. He had long since resolved himself to die beside Gazef at the hands of Ainz Ooal Gown. However, He did not accept it. He could not accept it. Brain Unglaus, do you wish to stain my conviction as a warrior? Brain's face was a picture of shock. That is fine. Stranoff Donor, I don't mind taking you two on at once. Please don't, Sorcerer King Donor. This duel is with me, you two. Stay out of it. The pinpoints of red light floating in Ainz's skeletal eye sockets glowed even brighter. I see. I've seen those eyes before. They are the eyes of a man who has embraced his death and advances anyway. Firm, unyielding eyes. I admire them. Ainz was speaking like a human being. Very well. I accept your proposal. I will duel PvP Stranoff Donor. Brain's knees crumpled, and he collapsed to the ground. His low-hanging face could not be seen, but droplets of rain spattered the crimson earth below him. I'm sorry, Gazef told Brain in his heart. The corpse will be returned intact. It will facilitate the use of resurrection magic. There is no need for that. Gazef's words left both his friends and enemy speechless. I do not wish to be brought back to life. You may dispose of the body here if you wish. It was not that resurrection magic was bad. However, Gazef disliked it. Everyone only had one life. That was why the decision to stake one's life meant so much. In addition, he could not come back from the dead for the sake of the kingdom. If Gazef died, then the king could spread the news that he had lost an important subject. That way, the king could temper the hatred and resentment which the people would feel towards the royal family for all the deaths in this battle. This was a final act of loyalty from the kingdom's warrior captain, who had chosen to act selfishly. Ignoring the surprised stares around him, Gazef smiled calmly. Then let us begin, you two. I hope you will bear witness to my final battle. Climb could not have imagined that the man called Brain Unglaus could have shown such a fragile side of himself. The Brain he knew was strong, free-spirited, and untouchable. However, he saw no traces of that in the man whose head was lowered. Even so, he did not think Brain was weak. Brain, will you not complete this duty? Gazef spoke these words without looking back. Brain refused to move. The way his hands clawed at the ground conveyed his regret to Climb. Even so, Climb had to say it. This is Stranoff Sama's wish. He did not think Gazef Stranoff could win at all. That was why Climb and Brain had to fulfill Gazef's request. Slowly, Brain rose to his feet. It was hot. Climb nearly turned tail and ran. There seemed to be some kind of hot air propelling Brain upwards. How many times have I made you see the disgraceful side of myself? Climb Kun, I'm fine now. I'll scorch Gazef's noble form into my eyes. Thank you. What kind of relationship did Brain Unglaus and Gazef Stranoff have? Climb could not understand the bond between them, especially on Brain's side. After losing to Gazef, he had embarked on a journey to advance his sword skills. This was the Brain that Climb knew. However, he did not think their relationship was that simple. Then, Stranoff Donor, could you let me take a look at that sword? I wish to quickly look over it. Ainz made that request like he was asking about the weather. Enchanted swords could have all kinds of abilities imbued into them. Examining one would be like revealing the inner workings of one's strategy. By common sense, nobody would ever agree to that proposal. Climb was not the only person who had thought that way, which was why Brain's eyes also went wide at what happened next. Gazef turned his sword a full 180 degrees and presented the hilt to Ainz. Gazef, have you completely given up on winning? Brain, don't say such rude things. The Sorcerer King is nothing like that. Ainz held the sword and cast a spell. After that, he laughed happily. What a marvelous sword. Ainz returned the sword to Gazef hilt first, the same way it had been given to him. Stranoff Dono, how much of this sword's power do you know? I fully understand it. This sword has an unreal sharpness that can cut metal like paper. Incorrect. That is only a fraction of the sword's power. What? What do you mean? Sorcerer King Dono. Well, in short, this sword is a weapon that can kill me. Something like that is the absolute minimum condition for a duel. Without a weapon that can harm me, this would be nothing more than an execution. Sorry for comparing you to the rats that entered my fortress. Ainz muttered as he suddenly produced a short sword out of thin air. Without hesitation, he dragged the edge of the gleaming blade across his face in a forceful slice. However, it did not leave so much as a scratch. Weakly enchanted objects like this cannot harm this body of mine. Incidentally, this short sword is imbued with about as much data, or rather, as much mana, as that sword you bear, Stranoff Dono. However, your sword can harm me, in clear defiance of what I know to be true. Could I request that sword after I win? Gazef smiled thinly. Forgive me for refusing, but this sword is a national treasure. And PvP under the pretext of returning dropped items, then, very well. My deepest thanks, Sorcerer King Dono. After returning the sword to Gazef, Ainz stroked his chin in thought. He backed up, one step at a time, as though conforming to some regulated distance between them. I think this should be about 5 meters, and because there's no countdown, we will need a signal. You, in the white armor, find something to start us off. Having been suddenly named, Climb shuddered. Climb, please. I have a magical handbell here. I'll ring it, and it will signal the start. The two of them nodded silently to Climb's proposal. Gazef raised his sword, pointing it at his enemy's eyes. Strength suffused every fiber of his being. In the eyes of Climb, who stood behind him, Gazef's body seemed to grow larger before his eyes. This was an overwhelming fighting spirit. He had never seen the true pressure the kingdom's warrior captain could exert. Yet his body seemed distant and illusory, like a mirage. Stranov Sama, this was the last time he would see Gazef alive. It's not guaranteed. Suddenly, Brain denied Climb from where he stood beside him. There's no guarantee Gazef will lose. The chances are extremely low, but there's still a chance of victory. That guy has a killer move. You know, the martial art he uses is a trump card. The sixfold slash of light. Brain smiled quietly. No, it's an ultimate martial art that far surpasses it. That fellow learned it. Is that so? As Climb prepared his handbell, he looked to Gazef's raised sword and the profile of his face, which was filled with the utmost focus. It was the steely face of the man hailed as the warrior captain, renowned in the surrounding countries. Yes, it came from a former adamantite-tranked adventurer of the kingdom. It was a martial art invented by Vesture Croft Loffen, but he could not use it because of his advanced age. If my greatest secret move, Nail Clipper, is the result of using multiple martial arts at once, Gazef's trump is the strongest single technique. Who knows? That blow, it might even be able to reach Ainz Ooal Gown. Perhaps that was why he had asked for a one-on-one duel. Brain muttered. His eyes did not leave the scene before him for an instant. Climb swallowed. The hand holding the bell felt heavy. Once he rang it, Gazef's fate would be sealed. Want to swap with me? Thank you, but I'll do it. Is that so? Brain mumbled, but he did not say anything else. Climb raised the bell. He could only pray that victory went to Gazef. And then, louder than expected, the bell rang. His consciousness focused to the absolute limit. Gazef stepped in with an unbelievable speed. Without missing a single moment, Brain and Climb opened their eyes and watched. Black circle, and before any of them the world went quiet. I see. So time-stop countermeasures are important. After all, because Ainz had instantly cast a silent magic time-stop, Gazef was frozen in front of Ainz, his sword raised high. No attack would work while time was stopped. Even if he used attack magic to barrage Gazef, it would cause him no harm. Because of that, Ainz cast a spell while keeping track of the time. Delay magic, true death. This was a 9th-tier spell. He did not use it often because Grasp Heart was a more convenient spell. If no spell could affect an enemy while time stopped, then all one needed to do was delay the activation of the spell until the moment the spell ended. Although it was a basic combination attack, the timing for it was extremely difficult. As such, only about 5% of all magic users could pull it off. Naturally, after much training and practice, Ainz was one of them as well. Farewell, Gazef Stranov. I never hated you. The spell ended, and time returned to the world. Before anything else could happen, the spell took effect. Gazef slowly fell. Wow, what? Climb and Brain had no idea of what had just happened. In the moment Gazef had stepped forward, he had suddenly fallen over. Ainz caught Gazef's body. His sword fell from nerveless fingers and fell to the ground. The battle was over. Yet, they could not understand it. Nobody knew what was going on. What on earth happened? The hell should I know? Brain gave voice to an angry cry. What's wrong? Get up, Gazef. However, Brain's earnest hope was coldly denied. He is dead. Respectfully, perhaps even reverently, the Sorcerer King Ainz laid Gazef upon the ground. After that, he slowly closed the man's wide-open eyes. While looking at Gazef's face, he spoke to the two people nearby. Seeing how he made a challenge with no chance of winning reminded me of that time. As a sign of respect for the warrior captain, I will call off the Dark Young. His body will be returned to you after it is properly prepared. No, There's no need for that. We will bring Gazef back. There's no need to trouble you. Climb exhaled heavily. Would Brain challenge Ainz to a hopeless battle? He wondered, however, there was no need for that. Is that so? Ainz replied before standing back up. The instant death spell I used, True Death, will invalidate lower-tier resurrection magic. Tell this to the people of the kingdom. Tell them I will be merciful to those who submit respectfully. Ainz lightly floated into the air, even as they saw his defenseless back. The two of them knew they could not commit a shameful act like attacking from behind. Ainz sat on the tentacles of the dark young. It was truly a terrifying throne. Cede Yggdrasil and the surrounding areas to me without delay, and these lambs will not frolic through the royal capital. Tell the king this. When you see him again. The dark young turned and left, and the other four dark young also began making their way back to the imperial castrum. Climbcun, I have one request. Could I bring Gazef Dono back? Very well. Then I will bring Stranov Sama's sword home. A lot of people died. Yeah, too many to count. What just happened? I don't know, but if someone as powerful as that calls himself a king and claims this territory, I'm sure that in the future a war will definitely break out. And who knows, the dead may outnumber the corpses here today. Walking behind Brain, who was carrying Gazef on his back, Climb's thoughts turned to the future of the kingdom, which was wreathed in dark clouds. Brain's words would definitely come true. What was important was what he could do, and then what he would do. And the most important thing was, I have to protect Renner Sama. Climb clenched his fist and made up his mind. At the very least, he had to protect his mistress, no matter the cost.